Chapter 1 God Level Selection System. Tunghai University, Lecture Hall of Software Class 02, School of Computer Science. Phew. As if waking up from a nightmare, Chen Feng, sweating profusely, looked confusedly at the handsome face reflected in the dark screen of the mobile phone in front of him, as if struck by lightning. Click. I turned on my phone and the time was displayed on the screen, September 27, 2020. In the noisy classroom, everyone was discussing the welcome party tonight. Chen Feng looked at the familiar faces around him and became incredibly excited. I'm not dead? I was reborn 3 months ago. In his previous life, Chen Feng fell in love with the green tea class beauty Su Xiaoman by mistake. He thought that the spare tire would become the regular one and he did all the things that a dog licks. When he was delivering milk tea to Su Xiaoman, he ran into her and found that she had turned to another man. When Chen Feng was disheartened, he even met with a car accident. When she was dying on the bed, except for those close friends in the dormitory, Su Xiaoman didn't shed a single tear for her. She even tried her best to distance herself from her. Spare tire, throw it away after use. Having witnessed the fickleness of human nature before his death, Chen Feng was filled with deep regret and unwillingness. Unexpectedly, he was reborn 3 months ago. Tonight in my previous life, Su Xiaoman was dumped by the school hunk Ning Wenyuan, and then she found me as a backup. It was ridiculous. I was so excited about this that I stayed up all night. Su Xiaoman, since God has given me another chance to live my life, will I ignore the 4 most beautiful girls in the school and continue to be a licker, hanging myself on this crooked tree of yours? Chen Feng clenched his fists tightly. Ding! Host conditions are detected to be met. The God level selection system has been activated. Binding in progress, 20%, 50%, 100%, binding successful. This system will randomly give choices based on the specific events encountered by the host, and the host will receive rewards after making a choice. Since he could accept Rebirth, Chen Feng would not be surprised by the existence of plugins. As expected, a figure appeared at the door. It was Su Xiaoman, the beauty of software class 02. She was wearing a pleated skirt and holding a stack of books. Amid the envious gazes of many boys, she sat down next to Chen Feng. However, at this moment, even the smell of her perfume seemed pungent to Chen Feng. Green tea flavor. I'm in a really bad mood today, Chen Feng. You once said that if you like someone, you will like everything about her, is that true? Su Xiaoman supported her chin. I've thought about it for a long time and decided to give you a chance to take care of me. You must be very happy now, but I have a request. You know I like Nayuki's milk tea and I don't like it cold. You must make sure to buy it and deliver it to the bottom of our dormitory building at 8 o'clock every day. Also, as my boyfriend, you must be available at any time. I like to buy cosmetics, but I don't like to work part-time, so you must support me and follow my temper. Su Xiaoman was still talking to herself. Chen Feng sneered. The fact that he was the spare tire and was the main one was fake, but the lack of long-term meal tickets was real, right? This woman really wanted to treat me like a fool. I glanced down at WeChat and saw that the message was sent by my roommate Wu Hao, who was not far away and kept winking at me. He was a thin man and was usually called Haozi in the dormitory. Su Xiaoman got into Ning Wenyuan's car last week, and Wei Go ran into Su Xiaoman yesterday when she went for a checkup. Maybe something happened between the two of them. Ning Wenyuan is the most handsome boy on campus at Dongda University, and he is arrogant and doesn't like her. I guess Su Xiaoman is looking for someone to take over. Brother Feng, listen to me. Don't be a bootlicker. After all, it's my brothers who care about me. It was a pity that Chen Feng was blind in his previous life. Not only did he not understand, but he also broke up with his brother because of this matter. Feeling warm in his heart, Chen Feng casually replied with an emoticon pack saying don't worry. Just at this moment. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, confess to the green tea class beauty and get the title of incompetent licker. Choice 2, accept the offer and comfort her, and receive the spare tire consolation prize of 100 yuan. Choose 3, make the green tea bitch cry in public, and get the God-level singing voice reward. Chen Feng was stunned. Do I need to choose? Su Xiaoman, I don't think you are in a bad mood, you are in a bad market. Buzz. When Chen Feng said this, the whole audience was in an uproar. Wu Hao in the back seat was so frightened by Chen Feng that he broke the pencil in his hand, rubbed his eyes, and made an awesome mouth shape. Su Xiaoman looked at Chen Feng in astonishment. Instantly, he was so angry at the various looks around him that his face turned red, and he said angrily, "Chen Feng, do you know what you are talking about?" Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. "Of course I know. Su Xiaoman, I was just teasing you before. Do you think you are a Ferrari? In fact, in my eyes, you are just a bus." Hiss. There was a sound of people sucking in their breaths of cold air all around, and many male classmates secretly gave Chen Feng a thumbs up. Chen Feng is the first one who dares to confront the class beauty Su Xiaoman so directly. Su Xiaoman was so angry that she was shaking all over. Chen Feng continued to talk, "It's obviously cheap and versatile, why do you always think you are high-end? Su Xiaoman, I think you are just a QR code. If I don't scan it, I really don't know what it is. The Yellow River has waves, one after another." Chen Feng's retort left her speechless, and the students around her were also stunned. It was not until a long time later that Su Xiaoman's chest heaved with anger. Her face turned pale and her eyes widened as she retorted, "Chen Feng, you dare to scold me? If it weren't for the fact that you're an honest man, do you really think I'd like you?" However, as soon as these words came out, a sudden slap landed directly on Su Xiaoman's face. Pa! The slap in the face was so crisp that it instantly startled everyone present. The entire classroom fell silent, leaving only the sound of swallowing saliva. If you want to keep a spare tire, then keep a spare tire. Did the honest man dig up your ancestral grave? Before you graduate, you should keep yourself clean, class beauty of Su University. Don't let your name make the whole Dongda University full of sluts. Sorry, I just noticed that your blush is a little faded, so I'm going to slap you to fix it. Chen Feng's tone was light and casual, but it caused countless people around him to want to worship him. This slap was so hard. Finally, Su Xiaoman broke down, covered her face and rushed out of the classroom crying. Tonight, she was completely embarrassed. Although there are few girls in this major, many students actually know that this class beauty of Su University, who was praised to the sky, has a very chaotic private life. But Chen Feng is the first person in history who dares to make the class beauty cry and slap her in the face. Many people felt that Chen Feng did what they had always wanted to do. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection and receiving the God-level singing voice reward. Along with the system sound, Chen Feng felt his throat go cold, and an incredible feeling suddenly swept over his body. After packing up his backpack, Chen Feng winked at Wu Hao, who was already dumbfounded, and said, "Why are you still standing there, Haozi? There's an orientation party tonight. Let's go to the auditorium to help Tianyu." Wu Hao was delighted. "Okay." Chapter 2 Welcome Party, Accident. In her previous life, she gave her whole heart to Su Xiaoman, but she was trampled underfoot by her. In this life, Chen Feng made her speechless from the beginning. The regrets of the past were completely shattered along with that slap in the face. I wonder what the God-level singing voice reward I got earlier is for. Chen Feng walked through the plane trees along the main road, with the evening breeze blowing on his face. The feeling of living his life again was simply wonderful. Of course, it would be even better if the person he was riding on the electric bike was a delicate girl instead of Wu Hao, who weighed 170 pounds. "Brother Feng, you were so manly tonight when you angrily scolded Su Xiaoman. It made me feel so relieved, but I always feel like you have become a different person. Have you changed? I just don't want to be a bootlicker." Not to mention that Donghai University has so many beautiful girls in the department, and there are also 4 beautiful girls on campus. I must be blind to fall for Su Xiaoman. Chen Feng said casually. However, Wu Hao couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. "Ha, our 4 most beautiful girls in Dongda University all have backgrounds and are very arrogant. Brother Feng, don't be so greedy. If you can handle one of them, I will wash your underwear for a whole semester." Gah! Chen Feng suddenly stopped the car on the side of the road, grinning. If a person has no dreams, what's the difference between him and a salted fish? But if you insist on saying so, I really can't let you down. I'll make this bet with you. Wu Hao had no idea that Chen Feng was equipped with a system that had already transformed his bicycle into a motorcycle. Obviously Wu Hao didn't take this to heart. Even the school hunk Ning Wenyuan was defeated by the 4 school beauties. He didn't think Chen Feng had this ability. Even if Chen Feng really became the boyfriend of one of the 4 campus beauties, I would have something to brag about in the future, and it would not be a loss to wash his underwear for a semester. The electric car wobbled back onto the road. Wu Hao said with a teasing look on his face, "Brother Feng, you were so manly just now. I felt so safe riding in your car. Fuck, take your claws off my waist. If you keep messing around, I'll jump out of the car." No, no, no. Wu Hao's expression suddenly changed. After playing all the way, when Chen Feng and Wu Hao passed through the main building and arrived at the Rank Sinuan Auditorium on the west side, they were already shocked by the scene in front of them. Although I knew that tonight was Tunghai University's welcome party and the campus was extremely lively and many school clubs would present performances, I didn't expect it to be so packed. Finally, I called my roommate Sun Tianyu. 10 minutes later, the boy came out with messy hair and pushed his glasses with more than 500 degrees of myopia. Chen Feng and Wu Hao relied on his connections to take the staff-only passage. The nerdy Sun Tianyu is a well-known figure in the entire computer department. At one point, a beautiful girl in the department asked Sun Tianyu to go to the girls' dormitory to repair a computer. After one night, he did not return. After that, this guy regarded women as monsters. But his professional skills are still solid, otherwise the school would not have specially called him to coordinate all the backstage matters of the party tonight. Tianyu, are all the people below freshmen? After getting on the elevator, Chen Feng was still amazed at the scene tonight. The entire auditorium was packed, and many students were even tiptoeing in the corridor. The sea of black heads looks quite oppressive. Don't you know? Song Shi, one of the four most beautiful girls at Donghai University, is performing the opening show tonight. Look at all the people here. Most of them are here for her fame. Along the way, there were many actresses putting on makeup and waiting for the stage. Wu Hao rubbed his hands and said, "The juniors club wants to recruit people, so they will definitely put on a great show in front of the freshmen tonight." By the way, Tianyu, what does the program say Song Shi will perform at the opening? Dance? What are you thinking about? Song Shi is recruiting new members for the calligraphy club, so what he is going to bring tonight is naturally a calligraphy performance. Calligraphy? What's the point of that? Wu Hao sat on a chair backstage, looking disappointed as if his wish had not been fulfilled, watching Sun Tianyu operating a pile of instruments without even raising his head. Haozi, stop talking nonsense. The host has already come on stage. The party will start soon. You and Chen Feng should hurry over there and prepare to draw the curtain. As expected, as soon as Sun Tianyu finished speaking, the entire auditorium quickly fell silent, and not far away the school TV station was broadcasting the event simultaneously. As the host announced the show, the curtain was slowly opened. When Song Shi, who was giving the opening performance, appeared in everyone's sight, the entire freshman class was instantly excited. Song Shi, with her jade-like eyes and eyebrows, was dressed in a plain white hanfu. She was tall and charming, with long hair that fell to her waist, like a fairy in a painting. She was so graceful, elegant, and calm that it was hard to take your eyes off her. On the table in front of her was a long scroll of rice paper, waiting for her to start writing. Even Wu Hao, who had no interest at first, couldn't take his eyes away at this moment. According to him, there was light on Song Shi's body when he picked up the pen. Chen Feng also raised his eyebrows slightly, secretly thinking that Song Shi was indeed the most beautiful girl in the Department of Literature and one of the four most beautiful girls in Donghai University. Compared with her, the most beautiful girl in class, Su Xiaoman, could only be called a mediocre woman. But he found that something seemed wrong. After the screams and whistles around him gradually subsided, something unexpected happened. The calligraphy performance that was expected to be a big hit did not begin, and why was the guzheng accompaniment nowhere to be seen? Something's wrong. The girl who played the guzheng for Song Shi just came over and said something went wrong. The string broke. It'll take at least 10 minutes to get the spare string back. The teacher in the background looked anxious. Chen Feng stared at the dark audience below the stage, his eyes wide open. Everyone was waiting to see the performance, and the opening was already stressful. If things got stalemate, it would be a mess. Song Shi on the stage was obviously a little anxious. With no accompaniment from the guzheng, he could only bite the bullet and start to paint. She was originally going to rely on the guzheng music to lead the rhythm, from 3 variations on Plum Blossoms to Ambush from All Sides, and her calligraphy performance went from regular script to cursive script. If everything goes well, it will definitely end with a full house of applause. Song Shi even rehearsed for a whole week for this, but who would have thought that something like this would go wrong at this juncture? The whole place was eerily quiet. Among the school leaders sitting in the first row in front of the stage was a professor from the Department of Literature, Song Shi's grandfather Song Mao. But the old man couldn't help but frown at this moment. Beside him, the elder of the school calligraphy association slowly spoke. It seems something has happened. Shi is nervous and his brushstrokes are messy. The half-foot-long rice paper was projected onto the big screen behind Song Shi. Not only could her every stroke not escape the scrutiny of the experts present, but even the ordinary audience could see that she was nervous. In just 1 minute, I made several mistakes. The most important thing is that the quieter the calligraphy performance without the accompaniment of ancient music, the more pressure the performer feels, as if he is being scrutinized by the audience. Sweat quickly broke out on Song Shi's forehead. What's going on? There's still no zither music? Watching all this from afar, Ning Wenyuan, the school hunk surrounded by the crowd, frowned at the situation on the stage. Backstage. The director in the backstage frowned and interrupted Sun Tianyu's proposal. We have prepared pop music tonight. We have not prepared any instrumental music to match the calligraphy performance. If we download a piece of music for Song Shi now, it will probably only disrupt her performance rhythm. The teacher backstage frowned, obviously prepared for the worst. If it doesn't work, pause it and find someone to help immediately. If the opening performance fails, it will be a disaster for the entire evening party. Just at this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! It is detected that the host is facing an emergency, please make a choice. Choose 1, watch the fun and get the title of gold medal audience. Choice 2, pull the curtain to ease Song Shi's embarrassment and get a reward of 500 yuan. Choose 3, sing in person, save the situation successfully, and you will receive the physical fitness enhancement reward. Chapter 3, A Song of Lanting, Complementing Each Other. Wow! At this moment, Chen Feng's eyes lit up, and he finally knew what the God-level singing voice that the system had rewarded him with was used for. Tianyu, I have a way to save the situation, but I need your help. Chen Feng's sudden words made everyone backstage subconsciously shift their gaze to his face. Chen Feng, is there any solution? On the stage, the performance had been going on for 2 minutes. Song Shi's writing became increasingly messy. If it continued like this, it might cause an accident during the performance. Many leaders showed some disappointment. Professor Song Mao looked at his granddaughter on the stage, who was like an ant on a hot pot. He knew that unless Song Shi could calm down quickly, otherwise the show would be a failure. However, at this moment, melodious background music suddenly sounded. The tune slowly drifted towards the audience, and then, an unbelievable singing voice came out. I copied the calligraphy of Lanting, and my running script is as smooth as flowing clouds in water. I pushed the door open under the moon, and my heart is as delicate as your footsteps. It is easy to copy the 1,000-year-old steel, but it is difficult to copy your beauty. To whom can I give my true heart to the original work? At this moment, many people were dumbfounded. Everyone in the audience knew that this widely circulated song was Jay Chou's Lanting preface, but no one expected that someone could sing it so well. Not inferior to the original. Many people speculated that it was the seniors from the Conservatory of Music who came up to provide accompaniment. After all, there were only a few people in the entire school with such singing voices. Even Ning Wenyuan in the audience frowned and muttered to himself, didn't Xinyu say that their music school would not participate in tonight's welcome party? So who is singing this song? Until Chen Feng slowly picked up the microphone and walked from behind the scenes to the front of the stage. The originally quiet discussions in the audience suddenly turned into a boiling atmosphere. The students in Software 02 class sitting in the audience all stared with their eyes wide open, as if they had seen a ghost. Many of them even took a video and posted it on their moments. Even Wu Hao and Sun Tianyu in the backstage were stunned as soon as Chen Feng opened his mouth. What the teachers saw was a boiling scene in the audience, and everyone looked happy. This student actually brought the atmosphere to a lively level. Facts have proved that the audience's reaction will affect the performers. When the atmosphere was slowly heated up, Song Shi on the stage quickly adjusted her mood, accompanied by Chen Feng's melodious singing. Reorganize the pen tip and write with all your strength. At this moment, she finally showed her true level. A shepherd's flute is playing, and there are a few dishes of rice wine and side dishes. The afterglow of the setting sun is like your shyness and drunkenness. It is easy to copy, but the fragrance of ink will not fade away and leave a lingering taste with you. Who is surrounded by this line of cinnabar? Chen Feng sang more and more into the state. As soon as this sentence landed, the Lanting preface also reached its climax in an instant. Song Shi's writing style also quickly became sharp, and the mellow regular script was quickly transformed into a free and unrestrained running script. Old Professor Song Mao was pleasantly surprised. Shi, you are in the right state now. There was also a burst of praise from the people around. Shi Yi is writing the Lanting preface, a masterpiece by Wang Shiji, the best running script in the world. This post is extremely difficult, and she is performing exceptionally well. Below the stage, the huge crowd of audience had been brought into the scene by Chen Feng's singing. As Song Shi's writing flowed, Chen Feng also sang to the climax of the song. It has nothing to do with romance. I am waiting for your reply by writing this preface. As soon as I put my pen to paper, the waves roll by the shore. How can I write the word love? It is not right no matter how I write it. The only thing I lack is your understanding of my life. The words are like the dance of the goddess of Luo River, and the music is like the sound of heaven. Everyone was immersed in the music and calligraphy, as if they were brought back to ancient times by calligraphy, as if they saw the scene when Wang Shiji wrote in the past. Many people clenched their fists excitedly. More people had tears in their eyes. The intoxication that seemed to take one's mind away and travel through time and space made people unconsciously applaud and cheer. The entire auditorium was filled with screams. This performance was directly posted on the front page of the school forum, and even the live broadcast on the school TV station was instantly flooded with a large number of viewers. The audience was sharing and spreading the news spontaneously, and more people who had little interest in the party also flocked to the live broadcast room. What they saw was Song Shi, who had an extraordinary temperament and wrote with great ease. Then, they noticed Chen Feng, whose voice was as good as the original singer's. How could it be Chen Feng? How could he be supporting Song Shi? Wait, he sings so well. Su Xiaoman, the green tea class beauty who was teased and cried, sat in the empty school cafeteria, looking at the picture on her phone with a look of disbelief in her eyes. It seems that I need to rediscover Chen Feng's excellence. At the same time, in the vocal music classroom of the Department of Popular Music of Dongda University, the arrogant and cold Xinyu, one of the 4 most beautiful girls on campus, was full of curiosity. She had never watched someone sing so attentively before. The moonlight sprinkled on her long hair like a waterfall. She was standing by the window in a red dress, tucking her messy hair at the temples and frowning slightly. When someone pushed the live broadcast room to her before, she was dismissive. However, when she saw Chen Feng singing melodiously on the stage, she was dumbfounded. Immerse yourself in it completely. After a long time, he turned his head and looked at the schoolgirl behind him. Check this boy, what major is he in our music school? How come I have never heard of such a person? Sister Xinyu, even you are curious about him? It's all exposed on Tieba. His name is Chen Feng. He is from the computer department, not our conservatory of music. What? Impossible, how could he not be a student of the music school? Could it be that he is gifted? Xinyu's face froze for a moment, then she slowly clenched her fists, as if she was aroused by a strong desire to fight. Sister Xinyu, where are you going? The Great Hall. At the same time, on the stage of the auditorium, the performance was already halfway through. Chen Feng had already slowly walked towards Song Shi, and as the latter's writing style changed again, from regular script to cursive script, Chen Feng began to sing again. In the blink of an eye, the beautiful city is annihilated in an instant. On the bluestone street, you look back and smile gracefully. Do you hate it? You shake your head and sigh. Who made you frown? And the boudoir is left with the smell of rouge. Song Shi wrote Lu Gongxuan's cursive calligraphy Hanlantai, which clearly showed the wildness and freedom of cursive calligraphy. Coupled with the unique charm of Lu's style, many freshmen immediately wanted to learn calligraphy. Song Shi had already surpassed her original state. Chen Feng's voice seemed to make her concentrate wildly. At this moment, her cursive writing became more and more sloppy, but she also slowly wrote with unprecedented devotion and concentration. The more I write, the faster I write. Chen Feng also sang to a climax again, and the melody began to become sad and moving. People are like geese flying south, I turn around and glance at you with tears in my eyes. How can I sleep with a handful of moon and memories in my hands? And how could it be that my worries are so dense that every stitch of the embroidered shoes is filled with resentment? If the flowers blame the butterflies, who would you blame? Chen Feng sang softly as Song Shi's cursive writing came to an end, and his skill was fully demonstrated on the half-foot-long rice paper. Her forehead was covered with sweat. She had tried her best. Many school leaders in the front row stood up excitedly. The rain beats on the banana leaves for several nights. I wait for the spring thunder to remind you who you love. Chen Feng's tone suddenly sharpened by an octave, and the chorus ended abruptly, leaving people with endless aftertaste. Song Shi also suddenly put away the wolf hairbrush in his hand, and the complimentary performances at both ends ended at the same time. The whole place was suddenly silent. Chapter 4. Sorry, I want to focus on my studies. The next moment, Song Mao, with tears of excitement in his eyes, was the first to stand up and applaud. The next moment, there was thunderous applause. He had stubbornly believed that all pop songs were decadent, but Chen Feng's actions tonight changed his mind and even made him intoxicated by them for a while. Several school leaders in the front row were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. This student is great. If he hadn't saved the day tonight, things would have been bad tonight. As Song Mao nodded with satisfaction to the school leaders around him, he walked out of the auditorium, and cheers instantly swept behind him. It turns out that calligraphy can be so sharp and unrestrained, and it turns out that pop music can be so beautiful and intoxicating. Don't stop me, I must join the calligraphy club. Some even looked very excited. Senior Song killed me, and that male senior sang so well, in my opinion, he is as good as the original singer. The combination of the two brings out the best in each other, it's so wonderful. Many people looked at the curtain with a look of unfulfilled desire and started talking endlessly. The actors from various clubs waiting backstage all had intoxicated faces, but they couldn't help feeling sad. No matter how exciting the next show was, it would definitely not surpass this show tonight. Brother Feng is a hidden talent, awesome. Wu Hao prepared countless words to praise Chen Feng, but in the end he found that the word awesome was the most effective. Even Sun Tianyu looked like he was worshipping a god at this moment. He looked at Chen Feng, who was sweating profusely, and quickly handed him a tissue. Several teachers backstage also looked grateful. There is no doubt that this performance, which was about to fail, was saved by Chen Feng. And, unexpectedly, the scene exploded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a successful choice, reward, physical fitness enhancement. As the system sound rang, Chen Feng felt as if he had undergone a cleansing of his bones and marrow, and his whole body seemed to be reborn in an instant. Not only have my 5 senses become much sharper, but it seems as if endless strength is surging through my body. Even my steps became much faster. He even thought unconsciously that maybe he could easily knock over a cow right now. I felt happy. Just for this reward, all my efforts are worth it. The party was still going on, but it could no longer bring the same explosive response as before. Chen Feng's lanting preface and Song Shi's calligraphy performance had already blocked the way for many people. Backstage, Song Shi, wearing a traditional Chinese dress, walked over like a fairy. Her pretty face was slightly flushed, and it was unclear whether it was because she was tired from painting or because she was shy. She stretched out her white jade hand slowly. Classmate, nice to meet you. I'm Song Shi from the Department of Literature. Thank you for what I did tonight. Computer Science Department, Chen Feng. Seeing Chen Feng generously reaching out his hand to hold Song Shi, Wu Hao's eyes almost popped out. You know, not long ago, he thought that the 4 most beautiful girls at Donghai University would never have any contact with Chen Feng in this life. How long has it been? Thinking of the previous bet and the matter of washing underwear for a semester, Wu Hao's face turned as pale as an eggplant hit by frost. I thought everyone was a loser, but who would have thought that Chen Feng was actually a loser who was pretending to be a pig but was actually a tiger? I've lived in the same dormitory with him for 3 years, but this is the first time I know that he sings so well. He should be in the computer bachelor's department instead of the music college where there are so many beautiful girls. What a pity, it's a waste of talent. I really didn't expect that in addition to ancient rhythms, pop music can also be perfectly matched with calligraphy performances and complement each other. Student Chen Feng, you have provided new ideas for our calligraphy club. Song Shi was still excited at this moment. Chen Feng waved his hand. I was just forced to do it, and I just happened to go down to save the situation. If I had changed to Song, maybe the effect would not be so good. Chen Feng's modesty made Song Shi feel more favorable towards him. Student Chen Feng, do you mind adding me on WeChat? Are you free recently? I would like to invite you to have a simple meal together. With Song Shi's cold personality, when she said this at this moment, I'm afraid everyone present would be surprised. One of the 4 campus beauties of Donghai University, the goddess of the Department of Literature, took the initiative to add Chen Feng on WeChat? After adding WeChat, Chen Feng smiled and said, the campus beauty personally invited me, so how can I not be available? Chen Feng winked at Wu Hao as he spoke, as if to say, look, didn't the toad drag the swan down to earth? It's not that difficult to eat swan meat. Envy made Sun Tianyu breathe rapidly. Jealousy made Wu Hao look pale. People who compare themselves to others will die. I've never heard that Song Shi, who has a cold personality, would actually take the initiative to add someone on WeChat. Wu Hao thought that Chen Feng had given him enough stimulation tonight. Who would have thought that Song Shi left with a shy look on her face, and the next moment she came back in a red dress? It turned out to be Xinyu, one of the 4 campus beauties of Tunghai University. She is always proud, cold, and yet indifferent. She is definitely the most unapproachable one among the 4 campus beauties. Otherwise, the music club under her would not have chosen not to perform at such a big event as the welcome party tonight. The red dress is like fire, and the temperament is like ice. Xinyu's temperament and Song Shi are definitely 2 extremes. If Song Shi is as elegant as an orchid, then Xinyu is a rose in bud, with her skirt fluttering and her tall and slender legs particularly eye-catching and attractive. She is simply the template of a queen. However, no one expected that she would appear here at this moment. He even looked Chen Feng up and down. After staring for a long time, he slowly uttered something that almost made Wu Hao drop his jaw in shock. "Student Chen Feng, I would like to invite you to join our music club." Ding! Host is facing a choice. Option 1, agree to join the music club, reward classic pop song expertise. Choose 2, consider it, and you will be rewarded with a set of master-level music score. Choose 3, reject Xinyu, and get a chance to win a big wheel lottery. The system sounded beside his ears, and Chen Feng looked at Xinyu in front of him. He slowly said, "Senior Xinyu, I want to focus on my studies for the time being, so I don't plan to join any clubs." Chapter 5, Once a Brother, Always a Brother. Ahem. Wu Hao was choked on the spot. Even Sun Tianyu subconsciously thought that he had misheard. Although he was not very interested in girls, he knew how much honor Xinyu had brought to Donghai University. Her music club is definitely one of the top 3 clubs in the school. I even heard that they are planning to form a band and debut. Chen Feng actually chose to refuse? Wu Hao almost exposed Chen Feng's true colors. Come on, with your grades of failing 3 out of 10 subjects, you still have the nerve to say that your studies are the most important? What kind of tactic is this? Playing hard to get? He really wanted to kneel down and call Chen Feng Master Chen. He is really good at pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Xinyu put on a stern face and took the initiative to invite him. If this happened to her, she would definitely agree at the first opportunity. Not to mention that there are so many beautiful girls in the music club and there is huge potential for development. This kind of treatment would be enough to brag about for a long time if it got out. Only Chen Feng could reject it so calmly. Xinyu didn't seem to expect Chen Feng to reject her. She stood there in a daze for a moment, and then looked at Chen Feng, who didn't seem to be playing hard to get, but instead had a serious look on his face. The curiosity that is unique to women is aroused again. "Okay, this is my phone number. If you figure it out, feel free to contact me." Although she was slightly angry, Xinyu still left her phone number to Chen Feng before leaving. When Wu Hao saw the scene, he gradually became numb. It's so fucking exciting. Congratulations to the host for making a successful choice and getting a chance to win a prize on the big wheel. Do you want to win? Lottery. Chen Feng did not hesitate. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the Grandmaster level Enlightenment of Bajiquan reward. As these words fell, Chen Feng felt as if something had appeared in his mind. Bajiquan. That is the most masculine and powerful boxing style. With his strengthened physique and Bajiquan at his disposal, he can kill anyone who stands in his way. At least he will have no problem protecting himself. However, at the same time, in another corner of the backstage, Ning Wenyuan's handsome face was covered with frost as he looked at Chen Feng, who was in the limelight tonight, and his eyes were almost popping out of blood. Song Shi usually has a cold personality. As a top student in the Department of Finance and a famous school idol in Donghai University, no matter how hard he tries to please her, the latter doesn't even bother to look at him. But now this ordinary Chen Feng can actually talk and laugh with her. I was even added on WeChat and invited to dinner. And Xinyu, even she actually extended an olive branch to Chen Feng? Hatred instantly made him look hateful. How could this boy, who was obviously ordinary, win the favor of Song Shi? How could he be highly regarded by Xinyu? Singing well is useless. Chen Feng quietly walked to the side, opened the window, lit a cigarette and took 2 deep puffs. When he choked and coughed, Ning Wenyuan made a phone call with a resolute look in his eyes. Brother Gua, there is a student I don't like. Please help me find a few trustworthy people to find an opportunity to remove his tonsils. After the party, in front of the barbecue stall at the West Gate, the 4 people in dormitory 304 were short of 1, and as usual, they prepared to drink until midnight. As expected, Wang Wei went out of school to fool around again. Brother Feng, you're famous. Look, the video of your performance has made the headlines on the school website, and the entire school forum is going crazy. After tonight, you will be a celebrity in our Dongda University. Sun Tianyu looked delighted. I thought that in our dormitory, only rich second generations like Wei Ge whose families run hotels can become sea kings. People like us who come from ordinary families are destined to be spare tires in this life. I have no foresight. Wu Hao looked at Chen Feng. He never expected that he would be slapped in the face so quickly. He thought everyone was just pretending, but he never thought that Chen Feng was a cheater. With 2 skewers of Chinese kidney in his left hand and a bottle of Brave the World in his right hand, Wu Hao staggered to Chen Feng and said, Brother Feng, you have broadened my horizons tonight. You made the class beauty cry, the school beauty Song Shi took the initiative to add you on WeChat, and even Xin Yu extended an olive branch to you, but you rejected it outright. You started with the 4 campus beauties and hooked up with 2 of them at once. You don't have the potential to be the Sea King, you just want to be the Dragon King of the East Sea. Ha ha ha. There were bursts of laughter, and people rolled up their sleeves and drank until midnight. Even Chen Feng felt a trance in front of him. Howsy, you are drunk. Don't forget that you have to wash my underwear when you get home. Go to hell, take down Song Shi first. Leaving the barbecue stall burping. The girl is beautiful and wild, the girl walked into the green tent. They played and supported each other all the way. Wu Hao's face turned red from drinking and he hummed a song until he was unconscious. Being carried by Sun Tianyu and Chen Feng staggered across the dormitory building. He felt distressed as he looked at his brother who was showing his true feelings. In the previous life, the reason why he had been persuading Chen Feng to stay away from Su Xiaoman was because he had suffered from a green tea bitch. When Wu Hao was a freshman in college, he weighed only 120 pounds. After being dumped by a green tea bitch, he ran wildly on the playground in the heavy rain all night. Later, I couldn't control my diet and I weighed 170 pounds. I got over it later, but I became a single man who was good at answering all kinds of emotional questions. At this moment, Chen Feng secretly swore in his heart. Since God has allowed me to live this life again with cheats, I have to help my brothers no matter what. I can never let them feel disappointed like I did in the last life. Chapter 6, People pass through the flowers without getting a single leaf on them. As the saying goes, fame brings trouble. Chen Feng's outstanding performance at the welcome party made him a celebrity at Southeast University overnight. Early in the morning, Chen Feng woke up as usual. Looking at Wu Hao and Sun Tianyu who were still sleeping soundly, a smile appeared on his face. It seems that there are many benefits to improving physical fitness. After a quick tidy up, Chen Feng finished his breakfast and walked into the classroom. Instantly, many eyes gathered around him, some envious, some surprised, and most jealous. During this time, Chen Feng met Su Xiaoman, the green tea class beauty whom he had fallen deeply in love with in his previous life. Because she was sitting right next to Chen Feng, it seemed that the incident at the welcome party had a significant impact on Su Xiaoman. TSK. Do you still think I will lick you like I did in my previous life? You're dreaming. After spitting in his heart, Chen Feng sat down nearby, his eyes not staying on Su Xiaoman for even a second. The morning class was over, and Chen Feng was about to get up when a pungent smell hit him. Chen Feng, I have something to tell you. Su Xiaoman bit her lips slightly, her voice slightly seductive, her eyes staring at Chen Feng, her eyes full of love. Sorry, I'm not interested in you. After saying this, Chen Feng stood up calmly and walked out of the classroom in a cool manner. How could this happen? He used to like me very much, why is he suddenly so cold to me? Is it because of me and Ning Yuan? Looking at Chen Feng who had left with a cold face, Su Xiaoman felt very regretful. She almost pinched her hand into her flesh and a mist appeared in her eyes. As soon as he went downstairs, a classmate wearing glasses ran up to Chen Feng. Classmate, someone is looking for you at the school gate. Before Chen Feng could ask, the man had already turned around and started jogging, as if he was worried that staying for another second would bring him trouble. Chen Feng was feeling depressed, but he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Wasn't it Ning Yuan, the campus idol of Dongda University? Ding, the system detects that the host will encounter a disaster, please make a choice. Choice 1, pretend nothing happened, go back to the dormitory and sleep, and get the title of Invincible Coward. Choice 2, go to the school gate, find out who it is, and get a consolation prize of 100 yuan. Choice 3, take the initiative to find Ning Yuan, force him to solve the problem, and get the God-level painting reward. Chen Feng grinned crookedly, narrowed his eyes slightly, and walked towards Ning Wenyuan, who was not far away. You are really haunting me. Let's see what tricks you are going to play. Although he didn't know what a god-level painting was, Chen Feng, who had tasted the sweetness, naturally knew that the system would not cheat him. What's more, he now possesses a master-level understanding of the extremely strong and masculine Bajiquan, so he will not take ordinary villains seriously. Perhaps because he was guilty, Ning Wenyuan felt a sudden tremor in his heart when he saw Chen Feng approaching, and he felt a little flustered for no reason. If you want to find me, why bother using those shady tricks? Just take me there. Looking at Ning Wenyuan, who was known as the school hunk, Chen Feng's eyes were full of mockery and he firmly established the dominant position. Ning Wenyuan was stunned, wondering how Chen Feng knew. Why are you standing there? You were never so cowardly before. This sentence undoubtedly stimulated Ning Wenyuan. Thinking of the various pictures on the forum that exaggerated Chen Feng, Ning Wenyuan flashed a fierce look. You asked for this. If you are not afraid of death, just follow me. After saying these harsh words, Ning Wenyuan walked in front with a gloomy face and led the way. The two of them walked one after the other, attracting the attention of many students from the same school, but no one dared to say anything. After walking for about 10 minutes, Ning Wenyuan looked back and found that Chen Feng was not far behind him. Humph, later I'll make you kneel on the ground and sing conquer. Ning Wenyuan snorted in his heart and quickened his pace. After leaving the school, Chen Feng casually glanced around and didn't notice anything unusual. But he was not in a hurry. After all, it wouldn't take long before Ning Wenyuan would definitely take him to his destination. Sure enough, after walking 500 meters, Ning Wenyuan took the lead and walked into the alley on the left. Brother Yuan, didn't you say that we should teach someone a lesson? Where is the person? He's behind us. I don't know what that guy was thinking. He actually followed us. Chen Feng listened to the sound coming from the alley, his heart was calm, he turned around and walked in with a dignified manner. It's this guy, quickly destroy him. Ning Wenyuan suddenly showed his fierceness when he saw Chen Feng appear. I saw more than a dozen people who had been waiting in the alley, and they rushed over as if they were injected with chicken blood. Faced with such a scene, anyone else would have been scared and fled. On the other hand, Chen Feng remained calm and did not show any panic. Thank you for the hot air balloon from riding a snail in space. I love you. In the blink of an eye, a wonderful and sweet voice sounded. Yi Mengmeng, one of the foremost beautiful girls at Tunghai University, appeared at the entrance of the alley, holding a selfie stick, wearing a t-shirt and a cute bun. Ah! A scream caught Yi Mengmeng's attention, and she looked over with her watery eyes. My dears, in the live broadcast room, I have a huge benefit for you. It will be a live broadcast of a big scene where one fights against 100. Looking at the scene in front of her, Yi Mengmeng immediately found a great way to attract fans. The next second, the camera switches view. Immediately, the mobile phone screen showed the image of Chen Feng fighting with a dozen people. Fuck, that's awesome. That punch must have been developed over 20 years. Is this the legendary master? No, I want to become his disciple. Please tell me where this place is. Look, someone is flying. For a while, Yi Mengmeng's live broadcast was overcrowded, and the barrage of comments filled the entire interface. Some people even started to search for where this intense scene came from. At this time, Yi Mengmeng no longer had the mind to interact with the netizens, her eyes were fixed on Chen Feng. As the campus belle of Tokyo University, she had seen all kinds of boys, but she had never thought that someone could display boxing skills so vividly, with the demeanor of a person who walks through the flowers without getting a single leaf on him. In just 1.5 minutes, the dozen or so people who were so arrogant a second ago were now lying on the ground in a mess. Chen Feng stood alone, standing out from the crowd. You. Ghost. Ning Wenyuan, who was standing in the corner, was so frightened by the scene in front of him that his face turned pale. He screamed and ran away. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the selection and obtaining the god-level painting reward. Strange, isn't he Ning Wenyuan? Did he find these people? Then who is this person? Looking at the figure rushing past her, Yi Mengmeng's pretty face showed confusion, and her eyes once again looked at Chen Feng not far away. Ding, the system detected that the host's domineering scene was circulated online, please make a choice. Chapter 7, Completely Becoming a Celebrity. Choice 1, turn around and leave with domineering and unrestrained manner, and obtain the title of indifferent to worldly affairs. Option 2, don't let the camera capture your face and you will receive a 500 yuan Herman Award. Choose 3, show your face, reveal your identity, and get 1 million yuan. For the first time, the system gave money instead of a skill-based reward. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows in surprise. However, a reward of 1 million yuan is already a huge sum of money for Chen Feng, a college student from an ordinary family who has not yet entered society. The system is really generous. At this time, Yi Mengmeng came jogging over from a distance, holding a mobile phone in her hand. Her little face was red, not sure whether it was because of excitement or running. She exuded youth and vitality. She stared at Chen Feng with shining eyes, very expectant. Hello, my name is Yi Mengmeng. May I ask which university you are from and what is your name? Can you say hello to the viewers in my live studio? You were really amazing just now. I have never seen such a... Yi Mengmeng asked a series of questions, which made Chen Feng feel a little overwhelmed. However, since the system gave him such an option, he had to show his face. He also found out at the first time that this little Lolita was one of the 4 campus beauties of Tunghai University, Yi Mengmeng from the Academy of Fine Arts. He heard that she likes live streaming very much, and it seems that she is indeed a live streaming fan. Chen Feng nodded. Yi Mengmeng was overjoyed and held the phone in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng also smiled awkwardly at the camera. Hello everyone, I am Chen Feng from Tunghai University. At this time, many comments appeared on the screen. Such an awesome person is actually from our school. How come I have never heard of him? I must worship him as my boss. Ah. Isn't this the little brother who sang so beautifully at the welcome party not long ago? Did you notice that the guy who was so scared just now was our school's most handsome boy, Ningwen Yuan? In addition to many people from the society, most of the people in Yi Mengmeng's live broadcast room were students from Donghai University. When they saw Chen Feng beating someone, the room was in chaos. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the selection and receiving a reward of 1 million yuan. Yi Mengmeng's already big eyes widened. Are you also from Donghai University? We are alumni. Yi Mengmeng stretched out her small white hand. Hello, let me formally introduce myself. I am Yi Mengmeng from the Academy of Fine Arts. Nice to meet you. Chen Feng also stretched out his hand and shook it gently. How come I have never heard of the school beauty's name? Computer Science Department, Chen Feng. After listening to this, Yi Mengmeng stuck out her tongue mischievously and looked at Chen Feng with great curiosity. Chen Feng, your kung fu was amazing just now. Can you teach me? I also want to learn some self-defense skills to beat the bad guys to a pulp. Yi Mengmeng clenched her pink fists and pretended to be fierce. Chen Feng also shook his head with amusement. He turned around and waved his hand. It doesn't need to be taught. It's innate. And then he left this place of right and wrong. Yi Mengmeng placed her hands on her chest, like Shizi holding her heart. So handsome. After Chen Feng returned to the dormitory, he immediately turned on his mobile phone. Dear user, your card with the last number 1222 has been recharged with 1 million yuan. Chen Feng counted the long string of zeros at the end and couldn't help but feel his heart beat several times. Afterwards, I'll have more money. At this time, Wu Hao, who was playing games in the dormitory, suddenly exclaimed. Fuck, brother Feng, you are cheating. You can actually fight more than a dozen big men by yourself. Wu Hao showed the computer interface to Chen Feng. Chen Feng saw a post. The owner's name was Fingmi Mame and the avatar was a screenshot of Chen Feng singing with a microphone at the welcome party. Not to mention, when he lowered his head, he had a gentle expression like water. It really made the little girl feel aroused. Chen Feng shook his head, not expecting that he would have a fangirl so soon. The latest uploaded video in this post includes a video of Chen Feng saving the situation at the welcome party, as well as a video in Yi Mengmeng's live broadcast room. Unexpectedly, the number of views has reached tens of thousands, even though it has only been a short time. Chen Feng was impressed by the speed of internet communication. After Wu Hao carefully watched the latter video, he looked at Chen Feng with some resentment. Brother Feng, do you have any underwear? Chen Feng looked alert. What are you doing? When Wu Hao saw his posture, he shrank his neck, thought of the scene just now, and swallowed. I'm going to wash your underwear. Chen Feng became completely famous, but to what extent? Wherever he went, people were talking about him, and girls kept handing him love letters. That day, Chen Feng went to the computer department classroom in Area A of the teaching building for class. When he reached the corner of the stairs, he saw a girl with her back to him, her hands on her legs, slumped on the ground, and crying. When she heard someone coming, she turned around and it was Su Xiaoman. She was crying and looking at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, I sprained my leg. Can you take me to the school hospital? As she said this, she looked at him pitifully and expectantly. Students were coming and going in the stairwell, pointing and talking. In the crowd, Ning Wenyuan looked at Su Xiaoman, who was flirting with Chen Feng in the stairwell, with a gloomy look, and curled his lips. Bitch. He looked at Chen Feng with dark eyes, and when he thought of Chen Feng's kung fu that day, he felt a little scared. Chen Feng, just wait for me. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows as he looked at Su Xiaoman, who was still playing the victim. Sorry, I have something else to do. Then he waved his hand. Hey, that classmate, yes, you, the one wearing glasses, can you help this classmate and send her to the school hospital? I still have classes to go to. The little boy who was pointed at showed admiration on his face. He didn't expect that Chen Feng actually spoke to him. He nodded hurriedly and swiftly helped Su Xiaoman away. Su Xiaoman turned around and looked at Chen Feng resentfully, her eyes full of unwillingness. Impossible, Chen Feng loves me, he must be pretending, yes, he must be. After Su Xiaoman left, there was nothing exciting to watch, so Chen Feng returned to the classroom. Sun Tianyu was sitting in the first row and saw Chen Feng. He adjusted his heavy glasses and nodded at him. Chen Feng also smiled and sat next to him and Wu Hao. Before I could sit down, someone sat down in the seat next to me. Oh, that's great. Our Xiao Feng is hooked up with 3 pretty girls in our school. I, Wang Wei, am ashamed of myself. It turned out to be Wang Wei, the rich second generation. This guy didn't come to class every day. He was either out picking up girls or having a party in his own villa. Chapter 8: Becoming good friends with Yi Mengmeng. Wang Wei put his hand on Chen Feng's shoulder and looked at him with a teasing look on his face. You're great, kid. Why don't you give me the WeChat of the beautiful girl from Song University and I'll treat you to a delicious meal? Chen Feng knew his character very well and rolled his eyes. Come on, Wei Gu, those girlfriends of yours can circle the earth several times together. Wang Wei also curled his lips and said nothing. You have to know that the 4 school beauties all have backgrounds, and they are all very picky. No matter how capable he is, he can only seduce ordinary girls. Hey, man, my dad is coming to celebrate the opening of a new hotel this weekend. Please come and join us. Wang Wei winked at Chen Feng. Wu Hao was unhappy and pulled Sun Tianyu. Brother Wei, we should be fair. Why did you only invite Brother Feng? You are not a good friend. Wang Wei rolled his eyes and said, come on, since you brought Chen Feng here, I will open the door to welcome you. Chen Feng also knew that he definitely had no good intentions. Wang Wei's eyebrows danced with joy, and he leaned forward slyly. Brother, do you know the Song Group? Chen Feng thought about it and nodded. The Song Group was a group founded by Song Shi's father, Song Rui. It was responsible for the one-stop operation of real estate and hotels. Anyway, it was the leader in Dongzhou's service industry. This was why Song Shi had many suitors from famous and noble families, but she still had no boyfriend. Chen Feng was very confused. Wang Wei waved his hand, and his sharp hairstyle swayed with it. It's like this. My father has set his sights on a piece of land and wants to develop it into a hotel, but this piece of land is mainly controlled by the Song Group. Good brother, just consider it as a beg of yours. My father said that if I can invite Miss Song over, he will help me clear the account on my card and double my pocket money. Ding. Host is facing a choice. Choice 1, politely reject Wang Wei's request and get the title of Plastic Brother, but. Option 2, consider it and get a set of master-level brushes. Choose 3, accept the invitation and attend the hotel opening ceremony with Song Shi. Obtain super memory. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Doesn't this mean that his learning ability will increase dramatically? Chen Feng naturally chose the third option. Okay, I'll give you a heads up when the time comes. Wang Wei stood up happily, straightened his suit sleeves, and blew Chen Feng a kiss. That's it, my happiness for the rest of my life is in your hands. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he went out and walked away with his junior schoolmate from the dance academy next door. Chen Feng felt a chill and rubbed the goosebumps on his hands. The post by Sister Mifeng is still spreading. On the 18th floor of Tianyu Group, Li Xiao stood in front of the French window with a frown on his face. Secretary Chen Shi stood beside him with an anxious and exhausted look on his face. Mr. Li, Aihua Entertainment is simply too abominable. Chen Shi clenched his fists and said with some sadness, Boss Li, our artists have been criticized to pieces. Many of them dare not go out. Li Xiao's eyes were red. He had not eaten or drunk for the past few days and had not slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Aihua Entertainment had messed up his group and most of the artists had gone to other places. Where is Mugwort? Li Xiao closed his eyes. It's strange to say, AIE is the only one in our company who has not suffered from the behind-the-scenes attack of the Aihua group. I'm afraid he is a little restless now. Li Xiao shook his head and looked into the distance. Sure enough, it was still unreliable. After class, Chen Feng went to the bank and transferred 50,000 yuan to his family. He couldn't transfer too much now, otherwise it would arouse his parents' suspicion. After all, it was indeed difficult for Chen Feng to accept that he could make so much money all of a sudden. I called Chen's father and told him that he was reborn 3 months ago, so naturally he had to make up for his previous regrets. In his previous life, his parents had lost their son to old age, and they were very worried about him. Chen Lei answered the phone. Hello, Xiaofeng, have you eaten yet? Chen Feng also felt a little sad. Only when he entered the outside world, he would find that his parents were the only ones who treated him well selflessly. Dad, I got a job and made some money. You and Mom can use it first. I will make more money later. When Chen Lei saw the extra money in his phone, his tone was very shocked. Xiaofeng, this is 50,000 yuan. You are still studying, how can you earn so much money? Let me tell you, although our family is not well off, we can still afford to support you. You must not do anything you shouldn't do. Chen Lei was a little anxious. Chen Feng also knew that it was difficult to explain the origin of the money. Dad, don't worry. My money is clean and legitimate. Don't think too much. After hanging up the phone, Yang Qinmei sat next to Chen Lei, also a little anxious. Brother Lei, where did Fenger get so much money? I'm worried. Chen Lei patted Yang Qinmei on the shoulder and said, Xiaomei, I am a little worried too. Next time I go to purchase goods, I will go to Dongzhou University to see Xiao Fengba and ask about the situation. Yang Qinmei nodded, her face full of worry. Chen Feng looked into the distance and murmured softly. It seems I have to find a job that's visible. At this moment, there was a dripping sound in his hand, and someone sent a message to Chen Feng. Chen Feng opened WeChat and raised his eyebrows. It was Song Shi. Chen Feng, thank you so much for the welcome party. I wonder if you can do me the honor of treating me to a meal. Chen Feng thought about it and replied. It's disrespectful. Song Shi replied immediately. Then it's settled. Saturday, 3rd floor of Shihua restaurant. Chen Feng replied with an OK sign. Anyway, he couldn't keep refusing Song Shi's invitation, and besides, Wang Wei's matter also needed to be discussed. Chen Feng, hey, here. In the distance, a girl with a bun and wearing overalls was standing under the peach blossoms. She looked very young and beautiful, forming a beautiful landscape in her own right. Behind her stood a girl wearing sportswear, who was tall, had delicate features, but had a casual short hair. Chen Feng walked towards her. Yi Mengmeng? Yi Mengmeng nodded, jumped up, and patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. Hey, even though you don't agree to be my master, I still admire you very much. Don't try to get rid of me. By the way, this is my good friend, best friend, from the sports college, Zhou Yanan. Zhou Yanan looked at Chen Feng with hostility. There was no friendliness at all. Chen Feng was very surprised. Chapter 9, Showing Your Edge. Chen Feng just nodded and said nothing. Yi Mengmeng, what do you want from me? Yi Mengmeng wrinkled her little face, and her round face seemed to have turned into a delicate little bun. Chen Feng, I know your martial arts skills are among the best, and now is the time when I can really use you. Having said that, Yi Mengmeng took Chen Feng's wrist and walked towards the Academy of Fine Arts. The architecture of the Academy of Fine Arts presents a European artistic style. A thinker stands with a shelf in the center of the garden at the entrance. There are sculptures everywhere, and the entire Academy of Fine Arts is a building surrounded by a garden. Along the way, Yi Mengmeng walked anxiously, holding Chen Feng's wrist, while Zhou Yanan stared at their hands, eyes full of resentment. Chen Feng was even more puzzled. He had no conflict with Zhou Yanan, so why did he feel like he had cheated her out of a lot of money? Chen Feng violently broke free from Yi Mengmeng's hand. Yi Mengmeng, what on earth are you going to do? Yi Mengmeng looked aggrieved and pouted. It's like this, I'm from class 6 of the Academy of Fine Arts. Our class originally occupied a studio and planned to complete today's homework in it, but the particularly arrogant Zhao Mo from class 8 next door took over our classroom today with his class. If there weren't so many girls in our class, we wouldn't have been able to clash with the boys. Yi Mengmeng pursed her lips in grievance, and then looked at Zhou Yanan next to her. Nan Nan also got hurt on her face because she stood up for me. A closer look revealed that there was indeed a small bruise on Zhou Yanan's face. Zhou Yanan turned her head and said, Meng Meng, this was originally their fault. Why did they take over your classroom? Zhou Yanan also seemed to be an impulsive person. When it came to the critical moment, he also wanted to rush over and fight again. It's a pity that this girl who looks so delicate has the personality of a tomboy. Yi Mengmeng held Zhou Yanan back and said, Nan Nan, don't be impulsive. I'm afraid you'll have another conflict with them and get wronged. You should go back first. Zhou Yanan was a little stunned, then pointed at Chen Feng. Meng Meng, you believe him but not me? Yi Mengmeng also felt a little guilty and poked him with her finger. Nan Nan, I'm just worried that you'll get hurt. After hearing this, Zhou Yanan also showed a gentle expression. Okay, Meng Meng, you go, but you have to promise me that you can't conflict with them and protect yourself. Then he touched Yi Mengmeng's face. Chen Feng suddenly read something from Zhou Yanan's eyes. This was not the look that good sisters should have. Could it be that Zhou Yanan actually had that kind of thoughts? It has to be said that Chen Feng came into contact with the truth. Zhou Yanan gave Chen Feng a fierce look. Chen Feng, right? What if something happens to Meng Meng because of you? You just wait and see. After making these harsh words, he left. Chen Feng spread his hands. What do you mean by because of him? From the beginning to the end, it was none of his business. Turning around, I caught a glimpse of red light from the corner of my eye. It seemed to be a girl in a red dress, but it disappeared after a while. Chen Feng didn't care either. Ding! It is detected that the host is facing a choice, and a side quest is issued to help Yi Mengmeng take back the occupied classroom, and the character value is rewarded with 10 points. Reminder, when the character value reaches a certain amount, it can be exchanged for corresponding rewards. Chen Feng could only let Yi Mengmeng pull him away. Yi Mengmeng hurriedly dragged him to the classroom on the second floor. There were 2 teams of people standing at the door of the classroom, and the people at the door were very arrogant. Little girls in class 6, there are not many boys in your class. It's just one classroom. The senior brother will definitely win this game. Why are you working so hard? The leader was a boy with long, sharp hair, who should be the Zhao Mo mentioned by Yi Mengmeng. The classroom was mostly filled with girls, with only a few boys who were cowering with sweat dripping from their foreheads. The girls were not convinced. Zhao Mo, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have the support of the senior brother. Just wait, Meng Meng is going to find help for us, and we will beat you to a pulp. Zhao Mo was very disdainful. I was wondering where our cute school beauty is. Reinforcements? Don't just find a chicken, huh? Yi Mengmeng was shaking with anger. Zhao Mo, you were such a shameless villain. It was obviously our class that occupied the classroom first. Do you believe me? I will tell Director Zhao. Zhao Mo raised his eyebrows. Although there was still fear in his eyes, he just said nonchalantly, go ahead and sue. I'll see if the Dean of Studies will take care of such a small matter. Zhao Mo glanced and saw Chen Feng standing behind Yi Mengmeng. He whistled. This brother is the helper Mengmeng found. He looks weak and frail, but he is really a little chicken. Ah, brothers, what do you think, is this right? Everyone burst into laughter. Chen Feng saw that everyone was pointing the finger at him and shook his head helplessly. Standing in front of Yi Mengmeng, if I'm not mistaken, fighting in groups on campus will be punished. If you want to fight, change the venue and I'll fight with you. As for this classroom, the first come, first served rule should be understood by you all? Chen Feng's eyes were silent, and Zhao Mo felt that this was a provocation. Oh? Fight with us, you ungrateful brat. Zhao Mo himself was considered a second-generation rich man, and his family had spent some money to learn some taekwondo, although it was not up to par. However, he was able to show off in front of this group of ignorant college students. Brother Zhao has taken action. I'm afraid this kid will be beaten half to death. Yes, the person who provoked Brother Zhao last time is still lying in the hospital. Zhao Mo suddenly stepped forward and tried to restrain Chen Feng. Everyone heard a scream, and then something shocking happened. Chen Feng, who should have been lying on the ground, stood still and pushed Zhao Mo's hand back fiercely. Zhao Mo grimaced in pain and sweat poured down his face. Everyone's jaws almost dropped to the ground. Yi Mengmeng clapped her hands vigorously and recorded the wonderful clip just now. Just kidding, her live broadcast room gained a lot of fans last time, all thanks to Chen Feng. She would not miss such a good opportunity. Zhao Mo knelt on the ground. Hey, this hero, I know I was wrong, please let go, it hurts. Chen Feng looked down, this classroom? Zhao Emo nodded hurriedly, this classroom originally belonged to Class 6. It was originally theirs. Everyone in Class 6 cheered, and Chen Feng loosened his grip and let go of Zhao Emo. Zhao Emo was so scared that he rolled over and crawled, and was helped away by his younger brothers. However, when he turned a corner, no matter who you are, if you provoke me, it's like provoking the eldest brother, and he won't let you go. Chen Feng couldn't help but want to curse. This person changed too quickly. He looked like a bastard just now. What's senior brother? I'm still junior brother Sha. Chen Feng didn't care. He was not afraid. At worst, he would kill gods or Buddhas. Yi Mengmeng ran to Chen Feng with a pair of starry eyes. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the side quest successfully and gaining 10 points of character value. Chapter 10 I will not offend others unless they offend me. Yi Mengmeng looked at Chen Feng with a fangirl look on her face. Chen Feng, my god, you are so awesome. I knew you could definitely help me get back my face. Then he pulled Chen Feng into the classroom and said, come on, I'll show you the elegance of our Academy of Fine Arts. The girl standing at the door of the classroom also stepped aside, looking at him with curiosity and a hint of admiration. There were even girls discussing in a low voice, oh my god, his moves just now were so cool, did you see that? He only used one move to capture Zhao Emo who practiced taekwondo. Yeah, when did our school produce such a handsome guy with explosive fighting skills? I heard Meng Meng say his name is Chen Feng. Chen Feng? The Chen Feng from the computer department. I heard he sings really well. Chen Feng was pulled into their classroom by Yi Mengmeng. The classroom was very spacious, but it was filled with drawing boards. Next to the drawing boards were a lot of paints and inks, brushes, and miscellaneous tools lying around next to the canvases. However, there are various different paintings of mountains and seas on everyone's drawing board. Since Chen Feng has the plug-in of a god-level painter, he can naturally see these paintings and judge their skills. The contents of these paintings vary, but they all revolve around the theme of mountains, rivers, and flowers. Some used oil paintings, some used sketches, and some used gouache. The styles are very different, but they all only float on the surface and are not painted with heart. Yi Mengmeng pointed at the painting in the front and said, Nua, that's what I drew. How about it? It looks good, right? Chen Feng walked to the painting, and Yi Mengmeng was still talking non-stop. In the Academy of Fine Arts, except for that annoying senior brother Meng Fan, no one can surpass me. In fact, I think it's all because of that stinky old man by Jingfeng who has no vision. He said that my painting. Before he finished speaking, Chen Feng continued, he said that your paintings lack verve, and only depict the surface elegance, but lack passion and emotion for the paintings. Yi Mengmeng was stunned. Oh my god, what you said was almost exactly the same as Old Man Bai. You know, even though I don't agree with Old Man Bai, he is a well-known master Bai in the art world. Many rich people want to be cultured and spend thousands of dollars to get a word of advice from him, but he won't see them. Yi Mengmeng widened her watery eyes and stared at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, don't tell me that you are a genius in this area. Chen Feng didn't say anything. He was just joking. He was the one who received guidance from the system. Yi Mengmeng rummaged through the drawers and found a wolf hairbrush and a Baiyun brush. She placed a felt on the ink tray that had already been mixed with ink, took out some rice paper and spread it out. Come on, I don't accept it. I already have Meng Fan above me, but you, who is from the School of Computer Science, are so good. If you draw, Yi Mengmeng, won't believe it. Yi Mengmeng pointed at the rice paper on the table, and Chen Feng was also eager to try. After all, he had never used this god-level painting skill since he acquired it. Chen Feng divided the rice paper into several parts, turned around and asked Yi Mengmeng, the theme is nature? Yi Mengmeng nodded. Old Man Bai has specially organized a competition at the Academy of Fine Arts this time. The winner will be taken by Old Man Bai to participate in an art exchange meeting. There will be many big names in the art world at that time. Therefore, the entire Academy of Fine Arts has been in an uproar. The theme he gave is nature. No matter what painting method you use. Yi Mengmeng was still talking, her eyes drifted to the white painting in front of Chen Feng. The long painting was divided into 4 parts, spring, summer, autumn and winter. The first painting is in spring, with a beautiful woman leaning against a pavilion on a misty hillside. The willow tree beside the pavilion seems to be swaying, caressing the woman's face. In the distance, there are green mountains, with layers upon layers, high and low, and it is difficult to see clearly. The woman has a sad face, which seems to be happy and sad. The whole tone is majestic and reveals the joys and sorrows of a young woman. Next to the painting is written, flowers are like her. Willows are like her. Flowers, willows, youth, and people are separated. The brushstrokes are soft, as if written by a woman. The second picture is a lake standing at the foot of the mountain. There are slight ripples without big ups and downs. The lake surface is clear, reflecting the bright sunshine into people's eyes. The most amazing thing is that the lake gives people the feeling that there is a woman living in it, with light makeup and heavy makeup on. It seems that the person in the painting is looking at someone outside the painting. Next to it is written in a casual way, the water is bright and beautiful when it is sunny, and the mountains are misty and strange when it rains. If I want to compare Westlake to Shishir, heavy makeup and light makeup are always suitable. The third picture shows a man in ancient costume sitting in the window. There are sparse yellow leaves outside the window. The west wind is blowing alone, and the yellow leaves are swaying slightly. Some of them can't bear the blowing and fall directly to the ground. The setting sun is setting in the west. The man is looking out the window with a trace of sadness in his eyes, as if he is thinking about something, or reciting something. The setting sun is setting in the west, and the man's shadow is stretched very long. Next to the painting is a note that reads, who cares about the cold west wind blowing alone, the rustling yellow leaves closing the sparse windows, and standing in the setting sun, thinking about the past. When Yi Mengmeng looked over, Chen Feng had just painted the fourth picture. He actually didn't know what was going on. He glanced out the window and seemed to have an inspiration. One flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi. So, he planned to put his Zen spirit into this fourth painting. Chen Feng opened his eyes, and the hand holding the wolf hairbrush was shaking slightly, because a stunning masterpiece appeared in his mind. His hands did not stop, and Chen Feng's brush moved like the wind. The painting suddenly seemed to come alive. Yi Mengmeng was so shocked that she couldn't be more shocked. The painting was almost finished. Chen Feng put down his brush and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was also a little surprised. Looking at the four paintings in front of him, Chen Feng was sure that any one of them would be a stunning work. Yi Mengmeng covered her lips with her hands. She could naturally see how different Chen Feng's four paintings were. It was in the spirit, not the surface. Yi Mengmeng was finally convinced this time. Mengfan had always been better than her, but she had never accepted it. It was not until she saw Chen Feng drawing that she finally admitted defeat. Chen Feng, this. Yi Mengmeng was speechless. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead and said, damn it. Why didn't I record what happened just now? I'll be in trouble when my cousin sends me a message. She spoke softly and Chen Feng didn't hear it. Chen Feng waited for a while, and when the ink dried, he wanted to put away the paintings. He knew that these paintings would naturally cause a sensation. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Yi Mengmeng immediately stopped him. Hey, Chen Feng, brother Feng, don't take it away. It's not dry yet. Just leave it here. I'll watch over it for you. Don't worry, no one dares to touch your painting. Yi Mengmeng patted her chest, her eyes full of pleading, your painting is so good. Isn't art meant for everyone to appreciate together? Put it here and inspire me. Maybe I'll get some inspiration. Chen Feng looked at the four paintings and was thinking about refusing. Chapter 11, Internal Power. The system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choose 1, take the painting away and get the title of Art Master who never leaves his name. Option 2, leave all the paintings and get the title of Sharing Expert. Choose 3, keep 3 pictures, take Dong Chanshin away, and obtain a set of 8-stage internal energy training methods. Chen Feng naturally knew that Dong Chanshin was the last painting. This painting was far more precious than the other 3. It was painted by Chen Feng with the help of the original system and a little bit of Zen. Therefore, it was actually very important to him. Chen Feng glanced at Yi Mengmeng, his hands moving without stopping, and he put away the fourth painting with waterproof paper first. These 3 paintings are not dry yet, leave them here first, but this is my own painting, I will come to get it when I have time. Although Yi Mengmeng felt a little regretful that the fourth painting was taken away by Chen Feng before she could see the meaning of it clearly, but these 3 paintings were enough for her to feast her eyes. She followed his steps like a chick chasing rice, indicating that she understood. Chen Feng, please add a phone number, in case you can't find anyone when you come to pick it up. Also, I have to thank you for helping us reserve a classroom today. Chen Feng took out his phone, wrote down Yi Mengmeng's phone number, and made a note. Yi Mengmeng waved at him and said, let's go. To express my gratitude, I'll take you out to play on Sunday. Before Chen Feng could refuse, she pushed him out of the door and closed it. There were some little girls outside the door looking around. When they saw him come out and the door was closed, they looked teasing, and some also looked regretful. It turns out that this grass also has an owner. Inside the door, Yi Mengmeng was marveling at the 3 paintings, not noticing at all the red figure looming in the window. Shen Yu was observing the 3 paintings in front of Yi Mengmeng, with a hint of surprise and astonishment in her eyes. This Chen Feng is indeed not to be underestimated. Shen Yu bit her lip, glanced at Yi Mengmeng, then turned and left. Ding, congratulations to the host for making the choice and obtaining the method of practicing the 8th level of internal energy. After the system prompt sounded, a book appeared in Chen Feng's mind. The name of the book was 8-Step Unique Technique. The book introduced that this technique was mainly used for people who had no internal strength to cultivate internal strength. For people like Chen Feng, it had the effect of strengthening the body. The first section could cleanse the marrow and strengthen the bones, and the 8th section could fly over eaves and walls. Chen Feng also raised his eyebrows. Before coming here, the plug-ins were all given directly by the system, but this time, a book was given directly for him to practice. I, Cheng Feng, prefer this kind of more challenging things, otherwise things that are easily obtained are indeed not very realistic. However, the thing of flying over eaves and walking on walls actually exists. Chen Feng also finds it incredible, but if he can be reborn, then what is impossible? After Chen Feng returned to the dormitory, he began to practice the 8th-section unique step, mainly because it was divided into 8 sections. Chen Feng sat on the bed, his qi sinking into his dantian, and he could feel a burning sensation in his abdomen. As he continued to practice the skills, he found a warm current flowing in his body. Time passed minute by minute. Wu Hao came back and thought Chen Feng had fallen asleep, so he didn't make any loud noise. Until Sun Tianyu came back from the library at 11 o'clock and went to bed, Chen Feng was still studying. It was strange that he didn't look tired at all. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Chen Feng finished his practice. He felt sticky all over. After taking a shower, he felt so light that he could fly at any time. It seems that the first paragraph is almost done. On Saturday, Chen Feng rushed to Jinghua Road. The place chosen by Song Shi was quite quiet, just like her personality. This place should be within the second ring road, but it is very quiet, surrounded by wide paths, green leaves and flowers, very beautiful and eye-catching. At the corner, there is a 4-story quaint building, with a plaque at the door with the cursive script Shihua Restaurant, which looks very elegant. Chen Feng pushed the door open and was immediately greeted by a waiter. Sir, do you have a reservation? Chen Feng nodded, looking for someone. 3rd floor, Miss Song. The waitress's originally polite face became more respectful. It seemed that the title of the eldest daughter of the Song group was indeed very important. Sir, Miss Song has already given instructions. Please follow me. The whole way was filled with a sense of astonishment and simplicity. There were many calligraphy and paintings hanging on the white walls. Each piece of calligraphy had its own style and was vigorous and powerful. The calligraphy was signed with only one word, Song. Although Chen Feng didn't know much about calligraphy, after he became a god-level painter, he was extremely sensitive to it, and his calligraphy skills were not bad either. He could tell that this was done by a famous artist. It seemed that the boss behind the Shihua Restaurant also had a very powerful background, as he could hang famous artists' paintings throughout the entire hall. Kong Son, dressed in a long gown, sat down in front of the transparent glass window on the 4th floor. The aroma of a pot of tea floated out. Kong Son looked at the scenery outside, and his heart was filled with excitement. This kind of peaceful life is what I want. At this time, a man in a suit walked in and said, Mr. Kong, the eldest daughter of the Song family is here. She is on the 3rd floor and is waiting for a man. Kong Son's brows suddenly brightened with joy. Oh? Is it the girl from the Song family? It's been so long, I don't know what she looks like now. Take me to see her. Chen Feng was brought by the waiter into the innermost private room on the 3rd floor. Song Shi was wearing a light blue dress, a white headband, and her long hair was draped over her shoulders. She looked very fresh and elegant. After seeing Chen Feng coming, he immediately stood up and said, Chen Feng, you are here. Come and sit here. The waiter pushed open the chair for Chen Feng, who nodded to express his gratitude. After Song Shi sat down, he asked Chen Feng some questions and ordered some of the restaurant's specialties. Chen Feng, I really want to thank you for saving the situation last time. My grandfather was also on the sidelines that time. You know, he is a very proud person. Song Shi was also a little embarrassed. If it weren't for you, I might have made him lose face for his family. It's okay, it was just a coincidence, and I didn't do anything, Chen Feng said lightly. Song Shi then turned his worry into joy. Anyway, I don't need to thank you for your kindness. You can enjoy this meal. This restaurant is one of my favorites. Their specialty dishes are delicious. Chen Feng nodded. After the dishes were served, they tasted really good. Moreover, each dish had its own name and story, and each story had the flavor of time and emotion. As Chen Feng listened, he felt that this boss was truly amazing and an extremely talented person. After Song Shi finished speaking, he drank a cup of tea. Taking advantage of this break, Chen Feng also mentioned it in passing. Song de Shuihua, can I ask you something? Chapter 12, Rude Old Man. Song Shi frowned. What's the point of calling me school beauty? Chen Feng, just call me Shi. My classmates call me that, too. Chen Feng nodded. Shi, it's like this, my roommate's father has opened a new hotel, and he wants you to help cut the ribbon. I wonder if you can go. Song Shi then relaxed his brows and smiled generously. Oh? Is that so? No problem, I will go. What kind of kid actually wants to take advantage of my Shi? Ha? At this time, a stern old voice interrupted. The door was pushed open and Kong Song walked in. He had black hair mixed with white hair, a few wrinkles on his face, and was wearing a gray gown. He looked like a very elegant old man, but his tone was not very friendly. Ding! Important person detected, side quest issued, host needs to get the approval of the important person. Important person? What is the identity of this old man? Song Shi was very surprised when he saw the old man. His eyes sparkled. Grandpa Kong, why are you here? Kong Song looked Song Shi up and down with satisfaction. After so many years, little Shi has grown so tall. Song Shi stuck out her tongue playfully. Grandpa Kong, let me introduce you, this is a classmate of ours, Chen Feng. Chen Feng, this is my grandfather's good friend, Grandpa Kong. Kong Sang then moved his eyes to Chen Feng, looking him up and down. Boy, I heard it, what do you want my Cherie to help you with? Chen Feng was a little embarrassed, but the system said that he must try his best to gain the favor of the person in front of him. Hello, Grandpa Kong, it's actually nothing, I just want to invite Shi to a banquet. Kong Song snorted coldly. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Song Shi came out to smooth things over. Grandpa Kong, you misunderstood. Chen Feng helped me solve a big problem before. When you contact Grandpa, you will know the details. After Kong Song came, he kept talking to Song Shi about the past. Chen Feng could only say that he had something to do and left first. Song Shi could only smile at him apologetically and pointed to her phone, meaning that they would contact each other via WeChat later. Chen Feng knew that he couldn't push too hard, as it was not easy to gain the favor of Mr. Kong. Chen Feng arrived at the bus stop. On the screen in front of him was an entertainment news report. Problems have occurred with artists under the famous entertainment company Tianyu Group. The famous singer AIE chose to withdraw from Tianyu Group and signed a contract with Aihua Entertainment. Chen Feng knew how famous AIE was. He had also heard his songs, but they lacked some charm. Chen Feng didn't take this matter to heart. On Sunday morning, Chen Feng was still meditating and practicing the second stage of his internal energy when he received a call from Yi Mengmeng. Brother Feng, come on, let me take you out to play. Today, I invite you to be a guest in my outdoor live broadcast room. Yi Mengmeng brought Chen Feng to the Sea Breeze amusement park, which was filled with screams and cheerful laughter. Dear fans, today I will bring your dear brother Chen Feng to Qingfeng Sea Amusement Park, please look forward to it. Chen Feng accompanied Yi Mengmeng to ride the pendulum, the roller coaster, and various other exciting projects. Because Chen Feng had practiced internal strength, he did not feel any discomfort. Yi Mengmeng became more and more excited as she played. Come on, brother Feng, you were so awesome, let's go get that. Yi Mengmeng pointed at the pirate ship. Chen Feng was about to follow her when a sturdy man in a suit suddenly bumped into him and looked ferocious. You little brat, you don't have eyes when you walk. After saying that, he waved his hand again, and a large group of people emerged from the crowd and carried Chen Feng into the darkness. Chen Feng obviously knew that someone was trying to make him suffer, and was about to fight back. Ding! The host is detected to be in danger, please find the person behind the scenes. Chen Feng did not fight back, so he took Chen Feng into the dark. In the darkness, some people with very light steps stood out. Master? Chen Feng met them. It was obvious that this group of people were many times stronger than the ones Ning Wenyuan found last time. If Chen Feng had not cultivated his internal strength, he would not have been able to defeat them. In order to find the mastermind behind the incident, Chen Feng pretended to be captured and collapsed against the wall during a few moves. "Boss Ning, we've caught him," the leading man in a suit said, and at this time a man walked out from the darkness. Chen Feng saw this man and narrowed his eyes. He was surnamed Ning and should be related to Ning Wenyuan. He didn't look very old, so he should be an older brother. Chen Feng said hoarsely, "Who are you? What is the grudge between you and me? Why did you arrest me?" Ning Hao raised his head high. "How dare you hit someone from my Ning family? You really don't know what's good for you. Although my brother Wenyuan is a little stupid, he is still a member of my Ning family. You shouldn't touch him." Ding congratulations to the host for finding the mastermind behind the scenes and implicating the Ning family. After hearing the system's prompt, Chen Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly stood up and twisted his neck. "In that case, I've had enough of being a grandson. I'll be a grandfather." At this time, Yi Mingming's panicked voice came from outside. "Chen Feng, brother Feng, are you in there?" Chen Feng frowned when he heard Yi Mingming's voice. He couldn't let them catch her, so he shouted, "Yi Mingming, I'm here, don't come in, wait for me for a while, I'll be out soon." Yi Mingming didn't move, as if she didn't come in. Chen Feng didn't care. Ning Hao's face changed. "Why are you okay?" Chen Feng twisted his wrist, stretched his whole body, and looked at the big men around him. "They are all martial artists, come on, let's go together." Chen Feng's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. A group of people surrounded him as if they were provoked. Chen Feng used his inner strength to nimbly avoid their attacks. With a swish of wind, he beat the group of people to the ground, making them cry out in pain. Dear fans, this is the benefit that Meng Meng has given you today. How do you think it is? Isn't it handsome? Chen Feng turned his head and saw Yi Mengmeng standing in the alley, holding her cell phone high, broadcasting the entire scene live. Chen Feng looked around the alley and found Ning Hao had actually run away. He looked like a decent man, but he turned out to be a coward. He and Ning Wenyuan are really a family. Yi Mengmeng suddenly turned around and gave Chen Feng a thumbs up, her eyes full of admiration and a hint of worship. A ray of setting sun slanted across the alley behind her. Chen Feng also smiled at her. Chen Feng returned to the dormitory and his cell phone beeped. It was a message from Songshi. "I'm very sorry, Chen Feng, don't mind Grandpa Kong yesterday, that's just his personality. Don't worry, I will go to the hotel banquet with you." He also sent a happy face emoticon. Chapter 13 Shin Yu suddenly appears. Chen Feng also responded to Songshi with a comforting expression. In the Ning family's old house, Ning Hao returned to his bedroom in a disheveled state, and had not yet begun to figure out why Chen Feng was so powerful. Ning Wenyuan knocked on the door. Brother, open the door." Ning Hao opened the door angrily. "What are you yelling about, yell?" Ning Wenyuan asked happily, "Brother, how is it? Did you beat Chen Feng into a pig's head?" Ning Hao frowned as he looked at his brother, who looked okay but not very smart. "We need to think about this matter carefully. That kid is too cunning. Maybe second uncle can help us." Inside the axe store in the dark basement, a man was tied to a chair, making a humming sound and his head kept shaking. A man in his 40s or 50s with a scar on his face sat opposite him with a ferocious look on his face. "How about it? Will you explain it or not?" The man's forehead was covered with sweat and his eyes kept blinking. "Brother Ning, tell me, I will tell you." Ning Taohai saw that the man was so sensible, so he waved his hand and his men stepped forward to take over. Ning Taohai went up to the hall and saw Ning Hao sitting there, his men having already prepared water. "Hao, what's up? Do you want to see me for something?" Ning Hao was very happy to see Ning Taohai. "Second uncle, how are you?" Wenyuan was bullied and hurt badly. Ning Taohai frowned. "Who dares to bully our Ning family?" Songshi was studying in the study room of the School of Arts when a red shadow flashed in front of her. She looked up and saw that it was Xinyu. Xinyu looked even more charming in a red dress, with beautiful features. "Come out for a moment, I have something to talk to you about." Songshi's cold eyes flashed. In fact, she and Xinyu didn't have much in common. "What's wrong?" "Shen Yu." Xinyu looked at Songshi, who was leaning against the wall with a very cold look in his eyes, but she quickly restrained it. I heard that Chen Feng invited you to attend the opening ceremony of a hotel. Can you tell me the location? I also want to go and see it." Songshi glanced at Xinyu. She knew that Miss Shen was notoriously unattainable and it was difficult for her to beg others for help. Who knows what she was thinking? She curled her lips and said, "Okay." Yi Mengmeng looked at the 3 paintings in front of her in fascination, then looked at the painting she had drawn next to it and sighed. These were the paintings she was going to participate in the art exhibition, and they were simply vulnerable in front of Chen Feng's 3 paintings. A girl poked her head in from the door and said, "Meng, hurry up, the art exhibition is about to start, and Mr. Bai asked us to hand in our works quickly." Okay, I'll be right there." Yi Mengmeng put her painting back where it was, wrapped up the 3 paintings carefully, and pursed her lips. "I'm sorry, Brother Feng, I can borrow your painting first. This Dongzhou University art exhibition is hosted by Mr. Bai. The most important reason is that many influential figures in the art world will be present for Mr. Bai's sake. Therefore, this art exhibition is extremely grand, and all the school leaders will be present. This time the display will be in the form of a sequential display, all experts can comment, and even auction can be adopted. If your paintings are favored by a powerful person, it can be considered a meteoric rise to fame." The art exhibition was held in a hall. Shen Feng had not originally intended to come, but was dragged and pushed by Wu Hao to come. It is euphemistically called meeting more important people and getting a taste of wealth and status. The hall was bustling with people, but in the front row were some important figures who had arrived late, including several elderly people, who were seated at the very respectful invitation of the school leaders. Chen Feng could only sit in the back row and couldn't see what was happening in front. Ding, an important person has been detected. Please gain the favor of the important person. Oh, it's Mr. Kong, welcome. Kong Tsang and Professor Song walked in together. The principal looked very happy and respectful. As the principal of the first university, he must have a rich background. Everyone present was puzzled by his respect for the old man in the long robe. The commotion in front was so loud that it was hard for Chen Feng not to pay attention. He shook his head. It was not easy to gain the favorability of this strange old man. The system had reminded him twice. It seemed that he still had to find an opportunity. After everyone took their seats and the principal and Mr. Bai had some polite words, the art exhibition finally began. Only the best students in the Academy of Fine Arts could display their works this time. This is the first painting, named Blooming Flowers, please enjoy it. When the masters looked at it, they saw a painting full of colorful patterns, which was very gorgeous and attractive. Many students who didn't know much about it were amazed at the sight and thought it was very beautiful, but the masters just took a glance and shook their heads. Some school leaders were embarrassed and had to buy it at a low price, otherwise the reputation of Dongzhou University would be lost. Bai Jingfeng was so angry that he was fuming. These bastards were just this lowly. Time passed slowly, and several paintings came out, but none of them received the favor of the masters. Mr. Kong didn't even raise his eyelids, and just showed a slight reaction to Professor Song's introduction. This is the 8th painting, named Mountains, Rivers and Water. The host on the stage wiped the sweat from his forehead. This is a painting of mountains and seas, very magnificent, looking mighty and majestic. A master then relaxed his brows and opened his eyes. This painting is quite acceptable, the basic skills are still very solid, I want this painting. The people below were talking about it, and the school leaders also looked happy. Everyone was guessing who it belonged to. Meng Fan, who was standing next to the stage, raised his chin proudly with a smug look in his eyes. Yi Mengmeng rolled his eyes at him. The paintings were all uploaded. Except for the one in the middle, the others were mostly unremarkable. Just when everyone was about to fall asleep, the host cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, this is the most unique painting today, and also the finale. It's named Spring, Summer, and Autumn." The wheel came up, and the spotlight shone on the paintings on the board. There were 3 paintings in total. The first one was a spring scene. There was a beauty in the painting, leaning against a willow tree or a pavilion with a sad look on her face. The second one was a summer scene. The spring sunshine slanted down on the water, and the eyes seemed brighter, as if there was a beauty in the water staring at him. The third one showed a man at sunset, with yellow leaves, staring out the window, thinking, chanting, with a long slanted shadow. Everyone was deeply attracted by the 3 paintings. The whole place fell silent, and everyone stared at the 3 paintings in front of them with bated breath. The masters didn't even dare to move, for fear of disturbing the beauties and men in the paintings. The scene lasted for nearly 5 minutes, and suddenly there was a commotion. The sound became louder and louder, and even the sound of people gasping for air could be heard. Even those who didn't know much about the painting knew that this painting was absolutely a rare treasure. Chapter 14, Too Embarrassed. Kong Song stood up excitedly, his hands were shaking and his feet were unsteady. He stood up tremblingly with his lips trembling. "Old white man, who drew this? His voice was full of disbelief. He had never seen such a stunning work before. Bai Jingfeng was also confused. He was naturally quite accomplished in this area, but he had never thought that his students could actually create such a masterpiece. The masters couldn't wait to get closer to watch, and praised it as they watched. It's a masterpiece. It's really a masterpiece. I am lucky to see such a work in my lifetime. There is so much love and affection between these mountains and rivers that the people in the painting seem to be alive. I wonder who is the guy who drew this picture. Such a talent is really rare, really rare. Bai Jingfeng was completely confused and looked at the people from the Academy of Fine Arts standing next to the stage and waiting quietly. Whose works are these three? Everyone was talking about it, and Meng Fan's face was uncertain. Yi Mengmeng was about to speak when Zhao Mo said excitedly, needless to say, it must be senior brother. The best person in our Academy of Fine Arts is none other than senior brother. Meng Fan's face changed, and then he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes were dim and his expression was uncertain. He said nothing. Zhao Mo looked very proud, as if these three paintings were painted by him. Old Bai frowned. He naturally knew Meng Fan's level, and when did he reach that level? All the masters gathered around. One of them looked at Meng Fan, as if he had thought of something. Kid, is your master Meng Kuan? Meng Fan nodded, that's grandpa. The master said excitedly, as expected, heroes emerge from youth. Meng Fan said modestly, no, it's just luck. After I got the inspiration, these three paintings appeared. Meng Fan knew that this painting was not registered, so who knew who painted it? Anyway, he should be the most qualified person. There was an uproar below. See, this senior brother Meng is really extraordinary. It seems that many experts and masters appreciate this painting. It's more than just admiration. Look at their expressions. They are simply worshipping them. You mean, their level is not as good as brother Meng's? OMG. Kong Song walked over excitedly and looked Meng Fan up and down. Young man, what kind of inspiration made you paint these three paintings? Meng Fan's face turned pale, but it soon disappeared. Mr. Kong, I just had a sudden burst of inspiration. After I finished the painting, the inspiration also entered the painting. Kong Song wanted to ask something else, but he heard a sneer. Meng Fan, senior brother Meng, it's not good to usurp other people's paintings and reputation like this. It turned out to be Yi Mengmeng who had been standing by. Meng Fan sneered and said, why? Junior sister Meng Meng, do you have any questions? When Chen Feng saw these three paintings, his expression changed. He knew that Yi Mengmeng would not be content. Ding, the system has detected a side quest. Please prove that you are the owner of the painting. Yi Mengmeng looked at Chen Feng, who was sitting in the back, and bit her lip. These three paintings were not drawn by you. You can't claim them as your own. Meng Fan looked at Yi Mengmeng sideways. Why? Do you have any evidence to prove that this is not my painting? Yi Mengmeng gritted her teeth and said, because I got the painting and I watched it being completed. I know who painted it. Meng Fan's face changed, and the audience sitting down was also in an uproar. Wu Hao pulled Chen Feng and said, Brother Feng, this is too exciting. If this painting was really not drawn by Meng Fan, then who was the master who drew it? Chen Feng said with a smile, don't mention it. Do you want to meet this expert? Wu Hao nodded fiercely, and Chen Feng pointed at himself. Yes, the master is sitting in front of you. Wu Hao punched Chen Feng on the shoulder, thinking he was joking. The principal saw that the situation was not right and immediately waved his hand. Today's art exhibition ends here. As for the ownership of the following paintings, I will discuss it with Mr. Bai and the masters. Students can go back first. Chen Feng looked at Yi Mengmeng, waved to her, and asked her to come out. The crowd went out one after another. Yi Mengmeng lowered her head and saw Chen Feng at the door, so she said cautiously, I'm sorry, Brother Feng, I took your painting to the exhibition, but the villain Meng Fan got the credit. Chen Feng shook his head. Meng, you will have to pay back what you don't deserve sooner or later. If you keep doing this. Yi Mengmeng leaned her head closer, and the two of them whispered to each other. Many masters praised Meng Fan's paintings of spring, mid-autumn and summer, and some even spent a large sum of money to buy them. However, after the whole Dongzhou University and the art world knew about the you don't let me and I don't let you affair, it caused an uproar. Meng Fan enjoyed the attention of many people. After a few days, he even walked with his head held high. However, on this day, another painting was circulated on Nithing Sister S forum. Although the picture was a little unclear, it was actually a painting with the theme of Dongchanshin. Next to the painting is a note that reads, "The snow is just melted and the moon is halfway through the pond. 2 or 3 branches can be seen in the distance by the fence. The fragrance reaches the heart of heaven, yet ordinary plants and trees know it." The author is Fong, and many people are guessing who this Fong is. As the story spread, the masters of the art world saw it and felt that this painting was more and more unusual, and even thought that it was painted by the same person as the previous 3 paintings of spring, mid-autumn, and summer. On the post by Sister Mifeng, there was a sentence, "How dare you touch my brother Chen Feng's paintings?" This statement immediately caused an uproar on the internet. This painting was actually painted by Chen Feng. What did this Sister Feng Mi mean? Those 3 paintings were also painted by Chen Feng, but Meng Fan just claimed them? Shen Yu saw the main content of the post by the thread owner named Mi Feng name in front of her. It was created more than 3 months ago, and since the establishment of this account, it has been all about Chen Feng's deeds. Shen Yu frowned, Song Shi? No, that's not right, Su Xiaoman? Or Yi Meng Meng? Shen Yu didn't know what she felt in her heart. She always felt a little sour. Chen Feng, you have so many women around you. In the reception room of Dongzhou University, there have been many disturbances since the appearance of these 3 paintings. The 3 paintings were placed in the center of the hall. Sitting in the hall were the principal, the Dean of Studies Zhao Qian, Bai Jingfeng, Kong San, and a series of masters. They have not yet discussed the ownership of these 3 paintings, and now this kind of thing has come up. Principal, I wonder if you can give us an explanation as to who painted this picture? The principal was also sweating coldly. He couldn't afford to offend these masters, especially Kong San. He was the leading figure in the art world. If he kicked him, the whole art world would tremble. Chapter 15. The painting is mine, don't try to steal it. Kong San said, the insights and accomplishments of these 3 paintings are beyond my reach. Moreover, I have been trying to figure out the owners of these paintings for a long time. It is still debatable who the owners of these paintings are. After saying that, he narrowed his eyes. I heard that there is another painting recently, called Winter Zen Heart, painted by a man named Chen Feng. The principal also had sweat on his forehead. Chen Feng's reputation has become too popular recently. The principal had no choice but to call Meng Fan and Chen Feng together, as well as Yi Meng Meng who had questioned Meng Fan that day. The 3 paintings in the middle seemed like living people, gazing at the scene. When Chen Feng came, he brought a painting tube with him. Meng Fan showed disdain when he saw Chen Feng. A student from the computer department actually wanted to steal the limelight from him. Mr. Bai asked Meng Fan, since you said you painted this picture, can you please tell me the meaning of these 3 paintings? Meng Fan was talking nonsense. In fact, he didn't even see the content of the painting clearly. Bai Jingfeng tilted his head to look at Chen Feng again. Some people say that these 3 paintings were painted by you. Can you also tell me what you think of these paintings? Chen Feng said directly. He looked at Kong Song who was standing in the corner and was very surprised to see that he was Chen Feng. I completed these 4 paintings in one go. The 4 paintings are themed on spring, summer, autumn and winter respectively. When the Winter Zen Heart appears, who can compete with it as the famous painting in the world? This is another man in blue sitting by the pond where the snow has just melted. There are some branches beside the water, and it seems that you can faintly smell the fragrance. The snow on the man's body is almost melted. The most important thing is that he is actually sitting cross-legged in meditation, and his back looks like a god. The snow has just melted and the moon is half over the pond. 2 or 3 branches can be seen in the distance by the fence. The fragrance reaches the heart of heaven, but ordinary plants and trees know it. Kong Song muttered to himself, his pupils dilated. Great, great, it's great that Tian Xan is here. Everyone was shocked to see Kong Song in this state. This painting was so magical. Ding, it is detected that the important person's favorability towards the host has increased sharply, and the host has gained a personality value of 20. Kong Song tilted his head and said, boy, we have met before, so I won't beat around the bush with you. These 4 paintings are obviously not drawn by that boy. Tell me, can you let me keep the 4th painting? Kong Song couldn't let go of the 4th painting. His eyes were full of worship. This was the Zen mind. No one could paint it into a painting. Kong Song's move indirectly confirmed that he admitted that these 4 paintings were painted by Chen Feng. Yi Meng Meng raised her phone and said, dear fans, do you see this now? Our brother Feng's paintings can't be claimed by anyone. After saying that, he glanced at Meng Fan, who looked pale. Meng Fan looked incredulous. Master Kong, please don't believe this brat. He is just an unknown guy in the computer department. How could he draw these 4 paintings? Chen Feng glared at him. Why? I can't draw it, but you can? Do you want me to explain the meaning of the painting to you? Meng Fan knew that he had indeed lost, and the euphoria of the past few days vanished in an instant. Mr. Bai also shook his head. Meng Fan, come to my office when you come down. Chen Feng knew that Kong Song wanted this winter Zen heart. This painting was indeed a rare treasure. Ding detected that the host was facing a choice. Choose one, give the beloved Dong Zen heart to Kong Song, and gain 20 points of favorability from important people. When it reaches 100, it can be exchanged for rewards. Choice 2, keep it for yourself and get the title of God-level painter behind doors. But Chen Feng nodded. In that case, I am willing to give the painting to Mr. Kong, but I want to state that the painting must be signed with my name. Kong Song nodded excitedly. It's great, don't worry, kid, I was wrong a few days ago. If you want to pursue Shi, I fully support you. This old naughty boy. Chen Feng shook his head. The spread of information in Yi Mengmeng's live broadcast room was extremely rapid. Soon, the entire Dongzhou University knew that those paintings were painted by Chen Feng, and they became more curious and admired Chen Feng. Wu Hao also lit 3 incense sticks for Chen Feng. Master, you are both good at literature and martial arts. When will you help me become a genius that everyone will pay attention to? After saying that, he bowed. Chen Feng punched him hard and said, Are you worshipping the dead? In the early morning, Chen Feng exhaled a breath of foul air and clenched his hands. Perhaps he had practiced his internal energy to the 2nd level, and he felt that he had endless energy. Wu Hao quickly pulled him to the first playground. Brother Feng, you've been sleeping the whole time. You forgot that there's a sports meet today. Wu Hao was very excited. I heard that the school beauty Zhou is really amazing. Her shot put record will always remain unchanged. And today, you still have to run the 1,000-meter men's long-distance race. Did you forget? Chen Feng then remembered that he had indeed signed up for such a men's long-distance running competition before his death. He had planned to show his talents in the competition and win back the heart of Su Xiaoman, but he didn't expect that he would die not long after. Just run, just treat it as exercise. Next up is the women's shot put. Please invite the athletes to come on stage. A slender, delicate girl in a sportswear and with neat short hair entered the venue, and the audience immediately became lively. Yanan, I love you, you must be the best. Zhou Yanan waved her hand, and the fans immediately stopped screaming. The competition began. Zhou Yanan swung the shot put back and forth in a very standard posture, pushed it to the chest, and then used her strength and inertia to throw the shot put out, 1.12 meters. The referee blew his whistle, and the audience was in an uproar again. This year's champion must be the campus beauty of Zhou University again. I didn't expect such a slender person to be so brave and capable. The next race is the men's 1,000-meter race. Please prepare yourself. After Zhou Yanan left the court, Ning Wanyuan, number 12, walked over. Zhou Yanan whistled with displeasure. Hey, our Ning University hunk is going to play? He must be going to the court to release his hormones. Ning Wanyuan's face was gloomy and uncertain. He glared at Zhou Yanan hatefully and went on stage. Chen Feng walked behind. Zhou Yanan faced him, gave him a thumbs up, and then quickly looked down. Chen Feng patted her shoulder and said, Why? Do you think I won't win? Zhou Yanan said disdainfully, Aren't all you men hypocritical? You think you are great but in fact you are nothing? Chen Feng was speechless. How many times had these sisters been hurt by men to become like this? Then I'll show you what it means to do what you say and stand tall and upright. Men's 1,000-meter race, get ready. All. A whistle sounded, and everyone's blood began to boil. Chen Feng strolled leisurely in the middle of the team. Chen Feng, you are the best. You can beat the bad guys and kill the monsters in seconds. It's just a 1,000-meter long-distance race. Chen Feng will definitely win. Led by Yi Mengmeng, a large group of girls gathered together, holding banners and shouting loudly. Many people cast their eyes towards their audience seats. Chapter 16, Sprint Chen Feng. Chen Feng's legs almost shook when he heard this, but he quickly regained his composure. However, there were exclamations from the audience. Hey, isn't that Meng Meng sitting in the first seat? Look, isn't that the school beauty from the College of Arts, Song University? She's here too. That red figure is the school beauty from Xin University. Are they all in Chen Feng's fan club? Chen Feng did not stop and glanced over there. Song Shi was sitting in the corner, his chin supported by his hand, looking at Chen Feng and his group leisurely. Xinyu was leaning against the pillar with her eyes slightly closed, but Chen Feng could still feel that she was paying attention to the situation here. Ding, a major opportunity has been detected. The host needs to win this game. In order to help the host win the favor of the beauty, the host is given the speedy skill. Chen Feng felt the wind under his feet. After 3.5 laps in total, Chen Feng was now in the middle, number 18. Yi Mengmeng shouted loudly, "Chen Feng, brother Feng, come on, you are the best." Yi Mengmeng waved the flag vigorously and wore a headscarf with the words "Chen Feng will win" on her head. The one rushing in the front was Ning Wenyuan. No one realized that Ning Wenyuan was also a sports athlete. Everyone was stunned the next second. It seemed that the legs of number 18 Chen Feng were about to fly. In the last lap and a half, Chen Feng's legs kept changing. Many people could not see his legs clearly, but only his afterimage. Chen Feng's figure seemed to be suddenly injected with chicken blood, and gradually closed the distance with the person in front. Ning Wenyuan watched him getting closer and closer, and he was sweating all over and was very nervous. He also quickened his pace, but it was of no avail. Ning Wenyuan only saw Chen Feng running past with steady breathing and a slightly rosy face. Ning Wenyuan watched Chen Feng running farther and farther away. He could only see his back and felt powerless. Ning Wenyuan's face was cold. Ever since the last live broadcast incident, he was no longer like before, where everyone in Dongzhou University avoided him and even despised him behind his back. If it weren't for the Ning family behind him, many people would probably criticize him to his face. The referee blew the whistle and looked at the dial. It was 1 minute and 30 seconds. His eyes widened. This was a record that only appeared in national sports games. Everyone in the audience was even more stunned, their jaws almost touching the floor. Yi Mengmeng paused for a second and shook the flag, then immediately became even more excited and shook it even more vigorously. "Friends, shout out, Chen Feng, the awesome man, Chen Feng the flying man." Song Shi's pupils shrank slightly, but her good upbringing did not allow her to have any inappropriate expressions, and she immediately returned to normal. There was also a gleam of light in Xinyu's eyes. This Chen Feng had given her too many surprises. Perhaps only he was worthy of her. Chen Feng took a deep breath and then breathed steadily. In fact, because of the plug-in, he was not very tired at all. On the contrary, he felt very relaxed. It feels so refreshing. 2 minutes after Chen Feng reached the finish line, the contestants behind him arrived at the finish line one after another. They were all gasping for breath, and some boys even collapsed on the ground. In comparison, Chen Feng is simply a god. Wu Hao yelled, "Fuck, brother Feng, you are training secretly and then surprising everyone." Wu Hao originally planned to get a bottle of water for Chen Feng, but as soon as Chen Feng came off the stage, Song Shi and Xinyu both stood in front of him and handed him a bottle of water. Song Shi looked up at Xinyu. She knew what she meant and she also frowned tightly. Xinyu looked at Chen Feng stubbornly, "For you." Everyone gasped. Those are two campus beauties. Chen Feng is so lucky in love. If two campus beauties brought me water, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Oh my god, how did this Chen Feng appear? Why have I never heard of him before? So who do you think he will choose? No matter who it is, he's very lucky. Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, take over the water from the school beauty Song Shi and get the title of fresh and elegant young man. Choice 2, take over the school beauty Xinyu's water and get the title of enchanting rose hunter. Choose 3, refuse both, take over Wu Hao's water, get the title of brotherly love, and get an additional reward of 100,000 yuan. Wu Hao ran over from a distance, also holding a bottle of water in his hand. Seeing the 2 bottles of water in front of Chen Feng, he scratched his head embarrassedly. Chen Feng walked around the 2 of them and said, "Excuse me, I have some water." "Thank you for your hospitality." He took the water from Wu Hao's hand. Wu Hao wanted to take it back, but he still couldn't get the water from Chen Feng. Both of them were a little embarrassed. Song Shi put her hair behind her head and put the water behind her. "It's okay, Chen Feng. See you on Saturday." Xinyu glanced at Chen Feng and calmly withdrew her hand. "Chen Feng, one day, you will accept this bottle of water." The students of Dongzhou University were excited as they watched the 2 women fighting for one man. What does the campus beauty of Song University mean? It turns out that she has a date with Chen Feng. Xin University's campus beauty is still the best. Look at her unwillingness to admit defeat. I like that. How could Chen Feng treat our goddess like this? He really doesn't know what's good for him. When you can be as good as him, you can also reject him. Zhou Yanan watched it from beginning to end, her eyes full of eagerness. She always thought that boys were weak and double-faced, but Chen Feng's promised just now, and he actually won, and the win was very suspenseful. Zhou Yanan's eyes were full of fighting spirit. She walked up to Chen Feng and said, "Chen Feng, I have something to talk to you about." "Oh my god, no way, another school beauty, no, Yanan, I thought you were different, why are you going to fall for this boy?" Chen Feng saw the fighting spirit in Zhou Yanan's eyes and raised his eyebrows, "You say?" Zhou Yanan looked at Yi Mengmeng standing next to him and said unwillingly, "Chen Feng, I want to challenge you." Ding, an important plot has been detected. Accept Zhou Yanan's challenge and make her your girlfriend according to the bet. The mission reward is 10 million yuan. Chen Feng didn't hesitate at all. "Okay, what are the conditions?" Zhou Yanan pointed at Yi Mengmeng beside him and said, "If you lose, you must not bother Mengmeng anymore. If I lose, you can do whatever you want to me." Chen Feng clapped his hands, "Great. A woman is as good as a man." Chen Feng moved closer to Zhou Yanan. Zhou Yanan could see the admiration in his eyes. A little bit of masculine scent came to her face. Zhou Yanan felt a little strange and her heartbeat accelerated. "I just like your straightforward personality. How about this, if you lose, you can be my girlfriend." Chapter 17 Hotel Banquet, a splendid show. Zhou Yanan's pretty face changed, her eyebrows were almost raised in anger. She pointed at Chen Feng, trembling slightly. "Chen Feng, you are shameless." Chen Feng said provocatively, "What? Would the school beauty of Zhou University be afraid of losing to a stinky man like me?" Zhou Yanan's face flushed red as she glared at Chen Feng angrily. She took a deep breath and said, "Chen Feng, I will make you kneel down and sing conquer." After saying that, he turned and left. The audience was in uproar again. "Damn, this is amazing. Chen Feng actually wants the campus beauty of Zhou University to be his girlfriend. I didn't expect that he doesn't like my goddess, but Zhou University's campus beauty is also very beautiful. Oh my god, this love quadrangle is so complicated. I have to go back and look through the novels to see which one is so complicated." Yi Mengmeng was a little overwhelmed when she saw Zhou Yanan leaving. "Brother Feng, how could you do this? You know Nan doesn't like." Yi Mengmeng didn't say it, but in fact she knew in her heart that Zhou Yanan had a complicated feeling for her, but she felt that this feeling would change, and might even change because of Chen Feng. Chen Feng waved his hand and left. Shin Yu looked at Yi Mengmeng who was surrounding Chen Feng, Zhou Yanan who was walking away, and Song Shi who was equally incredulous, and her face showed a chill. On Saturday, Chen Feng practiced his internal energy. He had already mastered it to a very high level and believed that he would be able to reach the third level in no time. Wu Hao heard the noise and said, "Brother Feng, Tianyu has gone out to work, and you have to go out too. Let me take you with me. I have already prepared all your clothes." Chen Feng saw Wu Hao holding 2 suits in his hands. They looked expensive. "Howsy, you bought them? When did you become so rich?" Wu Hao scratched his head. "What did you mean I bought it? I rented it. There are many such suit rental shops around our school." Chen Feng was speechless. After the two of them cleaned it up, it looked presentable. Chen Feng sent a message to Song Shi, and Song Shi called him. "Hey, Chen Feng, come to the school gate." Chen Feng led Wu Hao to the school gate. There stood a figure in a light blue dress with a slender waist. Song Shi turned around with a faint smile on her face. "Chen Feng, you're here." Song Shi is particularly suitable for the color blue, like a beauty in the sea, and the beautiful bun makes her look more mature. Chen Feng looked a little dazed. Song Shi covered her mouth and chuckled. "Let's go, idiot." Wu Hao was standing behind with a smile on his face, but he felt like he was redundant. If he knew that, he wouldn't have come to join in the fun. The light bulb is too bright. After getting on Song Shi's private car, Chen Feng told the address to the driver and the car started. After the car left, Ning Wenyuan appeared where Chen Feng and the others had just stood. He picked up the phone. "Second uncle, they're gone." "Yeah, okay, I got it." Song Shi and Chen Feng chatted idly. Chen Feng looked particularly energetic today. Song Shi was always polite and courteous, and she was indeed worthy of being a lady from a wealthy family. The car gradually drove into a relatively dark path, and Chen Feng keenly discovered that the atmosphere around him was not right. He looked around and frowned. "Master, please stop the car." Song Shi was a little confused. "What's going on?" Chen Feng opened the car door, got out, and asked Song Shi and Wu Hao to stay in the car. As soon as he got off the car, several people with scars on their faces emerged from the darkness and looked at Chen Feng with a grin. Ding, Song Shi is detected to be in danger, please make a choice, host. Choose one, escape, and get the title of As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Choice 2, defeat the enemy and win the heart of the beauty. Chen Feng turned his head and looked back, and actually there was a pair of hands reaching out to Song Shi from outside the car window. Careful! Chen Feng suddenly jumped over from the car and kicked the man. With his second level of internal energy and strong physique, Chen Feng would naturally not be afraid of this group of crazies. The man fell over and took out a small axe from his arms. Song Shi's face changed. Axe gang? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Could this axe gang be a gang? Chen Feng dodged sideways. It seemed that the only way to escape safely was to subdue them all. Chen Feng circulated his internal energy and moved agilely, shuttling between several Axe Gang members like a slippery fish. None of the tall men from the Axe Gang could catch him, and several of them were injured by Chen Feng instead. Chen Feng barely dodged the opponent's attack and slapped the opponent in the chest. When the leader saw that the situation was not right, he immediately left his men behind and ran away. Song Shi hurried over, looked Chen Feng up and down, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he found that he was fine. Luckily, you're okay. Wu Hao also quickly ran down from the car and heavily kicked the people lying on the ground. Why don't you open your dog eyes and see how you dare to bully Brother Feng? Chen Feng glanced at Wu Hao and said, Haozi, please go to the nearby public telephone booth and call the police station. Ask them to come and pick up the people, especially the Axe Gang members. These people are just at the bottom of the hierarchy. It will take some time for Chen Feng to catch the people behind them. The car started moving and the three of them rushed to Xinghe Road, Section 3. The Clearwater Bay Hotel was bustling with people. The hotel is not located among the tall buildings in the city, but is located in a beautiful suburb. The decoration style is quite natural, which is totally different from other hotels. But today, there are many luxury cars parked in the parking lot at the entrance. It seems that Wang Wei's father really put a lot of effort into it. The door was decorated with many colorful lights. A middle-aged man with a big belly, sparse hair, and formal clothes was standing at the door with a smile on his face. Next to him stood Wang Wei, who was dressed fairly neatly. The three of them got out of the car, and the middle-aged man immediately came over with a smile on his face. Oh, Miss Song, I'm sorry for not welcoming you to our store. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Wang Lei walked past Chen Feng and Wu Hao and stepped forward quickly. Song Shi nodded politely. Mr. Wang, I am Chen Feng's female companion today. After taking a look at Chen Feng next to him, Wang Lei finally reacted. Sorry, Shouwei told me that Brother Chen is indeed a hero at a young age. Come in, please. Wang Lei was very efficient and quickly brought several people in. The hotel's decoration is mainly natural style, adopting a fresh green decoration style. The walls are hung with natural scenery from all over the world, which is very beautiful and makes you feel like you are in the arms of Mother Nature. Ding, the host has been detected to have arrived at a special location, and a branch mission is assigned to let everyone know you. Chen Feng was very puzzled. Almost all the people who came here were from upper class. How could he make them know him without being troublesome? Wang Lei led several people to a private room. Chapter 18, The Show. My dear friends, please take a seat first. I have a few friends here. Miss Song, can you please wait for me here? Wang Lei went out. Chen Feng looked at Song Shi. Can I ask you to do something? Song Shi was confused. What's the matter? Chen Feng leaned close to her ear and whispered something, while Wu Hao next to her had a resentful look on his face. Song Shi could feel Chen Feng's hot breath blowing on her face, and her cheeks felt a little hot. After a while, Song Shi nodded and said, It's okay. This is what I should do. Besides, he will be happy to do this. After a while, the door was pushed open and Wang Lei let a few people in. Come, let me introduce you. This is the daughter of the Song group, Miss Song, a classmate of my son at Donghai University. He looked proud, as if his son and Song Shi had a good relationship. He didn't even look at Chen Feng. Several middle-aged men, all dressed formally, with beer bellies bigger than theirs, were very happy to chat with Song Shi. However, Song Shi did not stand up. Instead, she drank tea with Chen Feng very casually. I wonder who this young friend is. Only then did the bosses notice Chen Feng next to them. A middle-aged fat man who was relatively white asked Chen Feng, This is also my classmate, ha ha ha. With just this simple sentence, the middle-aged fat man showed disdain on his face and didn't even look at Chen Feng. He thought that Chen Feng was just an insignificant brat, but he was so tactless. The middle-aged fat man said to Song Shi very happily, "Miss Song, today is the opening day of Lao Wang's hotel. Thanks to your visit, his hotel will probably have a prosperous business in the future. Ding passerby A's disregard is detected, please try to increase your presence." "This old man, you haven't seen me before." Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and interrupted him directly, saying provocatively, "But maybe you will get to know me after a while." The middle-aged fat man was a little unconvinced after a while. Song Shi nodded, "I'm sorry, today is not my home court. I have an old gentleman coming too, but he's not coming for my sake." Several people were a little surprised. Could the old man be Song Shi's grandfather, Professor Song? However, he usually doesn't like to socialize. But the old man who can make Song Shi so respectful must be a powerful person. So everyone was looking forward to it and wondering, who invited the old gentleman? You looked at Chen Feng next to you, and you will know soon. Several people were chatting idly and wanted to get in touch with Song Shi and establish a relationship with the Song group. Even Wang Lei wanted to do the same, but he bet on the wrong card. After a while, the manager whispered something in Wang Lei's ear, which made his pupils widen instantly. "You said it was him, are you sure it was him?" The manager nodded affirmatively. Wang Lei stood up instantly without paying attention to the boss who was talking to him. He walked out directly, and after a while he heard Wang Lei's loud laughter. "Hello, Mr. Kong, I don't know how you came to my shop, I'm really sorry for not entertaining you well, I'm sorry for not entertaining you well." Several people inside were people with connections and experience in various industries. When they heard the name of Mr. Kong, they were all shocked. Mr. Kong? Which Mr. Kong? Could it be? Several people were getting restless. Kong Song was still wearing the long robe, looking refreshingly elegant, and having the temperament of a master. But apart from his weird temper, Kong Song ignored Wang Lei and walked in with his hands behind his back. After seeing Chen Feng, he rolled his eyes and said, "I don't know why you made me make this trip. If it wasn't for the painting, I wouldn't have come." Several people were stunned. What was the relationship between this young man and Confucius? They seemed so close. Song Shi took 2 steps forward. "Grandpa Kong, please sit down. Isn't this Chen Feng's roommate who needs help? And you're happy to help, right? The scenery here is actually quite nice." Wang Lei's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Oh, yes, this hotel is a feng shui treasure land that a master found. Master Kong and brother Chen both said that this place is a good choice." Chen Feng glanced at Wang Lei without saying anything. He had not paid any attention to him just now, but now he was calling him Brother Chen. Several bosses were also stunned. They didn't expect that Chen Feng was not a good person by appearance. The fat boss came over immediately and secretly slipped a business card to Chen Feng. "Look, Brother Chen Feng, our meeting is fate. I am Dong Zihua, the chairman of Huaxing Real Estate." Chen Feng took a look, nodded with some disdain, and put the business card away. This kind of person looks down on others, but maybe there will be a time when he can be of use. At least having friends all over the world is better than having enemies everywhere. Wang Lei was extremely happy. He thought that having invited Song Shi would already make him proud among his peers. He did not expect that Chen Feng had also invited Kong Song, who was one of the top masters in the art world. With his endorsement, wouldn't his hotel business be booming? He bowed slightly and made an invitation gesture. "Now that all the distinguished guests have arrived, please move to the lobby. Next, we will start the hotel's ribbon-cutting ceremony." The hall was packed with people. When they saw Wang Lei coming out with a group of people, everyone became quiet. Wang Lei waved his hand and said, "Everyone, our hotel has welcomed distinguished guests today, the famous art master Kong Song, and the eldest daughter of the Song group, Song Shi. We also welcome everyone to come." The crowd below was in an uproar. It turned out to be Kong Song and the eldest daughter of the Song group? Kong Song is a giant in the art world. I heard that he never attends business gatherings, but I didn't expect him to attend Wang Lei's opening ceremony. The Song group is the leader in the real estate industry, and they actually invited the eldest daughter to come. It seems that Wang Lei is going to become rich. Many people have already sensed the opportunity. Wang Lei solemnly announced, "The person I am most grateful to this time is Brother Chen Feng. Thanks to you, my hotel has these 2 distinguished guests." There was a sound of gasps from the audience. This seemingly young man was actually able to invite these 2 people of extraordinary status. This young man is not ordinary. Either he has a good background or he is very capable. There were many well-known people from various industries at this banquet. Some of them didn't want to attend the banquet at first, but unexpectedly Wang Lei said that this time there would be someone they were looking forward to coming to the banquet. I didn't expect there would be two of them. Many people noticed that the most important person was actually that young man. During the turmoil, many forces remembered the name Chen Feng. The banquet went through a formality and Wang Lei asked Song Shi to say a few words. Kong Song naturally didn't want to say these polite words. Chen Feng also said a few words symbolically. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, the banquet began. Many people in formal attire first went to greet Mr. Kong, and then tactfully walked towards Chen Feng. A man was holding a woman in his arms. The woman was graceful and the man seemed to be drunk. Song Shi also walked past him with a cup in his hand and wanted to walk towards Chen Feng. Unexpectedly, the man's eyes lit up. Chapter 19, Beating Up the Lecher. Holding the woman in his arms, he walked towards Song Shi. He was still mumbling. My beauty, wait for me." Song Shi felt someone coming and turned around unhappily. The man had drunk too much and his steps were slipping. He did not recognize that the beauty in front of him was a big shot whom he could not afford to offend. The woman next to him wanted to wake him up, but what sound would a drunkard hear? The man held a wineglass and walked towards Song Shi with a wicked smile on his face. Song Shi pretended to be calm and said, "What do you want to do? Do you see who I am?" The man slammed his wineglass and said, "Beauty, who can you be?" "You are my beauty." After saying that, he reached out to Song Shi, and Song Shi's face turned pale. Ding Song Shi is detected to be in danger, please rescue him, and the host is prompted to use his internal force to resolve the danger. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. It was finally his turn to perform. He acted just in time, his internal force surged wildly, he stood up and jumped, attacking with both fists, but he didn't expect that the man would dodge flexibly out of necessity. Although his steps were still weak, he was able to dodge. When he saw Chen Feng attacking, his eyes changed and immediately returned to normal. This person is definitely not a simple person. What is his purpose? Does he just want to tease Song Shi? His expression gradually became solemn, and the commotion here also attracted many people. Wang Lei shouted, "Come here, security guard, catch this guy." Chen Feng shouted at the people who were about to surround him, "Don't come over here, this guy is not simple." This momentum actually frightened the burly security guards so much that they trembled and stood still. The others were already trembling with fear and hiding in the corner, not daring to come out. The man's face turned stern, "Don't mind your own business, kid." Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and said, "You are too arrogant. Don't mention it. I will take care of this matter." When the man heard this, he took the initiative to greet him and the two of them fought fiercely. Song Shi hid aside. He didn't expect to be attacked twice just after attending a banquet, but this time it seemed to be aimed at him. Xinyu sat in front of her dressing table, touched her face, and sighed softly. At this time, Shin Kaitai knocked on the door and walked in. "Yeah, are you in a bad mood recently?" "Because of whom? The girl from the Song family?" "Dad, this is my own business, please don't interfere." She naturally knew that her every move could not escape her father's eyes. Shin Kaitai's eyes were gloomy and unclear. That Chen Feng is a poor boy from an ordinary family. Do you think he is worthy of you? Xinyu looked at him firmly. "Dad, he is different." "Oh? Really? You are not allowed to go out today." "Why?" After Shin Kaitai finished speaking, he went out and locked the door, ignoring his daughter's screams. "Butler, keep an eye on the young lady and don't let her go out." The butler's respectful voice came from outside the door. "Yes, sir." After Chen Feng's physique was strengthened, his physical strength naturally exceeded that of ordinary people. The more he hit the man, the more his brows furrowed. Who is this guy? Apart from the people in that organization, almost no one else can have such strong power. The man knew that time was running out, so he took out a black object from his arms. It turned out to be a gun. The man launched an attack first, diverting Chen Feng's attention. He pointed the black muzzle of the gun at Song Shi. Song Shi's face was pale and his legs were shaking, but he still pretended to be calm. With a bang, a black bullet rushed towards Song Shi at an extremely fast speed. Song Shi could only close his eyes instinctively. At this critical moment, Song Shi felt that someone suddenly knocked her down with lightning speed. She waited for a long time but did not feel any pain at all. At the same time, the person on his body immediately stood up and wanted to run after that person. Song Shi immediately grabbed him and pleaded, "Chen Feng, stop chasing me." Chen Feng had no choice but to stop. After hearing the gunshot, the people in the dark collapsed to the ground. Many women even screamed, "A murder! Help!" The scene was in chaos. Fortunately, the man did not investigate further, otherwise who knows how many more people would have died. Chen Feng yelled, "Everyone calm down, the murderer has already escaped." "Uncle Wang, please control the scene. Haozi, call the police and let them handle it." This move turned the tide and directly controlled the situation, and many people gradually calmed down. Kong Song saw Chen Feng standing in the crowd and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. He was a little frightened just now. Although he had been through a lot, he could only gain a foothold in the art world. He thought that these were all warriors, but that man was indeed worthy of his respect. He must be very successful now and might even look down on this old man. Ding, the favorability of an important person has been detected to have increased, and the character value has been increased by 20. Wang Lei was busy controlling the situation, asking the guests who were frightened by the panic to rest and for those who were accidentally injured to receive quick treatment. The venue was soon under control. He wiped the sweat off his head. Chen Feng had already helped Song Shi to the seat next to him. He ran over and patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. "Brother Chen, thank you so much. Otherwise, my day would have been ruined." He took out his phone and said, "Brother Chen, can you add me on WeChat? You are really a young hero worth making friends with, unlike me, that unfilial son." Chen Feng and Wang Lei added each other on WeChat, then turned to ask Song Shi, "Do you know who wants to kill you?" Song Shi's face was pale, his eyes were dim, and he shook his head. Chen Feng didn't want to care about so many things. The next day, Chen Feng had just finished meditating and he felt that he was about to break through the third stage. It seemed that the bottlenecks at the back would be more difficult to break through. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number, so he answered the call. "Hello, is this Chen Feng?" A male voice sounded anxious. "I'm Chen Feng, who are you?" "Hello, classmate Chen Feng, I am Yuan Shan from Tianyu Group. I have something important to discuss with you. I can't finish it in just a few words. Let's meet and discuss it." After saying that, he hung up the phone and then sent an address via text message. Chen Feng had heard of Yuan Shan, a famous lyricist who had once been the lyricist for the legendary singer AIE, who was affiliated with the Tianyu Group. But wasn't the Tianyu Group going to close down? Even AIE had changed jobs. Why did Yuan Shan look for him? Chen Feng came to the classroom with a confused look on his face, only to find that the classroom was noisy. He immediately saw the red shadow sitting in the last row of the classroom. Shenyu looked at him up and down several times before she slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Shenyu is not from their academy, what is she doing here? Many classmates looked at Chen Feng with gossipy eyes. Chen Feng originally wanted to walk to other directions, but other people's eyes were too strong. Even Wu Hao didn't leave a seat for him. The only seat left was the one next to Shenyu. He had no choice but to walk to Shenyu. Sitting down, Shenyu put her hair behind her ears and said coldly, "Chen Feng, don't you want to see me?" Chen Feng waved his hands, "How is that possible? You are Miss Shen, I can't wait to welcome you." Chapter 20, Becoming a Singer. Shenyu snorted proudly, then hesitantly said, "Are you okay?" Chen Feng raised his eyebrows, knowing that she was talking about the incident at the hotel. "I'm fine. My handsome brother Chen is blessed with a long life." Shenyu rolled her eyes at him, but the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. This was the first time Chen Feng saw her smile. Her already delicate face, because of the smile, added a bit of youthfulness that belonged to this age. She was a mature type with a very charming face, and her smile was like a white flower blooming under the fiery red sun. Chen Feng said calmly, "School beauty of Xin University, you look better when you smile. Smile more." Her face turned a little red, and she turned away awkwardly, but there was still a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. Dongzhou University Girls' Dormitory. Su Xiaoman touched her bulging belly, took out her cell phone, turned on the screen, and then turned it off. She has already taken a month's leave, and she can still abort the child now. If she doesn't, her life will be ruined. "Hello? 1 yuan, come to Shisher coffee shop, I have something to talk to you about." Su Xiaoman was walking in the school in a daze when she heard two girls passing by. "Have you heard? Chen Feng encountered a gunfight while attending a hotel banquet?" Ah, really? So how is he? I heard that he fought with the gangster for a long time, and rescued Song Shi from the Faculty of Arts from under gunpoint. Wow, a hero saving a beautiful girl, how happy. If it were me, I would definitely marry her. You? Forget it. She's surrounded by 4 beautiful girls on campus. You'd better forget about it. Su Xiaoman clenched her hands and touched her belly. Child, you may not be able to come into the world. Chen Feng, do you still love me? In Shisher coffee shop, Su Xiaoman was wearing a loose long skirt, and her slightly bulging belly was not visible. Ning Wenyuan was wearing a casual suit and sunglasses. He looked at Su Xiaoman, who was sitting in the corner with a look of disdain on his face, and walked over there slowly, refusing to even sit down. Tell me what's going on, I have something else to do later. Very impatient. Su Xiaoman sneered at Ning Wenyuan. What? You don't want to look at me now, but you were not like this when we were in bed. I heard that Chen Feng has been in the spotlight recently. The true nature of the former Dongzhou University's school idol has been clearly seen by everyone. Su Xiaoman smiled sarcastically. Ning Wenyuan's expression changed, he looked around, and moved closer to Su Xiaoman. You bitch, you are still a person who changes with the wind. The two of them were fighting each other, and it ended with Su Xiaoman asking Ning Wenyuan for 500,000 yuan. In order to shut Su Xiaoman up, Ning Wenyuan had to use his power in the Ning's company, secretly withdraw part of the money, and send Su Xiaoman away. According to the address given by Yuan Shan, Chen Feng took a car to the branch of Tianyu Group. When he walked to the door, he was stopped by the security guard, who looked him up and down. Then he waved his hand impatiently. Go, 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 what are you doing here, a poor college student? Like sending away a beggar. Chen Feng frowned. Ding issued the side quest conquer the security guard. Someone invited me here. What? You don't want me to come in? The security guard looked disdainful and said, don't mention it. The group is going to collapse. So what if someone invites you to come? At this moment, a fancy car suddenly came speeding from a distance. The security guard's face immediately changed. AI Tianwang, you are here. Come in, please. I will drive the car to the garage for you. The tone was fawning and servile. The car door was opened, and a very fashionably dressed man wearing sunglasses walked out. He was about 27 or 28 years old. He walked to the door and looked at Chen Feng, who was stopped at the door. He glanced at him sideways, not taking it seriously at all, and then strode in. Chen Feng felt furious that a singer could be so uncultured. The security guard ran over again and said, Hey, you are so ungrateful, hurry up and leave, do you hear me? Chen Feng thought the security guard was too much of a nuisance. Since the task assigned by the system was to conquer, that was perfect. Conquering by force was the easiest way. 2 minutes later, the security guard knelt on the ground with a bruised face and begged for mercy. It turned out that it was Director Yu who invited you. I am so sorry for not recognizing you. The security guard's eyes flickered, but he was indeed very afraid of Chen Feng's fighting power. Ding successfully conquered the security guard. After Chen Feng left, the security guard spat, Bah, they are all lost dogs, why are they still pretending to be so powerful? After Chen Feng entered, he pressed the elevator for the 17th floor. He then began to think, isn't the Tianyu Group going to go bankrupt? What is AIE doing back? The elevator door slowly opened, and Chen Feng saw a door open in the corridor in front, so he walked straight over. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard, AIE, Tianyu Group has treated you well, what else do you want? AIE sneered, Tianyu Group will be renamed soon. Yuan Shan, what are you still thinking about? If you don't want to end up broke, you can come to our Aihua entertainment. The chairman said that the door is open to welcome you. Yuan Shan pouted, Bah, you ungrateful dog, forget it. Ha, since you were so rude, hand in the manuscript of Tian Shang Miaolang in 3 days, otherwise I'm afraid you won't last more than 3 days. After saying that, he snorted coldly and left. AIE walked out of the room and saw Chen Feng standing at the door, looking very disdainful. They are all from the same nest. But Chen Feng spoke up when AIE passed by him, how ruthless. AIE couldn't believe it and shouted, What did you say? Where did this country bumpkin who has never seen the world come from? As he was about to step forward, he said, Asshole, do you think you can scold me, AIE? Chen Feng casually used his hand to block the attack from this man who was a weakling to him. AIE, right? You may not be able to be so rampant for so long. Ding, it is detected that the host automatically accepts the branch task and cooperates with Tianyu Group to help them overcome the crisis. The skill of photographic memory is rewarded. Chen Feng didn't expect that he could trigger the quest line by himself. He originally just wanted to stand up for the Tianyu Group. Ai's face turned pale, his hand was restrained fiercely by Chen Feng. "You loser, you are finished, you dare to provoke me. Stop." Chen Feng. At this time, Yu Wenshan heard the noise outside and came out. Seeing that the situation was not right, he immediately stopped Chen Feng. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes and slowly let go of Aie. Aie looked at Yu Wenshan fiercely, and then looked at Chen Feng. "Very well, Yu Wenshan, just wait." Having said that, he ran away, not at all as dashing and charming as he was when he came. Yu Wenshan also laughed out loud. "You are right in scolding me. I don't know how I liked him in the past. Sure enough, my eyesight is not very good." Chapter 21, Happy Cooperation. Chen Feng also smiled faintly. It's true that his eyesight is not very good. Yu Wenshan could only shake his head helplessly and invited Chen Feng into the office. The office was very clean, open, and well lit. He brought Chen Feng a cup of tea. "Please take a seat. What's the matter with you looking for me? I remember that neither of us slept together. And how did you get my phone number?" Yu Wenshan shrugged his shoulders. "You don't know? I thought Yi Qing would tell you." "Who is Yi Qing?" "Let's not talk about that for now. I thought you two knew each other. I'll introduce you to each other next time. I've seen your singing video. I recently wrote the lyrics for a song called The Sky is Vast. I couldn't find a suitable singer, and my company was about to be taken over by Aihua Entertainment. Aie has seen this song, and he has always wanted me to sing it to him, because once the song is sung, it will definitely cause a sensation in the music industry." Chen Feng understood. "You want me to be a singer for your Tian Tian Entertainment Group? Tianyu Group is a very dangerous company right now. I know you have no responsibility, but I am confident that I can make you famous overnight because of this song." The system has already made the request, so Chen Feng naturally agreed. "I can promise you that I am confident that I can help your Tianyu Group get rid of this disaster. But, you, Tianyu Group, have to give me something. I have no obligation to help you." Yu Wenshan seemed to have expected this, and he made a phone call. "Chen Feng is here. Okay, let Mr. Li come." After a while, a handsome man in his 30s with a sad face walked in. He looked at Chen Feng, then at Yu Wenshan, and moved his mouth. "Wenshan, are you sure he can help us?" The tone was clearly one of disbelief. Yu Wenshan looked at him with a determined look. "I am sure that Chen Feng's singing can conquer everything." "Okay, hello, let me get straight to the point. I am the director of Tianyu Group. I own 80% of the shares. If you can help us solve the difficulties, I will give you 30% of the shares." If it were in the past when Tianyu Group had artists all over the world and business was in full swing, 30% of the shares would have been divided into millions of parts, and each part was extremely precious. Chen Feng nodded readily, stretched out his hand, and smiled. "I wish us a pleasant cooperation." In fact, Chen Feng also had his own selfish motives. He wanted to have a reputable job, one that could make a lot of money, so that he could get away with it in front of Chen's father. After all, it was really difficult to deal with the money that appeared out of thin air. The singer could just cover it up and reassure Chen's father and mother. He laughed heartily. "Perhaps you can really bring our group back to life." After Li Xiao left, Yu Wenshan handed a manuscript to Chen Feng. "I heard about the accident in your school. It can be seen that you have a strong understanding of music. We will go to the recording studio tomorrow." Chen Feng nodded and took the manuscript. "When I returned to school, I saw a playful figure jumping excitedly after seeing him. He waved his hands vigorously. 'Brother Feng, here, here.' Naturally, Zhou Yanan followed behind Yi Mengmeng. When Zhou Yanan saw Chen Feng, he snorted coldly. Chen Feng walked towards them with a smile. "What are you doing at the door?" "Two beauties standing at the door, they are simply the living signboard of our school." Yi Mengmeng didn't care about Zhou Yanan at all, but Zhou Yanan's fair ears actually turned a little red. "Brother Feng, I heard that you saved a lot of people by yourself, and you were able to deal with the gunman. It's a pity. I should have gone that day." Zhou Yanan patted Yi Mengmeng on the head. "This little girl really thinks her life is not good enough." She turned to look at Chen Feng. "Since you are so powerful, when will our bet start?" Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, "The day after tomorrow. I have something to do tomorrow." Zhou Yanan nodded and pulled Yi Meng Meng, who was jumping and wanting to say something, away. Brother Feng, I'll treat you to a meal next time. I have someone to introduce to you. She really wants to meet you. A crisp sound came from a distance. Chen Feng returned to the dormitory. Since he had the system, Chen Feng has been very busy. It is nothing like his previous life when he would stay in the dormitory with Wu Hao playing games, unkempt and without any ambition. Wu Hao, who was playing games in the dormitory, stuck his head out after seeing Chen Feng coming back and said, "Brother Feng, you are finally back." Then he turned around and motioned him to look at Sun Tianyu next to him. Sun Tianyu frowned tightly, as if he was thinking about something and was in a bad mood. There was a bank card on the table. "Tianyu, what's wrong?" Sun Tianyu looked up and smiled awkwardly. "Nothing, Chen Feng, you're back. Ding, it is detected that roommate Sun Tianyu has financial problems, please help appropriately." Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. "Economic problem? Tianyu, have you had any difficulties recently?" Sun Tianyu just sighed. "It's okay, something just happened at home." "Is there not enough money?" Chen Feng was serious, and Sun Tianyu's face became more and more ugly. He had been working part-time to pay for his tuition. After all, the tuition for a first-class university was really high, and his family's financial situation was not good. "Brother, if you are in trouble, my brother will help you raise money." Chen Feng said directly, "Give me the card number." Sun Tianyu raised his head and asked, "You, what do you mean?" "Forget it," Chen Feng directly picked up the bank card on the table. After fiddling around for a while, Sun Tianyu's phone vibrated. "The balance of your card number is 200,000. Sun Tianyu rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Wu Hao saw his expression and leaned over. "Fuck, so many zeros, Brother Feng, you are really rich." Wu Hao was so shocked that his mouth could hardly close. He had no idea that the conditions of several people were similar, but he did not expect Chen Feng to be so unexpected. Sun Tianyu was a little flustered. "Brother Feng, I can't take this money from you." Chen Feng patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, take it. I earned it myself. Pay me back when you have money." Sun Tianyu's hand holding the card turned slightly pale, and what Wu Hao wanted to know more was how Chen Feng made money. Chen Feng kept confusing him. "In 3 days, you will know." Chen Feng opened the manuscript, which was full of musical symbols. But this did not bother him. He automatically filtered and sorted the music in his mind, and could even feel the tone and melody of the song. Chen Feng hummed softly, and just a few notes woke up Wu Hao, who was about to fall asleep. "Fuck, Brother Feng, what were you humming just now? It sounded so good." Chen Feng did not answer. "Howsy, go to sleep. Brother Feng will tell us if he wants to," Sun Tianyu said. Chapter 22. The sky is dim, try to live. Chen Feng looked at the manuscript and found several places that needed revisions. He modified them with a pen, hummed a little, and when he felt it was smooth, he breathed a sigh of relief and put the manuscript away. Continue to go to bed and practice the 8th section internal power. He is extremely diligent now. After all, he also wants to try the true highest level of flying over eaves and walls. The next day, Chen Feng got up early and rushed to Tianyu Group. The security guard was gone. He was probably fired. Chen Feng mentioned this to Yuan Shan before leaving yesterday. "I'm afraid that security guard at your gate has already thought about abandoning the light and joining the dark. The security guard probably lost his job because of this, but I don't know if Ihua Entertainment will give him a chance." The security guard this time was an extremely perceptive and smart one. When he saw Chen Feng, he tactfully asked if he had an appointment. Chen Feng nodded and was brought in by the security guard. Yuan Shan eagerly took Chen Feng to the recording room. The facilities here were very complete, with a transparent glass door and computer equipment all outside. Yuan Shan opened the manuscript and suddenly saw that several places had been modified. He frowned and wanted to scold Chen Feng. After all, each of his songs was like his own child and he would not allow others to make changes. At this time, he read the manuscript again and again, and repeated it several times. Then he looked at Chen Feng with a strange expression. "Did you change this?" Chen Feng nodded. "I just felt that it sounded a little weird here, so I changed it a little bit according to what I thought." "Wow, your talent is really amazing." Yuan Shan almost dropped his jaw in shock, because who knew that Chen Feng had never received any training in this area, but to have such a foundation might take them more than 10 years of training. Chen Feng's talent really makes people feel a little unfair. Yuan Shan told Chen Feng the background of this song. It was probably a god who came down to earth and fell in love with a kind-hearted girl from a poor family. The god was about to be escorted back to heaven. Before he left, he said to the girl, "Heaven and earth are so distant, you must live well." This is the tragedy of love that cannot be together, but the melody describes the process of love being formed and then separated. Chen Feng put on his headset and his battle robes, looking like a real god of war. He fought side by side with his friends, drinking and singing. I float lightly with my hands, and the sky is full of falling snow. It is the beautiful Holy Spirit on the dome that gives me the vicissitudes of life with white hair. Holding the sword and drinking the wine, I was the only one drinking alone under the pavilion back then. Chen Feng's voice was brisk and unrestrained, echoing slowly in the recording room for a long time. After listening to the whole song, Yuan Shan couldn't calm down for a long time. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Excited lips whispered, "I found it, I finally found it, the person who is most suitable for it." This is the highest compliment a professional lyricist can give to a singer. Aihua Entertainment, AIE was sitting in the chairman's office with his legs crossed. After a while, a man in his 50s with steady steps, Aihua, walked in and saw AIE's appearance. "AIE, sit still. What if you get photographed by paparazzi and your image is ruined?" At the beginning, AIE's character was set to debut as a gentle singer who knew etiquette. In fact, he has nothing to do with the word gentle. How could he turn his back on his son after taking advantage of him? This is big news. The chairman of Aihua Entertainment, Aihua, is actually the father of the contemporary superstar AIE. How funny. AIE, stop talking. What about business? Where are the lyrics to "The World is Small"? Aihua narrowed his eyes. He had been asking for this for a long time. AIE curled his lips and said, "In 3 days, Yuan Shan will naturally present it to you with both hands." Good job. AIE looked at the man's back with complicated eyes. He would never know what he was thinking and laughing at. In the X Gang's underground casino, a burly man knelt on the ground, trembling all over, with his head almost on the ground. "Boss, I'm really not a coward, but that brat is too powerful. We can't defeat him." A cup was thrown in front of him. Waste. The scar on Ning Taohai's face became very hideous. Over the years, their Ning family was wealthy and powerful. The eldest brother was doing the work in the open, and he took over the underground work. They had never suffered such a Waterloo. Those people gave some clues in prison, which forced him to move several of his bases. It seems that both nephews are looking for a very powerful opponent for him. Ning Taohai spoke word by word, his eyes narrowed, "Chen Feng." The next day, while Chen Feng was still eating breakfast in the cafeteria, a piece of music and an edited video began playing on TV. Before he could admire his handsome face, someone blocked his view. Ding! It is detected that the host has successfully helped Tianyu Group overcome difficulties, and the ability of photographic memory is rewarded. Zhou Yanan rested his hands on the table, looking unhappy. "Chen Feng, you promised me that the bet will start today." Chen Feng waved his hand, okay, what do you want to compete in?" When the people around saw that there was something exciting to watch, they immediately started chattering. Some people even ran out and spread the word everywhere, "Come and watch the competition between Zhou Da's Campus Beauty and Chen Feng. It's about to start. I'm good at shot put, I don't know how to compete with you in this. Since you're so good, let's compete in fighting. Whoever knocks the other down wins." Yi Mengmeng next to her widened her eyes and said, Nan, how can you beat him? It must be compared like this. Don't look down on me and show provocation." "All right." Yi Mengmeng's active persuasion was fruitless, so the three of them moved to the training ground. More and more people gathered around, and some even set up casinos. "I bet on Chen Feng to win. He has defeated gunmen before. I bet Zhou is the campus beauty. Don't underestimate her because she is a girl. She even went to the military camp for special training before. Then I'll also block the campus beauty Zhou." Yi Mengmeng looked at the two unstoppable people and licked her feet anxiously. "Chen Feng, be careful not to hit Nan. Nan, admit defeat. You can't beat Chen Feng." Neither of them paid any attention to Yi Mengmeng. "Women are gentle, I'll let you be the third child." "No need," Zhou Yanan stepped forward. Chen Feng did not attack directly, but dodged sideways, letting Zhou Yanan's sharp 3 smalls, and then let go of his hands. "The game has officially begun, Zhou de Campus Beauty, be careful." Shen Yu and Song Shi had heard the noise and rushed to the training ground. After all, the stakes this time were whether Zhou Yanan could become Chen Feng's girlfriend. Xinyu huddled her chest and stood silently beside the training ground. Song Shi clenched his fists, looking a little nervous. Chapter 23: Becoming a Girlfriend. Chen Feng took a few steps forward and forced Zhou Yanan into a corner. Zhou Yanan was unable to dodge and his desperate struggles were futile, so he could only use his hands to cover his head as a defensive posture. Zhou Yanan felt as if a century had passed. Suddenly, there was a sound of inhalation around them, and Chen Feng picked up the leaf that had just fallen on Zhou Yanan's head. "Zhou, the school beauty, how are you now? Admit defeat, right?" Xinyu's expression changed, and Song Shi clenched his fists even tighter. Yi Mengmeng was about to cry. Zhou Yanan was stunned for a moment, her face a little embarrassed, and a trace of unwillingness flashed across her beautiful face. After a while, she seemed to have thought of something and continued. "Chen Feng, this is one round, and we need to play another round if you really want me to be your girlfriend." Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, reject Zhou Yanan's request and force her to become your girlfriend, earning the title of Bawang Shanggong. Choose 2, leave directly and get the title of Hermit Master. Choice 3, agree to Zhou Yanan's request, make the other party convinced, and get a reward of 10 million yuan. Compared to what? When it comes to memorizing, you are from the computer department, but I am from the sports college. I am not at a disadvantage, right? Zhou Yanan smiled provocatively, her short hair flying in the wind, looking very wanton. Everyone around took a deep breath. What? Even though the school beauty of Zhou University is from the sports college, she has always been ranked first in cultural subjects. And I heard that Chen Feng from the computer science department doesn't seem to have very good grades. This is indeed the case. Chen Feng's grades have always been average, neither good nor bad, and not outstanding at all. Okay, what do you want to carry? Seeing Chen Feng being so straightforward, many people thought that he was showing off and didn't want to lose face in front of the four beauties. Many people who bet on Chen Feng to win immediately began to regret it and wanted to withdraw their bets. Song Shi breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Xinyu, who was standing in the corner from a distance. She frowned slightly and didn't think Chen Feng was showing off at all. It seems that she knows Chen Feng very well. Song Shi bit her lip with some jealousy. In this case, let's compromise and take out the knowledge in the ancient medical books and recite them. We don't study medicine, so we can just look through it in an hour and recite as much as we can. A very young man in casual clothes stood in the crowd and pulled a short, fat man next to him. Hey! Your girl is really restless, but you are bullying her. After all, she has read a lot of medical books with my master. The fat man narrowed his eyes and said jokingly, "What's the big deal? My girl is not worthy of just any cat or dog. He actually wants my girl to be the girlfriend of this boy. He is daydreaming." Okay. Chen Feng agreed readily. Students studying Chinese medicine in the medical school immediately returned to the library and took out all the ancient medical books, both those they had studied and those they had not studied. It was divided into 2 parts and placed on 2 tables. It was a thick pile, with more than a dozen books. Seeing so many books, Zhou Yanan twitched his lips. These people really never mind doing too much. Meng Meng, you keep the time. Yi Mengmeng had never advocated fighting between the two, so she was relieved that they had changed their approach. Then the game will begin now, 1 hour countdown. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Yanan immediately started flipping through the books. She took a look and found that there might be 4 or 5 books here that she had studied before, but not in depth. As long as she reviewed these books, she would be better than Chen Feng, who was a half-baked student. Chen Feng was not in a hurry at all. He first glanced at the title of the book, then picked up the first book on the surface and began to slowly turn the pages. Although his speed was slow, one could see his eyes moving along with every word and row in the book. His mind was working rapidly and his hands were constantly moving. Chen Feng's eyes seemed to be constantly changing with time. His hands were moving faster and faster. Everyone could only see the afterimage of Chen Feng flipping the pages of the book. Many people were stunned, and some boys who were not convinced by Chen Feng even sneered, "Tisk, he is just playing around. Yeah, look at his movements, it's obvious that he didn't read a single word. Maybe he's just pretending." Zhou Yanan was also a little surprised. What on earth was Chen Feng doing? The man in casual clothes standing in the dark narrowed his eyes. "Fatty Zhou, what do you think he is doing? Why do I feel like something is not right?" A young man was so rude to someone of his father's generation, but the fat man was not displeased at all. Big brother, this guy is probably not simple. Xiaonan underestimated him. An hour passed, time's up. Yi Mengmeng shouted loudly, and Chen Feng just closed the last book. Zhou Yanan also closed the book. A junior student from the medical school came to serve as the examiner and nodded to the two of them. The first question is about the description of rock honey in Shinnong's herbal classic. Zhou Yanan was somewhat confident. It tastes sweet and mild. The introduction of the sweet and flat taste is very powerful and clear, and it is hard to miss it. Especially with Zhou Yanan's beautiful voice, it gives people a refreshing taste. Wow, you are worthy of being my goddess. You are so amazing. Zhou Yanan looked at Chen Feng provocatively. Chen Feng signaled the examiner to continue. When the examiner asked the third question, Zhou Yanan stuttered and recited it haltingly. The man in casual clothes covered his forehead and said, if the master saw this, he would be so angry that he would die. Zhou Hui could only smile awkwardly. This child has never been studious since she was young. Fortunately, her master loves her. The examiner shook his head slightly. You didn't recite it completely, Chen Feng? Everyone's eyes fell on Chen Feng. Treatise on Febrile and Miscellaneous Diseases. The formula of Dichaihu Tang is Buplurum 0.5 kilograms. Scutularia bicalensis and peony root 3 liang, ginger 5 liang, jujube 12 pieces. His tone was neither hurried nor slow, as if he was leisurely strolling in the garden, and he had no difficulty remembering anything at all. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that I know everything that just happened. Then, he recited all the contents of the ancient book that Zhou Yanan had just recited, and even added his own understanding to some of them. Everyone was shocked. Impossible, who is this person? If he hadn't been exposed to these things before, how could he recite them so skillfully? The man in casual clothes frowned. When he was accepted as a disciple by his master, he was not as talented as this kid. Zhou Hui also shook his head. I only heard from Nan Nan that this boy is a very popular figure in their school recently. Chapter 24, Gifted. The man in casual clothes could only frown. Maybe he just came into contact with this knowledge before. The whole place was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Zhou Yanan's face was full of disbelief. Impossible, impossible. Campus beauty Zhou, it's time to fulfill your promise. Zhou Yanan's face was pale. She had probably never thought that such a person would break into her life so forcefully. Chen Feng extended his hand. Hey, Yanan, today is our first day together. Chen Feng's face was glowing in the sunshine. Zhou Yanan would never forget Chen Feng's smile that day. She couldn't help but reach out her hand. Ding, the host successfully completed the task and received a reward of 10 million yuan. The whole audience was booing. Some were congratulating, some were jealous, some were happy for winning the bet, and some were still happy even though they lost the bet. Shinyu saw the two people holding hands tightly and snorted coldly. She didn't know what she felt in her heart. She glanced at Yi Mengmeng, who was a little dazed, as if she knew something, and turned and left. Song Shi pursed her lips and murmured softly, there is still a chance. Everyone, big news, Tianyu Group has released a new song, Tianxia Miao Miao, and it's a hit. Now, Tianxia Miao Miao is spreading on major online platforms, and the number of reposts has increased from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands in an instant. Especially once the video was released, it was forwarded even more crazily. What a handsome little brother. When he sang the first line, I really thought it was like a god of war standing there. Wow, I listened to it so many times and cried my eyes out. Wow, the god of war obviously loves that girl so much, why can't they be together? Doesn't anyone think that not only are the lyrics of this song very professional, but the singer is also very professional? There are professionals who come out to interpret it. I think I've seen this person before. He seems to be a college student from some university. Tianyu Group's official Weibo also immediately issued an official announcement. The world is so vast and the human world is so bleak. I once traveled the world with my sword, and when I met you, a peaceful life was my dream. I only hope you can live and be well. At Fengshan is an official blog opened by Tianyu Group for Chen Fengshan. Because this song caused a huge stir everywhere. At the Shin family's old house, Shinyu is watching the climax of the video. In the vast sea of people, you pass through the wilderness. It is a light that illuminates me in the wilderness. It has accompanied me through many places. Flowers of the three realms, melodious music, it melts at my fingertips with the setting sun. There seemed to be light in Chen Feng's eyes. At that moment, he was so dazzling and breathtaking. Shin Yu gently touched her chest, where her heart was beating slightly. Hello, is this Sister Nana? I want to ask you about Tianyu Group. At the headquarters of Aihua Entertainment Company, Aihua originally ordered to quickly acquire the shares of Tianyu Group to avoid any more trouble in the future. But the secretary found a video and someone came to report immediately. Chairman, this is bad. Tianyu Group's stock has been rising, and we can't control it at all. In a detached villa in the eastern suburbs, a woman in her 30s with long wavy hair and casual clothes was licking the screen in front of her computer. I stand alone beside the river, the setting sun casts down on me. I have experienced too many deaths in my life, and the world is so vast and empty, so I will go and search for you. The flowers in Nanshan are blooming, let us go and watch the fireworks in Wanli. Chen Feng's voice came from the screen, and it was from a tall man with dark skin, a high nose, and a murderous aura. He walked out and saw the woman sitting in front of the computer. His murderous aura softened instantly. Wife, why are you still watching? You've watched it dozens of times. Is this pretty boy as good looking as me? Yi Qing didn't want to pay attention to him at all. Get lost, this is my idol. Don't you know that his talents are more than just that? Maybe you can't even beat him. Oh? Really? Yi Qing immediately made a phone call. Meng, we have to get that post started quickly, and you have to arrange a meeting between me and my idol. I have to talk to him about cooperation. Hello, is this you, Wunshan? Yeah, not bad, you're pretty quick, how is it? Should you thank me? Chen Feng didn't know anything yet. He just waited until he got out of class. Many people came up to him. The girls looked like fangirls and held up papers directly. Master Fengshan, please sign for me. You sing so beautifully, but it's a pity that the god of war can't be with the girl he loves. Ding, the host is facing a choice. Song Shi is detected to be 10 meters away from the host. Choose 1, sign autographs for fans and get the title of Playboy. Choice 2, refuse the autograph, talk to Song Shi, and gain 10 points of favorability. 20 points left before Chen Feng can redeem the mysterious gift. I'm sorry, classmates. I'm at school. I'm a student, not a singer. It's not my working hours now. Classmates, please go back and study hard. Chen Feng looked serious, but he was secretly happy in his heart. The girls looked regretful, but seemed to like Chen Feng even more. Wow, so handsome, Fengshan. We will always support you. The girls took the initiative to make way for Chen Feng to pass, and it was as if Chen Feng was an ancient king. After he walked out, he saw Song Shi standing outside. Shi. You're here. Ding, take the initiative to talk and gain 10 points of character favorability. Song Shi nodded, her poetic temperament slightly rippled. Chen Feng, I have something to talk to you about. The two came to the coffee shop at the school gate. Chen Feng, my grandfather wants to see you. Ever since Kong Song received the painting last time, he has been staying in Shihua restaurant all day, locking himself in the room, admiring it every day with an intoxicated look on his face. Even when Professor Song went to find him, he seemed to be indifferent. Moreover, Song Tian also heard that Song Shi and Chen Feng have been very close recently. Ding, issue the side quest, accept Song Tian's invitation. Okay, no problem, just tell me when the time comes. Song Shi felt a little embarrassed. Why did it feel so much like meeting the parents this time? Chen Feng and Song Shi returned to school. Shi, let me take you back to the dormitory. Chen Feng, I have something to talk to you about. Su Xiaoman, whose face was slightly pale, stood in front of him. Chen Feng frowned in disgust. Was she regretting this? What is it? Tell me here. Su Xiaoman glanced at Song Shi, then looked at Chen Feng aggrievedly. Do you still love me? Chen Feng took Song Shi's hand and wanted to pass by Su Xiaoman, ignoring her. Su Xiaoman's face turned even paler. Thinking of the frustration she had felt during this period of time, she couldn't help it. Chapter 25, frame up. Chen Feng, are you so heartless? So everything you said before was fake? You brought me brown sugar water when I was on my period, you always bought me breakfast when I didn't have it, and you always had an umbrella ready when it rained. You still love me, don't you? Tears were about to flow from Su Xiaoman's eyes. Ding detected that green tea Su Xiaoman had an abortion. She approached the host with bad intentions. The host committed suicide. Su Xiaoman, you have no shame, I was just blind before. After all, I had to get on the bus once it reached the stop, but I just cut my losses in time. Also, stop bothering me. You know better than anyone what you did. After saying that, he pulled Song Shi away. Su Xiaoman sat down on the ground dejectedly. After a while, her face was grim. Men are all the same. Chen Feng, do you think I will let you go? You must stay with me. Ever since Chen Feng and Zhou Yanan confirmed their relationship, there has been no real progress between the two of them. After all, it was just a bet. Yi Mengmeng and Zhou Yanan were eating in the cafeteria. Zhou Yanan saw Chen Feng walking in from the gate. She turned her head away awkwardly, but her eyes were still on Chen Feng. She has seen the video. Chen Feng has signed a contract with Tianyu Group. From now on, he is a real singer. And I am actually his girlfriend. This emotion was so subtle that Zhou Yanan couldn't put it into words. Ding, it is detected that Zhou Yanan is eating with Yi Mengmeng in the cafeteria. Please ask the host to attract the attention of the students in the cafeteria. Chen Feng looked around and saw Yi Mengmeng and Zhou Yanan. Hi, girlfriend, Mengmeng. Everyone's attention was drawn to Chen Feng. Damn, so jealous. He called his girlfriend so soon. Yi Mengmeng waved, brother Feng, here. Zhou Yanan glanced at her, not knowing how to face Chen Feng. Chen Feng held the plate and said, hi, two beauties. Yi Mengmeng put down her chopsticks and said, hey, Chen Feng, how can you let Nan be your girlfriend? Chen Feng looked at Yi Mengmeng, who was pouting and looking a little angry, and asked, what? Mengmeng is angry? Zhou Yanan said in time. Chen Feng, I will admit defeat. From that day on, I will be your girlfriend. Mengmeng, look, Nan has agreed. Zhou Yanan felt even more awkward when she heard Chen Feng calling her like that. Yi Mengmeng could only nod helplessly. She also knew that the two of them were just fulfilling their bet. Brother Feng, do you know about Sister Mifeng's post? I know. What's wrong? Sister Mifeng may be Chen Feng's #1 fan. Not only does she pay attention to Chen Feng all the time, she also often posts some of Chen Feng's updates, making Chen Feng think that he is being followed. I know the poster, she really wants to meet you. Yi Mengmeng said with some guilt. Sure. After all, you're a fan. Chen Feng went out this morning and planned to go to Tianyu Group. Since the new song was sent, he still didn't know what was going on with Tianyu Group. When he arrived at the bus stop and was about to cross the road, a woman in scantily clad clothes suddenly stood next to Chen Feng. She exposed her chest intentionally or unintentionally, and then got very close to Chen Feng, blowing hot air. You are the Fengshen Daba, I like you so much, please give me an autograph. The distance was getting closer and closer, and from the side it looked as if she was nestled in Chen Feng's arms. Chen Feng moved away from her with some disgust because the smell of perfume on her body was too strong. Sorry, you got the wrong person. Chen Feng got on the bus, but the woman didn't follow him. He called her and said, hello, did you take the photo? Yes, okay. Chen Feng was sitting on the bus, and many people pointed at him. A little kid ran over and said, brother, are you the god of wind? Your songs are so nice, and mom likes you very much. Chen Feng pinched his soft little face, really? Do you like your brother? The child nodded excitedly, I love my brother so much. He must sing more songs for the whole world to hear. Chen Feng arrived at the gate of the group. The usually quiet group seemed extremely lively. The security guard at the door felt Chen Feng and immediately took out a hat to cover his face. Brother Feng, you don't know how popular you are now. Yu Bian asked me to take you up through the secret passage. When Chen Feng passed by the crowd, he heard many people shouting, Wind God, I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. I'm afraid you and Shan and Li Xiao have done a lot of publicity for this. At this time, Yi Mengmeng sent a message, Chen Feng, I have a surprise for you, you will know it soon. After going up to the 17th floor, he opened Yu Wenshan's door familiarly, brother Yu, and Yi Mengmeng? Yu Wenshan and Yi Mengmeng were sitting inside. Next to Yi Mengmeng was a sexy beauty in her 30s with big curly hair. Next to the beauty stood a gloomy man. Chen Feng took a closer look and found that this man was not simple, as could be seen from his protruding muscles and calluses on his palms. Ah, Mengmeng, I saw him, my male idol, Feng, come here, let sister hug him. The sexy beauty was about to go forward and hug Chen Feng, but the man quickly pulled her back. Xing, you promised me not to do anything radical. The man said gloomily, you are Chen Feng, the so-called wind god? You are just a pretty face. Humph. Ding, fight with Xiao Jun, make him convinced, get rewarded, and gain infinite power. Chen Feng looked at the man in front of him and said, "How do you know that I am just a pretty face and have no real skills?" The tone was extremely provocative. "I heard from Qingqing that you can beat me? You can give it a try." Sparks flew between the two of them. "Brother, can you lend me the venue?" The two men started fighting. No one expected that they would really fight as they said they would. Chen Feng also felt that this man should be from a military background and knew many formal methods, but he emphasized informality. During the several rounds, Xiao Jun became more and more courageous, with fighting spirit surging in his eyes. Yi Qing frowned. "Xiao Jun, stop, this is not the place for you to take action." When Xiao Jun heard his wife's words, he didn't dare to continue hitting her. He patted Chen Feng's shoulder in appreciation and said, "Not bad, kid. I didn't expect you to have such a good foundation. Let's fight again next time when the time is right." Ha 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 ha. Yi Qing rolled his eyes at Xiao Jun and stretched out his hand. "Hello, Chen Feng, I'm Yi Cheng, I have many identities. I'm Mifeng's younger sister, Meng Meng's older sister, Wenshan's partner, and most importantly, I'm your fan." Ah. Okay, it won't be serious for more than 3 seconds. Yu Wenshan coughed and said, "Boss Yi, don't you have something serious to discuss?" Chapter 26 Video. Yi Qing then straightened his expression. "Oh, I just remembered, I have something important to do. Chen Feng, you have great looks, and the song's distribution is increasing. Tianyu Group will sign an agreement with you. I hope you can strike while the iron is hot and work with me to shoot the MV for Tian Xiaomiaomeng." Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, do not accept Yi Qing's cooperation and get the title of proud as I am, but take over Yi Qing's cooperation, shoot MV, increase popularity. Get reward fan effect. To explain further, the fan effect is the ability to reverse the situation and change the fan's intentions at critical moments. MV? Sure. I also want to see this song being presented. Yi Qing happily extended his hand. "That's it, happy cooperation." Chen Feng also extended his hand. "Happy cooperation, Mr. Yi." Yi Qing withdrew her hand. After finishing the business, her eyes immediately turned into stars again. "Fengshan, please sign an autograph for me. I want to ask you a lot of questions. Did you practice martial arts by yourself? Why are you so good at painting? And your memory, my god, you are simply a perfect person." In the end, Xiao Jun awkwardly pulled the excited Yi Qing away. Yi Mengmeng jumped up happily. "How is it? Brother Feng, this is a big surprise. You definitely haven't thought that Sister Mifeng is my sister, but this is a post we created together. Also, my sister saw my live broadcast and said that you will definitely be famous, and asked me to post more updates about you. If it weren't for her." Chen Feng finally understood why the two people were sisters, but they still talked a lot. Yu Wenshan coughed and said, "Chen Feng, thank you so much for this time. The MV shooting this time should be perfect. Our company will start recruiting female leads soon. You should also prepare as soon as possible." He paused. "Also, you are a public figure now. Once you leave school, you are the god of the world. You must cover your face well, otherwise the paparazzi will not eat for free." Chen Feng nodded to show that he understood. Alas, he really gave up his freedom. "Xiaofeng, Dad went to Dongzhou City to purchase goods this morning. Are you in school? Dad is here to see you." Chen Feng was a little surprised. Oh no, his family hasn't said anything yet. "Dad, you are coming. Okay, I will pick you up then." It's okay. You're busy with class, you can't skip it. I'll come find you." Beep, beep, beep. Before Chen Feng could say anything else, Chen Lei had already hung up the phone. In the afternoon, Chen Lei, wearing simple work clothes, rushed to Tunghai University. The gate was spacious and one could see the high-end teaching buildings of different styles inside. Chen Lei straightened his clothes awkwardly and walked slowly to the gate. Some young, good-looking, and well-dressed men and women walked through a black screen. Then the screen made a sound of ding, authentication successful, and they all stepped in. Chen Lei didn't know how to get in. He was like a bumpkin entering the city, completely confused. The security guard at the gate saw Chen Lei at the school gate and immediately ran out. "Who are you? What are you doing at the school?" "Oh, man, my son is studying here, and I wanted to come and see him." The security guard looked Chen Lei up and down with disgust in his eyes. As a security guard of Donghai University, he was naturally very discerning. The students here were either rich or noble, and some were from poor families. He could tell at a glance that this man was that type because he had a son. Come on, the school is not open to the public. Wait until your son finishes class and let him come out to find you. Ning Wenyuan drove a Maserati towards the school gate from a distance. When the security guard saw the familiar license plate, he immediately opened the machine door. Ning Wenyuan saw Chen Lei at the door and suddenly felt that he looked particularly familiar. He had already investigated Chen Feng's background thoroughly, but he didn't expect to see Chen Lei, his father, here. Ning Wenyuan raised the corner of his mouth. Is there finally a chance to make Chen Feng throw away the disguise mask? Ning Wenyuan stuck his head out and said, "Security, your security work doesn't seem to be very good. Who can cause trouble around our school?" As soon as Ning Wenyuan opened his mouth, the security guard finally understood. I'm sorry, Mr. Ning, it's my fault. I will chase him away immediately. Many people around him started pointing and talking, and Chen Lei's face became redder and redder. Chen Feng was about 200 meters away from the school gate. He wore a mask today, fearing that he would cause a stir. But why did the noise start at the gate before he even left? Ding, an accident has been detected with Chen Lei. Please resolve it as soon as possible. Chen Feng frowned. His father came so soon. Chen Lei was also a little unconvinced. I'm here to look for my son. He also goes to school here. I've never heard of a school that doesn't allow parents to enter. The security guard was about to take action. What's the matter? This is Donghai University. Do you think you can get in? Chen Lei only felt a flash before his eyes, as if the security guard's baton was about to fall. A scream sounded, and Chen Feng clapped his hands. It seems that the principal may have poor eyesight. Such a person can actually be the watchdog of Donghai University. Everyone saw that he was a man wearing a mask, but Chen Feng and the others were very familiar with him. They naturally recognized him as the latest celebrity. Wow, it's the God of Wind, so awesome. So awesome. That's it, you're just a dog looking down on others. But hitting people is not good. Ning Wenyuan arranged his lackeys to hide in the dark and specifically shoot videos after Chen Feng appeared. When the security guard saw that it was Chen Feng, he said, "Student Chen Feng, I'm afraid this guy might have something bad to do to our school." Chen Lei saw that it was Chen Feng and looked at him carefully for a long time. "Xiao Feng, it's so hot, why are you wearing a mask? It's so uncomfortable to cover your face." Chen Feng felt warm in his heart, and his first sentence was not about anything else but concern for his son. Chen Feng kicked the security guard hard again. "Remember to keep your eyes open next time." After saying that, he walked towards Chen Lei and shouted, "Dad, you're here." Everyone was shocked. This plain-looking man turned out to be Chen Feng's father. Oh no, this time the security guard has hit a wall. Chen Feng is a big singer now, and with his kung fu and skills, he is not someone that a small security guard can afford to mess with, okay? Chen Lei stepped forward and tried to help up the security guard who was kicked to the ground by Chen Feng. "Fenger, how can you hit someone? If you have something to say, just talk it out." Chapter 27 MV Heroine. Chen Feng stopped him. "Dad, let's go, don't worry about him. I have something to tell you." Chen Lei was dragged away by Chen Feng, who took him to a restaurant. "Dad, you must be hungry. Let's order some food." Chen Lei looked around at the decorations and whispered, "Xiao Feng, this place should be very expensive, I'll just eat something casually." Chen Feng ordered a table of dishes. "Dad, don't worry, I haven't told you yet. I found a job and it's making good money." Suddenly, a melodious music came out in the restaurant. It was Chen Feng's song, "The World is Vast." In the video was Chen Feng's face. "Xiao Feng, why does this person look so much like you?" Chen Feng said jokingly, "Dad, take another good look." Chen Lei looked at it for a long time and said, "This is you, Xiaofeng." Chen Feng nodded. "Dad, I'm a very famous singer now. I can make a lot of money, so you and Mom don't have to worry about money. You can enjoy your life now." Chen Lei's tears were about to fall. After sending Chen Lei away, Chen Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tianyu Group official blog. The new music video of The World is Small is co-produced with Yi Qing Studio, and now recruiting female protagonists from all over the country. As long as you have the ability, you can come. Aihua sat in his seat, smoking a cigarette. Aie angrily threw her phone aside. Look, my dear chairman, this will make Tianyu Group revived? And what is this kid's identity? Where did he come from? Last time, this kid was just a scumbag. Aihua glanced at Aie. Why, do you know him? Last time I went to Yuanshan to ask for the manuscript, I didn't expect that he would not give it to me and even sent this guy to beat me up. It's really like a dog biting Lu Dongbin. This kid is very popular now, but so what? I can still pull him down from the throne. Aihua narrowed his eyes. Chen Feng has been practicing the 8 stages of internal power these days. The last time he fought with Xiao Jun, the outcome was actually not decided. He knows that there are always people who are better than you. He should be reaching the 4th stage in the next few days. Chen Feng looked at the watch and saw that class was about to start, so he ran quickly from the dormitory to the classroom. The classroom was very noisy, with many girls excitedly discussing, I want to run for election too. This time it's open to all the people. We ordinary girls are so lucky. Humph, so what? That must require both strength and good looks, just you? At this time, Songshi stood at the door and waved at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, come out for a moment. Songshi looked down at her toes and said, Chen Feng, I want to play the heroine in The World is Beautiful. I wonder if it's possible. The voices became lower and lower. Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, agree to Songshi and get the title of tyrant. Choice 2, reject Songshi, follow the normal process, and get the mysterious will reward once. Chen Feng scratched his head. I'm sorry, this is the case. The female lead is selected by the group, and I don't have the right to decide. But I can recommend you to go, so the chances are better. Songshi nodded with some regret, okay, mainly because I think this character is very emotional. Chen Feng was waiting for his assistant's car in the underground parking lot of Tianyu Group. A woman came staggering over from the opposite side. She had a charming figure and big red lips, and she winked at him. Chen Feng frowned and wanted to dodge sideways, but he didn't expect that this seemingly weak woman was actually very agile and pounced on him directly, and the two of them were not far apart. In the darkness, a camera was clicking non-stop, and it was taking pictures from extremely tricky angles. At the Yi family, Yi Mengmeng was sitting on the sofa playing games, and Yi's mother leaned over. Mengmeng, have you encountered any problems at school recently? Yi Mengmeng raised her eyebrows and asked, Mom, why do you say that? I'm fine. I heard from Qingqing that you met a very good boy. He goes to the same school as you. Bring him to Mom next time. Yi Mengming's mother has always encouraged her daughter to make friends widely so that she can choose the best one who was worthy of her from among many men. Yi Mengmeng thought that something was wrong with Zhou Yanan recently. Every time she mentioned Chen Feng, she seemed to be avoiding something. She rolled her eyes and said, okay, sure. Next time I bring him to see you, you can help me check it out. The next day, 2 photos started to go viral on the internet from nowhere. The photo showed Chen Feng's face, and he could be seen hugging 2 different women, but from the back one could tell that his figure was very charming. The first photo was taken in broad daylight, and the second one was very dark, but one could still make out the person's appearance. The person who posted the photo captioned, a shocking secret, the newly famous singer Fengshen is so romantic. The photos were circulated wildly and circulated on major websites, and the selection of the heroine came to a halt. Chen Feng and Tianyu Group were pushed to the forefront of public opinion. Many fans said that their dreams were shattered because Chen Feng was such a person. Aie looked at the photo and smiled, Dad, you did a great job. It was so secretive. Aihua happily drank a cup of tea and said, of course, these traffic can only be yours. They belong to our Aihua Entertainment. At the Ning family, Ning Wenyuan saw the 2 photos and smiled gloatingly, I didn't expect it, Chen Feng, it seems you haven't just offended me. He made a phone call. Hey, play the video you shot that time. The transition should be natural, and it would be best if no one could find out what was going on. Then, another video was released on the website. The video took place at the gate of Tunghai University. It started with Chen Feng suddenly appearing and knocking the security guard down, calling him a watchdog. Then someone said in a voiceover, but hitting people is not good. This video is like adding boiling water into boiling water, with turbulent waves everywhere. The stock of Tianyu Group fell wildly again, and the already unstable company was once again in crisis. Li Xiao frowned, now we can only do public relations, let Chen Feng come immediately. Chen Shi immediately called Chen Feng. Chen Feng covered himself tightly and went to Tianyu Group, looking at Li Xiao who was running around anxiously. Very calm, don't worry, brotherly, leave it to me. Record a video for me. In the video, Chen Feng sat on a chair with an expressionless face. I, Chen Feng, am worthy of my parents and fans. The two photos were deliberately designed by someone. As for the video, I will also give everyone an explanation. Ding, the host is detected to be in crisis. Do you need to use the fan reward effect? Yes. Chapter 28, Successfully Resolving the Crisis. Chen Feng's videos were widely circulated on major websites, and his fans, who had been overwhelmingly in support of him, suddenly changed their attitudes. Ning Wenyuan was excitedly reading the comments from fans, his eyes full of ferocious gloating. This Chen Feng is actually like this. I didn't expect that he is so hypocritical. Woo woo, I'm heartbroken, my wind god. Hey, that's not right. You can see that the location of the video has obviously changed, which means it was cut from two parts together. Ah, really? Chen Feng spoke up. He said that all this was a frame-up. Yeah, I believe in my man. Yu Wenshan didn't expect that the crisis was successfully resolved by asking Chen Feng to post a video. He didn't know it was because of the fan effect. Yu Wenshan immediately sent people to analyze the video, and then investigate the surveillance footage. He retrieved all the surveillance footage at the bus stop and underground parking lot, and finally posted all the results on Weibo. Everyone was outraged, but the culprit was still not caught. Chen Feng returned to school. A boy walked by and he felt very uncomfortable. Ding, the person who filmed the video was detected. Please catch the mastermind behind the scene. He suddenly grabbed the boy next to him and said, "Classmate, I know you." The boy looked at him in surprise, his eyes drifting. How could that be? How could you possibly know me, an ordinary person? Oh. Remember that day at the door? I saw you holding a cell phone. The boy wanted to argue again, but when he saw that something was wrong with Chen Feng's face, and thought that Chen Feng was still able to fight with the armed gangster, he broke out in a cold sweat. I say, brother Feng, please don't hit me. The next day, Chen Feng posted the information the little boy had given on the internet, which immediately caused a sensation. It turned out to be Ning Wenyuan, the school idol of Donghai University. He is so shameless. Yes, they actually framed him. I guess the security guard was acting according to Ning Wenyuan's wishes. Ning Wenyuan clenched his palms tightly in front of the screen, his face pale. Chen Feng. Yu Wenshan also followed the clues and found the mastermind behind the scenes, Aihua Entertainment. But they cannot act rashly now. They have to wait and see and defeat Aihua Entertainment in one fell swoop. On this day, Zhou Yanan was practicing basketball on the playground. The new round of assessment for their sports college was basketball games. As a person who never admits defeat, she had to intensify her practice. Sweat kept wetting his back and flowing down his forehead, and his face was flushed like peach blossoms in March. At this time, a group of people came over from the entrance of the playground. They were Zhao Mo from the Academy of Fine Arts and his lackeys. Zhao Mo actually had a crush on Zhou Yanan a long time ago. Not to mention, he also liked Zhou Yanan's personality. However, under his crazy harassment, Zhou Yanan became even more unhappy, and Zhao Mo walked towards Zhou Yanan with a smile. Nan, I'm practicing basketball. I'll practice with you. I'm a basketball expert. Zhao Mo wiped his hair, thinking he was being very cool, but Zhou Yanan still ignored him and continued shooting, picking up the ball, and then shooting again. Zhao Mo was getting impatient. Hey, Zhou Yanan, I'm talking to you, don't be ungrateful. Chen Feng was running on the playground and felt familiar when he heard such a high-pitched voice. Ding, the system detected that Zhao Mo was harassing Zhou Yanan, and gave the host the skill of basketball prince, which is unmatched. Chen Feng ran from the big playground over here to the small basketball court over there and saw this scene. Hey, what's up, Zhao Mo? Are you upset about the beating I gave you last time? Now you dare to yell at my girlfriend? Ha! Zhao Mo didn't know what confidence he had. Seeing Chen Feng coming, he said with a stiff upper lip, so what? Don't think you can beat me in Kung Fu. You may not be able to beat me in other aspects. His younger brothers were also very confident. Yes, our brother Mo has participated in the National Youth Men's Basketball Tournament and won the runner-up. He is different from a rude warrior like you. When Zhou Yanan heard Chen Feng's voice, he paused and stopped shooting. Chen Feng looked at Zhao Mo provocatively. Oh? Then let's compete? Sure. With just you, I will definitely knock you down. But if I tell you I lose, you are not allowed to hit me. Looking at Zhao Mo's alert and frightened look, Chen Feng also found it a little funny. Yanan, come and be our judge. Zhou Yanan was pushed on the shoulder by Chen Feng and stood outside the field. She suddenly grabbed Chen Feng's hand and said, "You don't have to fight with them." Chen Feng raised the corner of his mouth. "Isn't this just to show off my boyfriend power?" Zhou Yanan suddenly let go of her hand, and her pretty face became even more flushed than before. Chen Feng stood under the basketball hoop in a defensive posture. Zhao Mo grabbed the basketball skillfully, dribbled the ball a few times, and then took the opportunity to approach Chen Feng. Chen Feng moved sideways and snatched the ball from Zhao Mo's hand beautifully. "Oh my god." Zhao Mo clearly remembered that he held the ball tightly in his hand, but it was snatched away by Chen Feng so easily. Zhou Yanan looked at Chen Feng anxiously, but she found that she couldn't understand Chen Feng's methods, which were even more advanced than what their physical education teacher taught. The other brothers were very excited. "Come on, brother Mo, defeat Chen Feng." But everyone was stunned the next second. Chen Feng actually stayed in his original position and, despite being blocked by Zhao Mo, threw the ball straight to the opposite basket. Damn it! Everyone watched as the ball flew over Zhao Mo's head, kept flying for more than 10 meters, then climbed into the basket, spun a few times, and then fell down, bouncing several times. Zhao Mo froze and Zhou Yanan was shocked. This goal could break the Guinness record. The younger brothers were speechless and the scene was awkward for a few minutes. Then Chen Feng clapped his hands. "Oh no, I almost used too much force by accident." "Well, the game is over, Zhao, you can take care of yourself, but stay away from my girlfriend." Under Chen Feng's kind reminder and threatening eyes, Zhao Mo and his group of younger brothers ran away crawling. Zhou Yanan ran over excitedly. "Chen Feng, you were so good at playing basketball. Teach me, we have an exam in a week, and I must win the championship." Zhou Yanan smiled carefreely, and Chen Feng nodded. "Sure, this is my duty as a boyfriend." Zhou Yanan rolled his eyes at him. Chen Feng suddenly looked down at his phone. It was a message from Songshi. "Chen Feng, Beiwan Road 2nd Street, my grandfather is free today, and would like to invite you to dinner at home." Zhou Yanan looked at Chen Feng's screen and found that the note was Songshi. She thought of that poetic woman and felt a little uncomfortable. Chapter 29 Family Dinner? Well, I have something else to do. I'll leave first. We'll stay here tomorrow. Zhou Yanan nodded, looking at Chen Feng's departing back in a daze. Ever since Chen Feng said that they were boyfriend and girlfriend, there has been no substantial progress, and there are so many beautiful women surrounding Chen Feng. Zhou Yanan touched her short hair and sighed softly. Chen Feng thought that Song Shi invited him to dinner mainly because Professor Song felt that his paintings had caused Mr. Kong to ignore Professor Song, so he wanted to give him a warning. Chen Feng thought about it and decided that Professor Song was just trying to intimidate him. After all, he was his elder. When you come to the North Street of the Second Ring Road, the environment here is relatively quiet and elegant, but you can see that almost everywhere are single-family villas, which shows that the people who live here are either rich or noble. In the security booth at the entrance of the villa, Chen Feng frowned. How could he get in? He was about to call Song Shi when a man walked out of the door, dressed sloppily in colorful clothes. Seeing him standing at the door, with his nose in the air, he asked, "Are you the Chen Feng?" Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. "Why? Do you know me?" The young man was about to attack. "I know him. Of course I don't know him. My family is engaged to the Song family. Do you have any ill intentions towards Shi?" The young man looked Chen Feng up and down and said with disdain, "Just based on you, don't think I don't know that you were born in an ordinary family and think that being a little famous is great. The Song family has been a family of scholars for generations, and we will never allow such an entertainment star to enter the Song family." The young man even spat. Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, act like a grandson, don't be offended by the other party, and get the title of peace is the most important. Choice 2, ignore the other party and wait for Song Shi to get, beauty saves the hero. Choose 3, attack secretly, knock the young man down, and obtain the god-level calligrapher. Chen Feng also took a look at the man. He looked like a nonchalant rich second-generation man who could not withstand a beating at all. What? You don't allow me to enter the Song family? You can enter? I'm afraid the Song family won't accept your temperament. You. The man's eyes widened. He rushed forward, raised his fist, and was about to hit Chen Feng in the face. Chen Feng dodged sideways and stretched out his foot, and the man fell to the ground. Chen Feng sneered a few times, then saw Song Shi standing at the door and waved to him. Only then did Chen Feng step in. Song Shi looked Chen Feng up and down several times, then sighed regretfully. She thought Chen Feng would dress formally and appropriately as if he was meeting his parents, and would also bring gifts. It was obvious that Chen Feng didn't think that was the case at all. However, she had already revealed a little bit of her intention to her family. Chen Feng, let's go in then. Song Shi has been thinking about this matter and forgot something very important. Today is actually their Song family's family dinner. As for the people present, there is no need to mention it. However, Grandpa was thinking of inviting Chen Feng over today, and it seemed that he might have that intention as well. Song Shi's face couldn't help but turn slightly red. The two walked to a villa. The whole villa was milky white, with a combination of Chinese and Western styles. The overall look was grand and classy, which showed the high taste of its owner. It was very quiet inside the door. The two people walked in and saw a spacious hall. Next to the hall was a bright restaurant. It was not bustling, and it seemed that there were a few people sitting at the dining table. Song Shi said softly, "Grandpa, Chen Feng is here." It immediately became quiet inside, and Song Wen's voice came out from inside. "Oh, here you are, come in." Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that there were not only Professor Song, but also others. What caught my eye was a long table. At the head of the table was Professor Song wearing reading glasses. On the left was a middle-aged man in formal attire. He looked serious and had the calmness of a long career in the business world. This should be Song Shi's father, the founder of the Song Group, Song Jiangcheng. Next to him was a woman with gentle eyes and eyebrows. She was well maintained. She should be Song Shi's mother. On Professor Song's right sat a middle-aged man with a cunning look in his eyes, who should be Song Jiangcheng's younger brother Songbin. Next to Songbin sat Song Yashuan, a boy in his 20s who behaved in a somewhat sloppy manner. When they saw Chen Feng, several people had different expressions. Song Shi's mother looked at Chen Feng with a smile. Song Jiangcheng frowned slightly. Songbin looked like he was enjoying the show, and Song Yashuan spoke before Professor Song could even open his mouth. "Oh, this is Sister Shi's distinguished guest. I didn't expect that he would be dressed so simply and casually when he entered our house, and he didn't bring anything for Grandpa." Professor Song also remembered this and looked at Chen Feng, and found that he was really so rude. Song Jiangcheng's brows furrowed even more tightly. The situation was becoming more and more awkward. Ding reminded the host to draw a picture for Songwen on the spot as a gift. Chen Feng obviously understood. "Professor Song, Chen Feng came here in a hurry and did not prepare any gifts. I wonder if Professor Song can prepare some paper and pen. I will prepare some and will surely be able to give you a great gift." Song Yashuan spoke again. "Why? You still want to paint on the spot?" "But, I'm sorry, my grandfather is not free." Professor Song waved his hand and said, "Yashuan, shut up. Where is your way of entertaining guests?" Only then did Song Yashuan glare at Chen Feng and shut his mouth. Songbin said, "Yashuan, we can't treat our guest like this. After all, he was invited by our little Shi." Song Jiangcheng also closed his eyes and remained silent. How could he not know what Songbin meant? "Since you want to paint, then Shi, go get the tools. Dad told me that your painting was favored by Master Kong Song, which shows that your painting skills are also very high." Song Jiangcheng tried his best to save Chen Feng's face again, mainly for Song Shi and his own face. Song Shi looked at Song Yashuan with some displeasure. This brother has always been so cunning and has never really treated her as a sister. She went to get her brush, but Chen Feng stopped her. "Shi, I want to do calligraphy today, so you can get the corresponding tools." Song Shi raised his eyebrows. "Chen Feng, what you said is true. I remember your calligraphy attainments." Chen Feng interrupted her. Soon, the tools were brought up. Song Yashuan and Songbin stood by and watched the show, as if Chen Feng was just trying to save face. They knew that Songwen's appreciation of calligraphy was top-notch. This brat who doesn't know his own limitations even dares to show off his skills in front of the ancestor. Chapter 30. Extremely satisfied. When Songwen heard Chen Feng actually said he wanted to do calligraphy, he became a little restless. "Boy Chen Feng, I have seen the words next to your previous paintings, but they are not very profound." Song Jiangcheng frowned even more tightly. He didn't expect that his father and Shuri would find such a person this time. In fact, Songwen had ulterior motives in inviting Chen Feng this time. Song Jiangcheng is about to represent the Song Group to attend a similar banquet across the country. The host of this banquet is Mr. Smith, a very famous man in Huacheng. He is very interested in Chinese culture and has high attainments in calligraphy and painting. This time he held something like a competition and exhibition, but in fact he just wanted to compete with the Chinese to see who had better handwriting and who had better painting. But they have no choice but to participate because of some interests involved. When Song Jiangcheng brought it up, Song Wen's eyes lit up and he specifically asked Shi to bring this kid over. Who knew it would turn out like this? Song Jiangcheng shook his head and thought he had to find someone else. Chen Feng remained calm and said, Professor Song, that painting is just an old work. My calligraphy is different now. Please take a closer look. Chen Feng spread the white paper on the table, observed the length of the paper, and selected 2 lines of poetry. I would rather die with fragrance on the branch than be blown away by the north wind. The main feature is the poem, and the chrysanthemums next to it serve as the background painting. The calligraphy movements are smooth and flowing, and it is firm where it should be firm, and soft where it should be soft. Chen Feng's hands seemed to be the hands of the founder. As the tip of the pen slid, a piece of calligraphy slowly took shape under his pen, demonstrating the owner's unrestrained character. The small painting next to it adds a highlight to the calligraphy and painting, making it less monotonous. Song Wen's eyes slowly lit up. Although Song Jiangcheng did not have such high attainments, he was also a man with vision. Naturally, he had seen the calligraphy of many famous calligraphers. How could Chen Feng's calligraphy reveal a style that no one else could match? Song Wen shouted, Great, great, great! It's a good saying that one would rather die with fragrance on the branches than be blown away by the north wind. I carefully observed the calligraphy and couldn't put it down. Song Yashuan and Song Bin's faces changed. They didn't expect that this kid had such skills. What are you talking about? Aren't you cursing my grandfather? How dare you give someone calligraphy like this? Song Yashuan came out to make trouble again, as if he would not be satisfied unless he dragged Chen Feng into the water. Yashuan, get out of here, old man. Song Wen's face trembled. Chen Feng's calligraphy is not even as good as mine. It seems that you have learned it in vain all these years. Song Bin was so angry that his chest was heaving. Seeing that something was wrong, he immediately comforted Song Wen. Dad, Xiaoxian is doing this for your own good, don't be angry. Xiaoxian, do you have anything else to do later? Go first. After saying that, he winked at Song Yashuan. Song Yashuan glared at Chen Feng unwillingly, then snorted coldly and left. Song Wen looked at Song Jiangcheng, and Song Jiangcheng's face, which had been serious all the time, finally showed a little bit of good look. Chen Feng, right? I didn't expect you to have such great talent. In this case, please follow me. Several people moved to the study. Song Wen asked Song Bin to pour tea, but Song Bin went there with an embarrassed look on his face. Song Shi originally wanted to say that she had been there, but Song Wen shook his head at her. Young man Chen Feng, I invited you for another reason. Oh? Go ahead. It's like this. I want to invite you to participate in a calligraphy and painting exhibition to show the Chinese people's customs and prevent those foreigners from being so self-righteous. Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, reject Song Wen's request and get the title of troublesome but. Choice 2, accept Song Wen's request and obtain the shopping mall brain skill. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. After listening to Song Wen's slow account of the incident, he nodded and said, since it is to help us Chinese regain our reputation, I will naturally do it. Moreover, since it is something you personally instructed me to do, Chen Feng will definitely do my best. Song Wen nodded with great satisfaction, and then looked at Song Shi with a sigh in his eyes. Shi has grown up, and his vision is much better. Song Shi knew what Song Wen was talking about and her face turned slightly red. Chen Feng was sent out by Song Shi. After Chen Feng left, Song Wen and Song Jiangcheng sat together. Song Jiangcheng looked at the painting on the table and asked Song Wen, Dad, do you really think he can win? I heard that Mr. Smith found that master this time. Song Wen couldn't let go of the calligraphy. Don't worry, it doesn't matter who comes. This Chen Feng is not simple. Hearing Song Wen's high evaluation, Song Jiangcheng also took note of it silently. After Chen Feng left, he went to Tianyu Group. Yu Wenshan was sitting in the office drinking tea and thinking about new music. Chen Feng is here. Mr. Li wants to see you. Please go to the 18th floor. Chen Feng took the elevator to the 18th floor. In front of the tall French window, Li Xiao stood with his back to Chen Feng and said, Chen Feng, you helped Tianyu Group get through this crisis. I will keep my promise and give you 30% of the shares. Chen Shi handed the contract to Chen Feng, who looked at it several times to confirm that it was correct before signing it. From then on, he was also a major shareholder of a company. In fact, Li Xiao also had his own plans. If Chen Feng was tied to their Tianyu Group, he would definitely be in the same boat with them. There's one more thing. I found out that those two photos were taken by someone from Aihua Entertainment. That Aihua is really scheming. Also, the robbers on your way to the banquet were from the Axe Gang. Li Xiao looked at Chen Feng with an inexplicable expression. Axe Gang, what do you want to do? Ding, issue a side quest, establish an underground force, and wipe out the Axe Gang. Chen Feng waved his hand. Don't worry about it, I have my own way. There are actually 3 underground forces in Donghai City. The Axe Gang is in charge of one of them, and the other 2 gangs are the Shishir Gang and the Qinghai Gang. I heard that the Qinghai Gang was recently suppressed by the Axe Gang and is about to disband. Chen Feng came to Qinghai Bar fully armed, wearing a mask and sunglasses. After all, he is a public figure now, and it would be bad if he was recognized. This is one of the strongholds of the Qinghai Gang. He hired a private detective at a high price to find out about this place, but it had not been discovered by the Axe Gang. The lights were bright and there were people everywhere. A tall and burly man stood at the door of the bar. Chen Feng directly stated his purpose: to discuss cooperation. I want to see your boss. Seeing him being so direct, the man was stunned for a moment and looked Chen Feng up and down. What qualifications do you have to be our boss, a young boy who hasn't even been involved in society yet? Ding, host, please make a choice. Choose one, leave directly and find another way to get in. Choice 2, use force directly. Chapter 31, Establishment of the New Green Gang. The tall man looked at Chen Feng with disdain, as if he was a little lamb. Chen Feng said it again. Go find your boss, I'll say it again. The man couldn't see the cold light flashing across Chen Feng's eyes hidden behind his glasses. Little guy, what's wrong? What do you want with your small body? The man was about to reach out his hand to pat Chen Feng's shoulder, but before he touched his shoulder, he was grabbed by a pair of strong hands. The man's face changed immediately. He withdrew his hand in time, and his attitude immediately became respectful. This man is definitely not simple. Anyone who can serve as the gatekeeper of this only remaining stronghold must be extremely vigilant. Who are you? What do you want from our boss? Chen Feng just said, I have no ill intentions, on the contrary, I can help you. Old Yang did just that. He quickly ordered someone to guard the door and personally brought Chen Feng in. About an hour later, Chen Feng came out, still dressed the same way, even his hair was not messy. Instead, Li Qing inside laughed out loud. Ning Taohai, do you think our Qinghai Gang is going to be finished? At the Axe Gang headquarters, Ning Taohai was holding a beautiful woman in his arms, and the beautiful woman was feeding fruit into his mouth. There was an equally ferocious man below, saying, Boss, we have seized several bases of the Qinghai Gang. Ning Taohai nodded with satisfaction. How is that kid now? He has become a singing star and now travels between school and Tianyu Group. Ha, this is a good opportunity. Chen Feng came to the playground early the next day to exercise. He found that after exercising with him, the meridians in his body seemed to be unblocked, and even the progress of practicing the 8 stages of internal power became faster. Zhou Yanan walked over from a distance holding a basketball. Hey, Nan, here. Chen Feng waved to Zhou Yanan. Zhou Yanan seemed a little different today, with a young man standing next to her. The man was dressed in casual clothes and looked particularly young. Zhou Yanan introduced, Chen Feng, this is my senior brother, Xiaoyi. Chen Feng stretched out his hand, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't shake hands with him at all. Instead, he directly hit Chen Feng with both mobile phones. The posture was soft yet strong, which was actually Tai Chi. This kind of Tai Chi martial art combines yin and yang. It is really profound. If you practice it well and have a strong foundation, you can fight 10 people at once. Chen Feng was actually pushed back by Xiaoyi. Ding, the host is detected to be in danger. Choice 1, admit defeat and act like a grandson, and get the title of Leave the Green Mountains Alive. Choose 2, go forward and continue to fight, and obtain the 4th stage of internal strength. Chen Feng immediately stepped forward and joined the battle again. Xiaoyi thought he had given up and raised his eyebrows. Zhou Yanan didn't expect Xiaoyi to attack without saying anything, and wanted to stop him. Unexpectedly, the next second, Chen Feng felt a surge of power in his body, and he actually directly repelled Xiaoyi's palm wind. Chen Feng suddenly felt full of strength and his body became light. Xiaoyi was knocked back in 2 or 3 hits. Xiaoyi's face changed and he immediately withdrew his palm and asked Chen Feng to stop. I thought to myself, this is impossible. His martial arts are the strongest taught by my master. Who is this person? Stop, I give up. You are really amazing. Yanan didn't choose the wrong person. Chen Feng smiled and said, "Big brother, you want to spar with me without even saying hello? Isn't that inappropriate?" Xiaoyi smiled bitterly and shook his head. "You are an aggressive kid, and I want to get to know you this time." Zhou Yanin was relieved when he saw the two men stop fighting, but he was shocked in his heart. You know, the eldest senior brother's martial arts is very powerful, but he was defeated by Chen Feng within 10 moves. How powerful must Chen Feng be? Zhou Yanin suddenly felt that Chen Feng had repeatedly refreshed her 3 views. The 3 of them arrived at the school cafeteria, and some people saw Chen Feng and Zhou Yanin discussing something with envious eyes. Suddenly someone spotted Xiaoyi standing next to Chen Feng. "Is that Xiaoyi? Where is my former senior from Donghai University?" "What? You mean Xiaoyi, who completed his major in traditional Chinese medicine in his sophomore year and was chosen as a disciple by Master Gu, the top master in the field of traditional Chinese medicine? Wow, he's actually with Chen Feng. Could they be old acquaintances?" At this moment, a girl wearing a hat suddenly passed by the 3 of them, and it seemed that she bumped into Xiaoyi accidentally. Ding! It is detected that Xiaoyi has been tracked. A side quest is issued to help Xiaoyi catch the girl. Xiaoyi just frowned and didn't care, but Chen Feng suddenly stepped forward and chased the girl. The cafeteria was not very big to begin with, and suddenly a girl started running wildly, with Chen Feng chasing closely behind her. Many people began to stare in amazement. Although Xiaoyi didn't know what was going on with Chen Feng, he still followed him subconsciously. The 2 of them did a beautiful front flip, sandwiching the girl in the middle, one in front and one behind, and a sound of inhalation was heard in the cafeteria. Wow, so handsome, he can act in a martial arts movie with his skills. So handsome, I wish I had such good skills. But why did the 2 of them arrest that girl? The 2 men sandwiched the girl in the middle, and she couldn't move forward or backward. "Why are you chasing me?" she said timidly. Chen Feng walked up to Xiaoyi and asked, "Tell me, why did you put a tracker on him?" Xiaoyi finally reacted and touched the place where he was hit. There was actually a small pinhole, which turned out to be a pinhole tracker. Xiaoyi frowned tightly and looked at the crowded and noisy cafeteria. He pulled the girl out, and Chen Feng and Zhou Yanin followed closely behind. "Brother E, please let go, you're hurting me." Xiaoyi took off the girl's hat, and Zhou Yanin immediately asked in surprise, "Xiaomi? What are you doing here?" The girl named Xiaomi looked at Zhou Yanin with jealousy. "Huh. If it weren't for you, why would brother Xiaoyi come here and not play with me?" Xiaoyi was also speechless. He had had enough of this rich daughter. Not to mention that Xiaomi was originally named Danmi, and was the princess of the Dan family. Her family was in charge of casinos, large and small, and they were the only one in charge. It was obvious that their Dan family made a lot of money, but some people said that their family was able to dominate the market because of the protection of the underworld Shirshir gang. Xiaomi fell in love with Xiaoyi at first sight and has been following him ever since. "I can't get rid of it." The few of them had no choice but to accompany Shanmi around the school, and then they sent her back without asking. The casting for the MV heroine started for a long time. After the auditions, the final selection was made. Unexpectedly, 2 dark horses emerged in this competition, Songshi and Xinyu. 2 campus beauties from Donghai University actually came to participate in the audition for this MV. Chapter 32 Election. Songshi and Xinyu, one is as cool as water, the other is as charming as fire. The 2 of them were so close. Even the director was amazed. He didn't expect that there would be 2 beauties competing for the MV. It will be a big hit. The final election was held in the filming studio of Tianyu Group. The main thing was to fit the character. The heroine was an ordinary woman named Junyang, who should be said to be a relatively gentle character. In fact, Songshi's temperament is more suitable, but the director also wants to see the final performance of the 2 people and their understanding of the characters. Songshi came on stage. She shook her clothes gently, hung up the herbs in the tray to dry with a smile, and wiped the sweat from her head slightly. It seems like this is the person who is still full of hope for life under the sunshine. The director's eyes lit up. Xinyu clenched her hands below. She was not familiar with this performance because she felt it was difficult to understand. Her personality was totally inconsistent with that of the heroine. The director nodded with satisfaction, as if he had already decided on the candidate. Although she was a little worried, Xinyu straightened her clothes and walked up slowly. Yunyang took out the herbs. It was a gentle action, but Xinyu made it look very seductive. Chen Feng walked slowly into the studio and the director nodded to him. Seeing Xinyu become somewhat stiff, the director frowned tightly again. It seems that Miss Shin is not suitable for this role. Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choose one, accept the director's statement and get the title of the best actor in the world. Choice 2, go on stage and help Shin Yu get through this drama. Get a reward of 1 million. Chen Feng said to the director confidently, Shin Yu is indeed not suitable for this role, but I believe she can play it well. The director looked at Chen Feng in surprise. He didn't expect that Chen Feng had already gone in. This was the first meeting between Yun Yang and the god of war Feng. When the god of war was attacking the people from the demon realm, he was trapped in a conspiracy and was injured and fell to the mortal world. In the courtyard where Yun Yang was drying herbs, the god of war was still as glorious as ever, but he was seriously injured. Shin Yu raised her eyebrows when she saw Chen Feng walk in. Was this a new scene? The next moment, Chen Feng was no longer Chen Feng. A burst of momentum suddenly burst out from him, which was the heroic spirit of a veteran on the battlefield, but his face was pale and his feet were trembling. When Shin Yu saw him, she felt as if she saw the god of war in the script, and her face showed pity. Are you hurt? His eyes were full of anxiety and tenderness. Chen Feng nodded, and Yun Yang trotted and helped him into the house. In the next few days, Yun Yang was busy running around, taking care of Feng Shin meticulously. She was definitely the Yun Yang who smiled so gently and kindly in the sunshine. The director looked at this scene in shock. Ever since Chen Feng came on stage, he could see Shin Yu walked in. At that moment, she was Yun Yang. That ordinary girl Yun Yang who loves the god of wind. The director finally understood why Chen Feng said that. This Chen Feng is not only a good singer, but his acting skills are also not inferior. Song Shi, who was standing next to him, had a slightly gloomy expression. The director saw what she was thinking. Don't worry, Shi. I can adapt this MV so that the god of war also has a female god of war in heaven who also likes him. The whole story is about unrequited love, which also highlights the theme. By then, you will undoubtedly be the candidate for the female god of war. The director had no idea that Song Shi was feeling jealous. She didn't expect that Chen Feng would be willing to help Shin Yu get the role. Could it be that he liked Shin Yu? She shook her head. No, that was impossible. Then he would not let Zhou Yanin be his girlfriend. Chen Feng, who do you like? Song Shi fell into deep confusion and contemplation. There was another person standing in the director's office. It was Wang Nana, the Shin family's gold medal agent in charge of entertainment. She raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect that the little princess of her own company would ask her to take her into the entertainment industry for a man. You know, this road is not easy to walk on. After the performance, Shin Yu couldn't believe that she was chosen. She stared at Chen Feng for a long time before she slowly put on a smile. Bright as a flower. Thank you, Chen Feng. Ding successfully helped Shin Yu and received a reward of 1 million yuan. Chen Feng waved his hand. I just want to act. After all, my acting skills are not that good. The campus beauty of Shin University has outstanding acting skills. Shin Yu pursed her lips and said, Chen Feng, you can call me Yaya. That's what my friends call me. Okay, yeah. Shin Yu felt her heart suddenly jump. Chen Feng took out his mobile phone and said, Dear user, your account number ending in 7788 has received 1 million yuan. Chen Feng took back his phone with satisfaction. After leaving the group's gate, Song Shi stood at the door, looking at Chen Feng with some resentment in his eyes. Chen Feng scratched his head embarrassedly. I'm sorry, Shi. Song Shi laughed at his expression. Am I that stingy? But, to make it up to me, you have to buy me some milk tea. Okay, order whatever you want to drink. Chen Feng laughed heartily. The Qinghai gang has recently had some transactions with the Shishir gang, similar to negotiations, in which the Qinghai gang needs to buy out the Shishir gang's gambling base. This time the transaction took place inside the Shishir gang, and the two gangs did not cause any major disturbance. Li Qing looked at the content of the transaction and frowned tightly. This time, his base was almost completely looted by that bastard Ning Taohai, so he had no choice but to make a deal with the people from the Shishir gang. That boss Shan is not easy to fool. Lao Yang knocked on the door and walked in. Brotherly, Chen Feng is here. Let him in. Li Qing looked very happy. Now that Chen Feng was here, he had an idea. Chen Feng walked in. Brother Chen Feng, what do you think of this deal? Chen Feng already knew this, and nodded. How many chips can you give? Li Qing's expression changed and he sighed and shook his head. How much can it be? I'm afraid our Qinghai gang can't come up with anything. Besides, Shan Shuyan is not someone who can be easily fooled. Ding released the side quest. Exchange 0 chips for the 2 gambling bases of the Shirshir gang. 0 chips? How could this be possible? But Chen Feng had no choice but to agree. It's okay. I'll go. Li Qing's eyes widened. What do you mean? You're alone? You don't want to take anything? You don't want me to send someone to go with you? Chen Feng shook his head. Li Qing looked disillusioned and even a little bit unbelievable. You're sure you can? Chen Feng nodded. The next day, at night, the 2 parties agreed to meet at the Starlight Casino at 8 o'clock. The casino is full of people tonight, and it seems no different from usual, but if you look closely you can still reveal some clues. Chapter 33, One Man Goes, A Hero Returns. Li Qing watched Chen Feng leave with a complicated expression. That day, Chen Feng just came to tell him that he could help them in the fight against the Axe Gang, and he only needed to help him disband the Axe Gang when the time came. The 2 people had the same goal and quickly reached an agreement. The next day, Chen Feng had just woken up when his cell phone rang. He then remembered that he and Song Wen had agreed to go to Mr. Smith's art exhibition in Huacheng today. Hey, Chen Feng, are you ready? We'll pick you up right away. It was a call from Song Shi. He had just walked to the school gate when a relatively low-key car stopped steadily. The car was driven by Song Jiangcheng, and Song Shi was sitting in the back. He didn't expect that they would all go. It seemed that this banquet was not simple. Look, isn't that Chen Feng? Oh my god, isn't that the latest version of the old Mercedes? I heard there are no more than 10 of them in the world. Do you find that the driver looks familiar? Isn't this the boss of the Song Group who often appears on TV, Song Jiangcheng? Seeing Chen Feng get into the car, everyone was even more shocked. Damn it! He actually got promoted. You know, the CEO of a group actually works as a driver for Chen Feng? As the car drove along, Song Jiangcheng didn't say a word, and Song Shi also seemed to be worried about something, and the scene was a bit awkward. Ding issue a side quest to find out the true meaning of this banquet. Ahem. Chen Feng coughed twice, and the 2 people's eyes immediately fell on him. I don't know, Uncle Song, this banquet must be very important to the Song family. Chen Feng asked tentatively. Song Jiangcheng's face changed. Since you've noticed it, I still have to tell you. This is actually a gamble. Smith is betting that his calligraphy will outshine everyone else and no one will be able to beat him. If someone does win, he will give his 3 top entertainment companies to the other person as the largest shareholder. TSK, what a big tone, what a big gesture. If we lose, it's not just about the material things, but also about our reputation as Chinese people. Although it was said in a high-sounding way that it was for the country, Chen Feng still knew that it was mainly for the benefit of Song Jiangcheng. The car drove for 3 hours before finally arriving at the destination. It was a large venue similar to a theater, with a large courtyard in front. The interior hall was decorated extremely brilliantly, with glazed and golden decorations everywhere. When Song Jiangcheng arrived at the venue, he felt like a fish in water and started chatting with others. Before leaving, he asked Song Shi and Chen Feng to go with him. Chen Feng was watching like a country bumpkin. To be honest, he had never seen such a luxurious place since his rebirth. It was obvious that Smith's identity was not ordinary. There was a blonde beauty in the hall, but she looked a little vulgar in front of the picturesque Song Shi. At this time, a foreign guy with golden hair, wearing a tuxedo, his blue eyes scanned the entire hall. After seeing Song Shi, his eyes lit up. He took a glass of red wine from the waiter and walked straight towards Chen Feng and the others. Chen Feng was still eating. After 3 hours of driving, he must be starving. Kalaiwa looked at Chen Feng, who was eating voraciously, and swept his disdainful eyes over him, then fell on Song Shi, who was wearing a blue dress. This beautiful Miss Dongfang, are you here to participate in my father's painting exhibition today? Song Shi nodded with good upbringing. Chen Feng heard that this arrogant guy was actually Smith's son. It seemed that he was another rich second generation. Oh. That shows that a beauty must be a woman of many talents. I like such people the most. I wonder if I can invite this beautiful lady to listen to some beautiful piano music. Song Shi looked at Kalaiwa with displeasure. She naturally knew that this playboy relied on his father's power to stir up trouble everywhere and acted like a hypocrite. However, due to her father's warning, Song Shi did not get angry, but just nodded slightly. I heard that Mr. Kalaiwa's piano is the best in the world. It is my honor to have the opportunity to hear it. Chen Feng stopped Kalaiwa's outstretched hand in time. Hey, just play it, it's not good to touch me. Kalaiwa raised his eyebrows. Beautiful lady, is this your security guard? Sorry, we don't allow private security guards to enter the banquet. Damn it. He actually said he was a security guard. How can this be tolerated? Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, swallow your anger and get the title of punching bag. Choice 2, challenge Carlisle and get the piano master skill. What did you say? How dare a beast in human form say that about me? Many people in the hall saw what happened on Carlisle's side and were all looking forward to the show. They naturally knew about today's gambling. The vast majority of people here were not Chinese. Seeing Carlisle and a Chinese person clashing, they naturally stood on Carlisle's side. You Oriental brat, do you know who is standing in front of you? That is Prince Carlisle of the Smith family. How dare you speak to him like that? The Smith family is not someone you can afford to mess with. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows, too lazy to pay attention to these lackeys, and only spoke to Carlisle. Don't you want to play the piano? Go ahead. Let me, the security guard, compete with you to see who plays the piano better. Song Shi's face was full of sorrow. He pulled Chen Feng and whispered, Chen Feng, shut up. Do you know that Carlisle was a young talent, but he was taught by the piano master Victoria? His solos have been performed several times in the music capital, which amazed the world. You can't compare to him. Chen Feng just patted Song Shi's shoulder comfortingly and said nothing. Carlisle saw the gazes of so many people and naturally would not let himself be laughed at. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Chen Feng continued to provoke him. Why? Are you afraid that you can't beat a little security guard like me? Carlisle kept a hypocritical smile of a gentleman all the time. Of course you want to compete with me, then come on. This person is simply overestimating his own abilities. Our Prince Carlisle has been playing the piano since he was a child. He passed the 10th level of piano when he was a teenager. He has his own original music and was accepted as an apprentice by Master Victoria. He has achieved such success at such a young age. It's obvious that this guy is a bumpkin who has never played the piano, yet he dares to compete with Carlisle, huh? The whole scene was noisy. Song Jiangchang was originally chatting with others, but he did not expect that he became the focus immediately when he saw Chen Feng. Chapter 34 Piano Competition. Song Jiangchang immediately became nervous. This Carlisle was not someone to be trifled with. After all, Smith had been helping him clean up the mess. Song Jiangcheng walked over and stopped beside Chen Feng to help him out. After all, Chen Feng was still useful to him. He still thought that Chen Feng was just an ordinary, mediocre college student with a little talent. Hello, Carlisle, this is my friend who I invited here. He doesn't know the rules. If I have caused any trouble to you, please don't mind it. Seeing how Song Jiangchang was so respectful to Carlisle, Song Shi felt very uncomfortable. She naturally knew that the other party's power was much higher than hers, so she could only bow down at this time. Carlisle saw that Song Jiangcheng respected her so much, and she was also very satisfied with this honor. She raised her head and looked at Song Jiangcheng. I'm sorry, sir, I don't know you, can you introduce yourself? The tone is arrogant and contemptuous. Song Jiangcheng's face turned gloomy. After all, Song Jiangcheng had been in the business world for many years, and many people had to greet him properly when they saw him. How could he have suffered such humiliation? Chen Feng immediately stood up and said, What's wrong? Prince Carlisle is afraid to compete with me. Does that mean your piano skills are just fake? Carlisle's mouth twitched, and he looked at Song Shi next to him. In that case, let's make a bet right away, how about it? If you win, I can give you a branch of my Carla casino in Huachang. If you lose, the lady next to you will be mine. Carlisle was full of arrogance, and the people around him gasped. Damn, that's the Carla casino. Any branch can make hundreds of thousands in a day. If this guy really wins, he will make a fortune. What do you know? How could this guy possibly win? Even if he gets lucky and beats Carlisle, wouldn't he have offended the Smith family? Yeah, if you're dead, what do you need money for? Everyone was talking about it and looking at Chen Feng with pity. Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, give up the challenge and get the title of having a head but no tail. Choice 2, defeat Carlisle, obtain a casino in Carla branch, and obtain the gambling king's skill. The corners of Carlisle's mouth curled up slightly, thinking that Chen Feng would give up directly, but Chen Feng had no expression on his face and nodded affirmatively. Okay, this is what you said. Everyone here, please testify for me, Chen Feng. And I also want you to promise that your Carlyle family will not do anything to me. Carlyle snorted coldly, you are losing face now. As you say in Chinese, I will make you leave like a lost dog. After saying this, he slowly put down his wineglass like a gentleman and sat down in front of the piano. After everything was ready, Carlyle began to play, and the melodious piano sound gradually reached everyone's ears. This familiar melody is actually Angel's Wings, which is Carlyle's famous song that he composed himself. It was because of this song that he was accepted as a disciple by Master Victoria. This kid is simply overestimating his own abilities. In the dark, an old man wearing reading glasses, a suit and a hat poured a glass of red wine, listened quietly, and shook his head. This old man Victoria still has such a bad vision. When the song ended, everyone looked at Chen Feng with some sigh. Carlyle gestured to him to come in. Chen Feng walked over slowly and lightly stroked the keys. This was his first time touching a piano, but it seemed as if it had been engraved into his soul. Everyone held their breath, wanting to see how this arrogant boy would make a fool of himself. Chen Feng first tried to press a few keys on the piano. Everyone heard the shrill piano sound coming out and burst into laughter. This kid must be touching a piano for the first time. He may not even know what its structure is. Yeah, go down quickly, don't embarrass yourself. The next second the laughter stopped abruptly, and a burst of music that was sometimes cheerful, sometimes melodious, and sometimes low came out. It was a beautiful song they had never heard before, sung by a beautiful voice like an angel. Like resentment, like longing, like crying, like complaining, as if it is saying it is sorrow, and as if it is lamenting the joy of the world. Everyone is immersed in this depressing piano music, and their dusty hands are jumping between the keys, as if it is as far away as a century. Carlyle's face became very gloomy, his hands clenched tightly, and he murmured, impossible, absolutely impossible. The old man sitting in the corner also suddenly put down the wineglass in his hand. This kid was obviously a novice who was touching the piano for the first time at the beginning. He was very clumsy, but later he played such beautiful heavenly music so fluently and smoothly. The old man was suddenly very excited. Genius, this is a genius, I finally found someone who can inherit our family's music. When the song ended, the old man couldn't help but stand up and clap his hands, and said excitedly, boy, I've never heard of this song before. Can you tell me the name of the song? Chen Feng closed his eyes, the music just now still slowly echoing in his mind, he seemed to still be in the scene just now. It's called Sorrow and Joy. People have joys and sorrows, separations and reunions, the moon waxes and wanes. Chen Feng looked up and saw that the old man's eyes were filled with tears. He was wearing a suit and a hat, and was dressed very fashionably, but he was an authentic Chinese. The old man ran over excitedly, shook his hand, and handed him a piece of paper with his phone number on it. Boy, you are always welcome to my Dongming family. If possible, I would like to accept you as my apprentice. If you have decided, call me. The audience slowly came back to their senses. What? It's the Dongming family, the musical family with a master piano player. Could this old man be Master Dongming Pfizer? You mean the Oriental Dong Minghui who competed with Master Victoria and defeated him? It turned out to be him? But didn't I hear that he hasn't appeared for a long time? Why is he here? Chen Feng took the note and said, thank you, Master Dongming. If I'm really interested, I will contact you. Dongming Pfizer nodded with satisfaction. Chen Feng turned around, Prince Carlyle? Can you judge? Since the master has testified for you, then this game is naturally your win. Carlyle said through gritted teeth, looking very unwilling. Why? Not to mention Dongming and Pfizer, another unknown brat popped up to steal his glory. These people will not have a good death. They will not have a good death. Chen Feng spread out his hands, give me a certificate? It's from the Carla Casino, otherwise I'm afraid your famous Smith family will break the contract, and I won't be able to find a place to complain. Chapter 35 The calligraphy exhibition begins. Carlyle's face was so gloomy that you could hardly see his facial features, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Many people dared not say a word when they saw his expression. Only Chen Feng dared to run into the muzzle of the gun. Al, bring me the contract. A blonde girl in very revealing clothes walked out with a seductive gait. She had a high nose bridge, delicate facial features, and light green eyes. She and Xinyu were both seductive types, but Xinyu was a seductive woman in her bones, while this woman exuded charm from her body. She carried a plate with a contract and a pen on it, walked over to Chen Feng, blew a breath of hot air at him, and spoke softly in fluent Mandarin. Handsome boy, you are quite capable. I'll buy you a drink when you have time. Chen Feng slightly moved away, picked up the pen, read it several times, wrote down his name, and accepted the contract. When Song Shi saw that the woman was so blatant, she bit her lips tightly, but she was relieved when she saw Chen Feng move away. Suddenly, she wondered if she was too conservative and not proactive. Chen Feng clapped his hands. If that's the case, then let's go. Song Jiangchen looked at Carlyle's face carefully and felt that it was not very good. Carlyle was definitely a vengeful person. However, Chen Feng's show of power today caught him off guard. At this time, the lights in the hall were turned off, the lights on the stage were turned on, and the blonde and blue-eyed deer walked out. Everyone, today is a grand carnival banquet held by Mr. Smith for fellow artists. As long as you have the capital, you can come and challenge the painting that Mr. Smith considers to be the best. This time, Mr. Smith invited the famous calligrapher Mr. Silva, whose calligraphy is unique in the calligraphy world. Today's calligraphy took him a month to complete. Mr. Silva believes that this is his best work. What? It's Silva, the famous calligrapher Silva. But I didn't expect him to join the Smith family. But his calligraphy is real, the best in the world. He was also one of the best in China at that time. When Song Jiangcheng heard Silva's name, his face became very solemn. Smith actually invited him here. It turns out that there is no gentleman who does not seek profit. Chen Feng asked doubtfully, "Who is this Silva?" Silva should be almost 80 years old now. No wonder, you might not have been born when he became famous in the calligraphy world. His calligraphy style is his own creation, and it can even be said that he has absorbed the strengths of many ancient Chinese calligraphers. It seems to be a seamless system. Today, no one can say that his calligraphy works are better than his. Yer stepped back, and a man in his 50s with a straight back walked up. He had an ordinary face, but sharp eyes, even a little cunning. This should be Smith. However, this Smith did not look like Carlyle at all. Could it be that Carlyle was not Smith's child at all? Everyone, today I will show you what I believe is the world's top calligraphy work, Master Silva's top work, The Top of the Clouds. A long calligraphy piece was brought up upright, with two beauties standing on each side. The beauties were smiling slightly, holding the two ends of the calligraphy piece in their hands. The calligraphy was slowly opened, revealing a large piece of calligraphy. The content should be Wang Shiji's preface to the Lanting collection. The characters were round, angular, and very elegant. It could be seen that the writer's brushstrokes were very powerful. Everyone nodded in appreciation and admiration. Wow, this is indeed the calligraphy that Mr. Smith chose. It is obviously the work of a top master. I am very honored to have the opportunity to see the best calligraphy in the world. Chen Feng frowned slightly. It is true that this calligraphy cannot be written without decades of practice, but the calligrapher's brushstrokes give me a feeling of old age, without any yearning for vitality or lively spiritual power. In other words, it is just a name without substance, without any vitality. If I am not mistaken, this master has either passed away or is about to die. Chen Feng's words were like a bomb thrown into the lake, causing huge waves. What is this kid talking about? Is he crazy? How dare he comment on the work of Master Silva? Yes, they even said that Master Silva would not live long. This is really unreasonable and nonsense. But after Chen Feng said this, Smith's face became very shocked, and waves rolled in his eyes. Why would this guest say that? Master Silva is still alive and well. Kid, don't talk nonsense. Are you here to participate in this exhibition as well? Smith looked Chen Feng up and down. Chen Feng nodded. That's great. Since you said you can understand the master's calligraphy, then come and paint a picture on the spot to compete with the master's calligraphy. Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, reject Smith's provocation and obtain the title of Hidden Master. Choose 2, accept the competition and gain the master's skill. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. I was originally here to participate in this competition. I will show you what the real Chinese art is and what foreigners like you will never understand about Chinese culture. The whole audience was shocked. They couldn't believe that such a young-looking guy dared to talk to Smith so much. If he didn't have a powerful force behind him, then he was definitely a young man who was not afraid of a tiger. Carlyle's face became even gloomier. Thinking of what happened just now, he leaned over and whispered in Smith's ear, "Father, be careful. This kid might not be a simple person." Smith nodded and looked at this very young Oriental youth strangely. Okay, come here, prepare paper and pen. Everyone's spirits were lifted at once, and many people began to speculate. Do you think this kid will make such a boast again and play tricks on Smith in public? I think so too, at such a young age. Even if you start practicing calligraphy by wearing open crotch pants, your work may not be as good as Master Silva's. Someone else said, but he clearly defeated Prince Carlisle just now, which shows that he is indeed not an ordinary person. But his words were drowned out by other discussions and no one took them seriously. Chen Feng dipped his pen into the ink tray, and immediately a poem emerged in his mind, along with the brilliant elegance of the Chinese people. Chapter 36 Can You Save My Father? Chen Feng already had a model of the painting in his mind, and the corresponding verses immediately appeared on the paper. It was a short poem. After enduring hardships, I started to read the classics. The stars were dimmed by war. The mountains and rivers were broken by the wind, and my life was up and down like duckweed in the rain. I express my fear at Huangfeng Beach and sigh my loneliness in the Lingding Ocean. Since ancient times, everyone has to die. Let me leave my loyalty to shine in history. The painting shows a poet standing in front of broken mountains and rivers, with a worried look on his back. However, the background gives a feeling of dawn after darkness, symbolizing that dawn will eventually come. There is also a background painting next to the poem that Chen Feng specially drew for this poem, and the painting and the poem complement each other. The entire calligraphy is very smooth and consistent with the meaning of the painting. The crowd, who were initially very disdainful, saw Chen Feng putting down stroke after stroke. Until his last stroke, everyone's mouths widened and their eyes widened. Some masters in the field even marveled at it and began to comment on Chen Feng's calligraphy in detail. Some people even had crazy eyes. Incredible, incredible, this calligraphy is incredible. An old man with very thick and long hair, who was highly praised. I have seen countless calligraphy works in my life, but none of them are as eclectic, fluent and natural as this kid's. He can even blend the emotions of poetry into his calligraphy. This painting is the finishing touch. His painting skills are extremely profound. When they saw the old man, everyone gasped. It turned out to be Mr. Bo. That's incredible. Who is Mr. Bo? You don't need to know who he is, you just need to know that he has seen more calligraphy and paintings than you have eaten salt. So amazing, this kid is so amazing. After everyone finished discussing, Song Jiangqing stared at the calligraphy in shock. It was even more outstanding than the one he gave to Song Wen that day. He glanced at Chen Feng again, and said to Song Shi, who was standing next to him, without saying anything. Cherie, you have to win this boy over. If possible, make him a member of our Song family. Song Shi's face turned slightly red and she nodded slightly. She would definitely do it. Chen Feng raised his head and looked at Smith. Mr. Smith, are you satisfied with the calligraphy written by this kid? Smith looked at the painting with fascination. He was very fond of collecting Chinese calligraphy, but this piece of calligraphy was more valuable than all the precious treasures in his room. He gradually came back to his senses and nodded. Mr. Chen's calligraphy is too precious. I can abide by the bet, and I can also give you the shares of Carroll Company separately. But I have one condition. Smith looked at the painting again and said, let me collect this calligraphy so that it can show its value. At this time, Mr. Bo said, no, my friend, this calligraphy is too important. It takes the right time, right place, and right people to create such a painting. I suggest you return it to the National Treasury. I believe the country will be very happy to receive your work and will keep it well for the Chinese to admire. Mr. Bo is actually the manager of the National Museum of Calligraphy and Painting, and he also represents the country. He really doesn't want to see such works flow into private collections abroad. Ding helped the Song family win the exhibition competition and obtain the God-level merchant function. Now it is detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, agree to Smith's request, give him the painting, and get the title of snob. Choice 2, reject Smith's request and hand over the painting to the state for safekeeping. Earn the title of incomparable patriotism. Both are titles, but Chen Long doesn't like some people in the Smith family from the bottom of his heart, especially Carlisle. In this case, he can only choose option 2. He said, Mr. Smith, I am very sorry. I am only participating in this competition on behalf of the Song Group. I am not greedy for anything else. I just hope that Mr. Smith will keep his promise. However, this painting was made by me, and I have the right to deal with it. Please don't stop me, Mr. Smith. After acquiring the skills of a God-level merchant, Chen Feng spoke in a series of words, and Smith almost couldn't react. After a long time, after Chen Feng put away the painting, Smith's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that Chen Feng did not agree to the generous reward he offered and took away the painting that obsessed him in front of him. After a long while, he smiled and said, "In that case, I will fulfill the bet." Chen Feng frowned slightly. Would Smith give the painting to him so easily? After the exhibition, everyone happily talked about the success of the interpretation. This man's piano skills were not only more sophisticated than the so-called Prince Carlyle, but even his calligraphy was an eye-opener for people from all walks of life. The three men came out of Smith's villa area and found the car they drove in the underground parking lot. At this time, a large group of people suddenly ran out from the darkness. They were all strong Westerners, and they all had ferocious looks on their faces. The leader said in unorthodox Mandarin, "You kid, hand over your calligraphy." Chen Feng shook his head, expressing his helplessness. Why? Mr. Smith still doesn't keep his promise? Seeing so many people, Song Jiangcheng knew that he might not be able to leave safely today. Smith is so unfaithful to his promise. He still wants to gain a foothold in front of everyone? Faced with Song Jiangcheng's questioning, these Westerners ignored him and started communicating in English. Chen Feng blocked Song Shi behind him and said to Song Jiangcheng, "Uncle Song, take Shi to the car first, I will deal with these people." Song Shi looked very worried. Chen Feng was still interested in joking, "Don't worry, I can beat them into a pulp." Song Jiangcheng nodded to Chen Feng and pulled Song Shi into the car. Several people came towards him aggressively. Chen Feng twisted his neck and in the darkness, he heard the sound of punches hitting flesh. Hearing the cries of pain, Song Shi looked outside with a very anxious expression. Song Jiangcheng was also a little nervous. He didn't know Chen Feng's strength, but just heard that he was very powerful. But Smith's men were not freeloaders. After a long while, there was no sound. Chen Feng's voice came from the darkness, "Go back and tell Smith to come to me if you have anything to say. Don't try to do anything sneaky." When Song Shi saw Chen Feng walking out of the darkness like a winner, tears were almost coming out of her eyes. The three of them drove back to Donghai City. When Chen Feng was about to return to school, he was suddenly stopped by an agile and very thin man who was about 40 or 50 years old, with a worried look on his face. Then he grabbed Chen Feng's sleeve and almost knelt down to him, "Master, but you have to save my father." I heard everything. You know his illness, please save him. Every morning he wakes up full of energy, but at night, in the middle of the night, he rolls around in pain on his bed. His face looks like a dead person, but when asked, he says he has nothing to say. Master, you are the only one who can tell that he is ill. Please save him. I kneel down for you. Shi Zihao didn't look down on Chen Feng at all because he was a young man in his 20s. Chapter 37, Medical Family. He had just seen it all. The young man's kung fu was first-rate, and his piano skills were definitely unmatched. Moreover, his character and eloquence were naturally extraordinary. This person was so inexplicable, like a madman. Chen Feng asked, "Who is your father? Why do you think Chen Feng can save your father?" The man then spoke slowly, "I am Shi Zihao, the son of Silva. Master Silva appears to be very healthy in front of everyone, but only I know that something is wrong with my father. He seems to be seriously ill. He would paint like crazy every day, and every night he would have a headache. I asked him to stop painting, but he said no, Smith would not let him go if he didn't paint." Shi Zihao shook his head, looking very angry. Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choose 1, reject Shi Zihao's request and get the title of Achievement of Nothing but. Choice 2, agree to Shi Zihao's request, help Shi Zihao save his father, Master Silva, and obtain the skill of a master doctor. Okay, I'm free now, take me there. Shi Zihao looked at Chen Feng in surprise, not understanding why Chen Feng was so generous. But he didn't bother to care about it, so he took Chen Feng to Shi's house. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the medical master skill. This skill allows the host to obtain super high-level medical knowledge and practical skills. The Shi family lives in a single-family building in the city center, surrounded by woods. There is a pond in front of the courtyard, planted with colorful flowers and plants, which is quite pleasing to the eye. However, Shi Zihao led Chen Feng in. The living room was very clean, and the nanny stood aside. The second master is back. The eldest master and Master Carlyle are upstairs. Shi Zihao looked very angry. What is Carlyle doing here? Is he forcing my father to paint again? He rushed forward and Chen Feng followed closely behind him. Carlyle stood with a very fat man. The man had eyes and eyebrows similar to Shi Zihao, and was older than him. He should be his brother, Shi Fangping. There was also an old man sitting in the room, looking energetic and chatting with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was carrying a medicine box and he should be a doctor or a Chinese medicine practitioner. Dr. Ning, how is my health? Cheval asked. Ning Tiannan took his pulse and frowned. Chen Feng looked at Silver's expression. His face was ruddy and he looked very healthy, but why did Shi Zihao say that he was sick? Carlyle sat aside and didn't care about this place at all. If Smith hadn't asked him to come, he wouldn't have taken the time to come here to see this old man. Ning Tiannan shook his head and said very arrogantly, "Don't worry, Master Shi is in good health. It's Mr. Smith who is worrying too much." Shi Fangping didn't seem to care. "I told you, with Dr. Ning here, Dr. Ning is the disciple of the head of the famous medical family Tianchang. With him here, there will be no problem." Ning Tiannan nodded with satisfaction. After a while, they saw Shi Zihao and Chen Feng. When Carlyle saw Chen Feng, his expression changed. "You are still alive." Chen Feng said with a smile, "Why? The Smith family is only capable of this. They can't do anything to a little security guard like me. It's just a false reputation." Seeing that Shi Zihao was very unhappy, Shi Fangping didn't understand what the two people were talking about. Shi Fangping frowned and looked at Chen Feng. "Zihao, why do you bring everyone home without even realizing where this place is?" Carlyle was also happy to watch the show. "Yes, this kid is also a thief. He stole my father's paintings and never returned them." "Shi Fangping, your second brother is not an accomplice to him, is he?" When Shi Fangping heard this, his face changed drastically. "Don't worry, Master Carlyle. My brother is just a little bit stupid. I will catch this thief right away and make him hand over the painting he stole from Mr. Smith." Cheval's expression remained unchanged. He just looked at the few people, coughing from time to time, and drank some tea to feel better. Just as Shi Fangping was about to step forward, Shi Zihao stepped forward and said, "Brother, stop deceiving yourself. Father is really ill, and I invited Chen Feng to treat him. What kind of illness can this kid treat? I'm afraid he's here to cheat people out of money. Catch him quickly." Shi Fangping's fat body suddenly moved forward and was about to lean against Chen Feng, but Chen Feng kicked him several meters away. This fat guy Shi Fangping must be at least 180 pounds, yet he is so vulnerable. He was trembling all over and his face was bruised. At this time, Master Cheval, who was sitting in the corner, also stood up suddenly and said, "Young man, you are wrong." Ning Tiannan was also very dissatisfied with Shi Zihao's words. "What illness? I checked and Mr. Shi is in very good health." Chen Feng ignored them and just walked towards Silver. Their expressions changed. Everyone thought Chen Feng wanted to do something unexpected to Master Cheval, but Chen Feng just grabbed Master Cheval's wrist when he dodged backwards. After a slight touch, he determined what was going on. "But you are indeed sick. Do you often feel a dry and itchy throat? Do you feel dizzy and feel hot and damp all over after waking up at night?" When Silver, who had not taken Chen Feng seriously, heard these symptoms, his face changed drastically. "How did you know?" Carlyle didn't believe that Chen Feng could diagnose anything. How could he not know? "He saw your work at the exhibition and said that you would not live long." Cheval's face looked grim. Anyone who said that he was about to die would be unhappy. "You bastard, I am a disciple of the Tianchang family. Are you doubting my medical skills?" Ning Tiannan sniffed in disdain. Chen Feng looked at Ning Tiannan and said, "I'm sorry, I don't know what Tianchang family is. I only know that if Master Shi doesn't treat me, I won't live long." Cheval calmed down at this time. "Okay, tell me, I believe you. I do feel a dry and itchy throat every day, and every time I wake up from sleep, I sweat a lot, and Zihao often says that I scream in the middle of the night, but I can't remember it at all." Chapter 38 Basketball Game. Chen Feng nodded. "This is your symptom, but it's strange. Your illness seems to be nothing during the day, but it will occur at night. So, we have to wait until night to see. Only then can I find out the cause of the disease and how to treat it." Carlyle was full of disdain. "Ha, it sounds good, it's all just talk, you must be stalling for time, and then take the opportunity to escape. Then Master Carlyle, your highness, the Prince of the West, what do you say is the cause of Master Silver's illness? Besides, since I don't want to show up, why am I here?" Cheval nodded and said, "Okay, your highness Carlyle, you go back first and tell Mr. Smith that I am fine and will do the painting I promised him." Carlyle's face was gloomy. How could this old guy have the qualifications to order him around? If his father had not been so obsessed with this so-called calligraphy, how could a dying man have the chance to act so wildly over his head? Carlyle snorted coldly, glanced at Chen Feng with a mysterious expression, shook his sleeves, turned and left. At night, Shi Fangping went to lie in the hospital. There were only Chen Feng and Shi Zihao in the Shi family. There was also Ning Tiannan, who was reluctant to leave. He wanted to see what ability this kid had and whether he could check what disease Sherwal had. There was also Silva lying on the bed. He looked pale, his whole body began to tremble violently, and he was wailing loudly, as if he was in great pain, but the strange thing was that he kept his eyes closed, as if he was dreaming. Chen Feng immediately ran forward and checked his pulse, then he breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Shi Zihao and said, "It's okay, I'll give him a few injections, and then come back to me every 3 days, and that'll be fine." Shi Zihao asked, "Brother Chen, what is my father's illness?" Chen Feng said slowly, "Because of his depression, he probably hasn't been able to produce the calligraphy he wanted for a long time." Shi Zihao's eyes lit up. "It's amazing. My father would hand in calligraphy to Smith every once in a while until he was satisfied. But during this period, he couldn't write anything except the one calligraphy at the exhibition." Ning Tiannan snorted disdainfully, "It's just a guess based on luck. I think Master Shival is just having a nightmare. Don't make a random diagnosis, kid. If Master Shi gets sick from his treatment, you won't be able to take the responsibility." Ning Tiannan looked at Chen Feng with a sneer. Ding detected that the host is about to use medical skills, issued a side quest and bet with Ning Tiannan, see who can successfully cure Shival, and reward a set of magic needles. Chen Feng glanced at Ning Tiannan and was not in a hurry to treat him. "This doctor from the Tianchang family, Dr. Ning, how about we make a bet?" "What bet?" "Master Shi is screaming now. Let's see who can stop him from screaming and prevent him from waking up." "Whoever wins, how do you do it?" Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. Ning Tiannan held his head high and said confidently, "You kid, I will definitely win if you have any qualifications." As he said that, Ning Tiannan stepped forward and handed a pill in his arms to Shi Zihao. Shi Zihao took a look at it, took a glass of water and fed it to Silva. After a while, he seemed to calm down gradually. Ning Tiannan was very proud and looked at Chen Feng with contempt. Then, the next second, his face changed again, Silva screamed even louder, and his whole body trembled continuously. "Brother Chen, hurry up, what happened to my father? He seems to be in even more pain, hurry up and save him." Ding, give the host a set of magic needles. Chen Feng felt that his bag was heavy, as if something appeared. He pretended to take something out of the bag and carefully took out a pack of silver needles. There was a silver-white light shining on them, and the needle tips were very sharp. Looking at Chen Feng's equipment, Ning Tiannan frowned. This set of silver needles gave him an unusual feeling. Chen Feng gently took Silver's hand away and inserted the needle steadily into the corresponding acupuncture point. After giving 3 injections, he stopped. Cheval's struggling body suddenly calmed down, and then his breathing gradually became steady, as if he fell asleep again. Shi Zihao whispered excitedly, "Ah, it seems that father has fallen asleep. Brother Chen, you are amazing." Ning Tiannan widened his eyes in disbelief. This was impossible. A young boy could actually insert a needle, and the needle was so steady. This would require more than 10 years of practice. Chen Feng said to Shi Zihao, "Call me next time. I'll leave first." It was already late at night when Chen Feng returned to the dormitory. Wu Hao and Sun Tianyu were already asleep. The next day, early in the morning, Chen Feng went to the playground. He had been helping Zhou Yanan practice basketball these days, and her skills were improving by leaps and bounds. Zhou Yanan was wearing sportswear, waiting for Chen Feng. A closer look revealed that her hair seemed to have grown a little longer. Although it couldn't be tied into a ponytail, it made her face look more delicate. "Chen Feng, here," her eyes lit up when she saw Chen Feng. Zhou Yanan pointed to the basketball court in front and said, "The game has already started. I have been waiting for you to come." Chen Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Aren't you going to compete? It's so important to you, why are you waiting for me? Go quickly, I'll be there soon." Zhou Yanan glared at him, then turned around and ran to the basketball court in a cool manner. The basketball court was very lively. Sitting on both sides were players from the sports college. The players of the red team calmed down when they saw Zhou Yanan. This competition is the internal finals of the Donghai University Sports College. The red team is represented by Zhou Yanan, and the blue team is represented by Gao Yi. Gao Yi is a boy with a dark complexion and a well-proportioned body. Chen Feng knows that Zhou Yan'an attaches great importance to this game mainly because Gao Yi's strength should not be underestimated. He used to be a member of the national team, but was withdrawn because of his later bad behavior. As soon as the opening remarks were made, the whole college was in an uproar. Goddess Nan Nan, you are the best, you are the strongest. Brother Gao Yi, you are awesome. You beat your opponent so hard that he screamed. Various slogans emerge one after another. Before going on stage, Zhou Yan'an glanced at Chen Feng standing in the corner, then turned around with a free and easy back. The two boys standing next to Chen Feng immediately started to become narcissistic. Look, did Goddess Nan Nan look at me just now? You're overthinking it. She's obviously looking at me, okay? Oh, you're being sentimental, but do you think it would be more beautiful if Goddess Nan Nan had long hair? The game started. Gao Yi looked at Zhou Yan'an with disdain. The smile on his face was ironic. He didn't take her seriously at all. Chapter 39 Stunning the Audience. Gao Yi looked at Zhou Yan'an, whose pretty face was serious, and laughed, spinning the basketball in his hand. Yan'an, you are a good girl, but you insist on playing basketball with boys like us. You are asking for trouble. As he said this, he approached Zhou Yan'an with disdain, made a beautiful turn, and threw the ball far into the opponent's basket. The ball quickly went into the basket, and the players on Zhou Yan'an's side were all dejected. Gao Yi whistled, laughed, and clapped his hands to keep the rhythm, looking really worthy of a beating. Zhou Yan'an narrowed his eyebrows and winked at the team members behind him, and the two of them started a new round of offensive. After halftime, Zhou Yan'an's red team scored 9 points, while Gao Yi's team scored 11 points. The red team was closely following the blue team. Gao Yi's face was a little gloomy. He didn't expect that Zhou Yan'an, whom he had originally looked down upon, had improved her abilities so much in such a short period of time. It seemed that she should not be underestimated. But, so what? Gao Yi raised the corners of his mouth. Another backhand, a thin boy from the red team suddenly fell to the ground while running and snatching the ball from a player from the blue team. His face was pale, and he must have sprained his ankle. Zhou Yan'an quickly checked and asked the referee to suspend the game. The team took the spare stretcher to the school hospital. The other team members came over and looked at each other. This one said, "Captain, switch the complement." Zhou Yan'an looked at the complementary players. If these complementary players came on the court, their chances of winning would be reduced by a few points. Chen Feng, who was thinking about the good and bad things, also frowned. At this time, the system made a sound. Ding detected that Zhou Yan'an was facing difficulties. Let the host make a choice. Choice 1, do not watch this game, leave secretly, and get the title of regardless of the facts. Choice 2, go on the field as a substitute player, help Zhou Yan'an win the game, and get a reward of 1 million yuan. Another million yuan. It seems he has to figure out how to manage the money so that it can make money and he won't have to worry about money anymore. Chen Feng looked at the substitute players of the red team, patted a boy on the shoulder, pointed at Zhou Yan'an, and then pointed at himself. The boy seemed to know Chen Feng, and he almost shouted out in excitement. His face was excited. After a while, Chen Feng came out wearing the number 13 uniform of the red team. Zhou Yan'an was still trying hard to think of a countermeasure when Chen Feng's voice came from the field. Report to the referee, red team substitute number 13 Chen Feng is on the field. There was another uproar in the audience. Chen Feng, it's actually Chen Feng, the one who ran the fastest in the men's 1,000-meter race at the last sports meet? That's not all. I heard that his paintings are still collected by Master Kongsong? Besides, he memorized more than a dozen medical books in just 1 hour last time, and directly made Zhou Yan'an, the school beauty of Zhou University, his girlfriend. It seems that this guy came out to protect his girlfriend, but I don't know how good his basketball skills are. Wow, this guy is really amazing. If he is also good at basketball, he will be a god. Wu Hao, who was sitting in the audience, was stunned. He hadn't seen Chen Feng in the past few days, and he didn't expect that he would come to the sports college to play in the competition. He looked at the two people who were communicating enthusiastically next to him. Hey, brother, how about we make a bet? Let's bet that Chen Feng will help the red team to turn the tables. If you lose, I'll give you 200, and if I lose, I'll give you 200. Wu Hao thought happily, I can get 200 for free, so why not? Gao Yi looked in the direction of Chen Feng and curled his lips. He's just a kid who showed up halfway. How powerful can he be? He's just barely surviving. Gao Yi is extremely confident in himself. When he was in the national team, the other players were no match for him. And now in this small Donghai University, how could anyone possibly defeat him? The two teams came on the court. Gaoi said loudly, "What? The school beauty Zhou is also asking for help? But this guy is probably a basketball idiot." Zhou Yanan snorted coldly, "You'll know when the time comes. It is under Chen Feng's guidance these days that she has improved her skills. Her basketball skills are probably unmatched by those in the national team." Chen Feng smiled slightly, "Gaoi, right? I will make you pay for bullying my girlfriend in this game." Gaoi laughed even louder, "Ha, if you can beat me, I will kowtow to you 3 times and call you uncle." Chen Feng said seriously, "Oh? Then it's a deal. It seems that my seniority is going to rise again." With the joining of Chen Feng, the morale of the red team gradually improved. Zhou Yanan tried her best to give the home court to Chen Feng, and they mainly cooperated with him. Originally, a team is about cooperation and leadership, but Chen Feng's style was too strong. The people on the blue team clearly saw the ball in his left hand, but in the blink of an eye, he threw the ball directly into their basket. What's more, the most helpless thing is that Chen Feng's ball is almost always accurate, as if he can just throw it casually and it will go in regardless of the angle and direction. The score was tied in an instant, and then widened again at an extremely fast speed. Damn, Chen Feng is amazing. He can throw the ball in every time. Oh my god, it's like his ball is aimed right at the other team's frame. Look, Gao Yi's face is green. He will have to kneel down and call me uncle later. Gao Yi has been trying his best to stop Chen Feng, but his speed is too fast and his strength is beyond his match. He could hardly hold back his swearing. After 2 games, Chen Feng's team had already scored 30 points more than the blue team. There was no doubt that Chen Feng won this game. The referee blew the whistle, red team wins. The members of the red team cheered, "We won! We won!" Zhou Yanan couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. She had paid too much for this game. "Thank you, Chen Feng. Ha, that's what I'm supposed to do, protect my girlfriend, right?" Zhou Yanan didn't say anything. She was almost taking it seriously if this wasn't a bet. "Hey, Gaoi, kneel down and call me uncle." Chen Feng finally looked at Gaoi arrogantly. Gao Yi's face turned pale. He would never do such a thing in front of the top frame. Otherwise, where would his face be? He glared at Chen Feng fiercely, "Chen Feng, you wait. You are just lucky." Then, he led the dejected blue team members away. The audience sighed, TSK, how happy Gao Yi was just now, and how embarrassed he is now. He really has never seen how powerful our brother Feng is. Wu Hao took the money with a smile and put the 200 yuan into his pocket under the resentful and reluctant looks of the two people. Chapter 40: The Axe Gang Takes Action. Yi Mengmeng was also standing next to the audience. When she saw Chen Feng helping Zhou Yanan, she didn't know whether to be happy or worried. She pouted and ran towards Chen Feng. "Brother Feng, I haven't even seen your shadow these past few days. Where have you been?" Seeing Yi Mengmeng's big eyes, Chen Feng scratched his head helplessly. "Mengmeng, is there anything wrong? I'm just busy these days." Yi Mengmeng looked at Zhou Yanan next to her and said, "Of course I have something to do. My mother wants to invite you to be her guest. I don't know when you are free. However, if it is not convenient for you, we can also go out and play while eating." Zhou Yanan listened to Yi Mengmeng's words and pursed her lips in a bit of jealousy. "Mengmeng, why does auntie suddenly want to see Chen Feng?" "Because my mom is a loyal fan of my live broadcast room. She has seen Feng Ji's heroic demeanor and has gradually become one of Feng Ji's fans." Zhou Yanan nodded slightly, with a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. Chen Feng nodded. "Okay, we'll go tomorrow afternoon." After separating from the two, Chen Feng rushed to Tianyu Group. Yu Wenshan informed Chen Feng that the MV could be filmed and asked him to rush to the company. The company specially sent a special car to take Chen Feng, Xinyu, and Song Shi to the shooting location. Song Shi kept trying to talk to Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, you weren't injured the day before yesterday, were you?" When Xinyu heard this, her ears moved and she glanced at Chen Feng without paying any attention. He loves to cause trouble all the time. In fact, her tone was full of silent concern and confusion as to why he was injured. Chen Feng shook his head. "No problem. Those foreigners just look big, but they are just that simple." Xinyu thought of the Smith exhibition that had suddenly broken out not long ago, and she immediately understood. "Chen Feng, you shouldn't have gone there." There was an inexplicable panic in his tone. It was not just Smith's force there was another one that made him terrified. Don't worry, it's okay, I can handle it myself. When the three of them arrived at the temporary venue, Chen Feng frowned. This shoot seemed very rushed, and the attitude of the staff and assistants towards them was not very good. He suddenly grabbed a familiar-looking assistant. Xiao Zhu, isn't Director Yang here? Xiao Zhu looked fearfully at the man under a shed in front of him. Brother Phone, Director Yang is not coming. It seems something happened. The director suddenly came in. I think his name is Ningde. He knows nothing and has a bad temper. It feels like he is the boss. After saying that, Xiao Zhu looked around again, and seeing no one around, he continued to say to Chen Feng, Brother Feng, I heard that he has someone behind him, and he's a gangster. We should be careful and try not to provoke him. What about Director Yi? What did she say? Director Yi has been a little busy lately, it seems, with family matters, so he doesn't have the energy to take care of these. At this time, an abrupt voice interrupted, Are you Chen Feng? The man was wearing a neat suit and had a handsome face, but what Chen Feng noticed most was his pace. This man's pace was not simple and he must be a martial artist. He always felt that this person was looking at him with an unpredictable expression. Then he looked at Song Shi with a shining light and touched his chin. Now that the protagonists have arrived, let's start filming. The whole place was very quiet. Those who were supposed to be doing their own things kept doing it and didn't dare to look up and say a word. Is this person really that scary? After the filming started, Chen Feng was able to handle all of these with ease, but Ningde kept finding fault and nitpicking. Hey! Chen Feng, you're standing in the wrong position. Chen Feng, do you know how to act? If not, find someone else. Chen Feng, there's something wrong with your outfit, and your eyes just now weren't in the right place. Even the most ridiculous person could see that Ningde was deliberately targeting Chen Feng. Chen Feng had a blank expression on his face, but in his heart he was vaguely thinking about what grudge he had with Ningde. Ningde, whose last name was Ning. Ding, it is detected that the host is being troubled by Ningde. A side quest is issued. Compete with Ningde in acting skills and obtain the God-level movie Emperor skill. Chen Feng looked at Ningde and said, Hello, Director Ning. You seem to know a lot about acting. Do you have any experience? You can discuss it with me. Humph, you are not qualified to discuss issues with me. I hate this aspect. I am a movie star level figure abroad. But when I return to China, how can you ignorant mortals know me? Ningde's nostrils were almost poking up into the sky. Ha, since you are Director Ning, who is at the level of an award-winning actor, and since you look down on my acting skills, how about we have a competition? If you win, I will naturally not play this role. If I win, you will not be the director. Ding gained God-level actor skills. The system's voice rang in Chen Feng's mind. Chen Feng suddenly felt that his realm had risen a lot. He felt that he could now play all kinds of characters. Ningde's expression froze, and then the corners of his mouth gradually turned up. It seems that what his father said was true. This kid is so arrogant. He is obviously a guy who has never seen the world, but he is still so arrogant. Ningde was sent abroad since he was a child, and had been living in dire straits. He made a name for himself in public, but he also survived many dangers in secret. This kid may have lived an ordinary life since he was a child, how could he know advanced acting skills? In that case, let's start. Right here, in this battle, the God of War Phone will fight against hundreds of people alone. This is the most shocking scene in God of War, which requires not only the protagonist's various positions, but also his eyes and the temperament to integrate into the role. Because the venue happened to have two sets of costumes, Chen Feng and Ningde both put on the protagonist's war god costumes, and the crew members began to whisper. They were already somewhat dissatisfied with Ningde, if it weren't for his excellent skills and background. Song Shi stood aside with a worried look on her face. Somehow, she always felt that Ningde seemed somewhat familiar. Xinyu was very calm and stood next to Song Shi. Don't worry, Chen Feng will not let Ningde get any benefits. Seeing Xinyu's confidence in Chen Feng, Song Shi also looked affirmative and breathed a sigh of relief. The stage manager found a lot of extras and taught them the most basic movements for martial arts scenes. When the performance began, everyone held their breath and watched intently. They also wanted to see who the real best actor was. The battle for the altar is the most famous war between the demon realm and the god realm. It was during this war that the god of Warphone fell into the human world and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 41 Acquaintance. The people in the demon realm looked at the person in front of them fiercely. It was the god of war played by Ningde. He held his head high, showing all the arrogance of a god of war. Everyone in the demon realm, you have crossed the border privately and wanted to attack the audit. What crime should you be punished for? Everyone in the demon realm laughed and said nothing more. Go ahead, as long as we defeat the god of Warfoam here, the god realm will be ours. Ningda sneered disdainfully, and with a few moves, he knocked hundreds of extras to the ground. The scene is okay, but if he adds special effects like this, it would make people understand why he became the foreign movie emperor. After all, the strength of foreign TV dramas lies in the special effects. Ningda finished his performance, looked at Chen Feng provocatively, and then walked to Song Shi's side. This lady seems familiar. Song Shi frowned slightly, and Xin Yu was also a little confused. What did Ningda mean? Chen Feng stepped forward and said, "Sorry, it's my turn now. Please make way for me." Having said that, he pushed him away from Song Shi. Ningda's face changed. He originally thought that his territory was stable enough, and Chen Feng's collision was just a tiny and insignificant impact to him. However, after being hit by Chen Feng, he actually took 3 steps back, which really surprised him. It seemed that Chen Feng did have some capital, as his father said. A solemn look flashed across Ningda's face. The people in the demon realm looked at the god of war provocatively, but the god of war stood under the white flower tree, stroking the peering flowers with one hand, his eyes full of sighs. Then, he became very sharp, with a hint of murderous intent flowing in his eyes. The god of Warfoam walked out from under the tree and said coldly, "Anyone who breaks into the god realm will be killed without mercy." Instantly, infinite and powerful energy burst out from the body of the god of Warfoam, who was very domineering, like a real god of war, standing on the battlefield unscrupulously, his clothes slightly lifted, and he waved the sword in his hand with a fierce expression, but his eyes revealed a deep sigh and helplessness. Everyone was shocked. They finally understood why the god of Warfoam chose to be with Yunyang instead of the heavenly goddess of Warjingwa. Because the god of war still has compassion for all living things. Even though his hands are covered in blood, he is struggling inside. Chen Feng truly brought the role of the god of war to life, and they felt as if the one standing in front of them was the god of war galloping across the battlefield. Some people even got excited and started shouting, "God of war, wind, wind, wind!" Ningda's eyes were slightly downcast. He obviously knew who won the bet. He looked at Chen Feng fiercely and walked towards Song Shi. What? She doesn't remember me? Don't worry, you are still mine after all. Song Shi's face turned pale. This person. Know her. After saying that, Ningda left. Xinyu wanted to ask him what he had just said to Song Shi, but when she saw that she didn't look very good, she stopped talking. Seeing Ningda leave, everyone cheered. This vicious director is finally gone. I was really suffocated to death. Wow, Brother Feng acted so well. I really thought there was a battlefield ahead. I'm really looking forward to the beautiful love in the future. Oh, I don't want us to be separated. Or a threesome is fine. Everyone looked at Chen Feng, Song Shi, and Xinyu with sighs. I automatically imagined blockbuster movies in my mind. Chen Feng was completely immersed in the consciousness of the god of war, so he didn't notice what Ningda said to Song Shi before he left. Seeing that there was not even a director at the entire venue, he immediately called Yi Qing. After all, this was the contract signed between their company and Tianyu Group. How could they send in such a guy through the back door? The phone beeped twice and then connected. Hello? Chen Feng, is that all? Yi Qing's voice sounded haggard, even a little desperate. Sister Yi, what's wrong? What happened? Yi Qing was trembling, wanting to say something but not saying it. It's okay, tell me, what's the matter? It's like this, send another director over for the MV shoot. Director Yang didn't come. Oh. Okay, I'll call you later. Yi Qing looked uninterested and not as energetic as Chen Feng had seen him before. Chen Feng felt something was not right. In the afternoon, Chen Feng and Yi Mengmeng made an appointment to visit Ye's mother. Yi Mengmeng took Chen Feng on the bus to a practice room. On the way, Chen Feng asked about Yi Qing. Yi Mengmeng said, "My sister hasn't contacted home much recently, and even my brother-in-law has disappeared." But it doesn't matter. My sister often runs around like this, and my brother-in-law also has a lot of things to do in the military camp. Chen Feng didn't care either. Let's talk about it later. The practice room is mainly used for breathing exercises and various relaxing yoga. Yi Mengming's mother is in it. She mainly lives the life of a housewife in a wealthy family. Now that Yi Mengmeng has grown up, She has no worries about food and clothing and can do what she wants. Seeing the two people coming, Ye's mother Meng Ran stopped what she was doing and looked Chen Feng up and down, as if she wanted to see through him. After a while, she blinked her eyes, as if they were shining, and took out a piece of paper. Chen Feng, please sign an autograph for me, your auntie. After all, I am also your fan. Chen Feng was a little amused. Yi Mengming's personality was the same as his mother's. They were both carefree and liked to play. Chen Feng thought Meng Ran would take them to a cafe or restaurant for dinner, but he didn't expect that she took them to a bar. The two people were still walking happily in front, but Chen Feng frowned. Damn, isn't this the Axe Gang's lair? Yi Mengming and Meng Ran are like two sisters. Meng Ran looked at Chen Feng and said, boy, come here with Meng Meng and me to play today. If Meng Meng's father wasn't so strict, I would have come here to play a long time ago. Many black lines appeared on Chen Feng's forehead. Auntie, do you know that this is the gang's jurisdiction area? Now, Chen Feng couldn't leave even if he wanted to. When the three of them walked in, the guards at the door looked at each other, and then one of them walked in. Chen Feng could only touch his nose, naturally knowing that he was probably recognized. Chen Feng, here. Two people pulled him to the side of the wine cabinet. The expressionless bartender looked at Chen Feng and skillfully mixed a bottle of wine. Handsome man, what would you two beauties like to drink? Meng Ran's eyes were full of excitement and he was about to say something. There was a commotion nearby, and a group of people were actually coming towards Chen Feng and his group. Ding, the host is detected to be in crisis. Do you want to use the mysterious reward? Yes. Ding got an R-54K firearm. This gun can change, has endless bullets, and can even become invisible when necessary. Chapter 42, Destroy the Base. Ding, remind the host to use the firearm as soon as possible, it will be hidden after use. When Chen Feng heard the system's broadcast, his eyes lit up. There was actually a gun and it could be made invisible. Then he felt something hard in his trouser pocket. The people in front immediately walked in front of Chen Feng. There were probably more than 20 people in total. The leader was a thin man of short stature, looking at Chen Feng with excitement. Are you Chen Feng? He is a distinguished guest of our Axe Gang. The other guests were a little frightened when they saw the scene, and they held their breath and dared not speak, especially when they heard the thin man talking about the Axe Gang. Those with better hearing could hear someone else saying, damn it, why didn't something happen earlier or later, but happened right when I got here? What's wrong with this kid? He actually dared to provoke the Axe Gang. This area is all the Axe Gang's territory. If you want to say he provoked me, then just provoke me. He didn't even have time to hide, and he actually dared to come to someone else's territory. Chen Feng put his hand slightly into his trouser pocket without attracting any attention. Why? You know me. Gao Chang looked at Chen Feng with a wicked smile. How come I don't know you? Didn't I tell you that you are a distinguished guest in our bar? How about I invite you to sit in the private room? Gao Chang clapped his hands. Chen Feng was about to take action, but two tall men stood behind Yi Mengmeng and Meng Ran with threatening eyes. Meng Ran tried his best to protect Yi Mengmeng, but his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Yi Mengmeng was very nervous. Chen Feng, do you know them? What is the Axe Gang? Chen Feng shook his head slightly at her. Meng Meng, don't move, auntie, don't be nervous. Meng Ran nodded and held Yi Mengmeng tightly. I'll go with you. Gao Chang smiled evilly and tilted his head. He asked the two men to push Yi Mengmeng and Meng Ran away, and sent several people to guard behind Chen Feng. Of course, he knew that this kid was said to be very skilled, so he had to send more people to watch over him. Chen Feng has been looking for an opportunity. Gao Chang brought everyone to a private room at the corner of the second floor. Then have someone close the door. He immediately sat down comfortably in the chair and picked up a glass of red wine. Several men stood behind Chen Feng. Chen Feng, Big Brother has been looking for an opportunity to kill you. I didn't expect you to be so tenacious. But now you are in my hands. It is really destined by heaven. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, neither humble nor arrogant, as if he was not arrested at all, but came here to drink. You are your big brother's subordinate, right? I know the bar here is in a remote area, and you can't make that much money. Are you willing to work for someone who can't even catch a college student, or are you willing to be the boss and command all the Axe Gang members? Chen Feng's words made Gao Chang feel a little itchy, but he still looked down on him. Oh, an ordinary college student dares to talk to me about this? Chen Feng looked mysterious. You should know why your eldest brother ordered you to capture me, because I am a threat to his existence. He narrowed his eyes and Gao Chang also paused. It was true that his status in the Axe Gang was not high, and he was always ordered around by Ning Taohai like a lackey. What can you do? Chen Feng looked at the people around him, then asked Gao Chang to come closer. He was half believing and half doubting, but still leaned his head over. It happened in a flash. Chen Feng grabbed Gao Chang, turned around swiftly, held Gao Chang in front of him, and then put the gun to the back of his head. Gao Chang felt something cold on his head, and his legs started to tremble with fear. The subordinates did not react and did not dare to approach Chen Feng. Name? Gao Chang. Tell your men to clear the area and come back. If anyone dares to run, my guns won't have eyes. Chen Feng's eyes were threatening, and the few people could only do as he said. After a while, the downstairs was cleared out. Yi Mengmeng was stunned, and Mang Rant's eyes were full of admiration, without the fear he had just felt. Chen Feng asked fiercely, "Tell me, where are the Axe Gang's strongholds? This is important information. If you don't tell me, your head will be pierced through." Gao Chang's eyes flashed with light, and he said timidly, "I'm just a small fry of the Axe Gang, and I don't know any important information at all." He blinked his eyes and saw a person moving in the dark, as if nothing had happened. When the man was about to run to the door, Chen Feng narrowed his eyes and said, "A disobedient person." A gunshot rang out throughout the bar. Yi Mengmeng's eyes widened as did Mang Rant's. The man was shot in the leg and immediately lay on the ground wailing. Chen Feng blew away the smoke, and Gao Chang's face turned pale with fright. He thought that this college student who had never been in society was just a little better in martial arts, but he didn't expect that he would actually rob and even dare to shoot. This time it hit the tibial nerve in your leg, making it impossible for you to walk for the rest of your life. Next time it might be your head. No one dared to act rashly. They did not expect that Chen Feng's shooting skills were so accurate, and he was familiar with everyone's acupuncture points and nerve networks. What kind of person is he? Half an hour later, Chen Feng walked out of the bar slowly with Yi Mengmeng and Mang Ran. A raging fire broke out in the bar behind them. Chen Feng dialed the phone. "Hello, is this the fire alarm?" "Yes, there is a fire here, and there seems to be someone inside. Please come quickly." After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng smiled. Mang Ran didn't care about her image as a mother at all. She jumped up and patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. "Damn, Chen Feng, you are so amazing. You are my idol. Oh my god." Yi Mengmeng also had the same admiring expression. "If it wasn't for the involvement of the mafia, I would have broadcasted live to you a long time ago. Alas, what a pity." Chen Feng shook his head, sent the two of them back safely, and called Li Qing. "Hey, brotherly, arrange a meeting between me and Shan Tian. By then, he will definitely agree to our request." Okay. He breathed a long sigh of relief and finally relaxed. After returning to the dormitory, he fell asleep. The next morning, Sun Tianyu got up and went to work. He still owed Chen Feng 200,000 yuan, and he had to pay him back as soon as possible. In fact, Chen Feng didn't mind this small amount of money at all now, but Sun Tianyu's self-esteem made him believe that he had to pay it back. The next day, Chen Feng went to class as usual. On the way, he heard some classmates talking about a big art exhibition. He didn't pay much attention to it. Before he reached the teaching building, he heard it on the radio. Chapter 43 Beautiful Story. Please ask Chen Feng, a sophomore from the School of Computer Science, to come to the principal's office. Mr. Bo from the National Society for the Conservation of the Arts is here at my school. For a moment, the whole school was filled with the sound of this broadcast, and some students immediately became excited. Oh my god, what? That's the National Art Protection Association, which is equivalent to the National Cultural Relic level. Mr. Bo is a big shot. He is a powerful figure under the state. Why would he look for Chen Feng? Smith looked at Carlyle, who was sitting on the sofa drinking coffee, with a gloomy face. You said that Chen Feng ran to Silval's house? And he said that he could cure his disease? Carlyle's face was full of sarcasm. He's just a clown. What's there to pay attention to? But Smith waved his hands and said, No, his calligraphy of love sacrifice fascinates me. I must get that painting, and Chen Feng should also be used by me and write calligraphy specifically for me. Smith's eyes were full of determination. I heard that his paintings will be shipped to Yunyang Center soon. Carlyle also narrowed his eyes. He naturally knew what Smith wanted to do. When Chen Feng heard the broadcast, he raised his eyebrows. He did not expect that Mr. Bo would come so quickly. He first went back to the dormitory to take away the painting he had painted at the Smith exhibition, and then went to the principal's office. There were a series of people sitting in the office. The principal sat in the first seat, and next to him was Mr. Bo, whom he had met once at Smith's conference. What surprised Chen Feng was that, as an interpretation of the next writing, two pairs of soldiers in camouflage uniforms, with serious expressions, stared straight ahead and did not move. "Mr. Bo, what is this?" Bo Lao looked at Chen Feng happily. "Chen Feng, the value of your calligraphy has been recognized by the country. The country plans to list your calligraphy works as a series and put them in the Museum of Modern Outstanding Calligraphy. These soldiers are here to escort the calligraphy." These soldiers also looked specially trained. Only the leader, a square-faced man, looked Chen Feng up and down. "Are you Chen Feng?" "Hello, I am the captain of this team, Wei Guo." Chen Feng nodded, and although Wei Guo did not show any expression, he did not take Chen Feng to heart. "Mr. Bo, we can set off now. Danger detected in this escort mission. Please help Mr. Bo send the calligraphy back to Yunyang Center. Reward, magical learning ability." Mr. Bo was about to nod and take the calligraphy scroll from Chen Feng's hand, his eyes full of anticipation. Chen Feng retracted his hand. Bo Lao looked puzzled. "What's wrong? Didn't Chen Feng also say that he would give the calligraphy to the country?" The principal also looked dissatisfied. Since Chen Feng had received such a great honor, shouldn't he have handed over the calligraphy promptly? "I'm sorry, Mr. Bo, I put all my heart and soul into this calligraphy, and it is also a very meaningful work of mine. It is very precious to me." Bo Lao stared at Chen Feng. "What do you mean?" "Yes, I want to follow it and see it return to the center of Yunyang." Wei Guo frowned and said, "I'm sorry, this mission is issued by the state, and it is escorted by a special military vehicle. No outsiders are allowed to get on the vehicle." To him, Chen Feng was just an outsider. It was obvious that Wei Guo only thought that Chen Feng was a weak college student who could only write and write. However, Chen Feng ignored Wei Guo and just looked at Bo Lao. Seeing Chen Feng's determined eyes, he knew how important an excellent work was to a person. "Well, in that case, it's okay. It's only a day's journey. When we get there, I can take you to visit other works." Wei Guo's face was gloomy. He looked at Chen Feng and, without saying anything, he ordered his soldiers to leave. When leaving, Chen Feng deliberately looked at his military rank. He is a colonel, and his military rank is neither high nor low. Chen Feng brought the painting and followed the crowd, getting on a camouflage military vehicle under the envious eyes of the students from Donghai University. Bo Lao sat in a relatively comfortable corner. The other two rows were filled with soldiers. Wei Guo deliberately ignored Chen Feng. The car was full, leaving only Chen Feng standing. The car hadn't started yet, and Mr. Bo was busy admiring the calligraphy, unable to let it go, and had no time to care about Chen Feng. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows, looked at Wei Guo, who was sitting there peacefully, and said softly, "No seat?" Wei Guo looked at him jokingly. "Sorry, these are fixed seats, there are no extra ones." Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, get off the car in disgrace and get the title of No Courage. Choice 2, challenge someone and get a seat. Chen Feng listened to the system broadcast with a wry smile. "Well, this is the only way. But I'm not in good health and can't fight for long. How about a strong brother who can give me a leg?" Without Wei's order, no one dared to pay attention to Chen Feng. Chen Feng touched his nose and said, "In that case, let's fight alone. If I win, you can give me a spot." After hearing this, Wei Guo also smiled. "I have never heard of a college student wanting to challenge a soldier. You are brave, but you don't know your place." The other soldiers also looked at him with disbelief and even disdain. "No choice, don't you have to have a seat? In that case, Xiao Zhang, you go ahead." Wei Guo said to a thin young soldier sitting next to him, who was not much older than Chen Feng. "Xiao Zhang is the youngest in our team. He has been in the military camp for 2 years and is the weakest. If you want to challenge him." Xiao Zhang smiled shyly, but his eyes were full of excitement. He had been beaten in the military camp, and now he could finally fight back. "Brother, I'll let you go, but you can't cry out in pain." Chen Feng nodded helplessly. Everyone looked like they were enjoying the show, but they were shocked the next second. Xiao Zhang actually flipped sideways and was knocked down by Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked relaxed and contented, while Xiao Zhang was in disbelief. How could this guy be so strong? He didn't believe it, so he got up and continued to fight with Chen Feng. But after just 2 moves, Chen Feng pinched his artery and his face turned pale. Many soldiers had no time to control their expressions. They were stunned and not as calm as before. Wei Guo frowned. This boy moved so fast and his movements were extremely quick. The most important thing was that he was incredibly strong. Xiao Zhang lowered his head and said, "I lost. I'll give you this position." Everyone gasped, and Wei Guo snorted coldly. Waste. Chapter 44, Roadblocks. Wei Guo thought that it was Xiao Zhang's fault for being too careless. What could Chen Feng, an ordinary college student, do? However, Chen Feng was able to sit down at least. Xiao Zhan was a little nervous and stayed away from Wei Guo. After all, his face was too gloomy. At the same time, he kept looking at Chen Feng. Although he could not beat Chen Feng, he knew that Chen Feng was better than his teammates, even better than Captain Wei. Inside the Axe Gang, Ning De pushed open the hidden iron gate with a look of disgust. The inside of the gate was covered with rust, and an iron hook was hanging a person. Upon closer look, it turned out to be Gao Chang that Chen Feng caught that day. Ning Taohai stood in front of the dying Gao Chang with a gloomy face. "Gao Chang, what a great job you did. More than 50 brothers in the bar were all arrested, but you escaped. The whole bar was burned down to an empty shell." The scar on his face looked even more hideous and terrifying. Seeing Ning De coming in, he glanced at him and said, "Here you are, come and see the trash of our Axe Gang." Gao Chang's body was covered with scars and blood was dripping down. "Boss, it's not my fault. That damn Chen Feng is really too powerful. The most important thing is that he has a gun." Gao Chang stuttered, breathing in less than out, and was very scared. If Ning Taohai knew that he had told Chen Feng all the secrets of the Axe Gang, would he cut him into pieces? Ning De was originally standing nearby, keeping a distance from Gao Chang with disdain, but when he heard Chen Feng's name, he moved slightly. "You mean Chen Feng? That Chen Feng?" Gao Chang nodded with difficulty. "Boss, Master De, I was also forced. Chen Feng's gun was directly against the back of my head. At that time. That's enough. You are such a waste." Ning Taohai looked at Gao Chang with disgust, while Ning De narrowed his eyes. "Gun? Chen Feng, hee." The corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Okay, old man, let this rubbish fend for itself, I will deal with Chen Feng." Ning Taohai didn't say anything, but just nodded in tacit approval. Ning De was his most valued son, and at least he had never let him down. The car drove very steadily along the way. There was no sound in the entire car. Only Mr. Bo was constantly marveling at the calligraphy. Wei Guo was still thinking about what was so good about this painting, completely forgetting that the purpose of their being sent here was to see this work. He glanced at Chen Feng from time to time, but his eyes were full of indifference. Suddenly, the car started to shake, and the soldier in front said to Wei Guo through the intercom, "Captain, there is an unknown vehicle following us." Wei Guo immediately became alert. "Everyone on alert. Team 1, follow me out of the car. Team 2, get ready and follow orders." Everyone said in unison, "Yes." Chen Feng also frowned. Sure enough, he came. Mr. Bo also collected the entire calligraphy with a nervous look on his face and put it into the box. Wei Guo led a group of people out of the car. Chen Feng wanted to follow him, but Wei Guo glared at him and said, "Stay in the car and don't cause any trouble for us." Chen Feng shrugged his shoulders. He didn't want to go down yet. Xihua pulled his glasses, looked at the car that had stopped in front of him, and said to Smith on the phone, "Okay, we've caught up with it. Just wait. It's just a painting, right?" Smith nodded, and the video went black. Xihua touched his beloved gun and looked at the group of people walking out of the car with disdain on his lips. "Oh, a bunch of ants." A short-haired girl looked at it and touched the corner of her mouth. "It's just a painting, why did you bring me here?" His expression was cold and his eyes were lifeless. "Raoul, you don't understand. The value of this painting is not just this. Considering Smith's obsession with the painting, this painting may be absolutely priced at a sky-high price in the market, much more than what we earn as mercenaries, okay?" Raoul looked at him and asked, "How dare you steal?" "I don't dare. This old man Smith is not easy to deal with." The two seemed determined to win. Wei Guo cautiously got out of the car with a group of people, and saw that they were surrounded on all sides. Many people dressed casually at fierce eyes, and the leaders were a black-haired young man and a girl with short hair and lifeless eyes. The most eye-catching thing is the logo on their clothes, a blood-red flower. "You are the bloody ones?" Wei Guo was almost sweating on his forehead. This Bloody was an international mercenary organization. It was said that the people in this organization were vicious and would kill people without blinking an eye. Chen Feng was already standing in the car, looking outside. Bloody? Ding, danger is detected in Wei State, requiring the host to save him and get the first chance to deal with Bloody. Hey, since you know us, be smart and hand over the calligraphy. If you don't, I will be ruthless. Xihua licked the knife in his hand, his eyes full of mockery. Raoul's eyes did not move, he just held a small and very delicate gun. It's actually the Silver Blade Demon Xihua and the sharpshooter Raoul. Wei Guo was shocked. These two people were important figures in Bloody. He didn't expect that the opponent this time would be so difficult. Humph, how many insane things have you, Bloody, done? How can I possibly give you what the country needs? Wei Guo was calm in the face of danger. Xihua narrowed his eyes and said, in that case. Bloody, prepare. Raoul, attack. Raoul raised his gun and rushed straight towards Wei Guo, who was standing in the front. Chen Feng dodged and used his sprinting skill to knock Wei Guo down, and his gun hit the car body behind him. Wei Guo didn't expect that he was actually saved by Chen Feng, but it was not easy to say anything now. But what shocked him most was that Chen Feng actually took out a gun and pointed it directly at Raoul. When the scene was in chaos, Xihua came to the side of Wei Guo. Chen Feng glanced at him coldly and said, if you do it, your companions will die. Xihua was stunned with his hand holding the knife. A young boy thinks he can kill Raoul with a toy gun? After that, Xihua attacked Wei Guo directly with a knife, and Raoul also squinted his eyes with a gun. She couldn't see, but she was more agile than most people. Chen Feng's breath made her feel very dangerous. Raoul yelled, Xihua, retreat. Xihua didn't care at all and just kept attacking the Wei State, which was almost unable to withstand it. A cruel look appeared on Raoul's face. Boy, I advise you not to mind your own business. Xiao's sharp knife was about to stab Wei Guo's chest. Chen Feng jumped slightly. Bloody, right? From now on, we are enemies again. With those words, Chen Feng fired a bullet fiercely. Raoul's pupils shrank slightly. It was impossible that the bullet was so fast. Chapter 45, Establishing a Company. She had been trained since she was young and was very sensitive to the speed and type of bullets, but she had never recognized this bullet. And with her speed, she couldn't dodge it. The bullet was heading straight for her heart. Who on earth is this person? Raoul could only dodge slightly, a little closer to his heart. Xihua was stunned for a moment, and Chen Feng directly kicked the knife away from his hand. Raoul! Xihua supported Raoul and didn't care about anything else. He looked at Chen Feng fiercely for a long time. Boy, you're done. Bloody will put you on the blood list. After saying that, the group drove away with the dying Raoul. The entire scene returned to calm in an instant, leaving only a few wounded soldiers groaning in pain. Wei Guo reacted and immediately called for a military doctor to come. After everyone was sent away, Wei Guo finally calmed down, looked at Chen Feng and asked him to get in the car. Mr. Bo in the car looked at the two people nervously. How's it going? Wei Guo smiled bitterly and replied, it's okay. Thanks to Chen Feng, otherwise I would have lost my life. Mr. Bo was also confused. Wei Guo then looked at Chen Feng with a serious expression. Chen Feng, you can't show your thing again. You know our country will not allow such a thing to happen. But I still want to thank you. It would be great if I could meet you. He would also. Alas. Who are you talking about? It turned out that he was sent on a mission some time ago, and he met the bloody people, but I don't know whether he is dead or alive now. Along the way, the group successfully delivered the paintings to the center. Wei Guo also shook hands tightly with Chen Feng. Ding, it was detected that this escort mission was a complete success, and the host is awarded the title of God-level academic master. Chen Feng's phone rang anxiously. Hey, Brother Chen, the negotiation location is 311 on the 3rd floor at 9 o'clock today at the Starlight Bar. Is that okay? And our entertainment company is almost ready too. It was Li Cheng. Chen Feng nodded to indicate that he understood. At the entrance of the Starlight Bar, the lights in the bar today were not as dim as usual. People drinking in the bar looked nervous because the atmosphere today was particularly different, and more importantly, because this was the territory of the Shirshir gang. At the door, Chen Feng slowly raised his steps and walked in as if he was strolling in a garden. No one stopped him at the door. After entering the door, Chen Feng said to the person standing at the door, "Shanghai gang, Chen Feng, come to visit." The person at the door heard it and looked Chen Feng up and down before going to report the news in confusion. Soon, he took Chen Feng to 311 on the third floor. Before entering the door, Shan Shui jumped to the door and unexpectedly met Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, why are you here? Have you seen Xiaoyi?" "Oh, no, you probably don't know either." Shan Shui talked to himself, pushed the door and walked in. "Dad, what do you want to see Chen Feng for?" When Shan Tian saw Shan Shui coming in, his originally serious face became doting. "Shuier, it's okay, it's all business. Go play first, and come back to see Daddy later." When Dan Tian saw Chen Feng coming in, his expression turned cold again. Dan Tian naturally has his right-hand men around him, and Dan Shui also knows the importance of the matter. He just looked at Chen Feng in confusion, then closed the door and left. "Sit down. Chen Feng, right?" Shan Tian said to Chen Feng. He showed great style right from the moment he arrived. Chen Feng did not comment and sat down. "In this case, I will get straight to the point. Boss Shan is willing to let me negotiate, which means I am still worth negotiating with you." "Oh? What do you think the Qinghai gang is worth? I know that almost all of the Qinghai gang's strongholds have been wiped out by the Axe gang. You Qinghai gang are actually not qualified to negotiate with us." Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. "If I say, I have other capital, it's not the Qinghai gang, but myself." "Yourself?" Shan Tian was very surprised. "I'm Chen Feng. I believe that Boss Shan has already investigated my identity. You should also know that I obtained a casino branch in Carroll at Mr. Smith's exhibition last time." Dan Tian's brows were slightly gloomy and his eyeballs were constantly moving. Half an hour later, Chen Feng was sent out by Dan Tian safe and sound with a smile on his face. Li Qing, who was hiding in the dark, breathed a sigh of relief. This matter must have been accomplished. After returning to school, Chen Feng was very tired. After a good sleep, Wu Hao pulled him up. "Brother Feng, today is our final exam, why are you still sleeping? Sun Tianyu went there to prepare long ago, and you were still fighting in bed. But you don't care." "We didn't care about exams before. After all, our grades weren't that good. As long as we didn't fail, it was fine." Chen Feng opened his eyes in a daze, and then he remembered that today was their sophomore final exam. The final exam of Tunghai University involved awards and honors, and many outstanding students paid great attention to it. When he arrived at the examination room, Chen Feng actually saw Ning Wenyuan standing in front of the door of their examination room from afar, followed by a group of people. "It is so grand and eye-catching." The people around him pointed and talked, and Chen Feng's eyebrows twitched. It has been a long time since Ning Wenyuan came out. Seeing Chen Feng coming, Ning Wenyuan stopped him and said, "Chen Feng, let's make a bet. Let's compete for ranking in this final exam." Because Chen Feng's singing and various skills almost captured the hearts of the students of Donghai University, so in the annual school grass selection, Chen Feng successfully crushed Ning Wenyuan, and Ning Wenyuan was unwilling to accept it. Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, reject Ning Wenyuan's request and get the title of "Who the heck are you?" Choice 2, accept the bet, win the bet, and obtain the god-level blade tool. Seeing Chen Feng remaining silent for a long time, Ning Wenyuan was very upset. He had investigated Chen Feng's previous performance, which was only average and not up to par at all. Since he could not compare with him in other aspects, he could only start with his studies. You know, he has always been among the top 3 in his grade every year and has never fallen behind. "Chen Feng, it's time for you to admit defeat." Zhou Yanan had originally planned to go to another examination room, but when he heard the noise here, he came over. "Ning Wenyuan, do you have any shame? Why would Chen Feng agree to you?" Zhou Yanan's pretty face was full of anger. Today she wore a floral dress with a slender waist that could be held in one hand, which made her face look even more delicate. It was unexpected that the campus beauty Zhou, who had always dressed in a neutral style, would wear a skirt. However, her hot temper had not changed. "Look, it's the school beauty Zhou, damn, she's so beautiful. Oh my god, my goddess is wearing a skirt. With this face, this figure, and this temper, I can't stand it." Chapter 46, Beauties Change. Many boys at Tunghai University are almost losing themselves. Zhou Yanan is a beauty to begin with, and this kind of dressing is absolutely in line with their aesthetic standards. Ning Wenyuan was also a little stunned, but when he came to his senses, he ignored Zhou Yanan. "Do you think you can get away with it by letting Zhou Yanan come and plead for you?" Chen Feng nodded, okay, but why should I agree to whatever you ask? Ning Wenyuan narrowed his eyes, so what do you want? Chen Feng smiled, if I win, how about you be my little brother for a week? Ning Wenyuan looked unhappy, but thinking of Chen Feng's achievements, he agreed. Let's talk about it after you win. Ning Wenyuan and others left, and the exam was about to begin. Chen Feng walked towards Zhou Yanan, thank you, Yanan. Zhou Yanan nodded and was about to turn around and leave, but Chen Feng said another sentence. You look beautiful today. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she waved at Chen Feng, I'm going to take the exam. The entire examination room was very quiet. After seeing the test paper, Chen Feng felt like his mind was brainstorming. When he sees a question, the steps to solve it, the answer, and various different ways to solve it will appear in his mind. When it came to computer operation questions, Chen Feng was able to use his hands and brain together to quickly complete a series of problems such as programming and testing. After the test, he stretched himself and said, it would be nice if the system could give me a hacking skill. Wu Ha pulled Chen Feng and said, Brother Feng, the exam is finally over. Let's go. Sun Tianyu is waiting for us. Brother Wei will treat us to dinner today. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. Wang Wei only appeared during the final exams. At this time, a girl was stumbling towards him. It turned out to be Yi Mengmeng. Yi Mengmeng's eyes were full of tears, and there were still traces of tears on her little face. Brother Feng, I beg you, please, save my brother-in-law. Seeing Yi Mengmeng so sad, Chen Feng was at a loss. Mengmeng, don't cry, I'll help you. What happened to Brother Xiao? Tell me slowly. Yi Mengmeng raised her head and sobbed, Brother Feng, please go to my house. My sister is not eating or drinking now. I don't know what to do if I just wait for the news. Chen Feng said to Wu Hao, I'm sorry, Haozi, I have something important to do and can't go. Please tell Tianyu and Wei Ge, I'll treat you next time. Chen Feng took Yi Mengmeng away, and the two came to Ye's house. On the way, Chen Feng had figured out what happened. It turned out that Xiao Jun disappeared while on a mission. Yi Qing had been looking for him and asked Xiao Jun's superiors through various channels to find him, but they all kept silent. Yi Qing could only be confused. Ding mission point detected, side missions assigned, rescue Xiao Jun, obtain super hacker skills. When we arrived at Yi Qing's home, the room was in a mess and the curtains were closed. Yi Qing was sitting on the sofa looking at the computer. A video was playing on the computer in a loop. It was a surveillance video before Xiao Jun disappeared. The scene was very chaotic and it should have been shot by his own team. Her eyes were full of red bloodshot, and she didn't look as carefree and natural as Chen Feng had seen her before. When she heard the sound, she didn't move at all, but just stared at the video, looking for clues. Chen Feng walked towards Yi Qing. He glanced at the screen and was shocked. There was a figure in the dark corner. Chen Feng couldn't see what he looked like, but he saw the blood-colored flowers on his clothes. It was actually a blood-colored person? Yi Mengmeng wanted to step forward, but Chen Feng shook his head at her. Sister Yi, I think I know where Brother Xiao is. Yi Qing, who had not moved for a long time, suddenly woke up and stared at Chen Feng, do you know? Where is he? Chen Feng did not answer. Perhaps his superiors did not agree to help Yi Qing because the bloody enemies were too powerful, and he happened to have provoked the bloody people. Anyone who was on the blood list would be hunted down by the bloody people until death. Since it's already like this, I'll go and bring Brother Xiao back. But you have to give me some time. Yi Qing looked at Chen Feng blankly, not knowing what to say. After returning to school, Chen Feng thought for a long time. Since he didn't know the bloody lair and he was on the blood list, he could only wait for them to catch him. Chen Feng called Yu Wenshan, Brother Yu, can you do me a favor and send out the MV in advance? Okay. Chen Feng logs on Fengshan Weibo, I used to be carefree in heaven, after seeing you, all living things are inferior to you. Tianyu Group S official blog said, I am neither a god nor a human, but I only love you. Xin Yu also followed closely and posted, your arrival is like the spring flowers blooming, but why can't we stay together? Then there is Song Shi's, my whole world is you, but you only have her in your eyes forever. In an underground factory in the south, a man was stroking his new knife. The knife fell at the place where he fought with Chen Feng and others last time. The situation was urgent and he had no time to pick it up. It was Xihua. Nanning, tell me. Why did the boss ask us to watch this guy? I haven't caught Chen Feng yet. The other one was a very gentle man wearing glasses and wearing headphones. He was typing away on a computer. Xihua, this is an order and we must obey it. I have installed infrared surveillance within 500 meters of the factory. If any living creature approaches, we will be notified. Xihua rolled his eyes. I say, every time it's those wolves and martens, can they detect humans? And is this guy important, even though he's very stubborn? In the corner they were guarding, there was Xiao Jun tied up with iron chains. He looked very miserable, his whole body was covered in blood, and he was breathing in less than out. Nan Ning glanced at Xihua and said, don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Have you forgotten the punishment for the last mission? Xihua immediately turned pale and kept silent. That was exactly his nightmare, it was too horrible. On the second day, Chen Feng played the MV's music everywhere on the TV and mobile phone in the cafeteria. The music was about the vastness of the world and the boundlessness of humanity. The whole story of the MV from beginning to end was performed vividly by Chen Feng and the other two. The three of them were like the real original characters. The love, hatred, anger and infatuation between them were immersed in Chen Feng's singing, and no one was able to extricate themselves. Chapter 47 Blood List. In the blood camp, the old man turned his back to the window and asked, did you find that person? The man in front of him lowered his head and said, reporting to the master, we have found him. His name is Chen Feng, a college student and also a contracted singer of Tianyu Group. He injured Raoul. He is the one Smith asked us to kidnap. The old man didn't say anything, but just murmured, Chen Feng, he's just a college student. Bring him here and lock him up with Xiao Jun, and then we'll report together. Yi Qing looked at the night outside the window, her eyes full of confusion. At this time before, she could always see Xiao Jun walking back home from there and waving to her. Brother Jun, where are you? Chen Feng heard from Yi Mengmeng that Xiao Jun had a high military rank and should be a member of a secret national organization, otherwise he would not have been assigned such a dangerous mission. Chen Feng's MV has caused a sensation in the entertainment circle. After the MV went viral on the internet, Chen Feng's fame has reached a new level. Ning Wenyuan watched the MV fiercely at home, feeling extremely jealous. What qualifications does a Chen Feng have? These should all be mine. Sure enough, jealousy can make people unrecognizable. Humph, as long as the results come out, you, Chen Feng, will still lose to me, Ning Wenyuan, and you will still be crushed by me. Chen Feng has been waiting these days, waiting for the bloody people to take action. That day was the right time for Chen Feng to go to Qinghai Gang to discuss the entertainment company's affairs with Li Qing. Because he has his own assets, which he would not waste if not utilized, and he also has 50% of the shares of Tianyu Group, which makes him half the chairman, so he plans to make use of these resources. Chen Feng is now the new boss of the Qinghai Gang. In fact, Li Qing had already determined that Chen Feng was better than him when his kung fu was revealed. Coming out of the Qinghai Gang, Chen Feng deliberately took a detour and walked into an alley with fewer people. When Chen Feng heard footsteps behind him, he knew that they were coming. There were two people behind him, both of whom were very skilled. It seemed that the bloody people had sent two masters. Chen Feng resisted for a while and was captured. Who are you? Why are you arresting me? A tall and thin man, a short and fat man, the two looked at him slyly. Bloody twins, you are lucky to be caught by us. The fat man was smiling, like a Maitreya Buddha. The thin man patted him and told him to hurry up. The fat man lifted Chen Feng onto his shoulders and disappeared into the darkness. Chen Feng had been observing his surroundings and remembering the direction the two people were heading. When he got in the car, his face was covered. The car drove for more than an hour before Chen Feng was finally pulled out by two people. After getting off the bus, Chen Feng heard the fat man say, Nanning, the killing game you recently invented is too difficult. Tell me the strategy quickly. A calm and somewhat rigid voice said, Sangzi, how about this program? There is no strategy. The tall and thin man pushed Chen Feng over and said, this kid is not that powerful. He was brought down in 2 or 3 moves. He is just a person on the blood list. You and Xihua should be careful. Xihua? The Xihua that intercepted them last time? Chen Feng knew that he had come to the right place. Chen Feng's hood was taken off. Xihua smiled evilly and drew a line on his face with the knife. Chen Feng, don't you have a gun? You even dared to kill Raoul. What else can you not dare to do? You were caught by Shuangsha. You are too weak. I want to do some action. A man with glasses next to him frowned and said, Xihua, you know our rules. People on the blood list cannot take action privately. Two people took Chen Feng into the basement, and Chen Feng saw Xiao Jun tied up with chains. He was in a very miserable state and was dying. Chen Feng's pupils shrank, but he did not move. Xihua tied Chen Feng to the side and looked at him mockingly. An ordinary college student wants to go against us, bloody. He really doesn't know what's good for him. The man with glasses kept typing on the keyboard, as if whatever was happening around him had nothing to do with him. Chen Feng was waiting for the opportunity. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Xihua was dozing off, while the man with glasses was still fiddling with the computer tirelessly. Ding detected that the host needs help, giving the host a small bomb and lock-picking tools. Chen Feng looked at the two motionless people, smiled at Xiao Jun who had woken up and saw him, and then pointed slightly at his loosened hand. Xiao Jun smiled bitterly and shook his head. He really didn't know why Chen Feng was here, but he certainly couldn't escape. Although he was very skilled, this place was filled with blood. Xihua finally couldn't hold on any longer. Nanning, you just watch, I'm going to sleep for a while. Nanning didn't even raise his head. After a while, he began to snore. Chen Feng saw an opportunity and took out the tool to open the lock on his body. It was really a universal lock-picking tool. He slowly moved to Xiao Jun's side and untied the iron chain on his body in front of Xiao Jun's surprised eyes. Nanning measured his body slightly. Want to escape? Such sharp senses? Chen Feng was startled. He only saw Nanning tapping the keyboard a few times, and then a lot of infrared rays appeared around him. Chen Feng quickly dodged and took Xiao Jun away in the blink of an eye. Before leaving, he threw the bomb into the warehouse. With a loud bang, Chen Feng curled his lips slightly. What the hell, bloody, you want to arrest me? Xiao Jun was covered in blood and must have been seriously injured. Chen Feng took him and drove away directly to the car at the door. Arriving at the military hospital, Chen Feng contacted Yi Qing, who then rushed over quickly. When she saw Xiao Jun, her eyes immediately filled with tears. Xiao Jun wiped her tears and said, "Silly boy, Xiao Jun, will not die that easily." In order not to disturb the two of them, Chen Feng left, and Xiao Jun would handle it himself later. Ding detected that the host has completed the task perfectly and obtained super hacker skills. Chen Feng felt as if there were a lot more things in his mind, similar to their computer programming knowledge, but far beyond the scope of knowledge they had learned. In comparison, what they had learned was all superficial and not worth mentioning. After the warehouse exploded, Nanning dragged Xihua out in a panic. Xiaohua's leg was injured and his face was hideous. Damn Chen Feng, why did he have a bomb? Why did he rescue Xiao Jun? Xuansha are two idiots. They didn't even check it out. Xihua kept talking, but Nanning's glasses were reflecting light. This Chen Feng is definitely not a simple person. He broke through my infrared protection and brought in a bomb without anyone noticing. The annual final exams of Tunghai University are over, and many people have breathed a sigh of relief. After the results come out, they will have more than a month of vacation, and everyone is thinking about what they should do during the vacation. Chapter 48, Little Brother's Week. Chen Feng was packing his things to go home. He decided to go home in a week. Unexpectedly, the dormitory aunt knocked on the door and said, "Fengshen, there is a beautiful woman looking for you." She said her name is Xinyu. Aunt is also one of Chen Feng's fans. Since Chen Feng released a new song, Aunt has been listening to his songs all day long. Because of this, she is very tolerant of the hygiene of Chen Feng's dormitory. Okay, I'll be right down. Xinyu was wearing a light pink long dress with her hair tied up. Her eyes moved slightly and she saw Chen Feng. Chen Feng, I want to ask if you have anything to do during the holiday? Nothing, I want to go back to my hometown to see my parents. Chen Feng scratched his head. Xinyu tapped her toes. Is that so? Where is your hometown? I thought I could come to you if I have something to do. Chen Feng didn't take it seriously and told her the address. The class group was in an uproar because the final exam results were out. Oh my god, did I see that right? Full marks, all full marks. What the hell? The system went wrong? That's impossible. As expected of Chen Feng, my god, he actually ranked first in the grade. You have to know how fierce the competition is in Donghai University. The first place is usually a top talent. Hey, have you heard about the bet between former school idol Ning Wenyuan and our classmate Chen Feng? This guy is really asking for trouble. Chen Feng became the first in the School of Computer Science with full marks in 10 subjects. Ning Wenyuan didn't believe it at all, and many people forced him to fulfill his promise. Chen Feng looked at the ferocious-looking Ning Wenyuan who was standing in front of him. Ning Wenyuan pointed at Chen Feng's nose and said, "Tell me, did you cheat? I checked and found that you had average grades in the past 3 semesters. How could you get first place all of a sudden?" Chen Feng frowned. "Ning Wenyuan, put down your dirty hands, or don't blame me for being rude." He hated people pointing their fingers at him. Ning Wenyuan was not convinced. "Wait a moment. I will treat a senior from the School of Computer Science to dinner. You compete with him. If you win, I, Ning Wenyuan, will be your younger brother for a week. I will never regret it." Chen Feng was really convinced. Ning Wenyuan always wanted to find fault with him. Ding distribution task detected. Host, please use the super hacker skills released by the system to defeat Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan. Of course, Chen Feng had heard of him. Since he entered the school, he has always been ranked first. It is said that he is a programmer in a game company. Some people also say that he is a hacker in a secret organization. Anyway, his computer skills are beyond the reach of many teachers. After a while, a very young man, also wearing glasses, came over with a computer. When he saw him, Chen Feng felt that he was very similar to Bloody Nanning. "Brother Chen Feng? Come on, let's get started as soon as possible." Li Zixuan was also annoyed. If Ning Shan wasn't his father, would Ning Wenyuan come to participate in this competition to bully his juniors? Seeing Li Zixuan, many students from the School of Computer Science were excited. "Senior Li, he is my idol. Yes, his achievements are our benchmark. I envy him so much. In that case, senior, let's get started." Chen Feng didn't want to waste time. Li Zixuan felt that this match was just to cause trouble for him. How could a junior like him beat him? The two of them went to the computer room and used the computers in the computer room. Li Zixuan used his own modified high-end computer because he felt he was not used to other computers and their performance was not as good as hers. Everyone was guessing, who do you think will win this game? I think it must be senior Li Zixuan. You know, he is very strong in Border Town and in terms of technology. I think so too. Chen Feng is just a sophomore like us. He hasn't learned anything yet, let alone the most advanced computer technology. Everyone thought that Chen Feng was bound to lose, and Li Zixuan thought so too. The content of their competition was programming. At the beginning of the game, Ning Wenyuan looked at the two people's computers with excitement. "Chen Feng, you are bound to lose this time. Li Zixuan is the computer ace in his father's secret department who can hack into the Ministry of National Security silently. There are always people who are better than you. I don't believe it." Yi Mengmeng also heard the excitement and ran over quickly. "Dear fans, today our function is going to compete with computer god Li Zixuan. Babies, do you think our function will win, right? If you think function will win, can you give function a gift?" The entire tense atmosphere was broken by Yi Mengmeng. The two began the competition. Their fingertips were flying and they kept typing on the keyboard. Code after code was displayed. What surprised everyone was that Chen Feng's hand speed was comparable to Li Zixuan's, and there was even a tendency to surpass him. The place was very quiet, with only the sound of the two people typing on the keyboard. After a while, Li Zixuan typed the last keystroke, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Brother Chen Feng, I have already finished writing." Everyone began to exclaim, "So fast, worthy of being a senior. Look, Chen Feng is still fighting." However, before Li Zixuan could finish his words, all the computers in the computer room turned on by themselves. On each computer was a program written by Chen Feng, and Li Zixuan's own computer suddenly went black. He operated it violently, and the code just now crashed? Li Zixuan couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. He shook his head violently and started to operate nervously again. After a few rounds, his forehead was covered with sweat. This Chen Feng actually connected the computer terminal in the computer room to him, and then hacked into his computer directly. No, if he finds out what's inside, it will be terrible. "Brother Chen Feng, I admit defeat. You are amazing." Li Zixuan immediately admitted defeat, and Chen Feng stopped the last step. "Okay, today I got to see how powerful you are, senior." Without the top hacking skills given by the system, Chen Feng would be nothing in front of Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan looked at Ning Wenyuan. "Wenyuan, you shouldn't provoke him." Having said that, he left. As expected, there are always people who are better than you. It seems that he has always lost himself. Everyone gasped, "Holy crap, I actually won, this is incredible." Did you see that just now? All the computers were turned on, and Senior Li Zixuan's computer had a black screen. So awesome. Yi Mingming's eyes sparkled. Did you see that, babies? This is our omnipotent wind god. Ha, hurry up and get the gifts. The live broadcast room was bustling with activity. Ning Yuan, my little brother for 1 week, remember? Oh, I'm a little thirsty, please buy me a bottle of water. The young master of the Ning family shouldn't ask a poor student like me for money. Chapter 49 Returning Home. Chen Feng arranged Ning Yuan's future affairs in just a few words. Ning Yuan's face turned pale and he looked very ugly. He wanted to deny his debt, but everyone around him said, "Ning Yuan, you can't go back on your word." That's right, the most important thing for a person is his credit. Ning Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "I'll go right away." Chen Feng received a call. "Hello, Dad, I will be back in a week." "What about my results?" "Oh, they are out. I did okay. You and Mom can rest assured. The test results are okay. You did well in the test, so whatever you say goes." Ning Yuan handed the water to Chen Feng. "Ah. Thank you, little brother. Oh, by the way, little brother, please help me get something." In the following week, Ning Yuan was almost driven crazy by Chen Feng's orders. You know, he was a bully not only at home but also at school. Others treated him as his younger brothers, but Chen Feng didn't even give him any face. Ning Yuan looked ferocious. Chen Feng went to Qinghai Gang first in the next few days and explained the entertainment company's affairs. "Let's name it Qingkong Entertainment. You can consult Mr. Li about the cooperation with Tianyu Group. As for the artists, you can hold a talent show. As long as there are good ones, it will be fine." Li Qing nodded. The Qinghai Gang is now resurrected. Chen Feng's branch of the Carol Casino and the casino that Smith promised to give to the Song family will cooperate with Chen Feng. There is also the Shirshir Gang. Now the Axe Gang dare not make any move. After Chen Feng became the ace singer of Tianyu Group, he also refused many interviews from entertainment media, becoming a complete Buddhist star. Wu Hao plans to work during the holidays to experience social life, Sun Tianyu plans to return to his hometown to help his mother, and Wang Wei will naturally travel around. Before leaving the dormitory, Chen Feng took his belongings and a simple suitcase and boarded the long-distance bus back home. Chen Feng's hometown is in a small village in the west. His father transports goods everywhere, and his mother takes care of the housework at home. The whole family situation is average, but Chen Feng's childhood is still here. Breathing in the fresh air, Chen Feng felt completely relaxed. This was the feeling of being back home. A boy with dyed yellow hair passed by the village entrance and saw Chen Feng. He looked at him for a long time and suddenly remembered something. "Chen Feng, are you Xiao Feng?" Chen Feng looked up and thought for a long time, "Are you Wang Tao, Fatty Wang? You've lost so much weight, I can't tell." Wang Tao was holding a cigarette in his mouth, looking like a ruffian, and no longer looked like the good student he used to be. "Xiaofeng, you have to call me Brother Wang now. If you have any problems in this area in the future, Brother Wang will protect you." Chen Feng smiled helplessly. Before he reached his doorstep, he heard a commotion outside. A group of people gathered in the yard outside Chen Feng's house. "Chen Lei, pay me back, what's going on? You've dealt such a fork in our goods." Chen Lei stood at the door, somewhat at a loss. "Mr. Liu, I am also in financial difficulty, and the loss of that batch of goods was not my fault. Please be tolerant for a few more days." Lu Chang led several big men behind him. "Don't think I don't know, your family has suddenly become rich recently, how come you can't come up with the money? Brothers, come on, grab your weapons, and take out all the valuables in his house. Ding, it is detected that Chen Lei is in danger, please take action." Chen Feng dropped the suitcase and said, "Stop." He was very anxious, and knocked down those big men in a few seconds. Chen Lei was so excited that he almost shed tears. "Feng. Lu Chang was stunned for a long time. "Are you Chen Lei's son? It's just right that you came back. Return the money, otherwise you won't be able to keep this family." There were two people standing in the back, muttering, "Why do I feel like I know this person? This person looks very familiar." "Me too. It can't be some celebrity." Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and said, "You guys are really brave. You dare to demolish my house? Wang Tao also ran over, his nose in the air. How dare you act wildly in my territory? Do you know which gang I belong to? Lu Chang was stunned. Oh? I wonder who you are. I'm the yellow-haired guy from the Qinghai gang. Get out of here if you know what's best for you. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that Wang Tao was actually from his own gang. He didn't know this yet. It can be seen that the Qinghai gang is indeed expanding its influence in secret. Lu Chang laughed. So it's the Qinghai gang. I wonder if you've heard of the Axe gang. Wang Tao's face changed, and Chen Lei's face turned pale when he heard the two talking about gangs. Pulling Chen Feng to apologize to Lu Chang, Chen Feng threw a card directly in Lu Chang's face and said in a deep voice, "No matter how much my dad owes you, there is 500,000 in this card, which is definitely enough. And if I see you embarrass my dad next time, don't blame my fist." Chen Feng said fiercely. There was a murderous aura all over him, and his tolerance was limited. When Lu Chang heard about the money here, his eyes lit up immediately and he put the card away. "I didn't expect your son to be so rich. Wouldn't it be better to do it earlier? Brothers, let's go home." Everyone limped away, and the villagers who were watching the excitement began to whisper, "Oh my god, 500,000. I can't make 500,000 even if I farm for my whole life," but the son of the Chen family just waved his hand and got 500,000. Wang Tao looked at Chen Feng and said, "Are you going to let them go like this?" "Don't worry, I'll take care of it for you. Our Qinghai gang is irreconcilable with their Axe gang. Also, what are you doing now? You make so much money. Do you want to take your brothers with you?" When Chen Lei saw the group of people coming in aggressively, he immediately turned back because of Chen Feng's card, which had 500,000 yuan on it. "Fomer, tell me honestly, did you make all this money as a singer? How come it's so much?" Chen Lei was full of worry, and Yang Qin also ran out. She looked the two of them up and down nervously, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. Facing his parents' questioning, Chen Feng could only muddle through by saying that he was a famous singer. To be honest, money was no longer a problem for him. He also said that the two of them could enjoy their lives. Yang Qin looked at Chen Feng with relief, tears welling up in her eyes. Xiao Feng has finally grown up. On this day, Chen Feng wore a straw hat and helped Yang Qin work in the fields. At the entrance of the village chief rubbed his hands and looked at something with great nervousness and anticipation. The village chief has always disliked Chen Feng's family and has always targeted them. He also likes flattery and is even a snob. Judging from his posture, it seemed that some important person was coming. Chen Feng continued to work with his head down. After a while, a small car that looked very valuable stopped at the entrance of the village. Chapter 50. Xinyu is here. The village chief and his family were waiting at the entrance of the village, including his wife Wang Ji and son Yang Yang. A villager passed by there and wanted to ask something, but the village chief Yang Xianfeng glared at him, shook his head and left. They didn't dare to provoke the village chief for fear that he would make things difficult for them. The car stopped and a man in a suit and tie got out. Chen Feng took a look and felt that he looked familiar. Without paying any attention, Yang Xianfeng went up to greet him. "Mr. Gua, welcome to our village. Come, this is my son Yang Yang. Come here quickly, Yang Yang. This is Mr. Gua, the president of Fuyu Group. He is here to recruit talents." Yang Xianfeng had a flattering look on his face. He also knew that if his son was selected, they would not have to worry about wealth and glory in the future. Gui Jiao looked at Yang Yang, who was standing next to him, looking lazy and not bad looking. "Village head, our company is a talent show. I'm not the president. I was sent here to promote it. We are looking for talented amateurs. Can you please let someone from your village who meets the appearance requirements come out?" When Chen Feng heard the name Fuyu Group, his ears moved. He put down his hoe and walked to the few people. When Yang Xianfeng saw Chen Feng, he became alert. He had heard that this kid from the Chen family was good looking. What if he snatched the quota for his Yang Yang? "Chen Feng, what are you doing here? This is not the place for you." Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, be submissive and leave the village, and get the title of super obedient. Choice 2, refute, reveal your identity, and obtain the super leader. Fuyu Group is the open group of the Qinghai gang. Chen Feng has set a new rule that all formal members of the Qinghai gang will have a mark on their bodies. Wei Jiao looked at Chen Feng, his eyes lit up. "Would you like to come to our company?" Yang Xianfeng immediately stood up and said, "Mr. Gua, this kid doesn't want to go. He's studying at Donghai University, and he doesn't have any talent in any area. Chen Feng glanced at young Xianfeng, then looked at Gui Jia. Your name is Gui Jia? Gui Jia was a little stunned. He didn't expect that people from a small village would yell at him. His face gradually turned worse. What's the matter? It seems like you really aren't a good fit. Chen Feng quickly passed through several people and pulled up Gui Jia's sleeves. Gui Jia, you are the first batch of people to join the Qinghai gang. When Gui Jia heard this, his expression changed instantly. Who are you? He actually knew his mark and the Qinghai gang. Chen Feng looked at him. Do a good job. Gui Jia looked excited. He naturally knew that his immediate boss had been replaced long ago. If it weren't for that person, their Qinghai gang would have been finished long ago. Yes, I will definitely do my best. The three village heads were stunned to see Gui Jia's attitude change 180 degrees. You know, Gui Jia had a blank expression on his face just now, and he only heard something about helping, but now he was so respectful to Chen Feng. Who is the background of this kid from the Chen family? Ding, the host selection was detected to be successful, and the title of super leader was obtained. Chen Feng stood there, seeming to have an aura of leadership around him, and Gui Jia looked at Chen Feng with increasing admiration. The three village chiefs dejectedly took Gui Jia to other places to find people to participate in the audition, because Chen Feng told Li Qing that they not only needed people who came from well-off families and aspired to work in this profession, but also people who were unaware that this profession was very simple, as these people would generally become dark horses in the entertainment industry. On the way, Wang Tao suddenly ran over and said, Chen Feng, I didn't know you have such a beautiful girlfriend. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. What girlfriend? Zhou Yanan? Wang Tao opened his eyes wide. Damn it, that beauty is clearly called Xinyu. Chen Feng, you are immoral, playing two girls at the same time. When he got home, Yang Qin was cooking. Chen Feng also heard another female voice. Auntie, let me help you. Oh, it's true. You are really hard working for a girl like you. Chen Feng walked in. Mom, are you guys cooking? Xinyu, what do you want to talk to me about? Xinyu did not wear a red dress, but just ordinary white casual clothes and an apron, helping Yang Qin pick vegetables. Seeing Chen Feng, her eyes lit up. Chen Feng, you're back. Just like a housewife waiting for her husband, Chen Feng nodded. Seeing that Yang Qin didn't say anything, after they had dinner, Yang Qin asked Chen Feng to accompany Xinyu for a walk. Tell me, what is it that brought Miss Shen all the way here to see me? Xinyu patted Chen Feng on the shoulder and said, Stop talking nonsense. After the fight, Xinyu said seriously, Chen Feng, I need your help. The school held an art exhibition some time ago, and I won the championship, but I need to participate in an international art exhibition later. Xinyu frowned, but because of my father, it seems like someone is deliberately targeting me. My painting was destroyed. Chen Feng pursed his lips and said, How can I help you? Help you draw? That's a foul, right? Xinyu shook her head. No. I was going to give up, but my father was unwilling to accept this matter, and he investigated you, your identity, and even your relationship with the Qinghai gang. Xinyu looked at Chen Feng with complicated eyes. She didn't expect that the young Chen Feng was already the boss of a gang and had founded his own company. She felt that he seemed to be very capable in all aspects. Xinyu suddenly felt that Chen Feng was omnipotent. You mean to ask our Qinghai gang to help you find the person behind this? Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, reject Xinyu's request and get the title of cold-hearted. Choice 2, accept Xinyu's request, catch the mastermind behind it, and get a mysterious opportunity. Mysterious opportunity? What does this mean? Chen Feng was looking forward to it. He nodded, I can help you, but if the other party is very powerful, I will not involve the Qinghai gang. Xinyu nodded to show that she understood. She told Chen Feng the whole story. It seemed that Shen met a woman at a banquet some time ago. The woman actually wanted to go against him because of Xinyu. However, Shen's father hit back, and from then on, the Shen family's company seemed to have suffered a major blow. However, Shen's father investigated the woman and found that she had no identity. After hearing all these things, Chen Feng also felt that it was a bit strange. He nodded and said, I understand. I will leave with you now. Things at home are almost settled. Xinyu was surprised that Chen Feng was so happy. Chapter 51 Caught. After returning home, Chen Feng packed up and just told Chen Lei and Yang Qin that he had left because of something at the company. The two of them looked at him and Xinyu with a teasing look on their faces, which made Xinyu blush. The two rushed back to Donghai City overnight. Unexpectedly, Donghai City was in chaos at this time. Chen Feng's cell phone was almost blown up because someone reported that Chen Feng was carrying a gun illegally. As a public figure, Chen Feng naturally has a lot of image interests involved, and there is also video evidence. The video shows the day when the bloody people came to block the military vehicle and the confrontation between the two sides. The faces of the bloody people were well concealed, but the shot of Chen Feng holding a gun and shooting at Raoul was particularly clear. Tianyu Group has also been questioned from all sides. Chen Feng hadn't finished dealing with this matter yet, and that matter came up again. All media outlets rushed to report the incident. Dear friends, the police are doing their best to investigate the case of famous singer Chen Feng illegally carrying a gun. I believe there will be a result soon. Please wait for the result. Chen Feng was arrested by the police as soon as he got out of the car. Many of his fans cried out for justice for him, and many people jointly wrote a letter saying that Chen Feng must have been wronged, but the video was real. The matter was getting more and more serious. Chen Feng was put in handcuffs in the interrogation room of the police station. The person investigating him was actually the director of the police station, Qian Xiao. You should know that Director Qian had a very high status, so it was a bit strange that he came to investigate Chen Feng. Tell me, where did you hide the gun? Qian Xiao's expression was very certain. His purpose was to force Chen Feng to admit that he had a gun. As for whether he had it or not, it was none of his business. Chen Feng looked at him. I don't have a gun. Are you kidding? His gun can be hidden transparently. Those who tried to assassinate him made a wrong calculation. Qian Xiao sneered and said, no guns? You're still trying to make excuses, right? As he said that, he gestured towards the outside. He was the biggest man in the police station now, and he would make Chen Feng suffer a fateful death soon. Ding, the host is detected to be in danger, and the host is given a chance to ask for help in advance. Do you want to use it? Chen Feng answered in his mind, yes. What? The director wants to torture someone to extract a confession? Now that he is guaranteed, Chen Feng is naturally not afraid of this director. Qian Xiao's face was gloomy. You are just an ordinary college student, and you refuse to accept my toast? You are provoking someone you shouldn't be provoking. As he was about to come forward, at this moment, the phone rang. Qian Xiao cursed and picked it up immediately. Yes, is that so? Sorry, sir. Qian Xiao's face turned pale, blue, and then red in an instant. After hanging up the phone, he immediately rubbed his hands in a flattering manner and smiled at Chen Feng. I'm sorry, friend Chen Feng. This is all a misunderstanding. Someone, please release him and serve him some hot tea. Chen Feng ignored it. He had to meet up with Xinyu as soon as possible. Shen's house was naturally in the city center. Xinyu did not take Chen Feng to Shen's house, but the two of them secretly followed the woman. The woman attended a banquet. When Chen Feng and Xinyu were about to go in, a man saw them. When he saw Xinyu, he rubbed his hands with a lewd look in his eyes. Beauty? You want to go in and attend the banquet? Xinyu ignored the man's obscene look and said calmly, not caring at all. Handsome, can you take us in? Chen Feng frowned. The man looked at Chen Feng and was very unhappy. Why bring a grown man with you? I'll bring you, the beauty, in. He looked at Chen Feng with great disdain, and the security guard next to him also had a look of sarcasm and ridicule. How could a grown man bring a woman who couldn't even get through the threshold and still have the nerve to attend the banquet? Xinyu was thinking about what to say when the system's voice came out again. Ding, it is detected that this person is related to the mastermind behind the scenes, and the host is given the title of the universal boss friend. Chen Feng said to the man calmly, don't you recognize me? The man's eyes suddenly blurred, as if he suddenly remembered something. You are the boss's friend. I'm sorry, I'm just drunk and I don't know what's important. Please follow me, my friend. The security guard was surprised at his change of attitude. He knew this man very well and he would never show such a fawning smile to others unless that person had a very high status and power. Chen Feng and Xinyu successfully sneaked into the banquet. After searching for a long time, they finally found the woman who sneaked into a private room. Xinyu was a little anxious. They couldn't stand outside openly, and they couldn't hear what the people inside were saying if they stood outside. Ding, the host is detected to be in trouble, and a way is given to the host to hear the conversation. Chen Feng pulled Xinyu and said, follow me. He took her to a dim corridor and then turned into a corner. Xinyu was a little confused and nervous. Where was Chen Feng going to take her? Could it be? No, it was impossible. As a result, Chen Feng asked her not to speak, and the two of them put their ears to the wall and heard a woman talking. Mr. Smith, I have done what you said. What about what you promised me? It was Smith? Chen Feng felt incredible, but if Smith was not convinced, shouldn't he go to the Song family? Why did he come to trouble the Shin family? Of course, but you have to do one thing for me, and then I will help you get plastic surgery and make sure you become the most beautiful woman in the world. The woman's surprised and puzzled voice sounded, What's the matter? Smith narrowed his eyes, and an old but expectant voice came, Use Shin Yu to bring Chen Feng here. Chen Feng is currently in his hometown. You ask Shin Yu to bring him back and introduce him to me. The rest is my business. As for your business, I will fulfill it immediately. Chen Feng frowned. Is Smith so crazy? It's just a painting, but he still remembers it? Shin Yu also looked at Chen Feng with a pale face. She didn't know the specific grudge between Chen Feng and Smith, but she could still understand it roughly. Chen Feng pointed outside and signaled Shin Yu that they should leave first before talking. For the next few days, you pretend to know nothing and wait for that woman to take the bait. We will deal with it as it happens. Don't worry, once this matter is resolved, your family's problems will also be resolved. Shin Yu looked at Chen Feng with a complicated look in her eyes. She actually always thought that men were just good at what they said, but since she met Chen Feng, she found that it was not the case at all. School hasn't started yet and Chen Feng can't go back to the dormitory, so he can only contact Li Qing. Li Qing said excitedly, Brother Feng, you finally found me. Don't worry, I have already prepared a big villa for you. There is a beautiful woman living next to it. Chapter 52 Design. Li Qing took Chen Feng in a Santana and drove into the villa area. This should be where upper-class people live. The environment and security system are very good. After entering the villa, Li Qing explained some things and then left to prepare for the company's audition. Chen Feng wanted to take the suitcase upstairs alone. Unexpectedly, I met a familiar figure downstairs. Chen Feng? Why are you here? Zhou Yanan was walking with a fat middle-aged man. There was some similarity between their eyebrows and eyes. She thought he must be her father. Zhou Hui looked Chen Feng up and down before he remembered who he was. His face suddenly darkened. What are you doing here? Not just anyone can come in here casually. Zhou Haik was angry, thinking that his precious daughter was actually the girlfriend of Chen Feng, and Nan Nan was not the same as before. She was very careful about her image every day, and kept talking about Chen Feng in the ears of people around her. Girls cannot be kept at home when they grow up. In his heart, he thought that Chen Feng must have escaped the security guard's inspection. Security, what's going on? Why do you let anyone in? Do you believe me? I will file a complaint against you. The security guard ran over timidly, and when he saw the angry Zhou Hui, he immediately looked at Chen Feng angrily. Who are you? What are you doing here? Do you believe I will call the police? Zhou Yanan was very happy at first because she knew Chen Feng had returned to his hometown. She didn't know why, she just wanted to see him. Little did she know that God really heard her voice. Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, being kicked out by the security guard and gaining the title of As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Choice 2, reveal your identity and gain the shock level from Lord Zhou Hui. Chen Feng ignored the security guard and just nodded to Zhou Yanan, are you free? Come to my house and have a seat? When Zhou Hui saw that this boy was so excited about his precious daughter as soon as they met, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. You mean, you bought this villa? Chen Feng nodded, and Zhou Yanan said in surprise, Chen Feng, you were so good. My father had his eyes on this place a long time ago and wanted to buy it, but he didn't buy it. I didn't expect you to buy it. Zhou Yanan punched Chen Feng on the chest out of habit, then suddenly remembered something and happily retracted the punch. Zhou Hui was so angry that his face turned blue. After a while, he said, Oh, could you have bought this house? His tone was full of sarcasm, and his eyes made it seem as if Chen Feng was a liar who was full of lies. Chen Feng silently carried the suitcase and walked to the gate of the villa. Suddenly he remembered that the gate should not have been certified yet. Is Li Qing too busy recently? Seeing that Chen Feng didn't move, Zhou Hui was even more angry. Nan Nan, you see, this kid can't act anymore. Chen Feng looked a little embarrassed. At this moment, Li Qing's voice came from a distance, Brother Feng, oh, sorry, I forgot that this door requires authentication, and I forgot to enter your information. The security guard recognized Li Qing immediately when he saw him. He looked at her with a flattering look and rubbed his hands together. "Brotherly, I just remember that this house is yours. How could it belong to this kid?" He is still pretending. He obviously didn't hear Li Qing talking to Chen Feng. Li Qing glanced at the few people who were busy, ignored them, opened the door directly, and entered Chen Feng's information. "Brother Feng, come in quickly, come, I'll help you with your suitcase." The security guard's face turned blue and red. This man really bought this villa. Zhou Hui also frowned. Why did he feel that this person looked familiar? You are Mr. Li?" Zhou Hui asked uncertainly. Li Qing heard the voice and looked over. "Oh. It's Brother Zhou. I'm sorry to bother you for asking you to see me last time." Zhou Hui shook his head. Of course he knew who this man was. The Qinghai gang was now at its peak of power, and even the Axe gang could not suppress it. So why would this leader be so polite to Chen Feng? Zhou Hui found it a little unbelievable. Chen Feng walked in and Zhou Yanin followed closely behind. Li Qing secretly told Chen Feng about his relationship with Zhou Hui and then left. Zhou Hui also followed incautiously. The decoration inside was simple. It seemed that Li Qing knew Chen Feng very well. Chen Feng poured water for them. "Dr. Zhou, I should still call you that. Nan Nan is my girlfriend. This is just a bet. It is really unfair to Nan Nan." Zhou Yanin's expression changed. She didn't expect that Chen Feng really just treated this as a bet. Zhou Yanin's eyes moved slightly, filled with disappointment. Zhou Hui also knew that Zhou Yanin really liked Chen Feng, but his actions just now did embarrass Chen Feng, and he also denied the relationship between Chen Feng and Zhou Yanin. No one spoke, and Zhou Yanin finally left with Zhou Hui. After Chen Feng packed his clothes, he received a call from Xinyu. "Chen Feng, that woman has taken action. My company has internal problems and she wants to meet." Chen Feng nodded. "Okay, here's the address. I'll be there right away. You deal with her first, and I'll follow you." Xinyu was sitting in the coffee shop looking at the woman opposite her. Xinyu pretended to go to the bathroom, and then the woman couldn't help herself and threw a round object into Xinyu's cup, which immediately melted and disappeared. When Xinyu came back, she took a sip. The woman's eyes were full of success. After a while, Xinyu seemed to be asleep. The woman used Xinyu's mobile phone to send a message to Chen Feng. "Xinyu is in my hands. If you want to save her, come to the Atomization Museum." The Atomization Museum displays all the paintings collected by Mr. Smith, which are almost his treasures. Mr. Smith works here from morning to night every day. It must be said that Smith is very obsessed with paintings. But this place is not open to the public. The door opened, and the woman, along with two men, brought the unconscious Xinyu in. Smith nodded with satisfaction. "Is Chen Feng here?" The woman shrank back, her face still ferocious. "If something happens to this woman, he will definitely come. Don't men value this appearance?" Smith waved his hand, his eyes full of madness. When Chen Feng came, he would take over from Silver and become his personal professional painter, allowing him to focus on these perfect works alone. Chen Feng walked in through the gate openly. This was Smith's plan to trap him. It would be a waste of time to sneak around. Chapter 53: Destroy his property. Smith's eyes lit up when he saw Chen Feng opening the door and walking in. He knew that Chen Feng could create a work that would fascinate him. "Chen Feng, now that you are here, come and see my precious place. This will be an extremely fascinating cultural kingdom." Smith spread his hands and breathed deeply into the museum air. "What do you want from me? Why go to all that trouble?" Chen Feng was a little confused. This Smith was really a little morbid about these paintings. Smith couldn't bear his indifferent attitude. "No, you should come. You can create more beautiful things under your pen. I asked you to leave them for me. I need you." Chen Feng shook his head. "Sorry, the painter who is restrained by you? Like a bird in a cage? I can't do it." Chen Feng always noticed that Xinyu had opened her eyes in the corner and blinked at him. Chen Feng glanced at her, then said to Smith, "Mr. Smith, I can agree to your request, but you must release Xinyu." Smith looked at Xinyu and said, "Okay, let him go." Smith waved his hand readily, and the two men released Xinyu directly. Xinyu looked at Chen Feng with some concern and had to leave first. They agreed that if there was a chance, Xinyu would leave first, and if Chen Feng hadn't come back, she would call the police. Smith clapped his hands. Alright, now I have also released your girlfriend. Come, take my distinguished guest to the room. Several people nodded and immediately approached Chen Feng. Chen Feng did not move. After being approached by several people, he passed by a treasured painting and grabbed it suddenly. He held it in his hand, and immediately there was a lighter in his hand. Smith's face immediately turned very frightened, and he stretched out his hand. Chen Feng, no, that's my treasure, the first painting I received in the West. Chen Feng sneered at Smith and said, I told you, I can burn all your treasures. Let me go, and don't even think about becoming your professional painter. Smith looked panicked. I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you. Put down my painting. Please, Chen Feng. The people next to him immediately let Chen Feng go, and he slowly backed away. Suddenly, Smith gave a look, and a man next to him immediately moved and pounced towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng dodged swiftly, moved his body, and kicked the man on the chest. His hand flashed, and the RK-54 appeared in Chen Feng's hand. Chen Feng shot and killed one of them. Smith's face was gloomy. Chen Feng, what do you want? Chen Feng smiled and said, I don't want to do anything, but I'm afraid your painting will be like this now. After saying that, Chen Feng lit the painting in his hand and left the museum. Smith's wailing was heard from inside. My paintings. After returning to the villa, Chen Feng began to practice the 8th level of internal energy again. He vaguely felt that his internal energy was about to break through to the 5th level. The next day, Smith went crazy, and many kilometers away in country R, a man with a beard received a call. What, Smith is crazy? Who did it? A college student? Trash, take over his base for me. An ordinary college student actually has such great ability, send Yuan Qi to deal with him. A month passed quickly, and Longhai University started school. Chen Feng only brought a little luggage with him. After school started, he would be a junior. When he walked to the door, he saw many energetic faces of college students, and many unfamiliar faces, who should be freshmen. The eyes of the freshmen were full of curiosity and scrutiny. Many girls gathered together to discuss. I heard that Fengshan is also in Donghai University. I applied to Donghai University because I admire him. Yes, I came here for him too, Fengshan. I also love his songs. I am crazy about them. Haha, how about Chen Feng's songs? I believe I will be more famous than him in the near future. A cold, mocking voice was heard, and everyone fell silent. Turning their heads, they saw a very handsome boy with light blue hair, a high-nose bridge, and a defiant look on his face. Wow, it's Long Jiao. It's actually Long Jiao. His real name is Long Ku. He is a new singer from Fuyu Group. He is leading the trend. Some people say he is the next Chen Feng. Fuyu Group, the entertainment company that cooperated with Tianyu Group right after its establishment and discovered many ordinary people and turned them into extremely famous artists? Long Jiao, I heard his songs are very profound, and his voice is smoky, which is my favorite voice. Wow, I love his songs so much. Long Ku was very pleased when he heard that the topic had turned to himself. He knew that Chen Feng was a singer of Tianyu Group, and that their company had a cooperative relationship with Tianyu Group, but he didn't think so. He had to compete with Chen Feng to see who was the best singer. Chen Feng walked into the school gate very comfortably with his suitcase in hand. This time the gatekeeper was a kind old man who naturally knew Chen Feng. Xiao Feng, you are here. Chen Feng nodded, Grandpa Lu, I'm here. Upon hearing Chen Feng's unique voice, many freshmen's blood boiled. Chen Feng, the god of wind. Chen Feng was also helpless. Before he could walk in, a boy stopped him with a rebellious look on his face. Chen Feng, I want to compete with you. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows, new student? Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choose one, reject Long Ku's request. Obtain the title of Don't Bother with the Younger Generation. Choice 2, accept Long Ku's request and gain advanced composer skills. Long Ku curled his lips and said, You have never heard of me. My voice and songs are the only ones that can rival yours. Fuyu Group is just using me as a person to compare with you. Everyone was also shocked. This man was so arrogant. Okay, what do you want to compete in? Long Ku rolled his eyes. In fact, the songs I sing are all written by me and sung by myself. As for your songs, I know that Yuan Shan has always helped you. So, what I want to compete in is composition. Long Jiao's songs are all composed by himself. I didn't expect them to be so good. You know, the level of his songs is enough to rival those composed by Yuan Shan. I really didn't expect it. Yes, Chen Feng has always had Yuan Shan as his professional composer. But Long Jiu composes all by himself. The result of this comparison is self-evident. Yeah, I don't know who is more powerful between the two. Chen Feng nodded slightly. You have a good plan. Okay, let's do it in 3 days. Don't worry, I will compose everything myself and won't ask for help from others. Chapter 54 Shooting Competition. Long Ke nodded, that's it, and I'm a freshman, Long Ke, I hope you remember my name. Chen Feng nodded. Although Long Ke was very unruly, he was also a very proud young man, and he was also a member of his own group. Naturally, he was very satisfied with him, but he had to curb his arrogance. Chen Feng called Li Qing and said, Brother Qing, I met Long Jiu at school today. He is a good candidate. Li Qing was also surprised. This guy is very arrogant. He has been targeting you since he joined the company. I didn't expect you to admire him. Brother Feng, there's a new entertainment company called Huahua that's been competing with us for resources. It seems like there's someone behind it, but I can't find out. Chen Feng frowned. In the East China Sea, even the Qinghai gang couldn't reach this place. He was afraid that the background must be very terrifying. Ding, a powerful opponent has been detected, please be careful. Before I hung up the phone, someone else called in. It was Yi Meng Meng. Brother Feng, my brother-in-law has been discharged from the hospital. Thank you so much. He wants to treat you to a meal. Chen Feng nodded, sure, today, I happen to be free. He had been visiting Xiao Jun some time ago. He found that he was recovering well, but he kept looking at Chen Feng with a complicated expression. Chen Feng, the country has already investigated where your gun came from? And bloody, I'm afraid they won't let you go. Chen Feng just shook his head. Only those who were escorting him that day knew that he had a gun, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. It was Xiao Jun who saved him when he was investigated before, otherwise, he would not be safe. After arriving at the tea house, Xiao Jun sat with Yi Qing, and next to them sat a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. The man had a strong build and must be someone who exercises regularly. He had dark skin and calluses on his palms, and he must have been with Xiao Jun. When Xiao Jun saw Chen Feng, he immediately stood up and said with a smile, Xiao Feng is here. Come, let me introduce you. This is my teammate, Go Qingming. He was on a mission and we met by chance. Go Qingming saw that Xiao Jun was so kind to a young boy and did not let him greet him first. On the contrary, he was the first one introduced to the other party by Xiao Jun, which was extremely inappropriate in terms of reason, age, and etiquette. Chen Feng smiled and nodded, then extended his hand to Go Qingming, Brother Go, hello, I am Chen Feng. Go Qingming did not show a good face to Chen Feng, and ignored Chen Feng at all, just turned his head and asked. Xiao Jun, what is the identity of this young man? I have never heard of a colonel showing such great respect to such a young man. Xiao Jun saw Chen Feng's hand extended, smiled awkwardly, then smiled apologetically at Chen Feng. Xiao Feng, don't mind it, this guy is just like this, he has been in a high position for a long time, it is inevitable that he is a little arrogant. Go Qingming had a bad temper. When he heard his friend say this, he obviously sided with the boy. Xiao Jun, what do you mean? Is this my fault? His eyes widened and he looked straight at Xiao Jun. At this time, Yi Qing did not mind the big deal, and smiled with curved eyebrows. Brother Go, how about you also compete with Chen Feng? This guy is not as weak as he looks. After saying that, Yi Qing made a yeah gesture to Chen Feng. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, swallow your anger and let Go Qingming teach you a lesson as an elder, and get the title of a gentleman is one who swallows his anger. Choice 2, take the initiative to challenge Go Qingming, make him convinced, and obtain the god-level sniper skills. Go Qingming also became interested when he heard it. Oh? This guy is not simple? How about coming to compete with me in shooting? Go Qingming's eyes were full of burning heat, but Xiao Jun frowned. Qingming, it's not fair to Chen Feng. After all, you have been training in shooting since you entered the barracks. Then he turned to Chen Feng and said, Xiao Feng, don't agree to it. Brother Go is just joking with you. You should know that he has been through several years of devilish training in the training camp. Even the superiors are ashamed of themselves. Although Xiao Jun knew that Chen Feng was skilled in martial arts, he had never received any training since childhood. How could he compare with Go Qingming? Chen Feng shook his head indifferently. his eyes full of fighting spirit. Okay, I accept, let's find a venue. Go Qingming laughed heartily. Haha, really straightforward. Then why are you hesitating? Let's go to the military camp, the training ground for my soldiers. Yi Qing said inappropriately. Brother Go, don't let your subordinates laugh at you. Go Qingming paused and said, what a joke. How is that possible? Let them see how powerful I am. Then, Chen Feng and his companions went to the God of War training camp located in the mountainous area of the Eastern District. All the soldiers here were under the management of Go Qingming, who was the highest commander here. When the car arrived at the gate, a straight soldier saluted and let it pass. Many soldiers in training kept their eyes fixed on the ground, showing full of rigidity and tenacity. In fact, Chen Feng also somewhat likes this kind of atmosphere. After all, every man has a dream of becoming a soldier. I was still a little curious when I saw two officers bringing in a woman and a fair-looking college student. Several people entered the shooting training camp. When the instructor of the training camp saw Go Qingming, he immediately trotted over, his back straight, and said, report to Colonel Go, the training is going well. Shall we continue? Go Qingming answered loudly, stop the training, line up. Yes. All the camouflage soldiers who were concentrating on shooting stopped immediately, gathered together. Go Qingming glanced around and nodded with satisfaction. Today, I have invited a young man to compete with me in shooting. While watching, you must observe carefully his posture, position, and even his mentality in the battle. The people below all felt a little nervous, but they all responded in unison, yes. In their hearts, many people began to steal glances at Chen Feng. He was the only young man present, and he was at most 20 years old. He actually dared to compete with their superior in shooting. You know, their superior shooting skills are almost the best in the National Dragon Group. That is the Dragon Group, the highest secret organization in the country that they dreamed of entering. You have to know that one member of the team can eliminate more than 100 enemies, all of whom are outstanding and excellent people in the army. What qualifications can you have to compete with the god in your mind next time? Many soldiers were dissatisfied. Go Qingming's subordinates who had just come to report immediately stood out of the queue and said, report to the commander, I have something to say. Explain. I don't accept it. We have been here for so long and still haven't been qualified to compete with the commander. Why should he be qualified? Chapter 55 Draft. Yi Qing squinted his eyes and smiled. Xiaobo, come and try, and you will know if he is qualified. Yi Qing knew this soldier, and obviously he knew her too. He naturally knew that Yi Qing was Xiao Jun's wife, but he didn't expect that she would also speak on Chen Feng's side. Yes. Ma'am, sir, I request to compete in a combat with this young brother. Chen Feng was also speechless. He was always being competed with by others, and he felt helpless. Especially Sister Yi kept finding things for him to do. Come on, let's make quick work of it. Chen Feng was still very busy, and he immediately assumed a fighting stance. Xiaobo also raised his eyebrows, and the two immediately began to fight together. Although Xiaobo had experienced the wind and rain in the military camp, how could he compare to Chen Feng, who was now at the 5th level? Moreover, Chen Feng's body had been tempered, and his extremely fast body movements were also unstoppable by Xiaobo. The more he fought, the more surprised he felt. Oh my god! A young man who had never been trained in the military camp did not have such high skills. Could he be from some secret family? Sweat was dripping down Xiaobo's forehead. Chen Feng found his loophole and threw Xiaobo to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. The scene was silent. Oh my god, what did they just see? In fact, they always looked down on those fair-skinned pretty boys who had never experienced wind and rain and were as weak as a woman. But they never knew that this young man whom they looked down upon was so powerful. Go Qingming was also stunned. He didn't know Chen Feng's skills, he just thought this was a good opportunity to be demonstrated by his subordinates, but he didn't know that the one who had been playing around as a joke turned out to be such a powerful character. Chen Feng clapped his hands and pulled Xiaobo up. Go Qingming immediately laughed. How is it? Everyone is convinced, now let's see how your superiors will win back your face. Although Chen Feng is very powerful, Go Qingming is extremely confident in his shooting skills. Several people came to the venue, where there were static targets and moving targets. Two people planned to play 2 rounds, one for static targets and one for moving targets. Each round had 10 bullets, and they could shoot continuously. The competition began and the soldiers were very excited. This was the first time they saw Go Qingming demonstrate his shooting skills on the training ground. They had always heard other officers bragging about his shooting skills and were very envious. Go Qingming looked at Chen Feng and said, "Brother Chen Feng, first watch how I fight." You probably have never fought before. Some people who were still unconvinced even laughed and said, "Maybe this little brother can't even hold the gun steadily." Ha ha. Go Qingming immediately began to concentrate, holding the sniper rifle in his hand, staring coldly into the distance. Now he was like a cheetah, staring at his opponent fiercely. First it was a static target, 10 shots, then 5 shots in a row, then 5 more shots without hesitation. The soldiers were so excited watching it, and then the dynamic shooting was also finished very quickly, and the soldiers in the distance immediately ran over to report. For static target, I scored 10 rings 8 times and 9 rings twice. For dynamic target, I scored 10 rings 8 times, 8 rings once and 9 rings once. Oh my god, in such a short time, there are so many 10 rings. You know, continuous shooting requires a lot of skills. Commander Go is truly worthy of being called the sharpshooter. He is so amazing. Chen Feng felt that he needed to give Go Qingming some face because he was the center of a military camp and could not lose his prestige. Chen Feng held the gun awkwardly, his eyes seemed to be able to see far away. The people who were originally sarcastic laughed even more. This kid must have never touched a gun handle before. This sniper rifle is very heavy. Don't you think he doesn't even know how to fire it? Amid the laughter of the crowd, Chen Feng fired 10 shots in succession without any pause. He only vaguely observed the dynamic rake. The first 9 shots were fired continuously, and only the last shot paused and deviated. Go Qingming also found it a little funny. This kid probably fired 20 shots before he even aimed. After the soldier looked at all the target numbers, he stood there in a daze and didn't come over. Many people got impatient and shouted, "Hey, what's the score? Tell me quickly." The man finally reacted, trotting and hesitantly saying, "Report to the commander, the results are incredible." What's so incredible? Did the bullets not hit the target? Ah. Many people laughed again. The man looked at Go Qingming and said loudly, 10 times of 10 rings when still, 9 times of 10 rings when moving, and 1 time of 9 rings. There was silence again, and many people stopped talking. Yi Qing covered his mouth and laughed, and Xiao Jun also shook his head. He really knew that they might not be as good as Chen Feng. The country needs him. What? 10 times with 10 rings. 9 times with 10 rings in motion, 9 times with 9 rings in one go. That's amazing. How is that possible? Even Commander Go can't reach that level. Damn, this kid is so strong, it's amazing. Isn't this a god? Go Qingming's face turned blue, then white, and then purple. Only then did he realize why Xiao Jun respected Chen Feng so much. Just now he clearly sensed that Chen Feng had been going smoothly, except for the last shot, which he had deliberately held back. He was saving his face. Go Qingming suddenly realized and laughed heartily, "Ha, every generation has talented people. It's true that the waves behind push the waves ahead. Great, great." As he said this, he patted Sha Chen Feng on the shoulder. The soldiers looked envious and respectful. They could not compare to this man. When Chen Feng came out of the military camp, he asked Xiao Jun to take him to Fuyu Group first. He had something important to do today, which was to be a judge, but naturally as the god of wind. Because Fuyu Group had a cooperative relationship with Tianyu Group when it was first established, and now Tianyu Group is gaining momentum, many talents are heading for Fuyu Group. Before Chen Feng entered, he saw many young faces at the door. They had all kinds of styles, all of them were handsome and beautiful men and women with well-proportioned bodies. Because there were too many people, they could only line up at the door and be inspected one by one. It was summer now, and everyone's face was hot. Chen Feng, wearing sunglasses, was let in by the security guard in front of everyone. Before he even entered, he heard someone say, "Hey, kid, how come you were able to cut in and go in directly? We've been waiting in line for a long time." A very handsome and well-dressed man spoke, looking at Chen Feng with dissatisfaction. As soon as he opened his mouth, many people immediately noticed Chen Feng, and all kinds of voices were heard. Chapter 56. The senior is here. Yeah, why can he go in? We are waiting in line here so hard. Yes, the sun is so strong that it has tanned my skin. A woman wearing very revealing clothes and heavy makeup said indignantly. The security guard was also a little embarrassed because he often saw Chen Feng coming in and out and knew that he should be from the company. However, he had met all the leaders and artists of the company, big and small, and he didn't know who he was in the company. Chen Feng glanced at the leading man and the scantily clad woman and took note of them slightly. Are you here for the talent show? The man was stunned. He didn't expect Chen Feng to speak in this tone. Why? We are naturally qualified to enter here. We are all selected from hundreds of people and have passed the audition. The man held his head high, his nose pointed upwards, his eyes full of disdain for Chen Feng. Okay, I'll remember you and look forward to your performance. Chen Feng said this and went in. The man and the woman looked at each other angrily. Who is this person? It's really unreasonable. Li Qing was busy with the talent show. As a newly opened entertainment company, they still had a lot of things to do. They were not as idle as Chen Feng, the boss who just wanted to do nothing. You know, Chen Feng just threw money to him and asked him to run a huge entertainment company. He even said that he wanted to open the entire entertainment company all over the country and even abroad. In this regard, Li Qing had no choice but to work hard and without complaint. He glanced at Chen Feng with resentment. Now you are here, the audition will start soon. There may be a few good candidates with a solid foundation today. It will be up to you to choose then. Chen Feng nodded. He looked at the photo and didn't expect that the man and woman he met at the door were in it. The man was called Guo Feng and the woman was called Li Wan. While intense preparations were going on backstage, Guo Feng was looking at the people around him with disdain. He had been training since he was a child, originally with the intention of making his debut as an artist. Most of these people are latecomers, and they are definitely not as good as me. Li Wan also glanced at the girls around her several times. Today, Fuyu Group will accept about 3 female artists, and she will definitely be one of them. Chen Feng was sitting in the audience wearing sunglasses. He did not intend to reveal his identity. Only from other angles could one see a person clearly, not only his talent but also his morality. The first one to come up was a rather introverted girl, but she was very cute and had 2 dimples when she smiled. She performed a folk dance and her foundation was very good. The second one is Guo Feng. His performance was indeed very good and he was obviously a very experienced person. Chen Feng nodded. Putting aside other things about this person, he was still qualified as an artist. Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, accept Guo Feng as an artist of Fuyu Group and get the title of only look at the skills, not the person. Choice 2, reject Guo Feng and Li Wan to become artists of Fuyu Group and obtain the god-level dancer skill. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. He had not intended to argue with Guo Feng, but he had no choice but to do so. When the final overall score was given, Guo Feng was eliminated by 1 point. His eyes were red, it was impossible. The show was about to end, but he rushed straight to the stage in front. Several judges were still there. Guo Feng shouted angrily, "Why? My foundation is definitely the best among them. You are being unfair. Are you biased against me?" Several judges also frowned and said, "Sorry, that 1 point difference was given to you by that person. Ding, the host has completed the selection, and the host is given the god-level dancer skill." They pointed at Chen Feng who was sitting in the corner. They didn't know who Chen Feng was, but President Li had instructed them to listen to his opinions. Originally, everyone thought that Guo Feng performed very well, but Chen Feng lowered the average score. Guo Feng saw that the guy wearing sunglasses was the person who was at the door just now. He looked at Chen Feng angrily. "Why do you give me a low score? I'm just a relative, and you have no right to evaluate me." Chen Feng pulled the frame of his sunglasses and looked at Guo Feng. "I've seen your dance. The basics are good, but there's no soul." Guo Feng paused for a moment and then said loudly, "Oh, you are just talking nonsense. A non-professional person is just like an outsider looking at an expert." Facing Guo Feng's targeting, Chen Feng remained calm. "Oh, you think I'm not qualified?" Chen Feng looked at Guo Feng and asked, "How about Bibi?" Guo Feng raised the corner of his mouth. This man was too arrogant. Guo Feng changed the style of his dance, which he had originally prepared for the finals. He didn't expect that he could only perform it here in advance. After the dance was over, several judges nodded with great satisfaction. They felt that Chen Feng really used the back door to target Guo Feng. Chen Feng glanced at a few people, then took off his coat and went on stage. Guo Feng was standing in the audience with his hands folded, waiting for Chen Feng's performance contentedly. Of course, no one played music for Chen Feng, so he was about to start a silent performance. He started slowly, took slight steps, and turned his body softly. Each movement revealed a vibrant energy. The judges could even feel the emotion through his steps, the soul of dance erupting from him. Several directors were shocked. "Oh my God, this dance was simply one with the person, it was strong yet gentle, and even they, the experienced teachers, could not find fault with it. Several judges' eyes lit up, and one of them pointed at Chen Feng, who was still dancing slowly. Isn't this the god of wind? Oh my god, doesn't he just know how to sing? Yes, I didn't expect that he is really a talent. If Tianyu Group hadn't taken action first, our Fuyu should have dug up this treasure. Several people shook their heads and sighed, and when the dance was over, there was constant exclamation and applause. Guo Feng stared at Chen Feng in a daze. He heard it. He was Chen Feng, the person he had always admired. He didn't expect that he would be showing off his skills in front of him. Guo Feng glanced at Chen Feng and left silently. Chen Feng had just come out of Li Qing's office when he saw Long Ke walking in. He must be looking for Li Qing for something. When he saw Chen Feng, he was very confused. Even if their group had a cooperation with Tianyu Group, he shouldn't appear in President Li's office. Chen Feng, what are you doing here? You don't want Mr. Li to help you find someone to write a song to beat me, do you? Chen Feng shook his head speechlessly. Don't worry, kid, Li Qing should have something to talk to you about. Long Jiu was even more confused. How did Chen Feng know that Mr. Li wanted to see him for something? Remember to bring your music tomorrow. He glanced at Chen Feng and went in. Chapter 57 Midnight Murder. Chen Feng shook his head. If this guy knew that he was his boss, he would feel guilty to death. Chen Feng started composing music only after returning to school. He had been just thinking about it these past few days. Mainly because he saw the cherry blossoms outside the window, he thought of a poem and got the inspiration in this regard. Chen Feng picked up his pen and wrote, in the past, I stood in a flowery skirt, holding a sword and traveling the world, never lost, but also never searched for. The dream we once had made us stay together under the cherry blossom tree. He put down the pen, still feeling some stirring in his heart. This was a piece of music that Chen Feng had put all his heart and soul into. The next day, in the classroom, Chen Feng had just finished class and the teacher walked out of the classroom. A man with light blue hair came in. It must be said that Long Ke's hair attracted everyone's attention. Hey! Chen Feng, hurry up, the time is up. Long Ke took out a piece of paper in his hand. There stood a middle-aged man wearing glasses next to him. This is the professional composer I hired from the company, Li Hong. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. It was he who recommended Li Hong to Li Qing, but he didn't know him. Li Hong always regarded Yuan Shan as his role model, because composers believe that the music they compose is their soul and what they aspire to. Li Hong shook hands with Chen Feng, his glasses flashing, and he extended his hand. Hello, Fengshan, I am Li Hong, the contracted composer of Fuyu Group. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. He wanted his music to make Long Jiu successful, just like Yuan Shan's The World is Two in the World made Chen Feng successful. Don't worry, I will be fair and just. Chen Feng also nodded. I hope so, but I believe in you. Chen Feng, what are you doing? A female voice came in, with a hint of curiosity. Zhou Yanan walked in curiously. She was passing by Chen Feng's classroom and wanted to see him, but she didn't expect it to be so lively. Chen Feng also took out his musical instrument, a guitar, which he got from Tianyu Group. In fact, it was also bought for him by Yuan Shan, but he had never used it. This time, the song was a folk song, which was easier to play with a guitar. Looking at his guitar, Long Jiu asked in surprise, You still want to play? 3 days alone is very exhausting just to compose music. You must have cheated. Long Jiu felt that Chen Feng must be joking with him. Li Hong also frowned. Chen Feng, are you sure that you have composed a piece of music within 3 days and can play it flawlessly? Chen Feng glanced at him and said, Just listen. The melodious melody of the guitar sounded, sometimes high and sometimes low, and the unique flavor of folk songs came out. It is the wind that touches her petals, and it is what blows my heart. Flower, you are blooming, and the bells on the hillside are ringing. You will never know that I am waiting for you at the foot of the mountain. Chen Feng lowered his head, his eyes full of affection and intoxication, as if starlight was settling in the song. The people present even breathed much lighter, as if they were afraid of breaking the beauty before their eyes. Yi Mengmeng held her cell phone high and forgot to speak. After a long time, she looked at Zhou Yanan next to her. Zhou Yanan was wearing a white dress and looked very pretty. Her hair had gradually grown longer, giving her a unique charm. Yi Mengmeng pursed her lips gently, her eyes full of confusion. She knew that Nan Nan also liked Chen Feng, but Meng Ran, her mother, told her that Chen Feng had unlimited potential in the future, and she also had a good relationship with Chen Feng now. She should take advantage of her proximity and seize this opportunity. When the song ended, everyone was so intoxicated that they didn't want to wake up for a long time. After a long time, Li Hong's hands were shaking with excitement. What's the name of this piece? Did you write it? His eyes were filled with excitement. He never expected that he would be able to hear such a beautiful song in his lifetime. Chen Feng wrapped up the guitar and handed the song paper to Li Hong. Here. Then he said to Long Ko, did you hear clearly? Then sing it with your own feelings. It's called Sakura Wind. Li Hong stared at the song in a daze. He didn't expect that Chen Feng would actually give him this song directly. How was it possible? Chen Feng left with his guitar, and Yi Mengmeng followed behind him. Brother Feng, wait for me. The crowd was petrified. What's going on? If Fengshen records such a beautiful song, won't Tianyu Group become popular again? Yes, although Fuyu Group and Tianyu Group are brothers and partners, the relationship is not that good. Besides that, this Sakura Wind song is really beautiful. I feel like I am there. Chen Feng called Li Qing and said, Brother Li, I gave my latest song to Li Hong. Ask him to teach Long Ko well. Long Ko can become the trump card of our Fuyu Group in Donghai. Chen Feng did not return to the dormitory. He told Wu Hao and the others that he would treat them to a meal next time to apologize. Wu Hao looked at him packing his things with a resentful look on his face, but he still had to go back to the dormitory. Back at the villa, Zhou Yanan was standing at the door, her pretty figure looking like a painting under the streetlight. Nan Nan, is there something wrong? When Zhou Yanan saw Chen Feng, the corners of his mouth curled up and he handed a box in his hand to Chen Feng. I know you haven't eaten. Here, my aunt made this and saved it especially for you. Chen Feng took the food box and said, okay, thank you, Nan Nan. Zhou Yanan turned his head anxiously and said lightly, okay, I'm leaving. Good night. Watching Zhou Yanan walk away, Chen Feng opened the door and walked in, but as soon as he opened the door he found something wrong. There was a problem. He had a habit of remembering clearly the things he put there and the furnishings in the house. No one else had been to this house, and Li Qing was definitely not going to come as he was busy recently. But it was obvious that someone had been to the house. Who is it? Chen Feng pretended nothing had happened and went to take a shower, then went to bed feeling very tired. Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, lie down and wait for death, and get the title of waiting to die. Choice 2, catch the uninvited guest who broke into the house and get a hard dagger that can cut through everything. Chen Feng really didn't have any weapons on him now, and he couldn't use a gun easily, otherwise even Xiao Jun wouldn't be able to protect him. It just so happened that the system gave him a magic weapon at this time. Chen Feng found that there was a cold object next to him. It was very hard and uneven. There was a steady breathing sound, and suddenly there was a sound of breaking wind. Chen Feng suddenly jumped up from the bed and stabbed back with the dagger. The man had his face covered, his eyes were grim, and in his hand was a murderous dagger. Chapter 58, Powerful Opponent. The dagger gleamed in the moonlight outside the window, and Yuan Qi snorted coldly. I didn't expect you still had a trick up your sleeve. His voice was hoarse and he looked very cold. Who are you? Chen Feng kept backing away with the dagger in his hand. He could feel the murderous aura from the person in front of him, the kind of murderous aura that only comes from someone who has killed many people. He began to be alert, because since he obtained the system, everything had gone smoothly and he had never encountered such a situation. The system detected that it was very dangerous. Yuan Qi narrowed his eyes, you don't deserve to know my name. Having said that, he rushed forward directly. His movements were very ghostly, more like a ninja from country or Chen Feng was struggling to deal with him. The two of them fought back and forth, and Yuan Qi was actually a little annoyed. What an Oriental! How disgusting! He didn't expect Chen Feng to be so difficult to deal with. Yuan Qi's eyes flickered slightly. After a while, he made a feint, then suddenly stomped on the spot and disappeared. Chen Feng's face condensed, and there was a dangerous aura all around him. He could feel that Yuan Qi suddenly appeared from the upper left corner of Chen Feng. At the critical moment, the dagger in Chen Feng's hand actually began to lengthen by 0.1 mm and blocked the attack. Yuan Qi's face was grim. It seemed that he couldn't kill Chen Feng now. He had to leave as soon as possible. He took advantage of Chen Feng's distraction and jumped out of the window. Chen Feng did not chase him. This man was able to sneak into his villa without anyone noticing, so he must have been observing for a long time and was able to leave without anyone noticing as well. Who is it? Which force is it? Chen Feng looked confused and shook his head, unable to figure it out. The next day, Chen Feng called Wu Hao and the others to have dinner. "Haozi, now that I have time, you can exploit me. Just tell me. Choose delicacies from the mountains and the sea, street food, anything is fine." Wu Hao's loud voice came from the receiver. "Ah, brother Feng, you finally remembered us. The delicacies from land and sea are tasteless, let's go get some skewers." Chen Feng was also very happy. "Please inform Sun Tianyu and Wei Gu. I will book the location." He has been busy with his own things and hasn't gotten together with them for a long time, but they had always been together in their previous life. Zhou Yanan got up very early. Her aunt had not come yet, so she went into the kitchen first. She learned how to make breakfast pancakes last night and planned to make one for Chen Feng. Zhou Wei got up to go to the bathroom and saw Zhou Yanan tinkering in the kitchen. Nan, what are you doing so early? Are you hungry? Wait for Aunt Li to come." Zhou Yanan was a little flustered. She stretched her head out and said, "Dad, I'm just very hungry and want to make a cake. Please don't bother me." After a while, bang bang bang, someone knocked on the door. Chen Feng opened the door. It was Zhou Yanan. She had been coming to Chen Feng's place frequently recently. Knowing that he couldn't cook and always ordered takeout, she always brought him meals. Chen Feng opened the door. Nan, what delicious food did you make today?" Zhou Yanan was a little embarrassed. "Chen Feng, Auntie made a mistake today, it may not taste good." Chen Feng took the lunchbox and said, "It's okay. There's nothing you can't eat." Chen Feng opened the food box but didn't move. Inside was a burnt pancake and an ugly cut egg. Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, politely refuse Zhou Yanan's food and get the title of cold-hearted and deserted. Choose 2, eat it and gain god-level chef skills. Chen Feng twitched his lips. It turned out that the system was setting a trap for him. Chen Feng picked up the chopsticks, took a deep breath, and under the expectant gaze of Zhou Yanan beside him, he ate the pancake in one big bite, and then ate the egg. "It's okay. It's delicious." Chen Feng swallowed it, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Zhou Yanan stared at Chen Feng's face, and her heart beat faster. She didn't expect that she actually fell in love with Chen Feng. She used to think that men were so hypocritical, but since she met Chen Feng, she wanted to make herself a better person. Xiantao Street is Chen Feng's territory, which is under the jurisdiction of the Qinghai gang. In order to avoid accidents, Chen Feng chose this place. The most important thing is that the skewers here are really delicious. Sun Tianyu was waiting there early with a book in his hand. He was a junior now and was preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam, so he had to cherish every minute. Wu Hao and Wang Wei were arm in arm, like good brothers, drinking until their faces were red. "Brother Feng, you drank so much, why didn't your face turn red? Did you pour out the wine without telling us?" Chen Feng was also a little speechless. Even after all this, she was still thinking about letting him drink. At this moment, a blond boy suddenly ran over from the other side, overturned the table, and stopped the group of ferocious-looking people behind them. When Chen Feng saw this, his heart skipped a beat. After taking a closer look, he found that the man was Fatty Wang, Chen Feng's elementary school classmate, Wang Tao. Wang Tao staggered, still cursing, "Fuck you, you ex-gang members are so shameless. This is the territory of my Qinghai gang. Do you want to die?" Wang Tao is also very powerful. You know, he also has gang members. Those men all had axe tattoos on their arms. They looked at each other and smiled evilly. "Oh, Huang Mao, you are alone. Besides, what about the Qinghai gang? We, the Axe gang, are fighting against your Qinghai gang." As they spoke, several people exchanged glances at Wang Tao, who had a bruised face and nose, and his legs were shaking as he stood there. "Don't come over here, our boss will be here soon." Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, be a spectator, don't care about the life and death of your younger brother Wang Tao, and get the title of incompetent boss. Choice 2, reveal your identity and get the title of invincible boss. Chen Feng looked at Sun Tianyu. He also had sweat on his forehead and seemed to be very afraid of this scene. "Tianyu, keep an eye on them. I'll be back soon." Before Sun Tianyu could react, Chen Feng had already reached the front. When those men surrounded Wang Tao and beat him, Chen Feng's voice came over. "Stop it, let him go." Wang Tao opened his swollen eyes and looked at Chen Feng. "Xiao Feng, why are you here?" "Run, go to the Qinghai gang, find the boss, and ask him to send his brothers to save me." When the men saw that it was someone they recognized, they said, "Ha, here comes another ignorant brat. If you dare to stand up, we will make sure you never come back." Several people surrounded Wang Tao, and several people came over and looked at Chen Feng. Sun Tianyu was very nervous. This is the base of the Qinghai gang. It is not your turn to decide the life and death of others. Chen Feng dodged and kicked one down. After a few rounds, 2 or 3 people fell to the ground groaning. Ouch, that hurts. Chapter 59, Qinghai Gang Boss. Sun Tianyu was worried. Wu Hao and Wang Wei, 2 drunkards, wanted to come and help, but when they stood up, they saw that everyone was lying on the ground and were stunned. He rubbed his eyes hard and sobered up from the fright. Fuck, my brother Feng is awesome, this. There were also storms in Wang Wei's eyes. He always thought that the people in his dormitory were buddies who could not help him and were friends with no interests in return. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng gave him surprises again and again. There was disbelief in Sun Tianyu's eyes behind his glasses. He had always thought that Chen Feng was only good at calligraphy, singing, painting, and other artistic things. He didn't expect that Chen Feng was so good at martial arts. And he just heard about the 2 factions of the mafia. Chen Feng made a phone call. "Hey, brotherly, send a few people to Xiantao Street to clean up the mess." "Yes, the Axe Gang, send more people when the time comes." After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng's eyes were full of brilliance. It seems that this Axe Gang must be eradicated. Wang Tao heard Chen Feng making a phone call. From what he saw just now, he heard that Li Qing, whom he had always thought of as his elder brother, was actually being very respectful to Chen Feng, and all of this was arranged by Chen Feng. What happened? Chen Feng first took a taxi and asked Sun Tianyu to take them home, but Wu Hao and Wang Wei refused to leave, saying that they were together through thick and thin. If Chen Feng was arrested by the police for gang fighting and taken to the police station, they would also have a share of the blame. Chen Feng had no choice but to take a few people to Qinghai Bay, the headquarters of the Qinghai gang. Because Chen Feng's identity was a secret, only Li Qing and a few brothers in the Qinghai gang knew about it. However, many younger brothers also knew that the big brother of the Qinghai gang was not actually Li Qing, but a very mysterious person. Arriving at Li Qing's room, Li Qing stood up and saw 3 people following Chen Feng. "Brother Feng, what?" Chen Feng introduced. "My college roommates, Sun Tianyu, Wu Hao, and Wang Wei." Li Qing nodded to them and said, "Hello." Chen Feng brought them here probably to reveal his identity, Brother Feng, about the Axe Gang. Seeing Li Qing's questioning expression, everyone understood that Chen Feng seemed to be the leader of the Qinghai gang. "The Axe Gang is now hollow. With just one springboard, we can catch them all in one fell swoop." Chen Feng's eyes were slightly dazzled. After coming out of the Qinghai gang, Wu Hao and Wang Wei were almost sober, and they both looked at Chen Feng with admiration. Wang Wei even said, "Dude, I suddenly feel that picking up girls is boring. I want to hang out with you." Chen Feng glanced at him and said, "Sorry, Wei Ge, there are no women in the Qinghai gang." Wang Wei's face suddenly lost its spirit. Yuan Qi stood in front of the Mad Smith, still wearing his mask. This was the way it was for all of them in the art of ninjutsu. The mask could not be taken off unless absolutely necessary. Smith's eyes were empty, and he muttered to himself, "My paintings, my treasures, are gone, all gone." The fire was still burning fiercely in his mind, and he didn't know whether it was the painting or him that was burned. Waste. Yuan Qi shook his head. Carlyle stood trembling with fear beside him. Even though he was precious in front of others, he was nothing in front of this great god. "Master Yuan, why are you here this time?" Carlyle glanced at Smith, then looked at Yuan Qi respectfully. "Smith's jurisdiction, my lord sent me to take over." Yuan Qi said in a cold voice. Carlyle's face turned pale. If they knew that one of the casinos under their name had been given to Chen Feng, and the other 2 had been given to the Song family, would the people over there kill them? At this time, there was a gentle knock on the door, and a young man walked in. The most incredible thing was that this young man had a handsome appearance. He walked in with a smile on his lips, his face was full of sunshine, and his eyes were full of innocence. "Master Yuan, what is the mission?" Yuan Qi looked at him with a satisfied look. "Xiao Shi, how is the situation?" Xiao Shi smiled. "Fuyu Company has accepted me, and I am now looking for an opportunity to get close to Chen Feng." Carlyle's eyes rolled around. He actually came here for Chen Feng. It seemed that they were finally going to take action against Chen Feng. Back at school, the junior students needed to hold a communication meeting this time. The School of Computer Science specially sent Chen Feng to give a speech to his juniors in the fireworks hall. Many people from the student union came early to prepare and set up the venue. Sun Tianyu had already changed terms and did not come. The host this time was Song Shi. She informed Chen Feng and asked him to come early to rehearse so that they could make arrangements. Chen Feng went to the fireworks hall in ordinary clothes, unlike the seniors who were wearing neat suits and looked like successful people in society. But as soon as I got to the door, I was stopped by someone who seemed to be a freshman. "Student, the place is still being set up. It's not time to enter yet." His eyes were full of disdain. Only people like Ning Xiaoqiao could enter the backstage of this venue. Chen Feng smiled and said, "Junior, I came here to rehearse first." The freshman still looked at Chen Feng with disdain. "Classmate, we are already setting up the venue, no one is rehearsing at all, you want to sneak in?" Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, no need to rehearse, just leave. Gain the title of "Don't Stir Up Trouble." Choice 2, make the other party believe in you and gain super infectious skills. The voice here immediately attracted a group of people, all of whom were freshmen. Many of them had heard of Chen Feng's name, but had never seen Chen Feng. "Have you heard it? This song is really nice. Long Zhou's new song is really nice. Are you talking about that song? The one with the cherry blossom wind? I listened to it, it's really nice." There were a few girls passing by. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at the boy in front of him. What do you have to do to make you believe me?" The boy raised his eyebrows. "Why should I trust you? You are just a liar." Chen Feng pointed at those girls and said, "Are those your seniors? Ask them." The boy yelled, "Those seniors in front, do you know this guy? He's trying to get into the hall." Several girls turned their heads and looked over. When they saw Chen Feng, they suddenly shouted, "Wow, Fengshen, it's Fengshen." "Yes, I heard that Chen Feng will come to the fireworks hall to give a speech today." Fengshen, please sign for me. I heard that you also composed that song. I like it so much." Several girls immediately gathered around him, and Chen Feng could hear the constant chattering in his ears. The boy looked incredulous. He had also heard of Chen Feng's reputation, but Ning the schoolboy said that Chen Feng was a hypocritical person. Chapter 60 Wonderful Speech. After the female voices had become enthusiastic, they were dismissed by Chen Feng. "Now, do you believe it? Can I go in?" The boy nodded, his eyes moving around. After Chen Feng went in, he looked at Chen Feng's back. Li immediately took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Senior Ning, Chen Feng is giving a speech in the fireworks hall today." "Yes, I'm here." "Okay, I know what to do." Ning Wenyuan, who was at the Ning family, raised his lips slightly. "Humph, Chen Feng, you won't be so arrogant for much longer." Chen Feng stepped into the hall and saw busy students everywhere. Song Shi was on the stage reviewing a script with a boy and heard some girls discussing, "The God of Wind is here, I came here just for him, and I actually saw him. Yes, I am so happy. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't come to move tables, which is such a tiring job." Song Shi quickly raised his head and looked towards the door. Chen Feng. With eyes full of joy, the male host looked at Chen Feng and stopped talking. Song Shi ran over and said, "Chen Feng, long time no see." She had been busy with student union affairs these days and had no time to look for Chen Feng, but she had been expecting Chen Feng to take the initiative to look for her, but he never did. Sure enough, she should take the initiative. Chen Feng nodded. "What do you need me to do?" Song Shi thought for a moment. "Have you got your manuscript? Approximately how long is it?" Chen Feng scratched his head. "I didn't prepare a script. I'll just improvise. Time will tell." Song Shi also slightly raised the corners of his mouth. As expected, Chen Feng was not an ordinary person. He could say something meaningful without a script. "Is that so? Okay then. We'll be ready in a moment. The microphone is backstage and someone will hand it over to you when the time comes." Chen Feng nodded and sat down in the first row. Song Shi was a little flustered and seemed absent-minded when rehearsing with the male host several times. The male host also seemed to have the same idea. "Senior Song, that's it, we are almost ready." Song Shi breathed a sigh of relief and smiled slightly at Chen Feng in the audience. When the time came, many students took their seats one after another. The hall, which had been empty, suddenly seemed to be filled with ants. Chen Feng sat in the first row, where the representatives or leaders who would be on stage soon would sit. Song Shi was humorous on stage, spoke fluently and naturally, and attracted the attention of most of the audience. Next, please invite Chen Feng, a junior student from the School of Computer Science, to give us a speech. Chen Feng straightened his clothes and stood up. Immediately, there was a clamor from the crowd below. Brother Feng, come on, you are the best. This is Yi Mingming's loud voice. Brother Feng, I support you. This is Wu Hao. Wind God, I love you. These are Chen Feng's fans. Chen Feng walked up to the podium confidently and someone handed him the microphone. Chen Feng did not notice that the person was the boy who stopped him at the door. Song Shi looked at him with a smile on her face. He cleared his throat and was about to start talking. Ding, microphone problem detected. Choice 1, the host refuses to give a speech and leaves directly, earning the title of inexplicable. Option 2, overcome the difficulties with humor and get a chance to show off. Chen Feng was stunned for a moment, and suddenly waved to Song Shi. Come here, I feel that this microphone doesn't look very good. Chen Feng frowned tightly, and Song Shi was also stunned for a moment, then immediately understood and handed the microphone in his hand to Chen Feng. Then use mine. Chen Feng nodded. That's fine now. Many people thought that Chen Feng's action was a bit strange, but some careful people found that Song Shi took Chen Feng's microphone to check it, and it actually made a harsh sound. Song Shi and other preparation personnel immediately began to rescue. Ding detected that the host has completed the task perfectly. Get a chance to show once. Chen Feng spoke freely and naturally, talking about his own achievements and how college students should live a good life. The whole process was spontaneous, and his language was humorous and vivid, which made the people below laugh. After finishing the speech, Song Shi took the microphone and said, "Thank you Chen Feng for your speech. I heard that Chen Feng recently composed a new song, which is the one by Long Ku. I wonder if you can play and sing it for us?" So this is an opportunity to show off. Chen Feng smiled, and it turned out that he still had to work hard himself. The audience was filled with anticipation. I heard from my classmate who was at the scene that day that this song was even more charming when sung by Chen Feng. Yes, I heard that it was originally a bet between Long Ku and Chen Feng, but I didn't expect Chen Feng to have such a strong foundation. He actually composed an extremely beautiful song within 3 days, and he could even sing it himself. Although Long Ku's singing is also very nice, I want to hear Fengshen sing it. The scene was even more noisy. A handsome, sunny boy sitting in the corner smiled and stared at Chen Feng, who was singing on the stage. Chen Feng's voice spread throughout the hall, and the whole hall was filled with intoxicating sounds. I never let you think that there is no distance between us, only a few seconds of speed. At the end of the song, many students had tears in their eyes and the scene reached a climax. Song Shi also wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Okay, thank you Chen Feng for playing this song Sakura Wind for us. Next, do the students here have anything else you want to ask our wind god? The students were very happy. They would not miss the chance to get in close contact with Chen Feng. Many girls stood up and asked Chen Feng what he liked to do in his spare time. The scene became even more lively. Song Shi said, "That boy in the corner." The reason why she picked this boy was because he kept raising his hand as if there was something very important. Xiaoshi looked at Song Shi with a smile, then looked at Chen Feng with a smile. "Fengshen, I am your loyal fan. I really admire you." Xiao Shishang raised his sunny smile, looking very innocent. "I also want to be as versatile as you. Not only can I sing, play guitar, calligraphy, painting, and dance, but I heard that your martial arts are also excellent. I wonder if Fengshen can teach me how to become so versatile." Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat. Why did it feel like this person was targeting him? You know, these were given to him by the system, so how could he explain it clearly? Seeing Chen Feng's silence, many people began to talk. Yeah, how can one person be so omnipotent? You can't do anything even if you start practicing from birth. Everyone was talking about it. Chapter 61, A New Buddy. Chen Feng was instantly pushed to the forefront. Ding, the host is detected to be facing a trust crisis. Give the host a trust ability. When many students were questioning Chen Feng, time suddenly seemed to stop. After a while, everyone stopped talking and applauded Chen Feng violently. Even Xiao Shi, who had just targeted Chen Feng, didn't know what was happening. In that case, today's meeting ends here. Song Shi said immediately. The entire scene was just passed over by Chen Feng, and everyone's memory only stayed on the scene after Chen Feng finished singing the song. After Chen Feng left, several people behind him called out to him, "Brother Feng, here." It was Wu Hao and his 2 companions, who were chatting and laughing. "Brother Feng, you stole the spotlight today. At this time, an abrupt voice interrupted their conversation. Senior Chen Feng, hello, my name is Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi didn't know what happened just now. He only remembered that he asked Chen Feng a question, and then he had no memory of the rest. He must seize the opportunity, otherwise the time period of this task will be too long. As a person who is very good at completing tasks, he cannot allow any gaps. Looking at the boy with a bright smile in front of them, Wu Hao and the other two had a very good impression of him. Only Chen Feng had a very strange feeling in his heart. This man always gave him a sense of danger. Hello, are you a junior? Yes, I'm a freshman this year. I heard about the reputation of Fengshan when I was in high school. I also like listening to your songs, so I decided to get into here. Wu Hao nudged Chen Feng with his elbow. Hey, brother Feng, I'm your fanboy. Little brother, get to know your senior more. He has more surprises. Xiao Shi nodded. Yes, senior, you are Senior Wu Hao, right? I have heard of your name too. Wu Hao instantly became excited, and the two of them immediately began chatting enthusiastically. In the fireworks hall, the boy gnashed his teeth and called Ning Wenyuan, Senior Ning, that Chen Feng is really scheming. It seems that he knew in advance that there was something wrong with the microphone. Ning Wenyuan was originally on the balcony of the Ning family, planning to listen to the news and watch Chen Feng make a fool of himself, but he didn't expect it to turn out like this. Why? Chen Feng is always like this. Chen Feng, don't think you are always lucky. In the next few days, Xiao Shi kept in contact with Chen Feng and his group, especially with Wang Wei and Wu Hao. Chen Feng had no idea that such an innocent and sunny-looking person could hang out with Wu Hao, that burly man, and Wang Wei, that man obsessed with beauty. However, Chen Feng didn't know that this seemingly harmless person was the biggest danger. Ning Haitao was so angry that he smoked one cigarette after another. The whole room was filled with the smell of cigarettes. He frowned and said, "This Qinghai gang is so unreasonable. They are so cunning." A member of the Axe gang nearby said, "Brother, several of our brothers in the territory were destroyed by the Qinghai gang and the Shirshir gang." Several people had ferocious expressions on their faces, and one of them stood up. "Brother, let's fight back. The Qinghai gang has been too rampant recently and doesn't take us seriously at all." Ning Taohai narrowed his eyes and said to Ning De beside him, "How about arranging a chess piece to join the Qinghai gang?" Ning Deyan raised his lips. "Of course we are ready. When the time comes, we just need to cooperate with the outside forces." This time, Chen Feng took a ride to the farther west district, which was the base Carlisle promised to give him, Carroll. This Carroll was located in a wealthy area and was not a place where ordinary people could go to gamble. Even though Chen Feng earned a lot of money, he never bought himself a set of clothes or dressed up. Coming to this bustling street, he seemed a little out of place. Many people looked at Chen Feng with disdain. "You look so poor, and you dare to come here. Another person who wants to sit back and dream of getting rich." Several men in suits and with big bellies came over. Although this was a casino owned by a foreigner named Smith, its main target was still people from China. Chen Feng walked to the center of Fanhua Street, Ziwei Hall. A very elegant name, but the place is filled with decadent music, bright lights and wine, glazed green tiles everywhere, golden lights coming from the tall attic, and the faint sound of people laughing and swearing. Chen Feng is here today to take over. After all, with the funds from the Carroll branch, the Qinghai gang and Fuyu group can become bigger and stronger. Before he reached the door, he saw a middle-aged man with a wealthy appearance, swaying with two beauties in his arms, walking in. He first handed an ordinary gray card to the security guard with a flattering smile on his face. "Brother, can you come in this time?" The security guard glanced at him before letting him in, and he walked in. "I didn't expect that this watchdog is so intimidating. It shows how strong his background must be. It's a pity that it belongs to him now." Chen Feng walked in slowly, and the man in black stopped him. "Respected member card." Chen Feng shook his head. The man in black sneered, "You dare to come here if you don't have it? You can't afford it here." The man in black looked Chen Feng up and down a few more times, and after making sure that he was not someone he couldn't afford to offend, he immediately waved his hand. Get out of the way, and don't block the road here anymore." The people nearby, who looked to be of high status, were escorted in with the guards fawning smiles on their faces. Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, turn around and leave, giving up the right to obtain Ziwei Hall. Choose 2, choose a way to enter and obtain the highest authority card in Ziwei Hall. Chen Feng found that there was suddenly an extra card in his hand. The card was purple gold with black patterns on it. It looked very high-end and should represent the meaning of being extremely powerful. Chen Feng's eyes lit up, but he still put it away. It appeared out of thin air, so it would be better not to take it out unless it was a critical moment. Chen Feng went into the security again. If you really don't let me in, what if I say that this Ziwei Hall is all mine? When the guard heard this, he burst out laughing and said to his companion next to him, did you hear that? This kid actually said this place is his. He doesn't know that this Ziwei Hall belongs to the branch of Carol. The daily turnover may be more than he can earn in his entire life. The people around him were also full of sarcasm. It was really funny that such a young person could have delusions. The person who lost everything here became bankrupt and became mentally abnormal, but he also said that this place belonged to him. Chapter 62 Ziwei Hall. The two men had sarcastic expressions on their faces. They had seen more than one person who said that the Ziwei Hall belonged to them, but they knew that both of them were crazy and whimsical people. Chen Feng looked at the two people and narrowed his eyes. If you don't let me, I will take over. Don't even think about being a watchdog. The two men's faces turned cold and their eyes were full of gloom. You have to know that here, although they need to bow and nod to people of special status, there are also some people who they have to flatter. They have never endured such treatment from Chen Feng. Well, you ungrateful boy, how dare you say that about us? Come on, buddy, beat the crap out of him. The two men were red in the face and very angry, and rushed towards Chen Feng. After a while, there was a large casino in the middle of Ziwei Hall, with private rooms on all sides. The people in the private rooms should be big shots. There were 9 floors in total, and each floor had different entertainment facilities. The first floor was mostly made up of people who were relatively wealthy but not high-ranking. They were all gambling with red eyes. Big boss. You lose. I told you, you must follow me. With a bang, the door was pushed open and 2 figures flew in, emitting a muffled groan, followed by the sound of vomiting blood. The originally noisy scene suddenly became so quiet that even the sound of a needle falling to the ground could be heard. Instantly, there was confusion. Who is it? How dare they break into Ziwei Hall? You have to know that although this is a branch factory, it is under that power. Many local tyrants dare not bully it. Chen Feng clapped his hands and looked at everyone with a smile. Hello, my guests. He was really right. These people would be his guests in the future, so he had to say hello to them, right? Everyone looked stunned. Holy crap, this guy is awesome. He wants to break into the Ziwei Hall by himself. In the private room on the 9th floor, Holmo, a man with purple hair, was smoking his cigarette as he looked at the man who had once been the richest man in H City. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. How is it? Mr. Liu, is this one still open? Huremo knew the nature of these people very well. They would take risks to multiply their original money several times. They were all greedy for something they could not earn. However, he had just learned that the Ziwei Hall had changed its owner. It seemed that he had no choice. However, as long as the family was still behind him, he could still stay here. Mr. Hume, something bad has happened. Someone has broken into Ziwei Hall. The gamblers on the first floor continued to gamble because Chen Feng said to them, "You guys continue to play, let me hang out here." Chen Feng rushed straight to the elevator. Many people came out to block his way. He grabbed a manager and asked, "Where is your manager?" Don't kill me, Mr. Holmo is on the 9th floor. Mr. Liu from Fusher Group is here today, and Mr. Holmo is accompanying him personally. Of course Chen Feng had heard of the Fusher Group. He was the richest man in the entire H City. The industries he ran covered all aspects, from real estate to basic manufacturing. He was a well-known tycoon, but he didn't expect that he would come to Ziwei Hall to gamble. Chen Feng staggered along the way and killed many people along the way, all of whom were staggering. Holmo looked at the people in the corridor, his face twisted with anger. You know, he was pampered in this position, enjoying the fruits of others' labor. When have I ever received such a threat? Along the way, Chen Feng saw Holmo. The two of them bumped into each other head-on, and Holmo's eyes were full of surprise. Little brother, I wonder what you are doing in our Ziwei Hall. If you want to gamble, we welcome you at any time. Holmo was stalling for time. He didn't know why Chen Feng came, but it was definitely not easy to come to the 9th floor alone. He didn't expect that Chen Feng's next sentence would leave him dumbfounded. Chen Feng rubbed his hands. Oh my god, his hands were sore from rubbing. Finally, he found the person in charge. Nothing, I just wanted to have a cup of tea with the manager, but I didn't know your guard dog wouldn't let anyone go. Holmo's eyes widened in disbelief. Drink tea, little brother, you may have found the wrong person. There are people everywhere in the tea house who can drink tea with you. Chen Feng saw that Holmo's eyes were full of suspicion and ridicule, and he knew why this man didn't believe him at all. Ha, what if I say I'm Chen Feng? The current owner of this Ziwei Hall? Chen Feng shook the paper in his hand. It was written in black and white what Carlyle had said. What? You want to deny it? Humor was stunned for a while, then rubbed his hands. Oh, so that's how it is. He narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the person who came was indeed not friendly. In that case, let's go in and talk. Humor clapped his hands, and immediately someone invited out a man who looked like a CEO and had a pale face and walked tremblingly. Chen Feng guessed that it should be Mr. Liu from Fusher Group. He looked as pale as death, and left the place under the guidance of the man in black. He was still terrified when he left, and kept muttering to himself. It's over. It's all over. My family property and my group are all gone. The CEO actually lost everything? Chen Feng had heard that the CEO of the Fusher Group was a master of gambling in the business world, otherwise the company would have collapsed long ago. It was mainly because he was good at gambling and often made a lot of money. But now he had lost everything? Chen Feng was invited into the same private room. The room was very large, surrounded by long sofas. It looked very luxurious. In the center was a table with many beddings on it. Several beauties were standing beside it, with their heads down, waiting for instructions. Humor then walked in and sat on one side of the table, asking Chen Feng to sit on the other side. Mr. Chen Feng may have found the wrong person. This Ziwei Hall may have been under the jurisdiction of Mr. Smith before, and then he let Carlyle take over. But this is not something you can handle. Humor's tone suddenly became sharp, and Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. What? You don't recognize this piece of paper? Chen Feng naturally knew that the process would not be so smooth, so he rubbed his wrist again. Watching his movements, Humor also smiled. Of course not, but I, Humor, am not subject to any jurisdiction, and I have been looking for someone who can beat me in a bet. What a big mouth. Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, reject Humor's gambling invitation and get the title of leaving in disgrace. Choice 2, accept Humor's invitation and get the gambling ace, the X-ray eyes. Chapter 63, The End of the Axe Gang. A man from the Qinghai gang said to He San next to him, Brother San, let's take action today. After He San left, the man raised his lips and said, the Qinghai gang will be disbanded. He San nodded and went to find Li Qing. Brotherly, I received accurate information that Ning Tao Hai wants to move the headquarters of the Axe Gang. Li Qing nodded, but he wanted to contact Chen Feng. The man next to He San was a little anxious. Brother Li Qing, we are too late. They are moving very quickly. We must hurry. Li Qing thought about it and nodded. Okay, send half of the people to lead the weapons to chase and intercept the Axe Gang. If necessary, we must wipe out the Axe Gang. The other half of the brothers will guard the headquarters to prevent them from jumping off the cliff. The man narrowed his eyes. This Li Qing was really cautious. Was he only willing to send half of the people out? Chen Feng and Humor were face to face, but Humor looked very cautious. They had won 3 out of 5 games. Chen Feng had won 2 games in a row. The key was that Humor's experience and familiarity with the twists and turns of the rules were of no use at all. It seemed that everything was transparent in Chen Feng's eyes. He must win this round. Holding the cards, Humor's face lit up with joy. Chen Feng on the opposite side naturally noticed it as well, and his lips curled slightly. This guy is really good at pretending. Humor's eyes were full of brilliance. In gambling, what is often relied on is not luck, but acting skills and courage. Brother Chen Feng, I'm afraid this won't be so easy for you. Oh? Really? Chen Feng was not afraid at all and pushed out all the remaining chips in his hand. Okay, hurry up, I have to go back to eat. Not to mention, Zhou Yanan's cooking has been getting better and better recently. If Chen Feng wasn't really too busy to cook, he would have wanted to give Zhou Yanan some money and let her cook for him every day. This seemed a bit shameless. In fact, he had known for a long time that it was Zhou Yanan who cooked the meal, but she just didn't want to admit it. Humor's eyes widened again. How could it be possible that he had put out all these chips? Chen Feng could actually take Ziwei Hall legitimately, but he didn't want to hand it over so easily. So Chen Feng was using the entire Ziwei Hall as a bargaining chip to gamble with him, but he pushed the entire Ziwei Hall out so nonchalantly. Was he so sure of winning? The corner of Hu Moer's mouth twitched. In that case, I will also suppress it. This time, I will withdraw from the management of Ziwei Hall. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and withdrew. Then Ziwei Hall would not be his cash cow anymore. You've got to think about it carefully. Humor's face also darkened. There is no regret at the gambling table. As soon as Chen Feng spread out the cards, Humor's face, which had been filled with hope just now, instantly turned bitter. Perhaps it was true that his future had nothing to do with Ziwei anymore. In that case, brother Chen Feng, this Ziwei Hall is yours. This is the card of the controller. This is another purple-black card, different from the one given by the system. The one given by the system has an extra layer of silver border. That card is not from Ziwei Hall? Where is it from? Humor shook his head bitterly and wanted to leave. Wait a minute. Chen Feng stopped him. Do you have any power behind you? Humor was stunned for a moment, then said, I was originally alone, and was brought here for many years because of my superb gambling skills. Humor's eyes were full of emotion. Okay, you continue to stay here and help me manage it. From now on, you will still be in charge of this place, but Ziwei Hall belongs to me. Humor's eyes were filled with disbelief. Why? Chen Feng waved his hand. Maybe it's because your purple hair matches the Ziwei Hall? Of course Chen Feng knew that if Hu Moer gave Ziwei Hall directly to him, and he had no experience and didn't know anyone in this field, then the business of Ziwei Hall would definitely get worse and worse. Hu Moer himself was an extremely experienced leader. Since there was no power behind him, Chen Feng could safely hand over Ziwei Hall to him and make him his own. Humor didn't know how many more surprises the person in front of him could bring him. Li Qing led a group of people away from the base camp and dialed a number on his mobile phone before leaving. Everyone was extremely cautious along the way and finally arrived at the Axe Gang's headquarters, but they were surprised that it was empty with only lights coming from inside. Brother, this is terrible. We've fallen into a trap. The Axe Gang members are not here. So where did they go? Li Qing's face was slightly cold. Gather everyone and return quickly. I'm afraid we have fallen into a trap to lure the tiger away from the mountain. He looked at the Dark Knight and said, Chen Feng, you have to come back quickly. When Chen Feng saw the 2 missed calls, his heart skipped a beat. Master, please hurry up. Okay. The master increased the speed to 180 ma. The Qinghai gang was brightly lit, and half of the brothers were on patrol. There was a glimmer of excitement in everyone's eyes, because tonight was the death of the Axe Gang. If the Axe Gang was wiped out, then in the future the Qinghai gang could even take the lead with the Shishir gang in the entire underground situation. Suddenly, a noise was heard, and a lot of people suddenly appeared outside the Qinghai gang and surrounded the base. Wang Tao's yellow hair almost stood up. Quick, tell Brother He that a large number of troops are coming towards our base. There were many people in the team in front of him, and even a few familiar faces. They were actually the Axe Gang members who beat him those days. Why were they from the Axe Gang? Didn't their eldest brother Li Cheng already go to capture the Axe Gang members? Why are there so many people from the Axe Gang here? Could it be that they are trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain? The leader of the Axe Gang is Ning Tao Hai. He is holding his big knife and the gun on his waist, with an evil look on his face. Now the Axe Gang's strongholds have almost been destroyed by the Qinghai gang. He is targeting the headquarters of the Qinghai gang. If he can directly obtain their lair, then won't everything else be easy? I have to say that Ning Taohai has made a good plan. What's more, he led a group of brothers, and the brothers looked vicious. Axe Gang, we were just about to catch you, but you actually walked into the trap. Ning Taohai smiled grimly. Your eldest brother is not here, right? Are you still hoping that the loser Chen Feng will come to save you? Besides, don't take action. When Ning Taohai mentioned He Kuang's name, all the brothers' faces changed. Brother He, what does he mean? Moreover, his originally alert expression suddenly changed, and he turned his eyes to brothers of the Axe Gang, attack. Several people jumped out from beside him, and they were all undercover agents. Chapter 64. A knife in the back. The brothers of the Qinghai gang around were all shocked. They didn't know that the brother who had been with them day and night and was always willing to help each other was actually the enemy of the Axe Gang. Third brother, Xiao Hei, I didn't expect that you were all undercover. Fatty Wine looked incredulous and sad. He thought he could leave his back to them, but he didn't expect that they would stab him in the back. He didn't say anything, but just started to attack the people around him. He was known for his quick, accurate, and ruthless attacks. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the third in command of the Qinghai gang. In the blink of an eye, several brothers had already fallen down. there was no one left to support them. Fatty Wang said directly to the brother next to him, "Quick, contact Brother Li, quick." Fatty Wang and the people who stayed behind vowed to fight to the death. They wanted to buy time for Li Qing and the others so that they could have a chance to preserve the Qinghai Gang's headquarters. The battle was fierce. Except for the high-level members of the Qinghai Gang who were equipped with guns, the small fry like Fatty Wang only had knives and other cold weapons, while almost everyone on the other side had a gun. It seemed that they really wanted to kill the Qinghai Gang. The people around Fatty Wang screamed, and then fell down one after another. His eyes flashed with bloodshot and fierce light. "Come on, come here." Wang Tao had never been so brave in his life. Ning Taohai's eyes flashed with sarcasm. "Little ant, you still dare to resist." A bullet shot straight at Wang Tao. Wang Tao closed his eyes and felt that he might be dead. "Oh, it's so lively." A playful laugh was heard, and Fatty Wang found that there was no pain on his head at all. Where was the bullet? Chen Feng put one hand in his pocket and played with the bullet in the other hand. R94, not bad. Our Ning University assistant also does such a thing? When Fatty Wang saw Chen Feng, his face lit up with joy, but when he thought of so many people, he began to worry again. Although Chen Feng saved him last time, it was because there were few people and they did not have guns, but now there are so many people, and they all have guns. Ning Taohai's face became even gloomier, but the people here were the core force of his axe gang. No matter how powerful Chen Feng was, he would still die here. No one noticed how Chen Feng managed to get the bullet in his hand just now. Many people thought he was lucky. Ning Taohai looked at Chen Feng and said, "Chen Feng, don't meddle in other people's business. I will deal with you after I take over the Qinghai Gang." Moreover, he looked at Chen Feng in disbelief and wanted to say something, but the brothers around him were all united in their hatred of the enemy. "Ha, this kid wants to go against our entire gang. Do you think you can destroy us all by yourself? You are just a piece of trash, and you think you can compare yourself with our boss." Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, do not reveal your identity, leave immediately, and get the title of hidden boss. Choice 2, reveal your identity, save the Qinghai Gang, and obtain an invincible barrier. System prompts that the invincible barrier can only be used once, and this time it is specially provided by the system. Chen Feng smiled. Thanks to it, otherwise he wouldn't know what to do. "Ha, I, Chen Feng, will really take care of this matter. Also, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Chen Feng, the new leader of the Qinghai Gang. Nice to meet the leader of the Axe Gang, Brother Ning." Chen Feng's words were like a huge wave. What? Chen Feng was actually the new boss. Ning Taohai's eyes widened. It turns out that you have always been against me. No wonder, no wonder. A long time ago, Ning Taohai discovered that the people of the Qinghai Gang seemed to have become exceptionally smart. They seemed to be able to predict what he would do next. As a result, the Axe Gang had always been suppressed by the Qinghai Gang. He suspected that there was someone behind the Qinghai Gang. The person who has always been against him turned out to be Chen Feng? He Kuang's eyes widened. No wonder he often saw Chen Feng at the headquarters, but he didn't know who Chen Feng was. He only knew that Li Qing had always been on good terms with him. He didn't expect that he would be so willing to hand over the Qinghai Gang, to which he had always contributed, to others. Fatty Wang's eyes were full of shock. He had just promised Chen Feng to come to him if he had any problems, but he didn't expect that the matter would end up on the boss's head. Alas. Ning Taohai's eyes were bloodshot. "Chen Feng, I will kill you." He raised his pistol high and fired 3 shots in quick succession. Chen Feng dodged 2 of the shots using his sprinting skills, but there was one shot that he couldn't dodge, so he used his protective barrier. The bullet seemed to have encountered a shell, and it stopped in mid-air and then fell down. Chen Feng was unharmed and everyone's jaws almost dropped to the ground. Impossible. Impossible. Ning Taohai has already used up a lot of bullets, and he has only a few bullets left. Then Chen Feng, a troublesome person, appears, and he is extremely unwilling to accept this. That's not impossible, Brother Ning. In that case, let's give you another surprise next time. As soon as he finished speaking, gunshots were heard from outside the encirclement. Boss Ning, it's probably immoral to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Li Cheng and a group of people from the Qinghai Gang arrived, and there was a large group of people beside them, led by Dan Tian from the Shishir Gang. The total number of people is at least 3 times that of Ning Taohai's Axe Gang. His face is slightly gloomy and slightly pale. Is it possible that his Axe Gang is going to be in trouble today? Under the attack of the crowd, the Axe gang had nowhere to hide and covered Ning Taohai's escape. On the way, Chen Feng shot Ning Taohai's leg with his gun, but he still let him run away. Ning Taohai dragged his bloody leg, his chest filled with hatred. Chen Feng, I want you to die, I want you to die. A pair of white sneakers appeared in front of him. Ning Taohai raised his head. He couldn't see the other person's face in the dark night. He could only see his slightly raised smile and smiling eyes. Do you need help? If you need help, you have to do me a favor too. After Chen Feng reorganized the Qinghai gang and assigned everything to Li Qingdan, he rushed back to his villa. He was very tired, but he actually saw a woman in a red dress at the door of his villa. The woman squatted under the streetlight, hugged her face, and her back trembled slightly. Yeah, what are you doing here? It was Xin Yu. She was standing at her doorstep in the middle of the night. Xin Yu raised her pretty face, which was covered with tears. When she saw Chen Feng, she suddenly felt more aggrieved. Chen Feng. She immediately ran up and rushed into Chen Feng's arms. Tears flowed down her face again. Feeling her delicate body trembling slightly, Chen Feng didn't say anything, but just patted her back to comfort her. Chapter 65 Blind Date. After entering the house, Chen Feng's shoulders were wet with Xin Yu's tears. Sure enough, women are made of water. Xin Yu was still sobbing, and Chen Feng gave her a glass of water. Drink some water, yeah, and talk slowly. I'll see if I can help you. After drinking a glass of water, Xin Yu calmed down, put down the cup in her hand, and returned to her original state. But her eyes were still a little red and swollen, and there was still a moisture in them. Chen Feng, I had a quarrel with my father. Why? Chen Feng was very confused. Although Xin Yu had always been strong-willed, she would never go against her father's wishes. He didn't expect that she would quarrel with him. Because of the previous incident, the Xin family's business was hit, and in order to bring the family business back, my father wanted to arrange a marriage with the Xinqiu family. Speaking of these two words, Xin Yu's pupils shrank in nervousness and fear. I don't agree. The young master of the Qiu family is a pervert. He particularly likes young women because he has done many illegal things behind their backs. However, many such things have been leaked in the upper-class circles. There is no smoke without fire. Besides, I don't like him either. For girls from upper-class families like them, they have no use except for the benefits they can gain for their families through marriage. Xin Yu also knows this helplessness very well. Chen Feng was also secretly surprised. Xin Yu's words were so vague that it was hard to tell just how perverted this young master of the Qiu family was. Yeah, I don't know what to say. If you need me, what can I do for you? Chen Feng asked. Since Xin Yu came to him, she must think he could help her. Xin Yu raised her eyes, which were slightly red and swollen, but still full of charm. Chen Feng, I need you to be my boyfriend, so that this can stop this from happening. She bit her lip. But if you don't agree, I won't force you to do this. After all, it will bring you a lot of trouble. Her eyes were full of grievance. Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, refuse to help Xin Yu and get the title of cold-hearted young master, but Choice 2, accept Xin Yu's request, help Xin Yu escape the fate of family marriage, and obtain a top-grade moonstone. System prompts: Moonstone is a product of gambling on stones and is a very rare jade in the world. Chen Feng looked at Xin Yu, who looked pitiful and totally different from the charming and calm campus beauty of Xin University, and smiled. Don't worry, I can help you. Leave this to me. Xin Yu blinked her unresponsive almond-shaped eyes, full of disbelief. You agreed. For no reason, I suddenly felt a surge of joy in my heart. He didn't mind becoming my boyfriend? Xin Yu clenched her fists, then suddenly stood up and gave Chen Feng a gentle hug. He only smelled a faint fragrance, which disappeared after a while. Chen Feng felt a little empty in his arms. Xin Yu was already far away from him. Chen Feng scratched his head awkwardly. It's already midnight, I'll take you home. On the second day, Chen Feng dressed very formally and went to meet Shen Qingtian with Xin Yu. Shen Qingtian knew Chen Feng. Although he had no good impression of him before, it was Chen Feng who saved their Shen family last time. However, he still had some grudges in his heart. The reason last time was ultimately Chen Feng. Therefore, Shen Qingtian felt that Xin Yu should not be too close to Chen Feng. Arriving at the Shen family, Chen Feng and Xin Yu showed their affection. Dad, this is my boyfriend, Chen Feng, you know him. When Shen Qingtian heard this, the leisurely mood he had just been drinking tea disappeared immediately, and his eyes turned cold. Xin Yu, do you know what you were talking about? Xin Yu held her head high and her back straight. She didn't know if it was Chen Feng who gave her the confidence, but she retorted, "Dad, I told you that Chen Feng is my boyfriend. Even if it's not now, it will definitely be in the future." This is Shin Yu's promise to herself. She has liked Chen Feng since a long time ago and it has never changed. Shin Qingtian gasped, "What can this ordinary boy bring to the Shin family? Are you going to ignore the Shin family's kindness in raising you? Do you know who this kid has offended? Do you know who Smith works for? You dare to associate with him when you know nothing." After saying that, Shin Qingtian looked at Chen Feng with a cold gaze. "Chen Feng, I advise you to stay away from Yaya. You can't afford to marry into our Shin family." Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, endure the insult and go back to your hometown. You will get the title of hometown squatting. Choose 2, let Shin Qingtian look at you with new eyes. Get a secret message. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at Shin Qingtian. "Why do you think I am not worthy of your Shin family?" Shin Qingtian showed a mocking expression. "You are just an ordinary college student. Apart from your singing skills, what else do you have? Moreover, you have provoked such a powerful organization. What can you give Shin Yu?" Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. What exactly is this mysterious organization? Why is Shin Qingtian so afraid of it? Oh. What if I say I have the ability to bring down your Shin family? You have to know that Chen Feng's current wealth is not something that the Shin family can resist. The Shin family alone, Chen Feng's store is almost full of the entire East China Sea. His industries include entertainment, literature, gambling, real estate, manufacturing, and each of them is a big boss in the industry. The key is that there is only one owner of these companies, that is Chen Feng. Shin Qingtian seemed to have heard a huge joke. "Ha, you little brat. It's just a fantasy. Although my Shin family is not the best in the East China Sea, it is still the leader in the industry. How dare you, a mere college student, speak nonsense in front of me? It's really wishful thinking." Shin Qingtian felt that no matter how funny Chen Feng was, he was probably crazy trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful. Chen Feng said lightly, "Oh? If you don't believe it, just wait and see." Chen Feng made a few phone calls. After that, he stood there with his hands folded. Shin Qingtian couldn't bear to see him standing there. "Get out, you little brat, get out of the Shin family. The Shin family doesn't welcome you." Shin Yu looked at Chen Feng nervously, then looked at Shin Qingtian. "Dad, don't be like this, I really like Chen Feng. Please don't let me marry Zhou Xiaoqing." Before he could say anything, the phone rang urgently and Shin Qingtian quickly answered the call. "Hey, Mr. Shin, it's bad. We can't supply our goods. Many companies refuse to cooperate with us." "Hello, Mr. Shin, the company's stock price has plummeted. It seems someone is trying to acquire the company." Chapter 66, War and Chaos. As soon as Shin Qingtian put down his phone, someone else called, and all of them were reporting problems in the Shin family's company. The more he listened, the more sweat came out on his forehead. How is it possible? Chen Feng only made a few phone calls, and his company was on the verge of collapse. Is it really Chen Feng? How strong is he? Shin Qingtian found it incredible. After a long while, he finally reacted. He pulled the corner of his mouth and looked at Chen Feng. "How did you do it? Now I believe you, you can stop now." Shin Yu was stunned. She didn't expect that Chen Feng, who she always thought was talented but had not been discovered, actually had his own power. And her father, who had never given in, would actually be so kind to Chen Feng. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining a secret message. Chen Feng didn't know how the system would give him this secret information. After he called all his companies and asked them to stop, Shin Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief and asked the butler to pour Chen Feng a cup of tea. "Chen Feng, I now believe that you can protect my daughter, but do you know that you have offended a powerful force?" "Oh? The real news is here. I've been listening to you talk about how powerful this force is. I wonder if Uncle Shin can give me some advice." As soon as he heard Chen Feng's address, Shin Qingtian knew that he had let bygones be bygones. Thinking that his daughter had found a boyfriend with such a powerful influence, he became even happier. He laughed a few times before slowly calming down. The power behind Smith is very strong. You may not understand it yet. Although he is crazy, that organization or family will definitely send more people to target you. I believe you should have encountered it before. Chen Feng nodded. If he guessed correctly, the man wearing the black mask last time came from that force. That force was originally a family, and later gradually evolved into an organization called Zhu Wang. They are stationed in country or all year round, but many forces here are hidden in the dark. I don't know much about them. Oh, ancestor, you have such an arrogant tone. It seems that the scope of this force is very powerful, and Shen Xingtian can't explain it clearly. Xiao Shaoqing was in a dark basement, looking at the woman in front of him. She was pale and wearing a red dress. The most terrifying thing was that her face seemed to be full of holes. If you didn't look carefully, you would see that blood was still flowing down her body. It turned out that it was not a red dress, but a dress stained with blood. He licked his lips gently, and looked at the scene in front of him with great fascination. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he laughed softly. The girl from the Shen family is a beauty. Xiao Shaoqing licked his lips. After Chen Feng left the Shen family, Shen Xingtian said to Shen Yu, "Yeah, even though he is very powerful, you still shouldn't get too close to him. The power of the ancestral emperor is not something you and I can resist." Shen Yu looked unhappy. She thought that Shen Xingtian, had already accepted Chen Feng. After returning to school, Chen Feng basically stopped going to classes, but as soon as he returned to school, he was dragged to class by Wu Hao. "Brother Feng, you don't know that we have a new teacher in the School of Computer Science. He is really awesome. His attainments in computer science back then are probably not worse than that senior brother's." Especially when he came, the principal bowed and invited him in. The dean of studies was smiling like a chrysanthemum. Chen Feng was also very interested. "Oh? Then I really want to take a look." The two people arrived at the classroom as the bell rang, and saw that there was already a person standing on the podium. He was wearing a pair of glasses and looked very gentle. On the podium was a black computer that looked very extraordinary. When the man saw Chen Feng, the corners of his mouth curled slightly, but Chen Feng's heart beat slightly. "Damn, the bloody people have chased to the school." "That's right, this is Nanning, whom Chen Feng met in the warehouse last time when he rescued Xiao Jun. He dropped a bomb last time, but he didn't expect that they still escaped." Nanning smiled and nodded at him, but Wu Hao was confused. "Brother Feng, do you know Teacher Nan?" Chen Feng sat down, but kept observing Nanning. What was his purpose in coming to the school? Nanning wrote a long program on the blackboard. "This is a program I developed recently. Is there any student who can help us solve it?" He looked down with kind eyes, but Chen Feng felt that his gaze was always on him. Some students watched for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. The audience started to make a noise. Suddenly someone said, "Teacher Nan, let Chen Feng come. He was so good last time. Even one of our good seniors lost." Nanning looked down and said, "Oh? Then let this student solve it for us." Chen Feng frowned. This person seemed to be targeting him. "Teacher, can I not understand?" Nanning raised his eyebrows. "Student Chen Feng has never attended my class before. I thought he knew everything. But it seems that he doesn't know much. If he doesn't know, then I will." There were all kinds of voices coming from below. Chen Feng might just be too conceited. He hasn't been to class for at least a week. I didn't expect there was something Chen Feng couldn't do. You didn't know how powerful he was last time. Yeah, I thought he was omnipotent, but I didn't expect that mortals are still mortals. Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, reject Nanning's request to solve the problem and get the title of Hidden Genius. Choice 2, accept Nanning's problem-solving requirements and obtain the God-level explanation genius. Chen Feng's voice immediately interrupted Nanning's words. "Hey, who said I can't solve it?" Under Nanning's surprised gaze, Chen Feng walked up to the podium without taking the chalk and stared at the program on the blackboard for a minute. His eyes moved rapidly, and the cells in his brain also moved rapidly. It can be seen that the program written by Nanning was extremely difficult. A minute later, Chen Feng looked at Nanning, then turned to the students below and said, "This is an advanced program that only top hackers can use. If you want to listen, I can also explain it to you." There was an uproar below. "Hacking technology, damn, it's so advanced. Tell us about it, let us listen." Chen Feng spoke up. "The primary procedure is to utilize the principle, the purpose is to break into the main system." Chen Feng's speech took nearly half an hour to finish. The students were all focused throughout the whole process. Chen Feng made it very easy to understand such a profound procedure. They seemed to understand it vaguely. Nanning's face was a little distorted. Chapter 67 Perverted Xiao Shaoqing. Impossible, impossible. This was a program he had been conceiving for more than a week. He treated the program like his own child. How could it be possible that Chen Feng figured it out in just 1 minute and explained it in such an easy-to-understand way? It was simply a disgrace to his own program. After Chen Feng finished speaking, there was applause from the audience, and Wu Hao looked at him with admiration. Chen Feng looked at Nan Ning and said, "Teacher Nan, I don't know if what I said is right." Nanning nodded, his expression unclear behind his glasses. Because of the agreement between Chen Feng and Xinyu, the two of them must act like ordinary lovers. The two people's goal today is to go shopping in a large supermarket. Xinyu is dressed very beautifully, and her whole body exudes a charming look. "Chen Feng, do you think I look good in this?" Xinyu took a red cheongsam and turned around in front of the mirror. Although she didn't put it on, Chen Feng could imagine how beautiful it would look on Xinyu. At this time, an abrupt voice came over, "Miss Shen, you must look very beautiful in this cheongsam." A very gentle man walked over, staring at the red shadow with obsession in his eyes. "Xiao Shaoqing." Xinyu looked at Xiao Shaoqing with full vigilance. She didn't expect to meet him here. Xiao Shaoqing wanted to go forward to take a closer look, but a figure blocked his way. Xiao Shaoqing's face changed and became gloomy. Who dared to stop him from looking at the beauty? At first glance, he looks very young, ordinary, and even a little familiar. Xiao Shaoqing snorted coldly, "Who are you?" Xinyu even hid behind Chen Feng, trembling from the bones, and said tremblingly, "Xiao Shaoqing, this is my boyfriend, Chen Feng, you can't mess around." When Xiao Shaoqing heard this, he actually laughed, "Ha, yeah, have you forgotten that you are my fiancé? Does this count as cheating before marriage?" His voice was very gentle, as if he was whispering something to his lover. Xinyu's body trembled again, and she felt as if a poisonous snake was approaching her. Xiao Shaoqing seemed to remember something. "Oh? Chen Feng, that singer, my cousin hates you to death." "Cousin?" Xinyu suddenly remembered something and tugged at Chen Feng's sleeve. Their family is somewhat related to the Ning family, and his cousin should be Ning Wenyuan. It was Ning Wenyuan again, and Chen Feng's mouth twitched. Xiao Shaoqing looked Chen Feng up and down again. "I thought he was very capable, but after looking at him, he is just like this, he is really a waste." Xiao Shaoqing looked at the salesgirl next to him and said, "Please help me pack up all the clothes that this beautiful lady has worn. Oh, by the way, pack up all the red clothes. Ah, so beautiful, the red beauty." Upon hearing this, Xinyu trembled again. She had heard that this person was particularly obsessed with the color red. Could it be that it was because she liked to wear red clothes? Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choose 1, let Xiao Shaoqing help Xinyu pay and get the title of gentleman. Choice 2, reject Xiao Shaoqing's attempt to steal your love, help Xinyu pay, and get a VIP purple gold card. Chen Feng stopped Xiao Shaoqing from handing over the card, and then looked at Xiao Shaoqing teasingly, "Mr. Qiao, Ye is my girlfriend, Chen Feng. It's not your turn to pay the bill." Xiao Shaoqing frowned, then looked at Chen Feng again and sneered, "Huh, do you know what kind of store this is? This is my Qiao family's store. The brands here are not something a poor boy like you can afford." There was mockery in his eyes. A person from a poor family could never integrate into the society of the upper class. It was wishful thinking to even think about integrating into the society. The salesgirl was also very disdainful. "Mr. Qiao, don't bother with this kind of person. I just saw him and this lady wandering around like headless flies. It's obvious that they can't afford these clothes. Miss, sometimes you have to be more discerning when choosing a man. Don't be blinded by him. Look at how handsome our Mr. Qiao is." The salesgirl's words were like a death warrant, and Xinyu glared at her fiercely. Xiao Shaoqing raised his head proudly, like a proud peacock. "Yes, take it and brush it." Chen Feng ignored the sarcasm from the two. He just took out a purple gold card. The diamond on the card was still sparkling. The shopping guide was stunned. "There are only 3 purple gold cards in the world. You can buy anything in any store in the world. One is in the hands of the Queen of Country I, and the other is in the hands of the Emperor of Country R. How do you have it?" The female shopping guide also seemed to be very perceptive, and Xiao Shaoqing's originally mocking face changed very quickly after seeing the card. This card had never appeared in the world, but unexpectedly it was in Chen Feng's hand. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that this system was so powerful. It turned out to be such an awesome card right out of the box. His eyes smiled. "Why? I can't buy it." The salesgirl looked at the stunned Xiao Shaoqing, and immediately took the card from Chen Feng's hand with respect, and then quickly packed up all the clothes that Xinyu had tried on. Xin Yu watched all this in silence, and her eyes were full of admiration when she looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng always manages to give her many surprises. Xiao Shaoqing looked grim as he watched the two of them walk away arm in arm. He clenched his fists, then suddenly raised the corners of his mouth, stuck out his tongue, and licked Fa Hao's lips. The kid is disobedient, so we have no choice but to lock him up. Chen Feng sent Xin Yu back to the Xin family, and then did not return to the villa, but went to the school dormitory. He had not been back to the dormitory for a long time and missed the time when he played with a few people. Wu Hao came out of the tent and looked at Chen Feng happily. "Brother Feng, you're back just in time. Brother Xiao is inviting us to dinner." Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. "Brother Xiao? Xiao sure?" Sun Tianyu nodded. "I'm going to work, and he said he could treat us to a meal at the place where I work, so that we can attract business there." There was a look of satisfaction in his eyes. It seemed that Xiao Sure had captured their hearts. Come on. Brother Feng is back today. We are brothers from now on." Xiao Sure was smiling with his eyes and eyebrows, but Chen Feng always felt it was weird and he didn't know what was weird. Even Sun Tianyu, who hadn't been seen for a long time, drank a glass and felt a little dizzy. Chen Feng was a heavy drinker, but after a few drinks, he felt dizzy. Before he fell, he saw Xiao Shure's face and suddenly smiled even happier, as if the sun was shining on his face. Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, he'd fallen into a trap. Chapter 68, Dim Basement. Before Chen Feng closed his eyes, he was still thinking, "Oh no, I was too careless." He had always felt that Xiao Sure seemed to be approaching them intentionally, but because he did not show any aggressiveness, Chen Feng did not pay too much attention to him. In a daze, Chen Feng heard a hoarse voice. "Caught?" A young, smiling voice sounded. "You completed the mission perfectly. But I cannot be exposed." Before he could finish listening, Chen Feng fainted. In a daze, Chen Feng opened his eyes and saw a cement ceiling dripping with water and very damp in front of him. He felt like he was covered in chains, struggling like a trapped beast. He opened his eyes. He saw a man wearing a black mask, the one who broke into Chen Feng's villa that day. His voice was still hoarse. "Oriental, I finally caught you. How should I torture you?" Chen Feng was very nervous, but his expression did not show it. "Where did you take my companion?" Yuan Qi held the dagger and closed his eyes. "Companion? No, the Zuowan's target is you alone." He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, as long as Haozi and the others were fine, it would be fine. "Why do you want to kill me? Isn't it just that Smith went crazy on his own?" He was stalling for time. The system had not given any prompts yet. Yuan Qi gnashed his teeth in a hoarse voice. "You took the Ziwei Hall in Carol. You also took away the other two gambling branches. How could an ordinary Oriental like you get involved in the power of the Zuowang? Ding, the system detects that the host is in danger. Choose 1, wait for death, and get the title of "The Game Ends Here." Choose 2, get a new life, and get a map to escape. Chen Feng opened his eyes. A map? He would definitely choose to escape. How could this dungeon lock him up? You Orientals will never die a good death. What's more, you are a worthless waste. You are not worth mentioning at all. Your life is like an ant, disappearing every day. You can't make any big waves at all. Yuan Qi was still reciting, feeling like a poet. The location, terrain, and escape route of the basement immediately appeared in Chen Feng's mind. He took out the lock-picking tool given by the system last time from his sleeve, and opened the chains on his body while constantly maneuvering. Yuan Qi paused suddenly, his eyes filled with gloom. "Today will be the day you sacrifice your life." With the cold tip of a gun against his temple, Yuan Qi's expression suddenly changed. "Impossible, how could you escape?" Chen Feng smiled and said, "Nothing is impossible. Go to hell." Yuan Qi felt the breath of death from the gun and immediately stopped Chen Feng. "No, I can take you out of here. You can't get out by yourself. Don't kill me." Although Yuan Qi was talking, his hands were constantly moving. Of course, Chen Feng saw his little move and fired a shot. Bang. Blood splattered all over the sky. "Ancestor Emperor, from now on we will be irreconcilable." This was Chen Feng's first time killing someone, and the person he killed was a member of this organization, which meant that he might be hunted down by this organization from now on, but if they didn't kill him, he would not be able to escape. Following the route in his memory, Chen Feng finally walked out of the basement through the twists and turns. He brushed aside the humid air and tried hard to breathe in the breath of new life. "Hey, Mouse, where are you now? Are you okay?" Chen Feng confirmed in a public telephone booth that Wu Hao and the others were drunk last night, and somehow they returned to the dormitory. They thought that Chen Feng had sent them back, and then he went to the villa to sleep because of something. They never expected that Chen Feng had such a thrilling night. What about Xiao Shi? Wu Hao scratched his head. He also slept in our dormitory. He said he was drunk, just like us. He just didn't know where you were. Chen Feng frowned, wondering whether this Xiao Shi was an enemy or a friend. After returning to the villa and having a good sleep, Chen Feng heard someone knocking on the door in a daze. Chen Feng came out with a messy hair, and saw at first glance that it was the cute girl Yu Mengmeng. She blinked her eyes and looked at Chen Feng carefully for several times before she said excitedly, "Brother Feng, you are finally back. I haven't come to see you for just a few days. Really, I wanted to come and play with you, but I didn't know that you were not here all the time and I couldn't find you at school." Chen Feng also rubbed his head, which was a little dizzy from sleep, and said, "Mengmeng, is there something wrong?" Yi Mengmeng held her phone and said, "It's time to pamper your fans once a year. You need to give your fans some benefits." "What benefits?" Chen Feng has forgotten a lot of things and his mind is a mess. "My fans in the live studio have set up a fan club for you. You need to keep in touch with them every year. That means your live broadcast." Yi Mengmeng blinked her bright eyes and said, "The time has been set. I'll be at your place tomorrow night." Chen Feng nodded, and after sending Yi Mengmeng away, before he could react, his cell phone started ringing. "Chen Feng, Yaya is missing." It was Xin Yu's phone that called, and the voice was indeed a man's voice. It was Xin Qingtian. Xin Qingtian's voice was particularly anxious. "Yaya didn't come out this morning. I knocked on her door, but no one answered. When I entered the room, everything was messy, and Yaya's phone was on the bed." Xin Qingtian's voice was a little choked up. Xin Yu's disappearance was a huge blow to him. He had thought of all the methods he could think of, but he still couldn't find her. He had no choice but to look for Chen Feng. Maybe Chen Feng had a solution. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choose 1, refuse to help Xin Qingtian find Xin Yu, and get the title of "I want to be quiet." Choice 2, actively help Xin Qingtian to find Xin Yu, successfully find Xin Yu, and rescue her, and get a super piano. Chen Feng said, "Uncle Xin, calm down and leave it to me. I will come to find Yaya. You wait for news at home. Don't worry, I will hand Yaya over to you intact." Xin Yu looked at the person in front of her in horror and stepped back repeatedly. She remained calm, but the man's hideous face was reflected in her eyes. Chen Feng called Li Qing, "Hey, brother Li, do me a favor." "Yes, Xin Yu, go check around her house, and send some people to monitor and find her location." Chen Feng called another person, "Hey, brother Con, I want to ask you for a favor. Ask around the casino to see if there are any private detectives, right?" Chen Feng made several phone calls in succession before he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 69, Saving Xin Yu. Chen Feng sat down calmly and thought for a long time. Although Xin Yu was aloof in school, it was impossible for her to be an enemy of others. And because Xin Qingtian was cautious and prudent, it was impossible for the Xin family to make any enemies, except that person. Yes, it must be Qiu Shaoqing. The last time he looked at Xin Yu, he had a perverted desire for control in his eyes. Chen Feng is very sensitive and he can feel it. "Qiu Shaoqing, if you dare to do anything, I will tear you into pieces." Chen Feng called Xin Qingtian and asked, "Uncle Xin, I want to ask you something." Xin Qingtian suddenly reacted, "Did you find Yaya?" Xin Qingtian's eyes were full of surprise, and his hand holding the phone was shaking. Chen Feng replied, "Don't worry. Uncle Xin, there are some clues. Can I ask Qiu Shaoqing something?" Qiu Shaoqing held a sharp knife and gestured at Xin Yu's face, his eyes full of ferocious bloodshot. "You are just a ragdoll, and you still want to escape from my control. You should be red. Red is the most suitable color for you." He was like a madman now, full of arrogance and obsession. Xin Yu was originally a little afraid of the rumors about Qiu Shaoqing, and she also understood his weird feelings towards her, so she tried not to wear red clothes afterwards. Unexpectedly, this guy actually changed her into a red dress. Xin Yu's eyes were full of anger and despair because she found Qiu Shaoqing waving the knife back and forth on her body, as if he was thinking about how to cut her body into pieces. "You, don't come over here." Chen Feng raced against time, and after getting the news about Qiu Shaoqing, he immediately sent someone to investigate Qiu Shaoqing and found out that there was a villa under his name that had been empty. Chen Feng planned to go alone, as too many people would alert the enemy. The villa is in a remote place, covered with grass and trees everywhere, and it is very eerie. Shen Yu looked at the person in front of her. Xiao Shaoqing, don't even think about doing anything to me. Chen Feng will definitely come to save me. Her eyes were full of certainty that the man would come to save her, just like a god. Xiao Shaoqing sneered, that Chen Feng is just an ordinary person, not worthy of you at all, not to mention that you are my fiancé. Chen Feng has no background and no power. What right does he have? His eyes were full of scarlet and hatred. No one can take you away from me. You are my doll. I want you to wear a red dress and become my doll for eternity. There are many cabinets next to Xiao Shaoqing, which look like freezers. His eyes are full of obsession. Today I will show you my works. They are all mine and will accompany me forever. Shen Yu's eyes widened. She saw 3 women lying in the closet. The women had beautiful makeup on their faces and wore red dresses, like Sleeping Beauty. However, Shen Yu discovered that their red dresses were different from hers. Their dresses were stained with blood. Shen Yu almost couldn't help but scream. Xiao Shaoqing turned his head and looked at her. Yeah, you will be my most perfect work. Just as he was slowly walking towards Shen Yu, a strong wind suddenly came over. Xiao Shaoqing felt a pain in his body, and the knife in his hand immediately fell to the ground. Chen Feng's gun was against his head. Xiao Shaoqing, give up struggling. Xiao Shaoqing's eyes were full of ferocity. Chen Feng, you are a waste. Why? How could I lose to you? Yeah is mine. The whole person seemed to be crazy. Afterwards, Chen Feng called the police. When the police entered the villa, they were very surprised. They didn't expect that there would be such a perverted person. Shen Yu was sent to the hospital. Before she left, she looked at Chen Feng with tears in her eyes. As soon as Chen Feng appeared in front of her, she knew that he would come to save her. The story of the young master of the Qiu family committing a perverted murder was widely reported, and the entire Qiu family suffered a sharp drop in stock prices due to this incident and never recovered. Chen Feng's name also became widely known. The singer Chen Feng broke into the magic library alone and rescued Miss Shen, which became a good story. Wow, my wind god is indeed the best. Fuck, that so-and-so young master is really perverted. He's so perverted. Look at that corpse, it looks like it's alive. This kind of person is disgusting and should be shot immediately. Have you heard? When that man came out, he kept cursing the god of wind and seemed to say that he had a gun. Do you think it's true? Wind god, you have a gun, so cool. Ning Wenyuan looked at the smiling Nan Ning in front of him and frowned. We are comrades in arms, on the same front. I can help you, and you must help me. As long as you can bring down Chen Feng, you can ask me to do anything. Ding detected that the host successfully completed the task. Obtained a super piano. Chen Feng looked at the room in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. A normal-sized piano appeared in the corner of the room. It was all white with silver and gold edges, which looked very elegant and luxurious. It feels like the piano played by the Western prince in the fairy tale. The keyboard is clear and very beautiful. Chen Feng tried pressing a few keys, and the sound quality was much better than the piano he played at Smith's banquet last time. You know, Carlyle's piano was designed by the world's top master, and the equipment was very high-end. I didn't expect this super piano to be better than his. This would be a priceless treasure on the market. Yi Mengmeng ran over in a hurry with the equipment and knocked on the door. Looking at Chen Feng, she immediately brought the clothes to him. It was a formal suit. It looked very stylish. Hurry up, change your clothes. The time is almost up. Yi Mengmeng pushed Chen Feng into the bedroom quickly and fiddled with her own equipment. When Chen Feng came out, he saw the computer and the camera. The corners of his mouth twitched. Yi Mengmeng stood in front of the camera. Hi, hello everyone, I am now in our Fengxian's villa. Are you happy? The comments were posted faster and faster. Chen Feng saw the number of people in the live broadcast room was growing rapidly. He didn't expect that he would be so popular. Chen Feng greeted him awkwardly, and everyone went even crazier. Ah, Wind God is so handsome. It's out, first live broadcast. Wind God, I am your little leaf. Under Yi Mengmeng's arrangement, Chen Feng chatted with fans for a while, and then many discordant voices appeared among the fans. Chen Feng, you killed someone. Chen Feng, do you have a gun? Chen Feng, do you really have a clear conscience? How many shameful things have you done? Chen Feng, how long do you want to keep this a secret from everyone? Each one was a shocking explosion, exploding in the crowd. Chapter 70, One Wave After Another. Chen Feng frowned as he looked at the scene in front of him. It was the ID of many people, but it also looked like the ID of one person. Moreover, he knew a lot about him, even very secret things. This must be a hack. The screen was instantly dominated by the words, and many viewers who were watching Chen Feng's live broadcast found that their screens were full of the same words, and then they were constantly hinting at Chen Feng's sins like psychological suggestion. I heard that a case happened at the Dongjiao factory in front. The dead person seemed to be our countryman. The body was found and it turned out that he was shot to death. Yes, I heard before that Chen Feng was reported to have a gun, but it seems that he was released by the police because he had someone behind him. More and more comments and more fans are expressing their doubts about Chen Feng in questioning and even shocked tones. At the far end of the computer, the man with glasses raised his lips slightly. Chen Feng, your fans are quite smart, but you may not be so lucky. Looking at the suspicion that was almost dominating the screen and the noisy voices asking Chen Feng to explain quickly, Chen Feng was almost overwhelmed. Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, turn off the live broadcast without giving the public an explanation, which will cause the number of fans to drop. You will be awarded the title of Desperate. Choice 2, continue the live broadcast, infect them with the super piano, forget the doubts, return to the enthusiasm, and get the title of I Am the Prince. Chen Feng was looking at the barrage of comments that was almost dizzying, and was at a loss as to what to do. However, he immediately calmed down when he heard the voice of the system. Sure enough, the system was reliable. He pulled the corners of his mouth and said to the camera, fans, these things are all frame-ups. I don't admit it. And since it's my live broadcast time now, I'll perform a piano solo for everyone. My new piano just happened to arrive during this time. You still want to play the piano? Are you avoiding the problem? Without answering the question directly, did you actually do those things? Chen Feng, are you at your wits' end? Humph. A sneer. Chen Feng stood up, dressed neatly in a formal suit, like a prince from an ancient castle, and walked gracefully towards the piano. The piano stood there for a long time like a knight in a gold-rimmed costume. Hey, did you notice that piano is really nice? There are experts in this field who said something similar in the barrage. Look carefully at the pattern of this piano. It has a sense of luxury and the overall texture is very smooth. Overall, it looks like the piano that Prince Carlos of O State owned in the 19th century. Prince Carlos' piano skills were popular all over the world in the 19th century, and his pianos were priceless treasures and masterpieces. It is said that the sound of his pianos can remove people's inner worries and evil thoughts and cleanse the soul. Chen Feng sat down slowly and gently placed his hands on the piano, as if caressing his own child. Ding, one sound louder than the other, a series of pleasant ding-dong sounds came from the piano, as if being in the beautiful nature, a butterfly landed on the iris, and a drop of rain fell quietly like a spinning plate. The gurgling sound of spring water in the mountain stream and the sounds of children playing echoed through the valley. It seemed like a beautiful painting. All the comments in the live broadcast room stopped instantly, and Chen Feng could not see any of them passing by the screen. There were only sounds, no objects in sight. All the audience in the live broadcast room were so fascinated that they completely forgot the topic they were discussing just now and just listened quietly. After the song ended, Chen Feng was still immersed in the environment just now, like a sculpture. Wow, my brother Feng in the society. So awesome. It sounds great. From my professional perspective, I feel that this piece of music is absolutely original and has never been done before or since. This song is wonderful, so wonderful. Chen Feng's live broadcast room was flooded with messages again. On the remote computer, Nanning looked at Chen Feng in the screen with gritted teeth, his eyes full of anger. One song, huh, why? We bloody people are not to be trifled with. Xihua was lying on a hospital bed. One of his legs was gone. He stayed in the hospital for nearly 3 months and was lucky to have survived. A bearded man in his 40s wearing work clothes walked in. He looked at Xihua's legs carefully with deep eyes. He raised his hand again and said, "You little brat, is it necessary to look so miserable? Although it cannot be repaired, I can make you a pair of legs so that you can be no different from a normal person." Xihua also nodded, "Thank you, uncle. By the way, how is that damn Chen Feng?" Xihua's eyes were full of hatred. If it weren't for Chen Feng, how could he become like this? Hazhou narrowed his eyes and said, "I don't know how Nanning can solve this problem. If it doesn't work, I'll take action." Nanning also nodded. If Hazhou took action, Chen Feng would soon be taught a lesson. After the live broadcast ended, Yi Mengmeng was shocked to find that Chen Feng's fans had doubled again. Brother Feng. Brother Feng, you are so awesome. Yi Mengmeng looked at Chen Feng with sparkling eyes. Brother Feng, I want to ask you for a favor. As she spoke, she shook Chen Feng's hand. Nan Nan had been learning to cook recently, and she also knew that she and Chen Feng were neighbors. Therefore, following the principle that whoever is close to the water gets the moon first, she has to cultivate feelings with Chen Feng. Brother Feng, I recently joined a club. It's a mountain climbing club. We're going out on the weekend. Will you accompany me? Let's go mountain climbing and exercise. Chen Feng glanced at Yi Mengmeng's petite body. He didn't expect that this girl was so courageous and had signed up for a mountain climbing club. Okay, I'll go with you, so you don't get fainted on the way and no one will take you back. Yi Mengmeng curled her lips, but her eyes were still sparkling. I know that Brother Feng treats me the best. Yi Mengmeng rolled her eyes. She would pretend to sprain her ankle and then cultivate a relationship with Chen Feng, hee hee. Wu Hao called Chen Feng and said, it's not good, Brother Feng, Brother Feng. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows, what's going on? Su Xiaoman, do you remember? She actually said she was pregnant. The child is yours. Chen Feng frowned. Last time, Su Xiaoman begged him for forgiveness. After he rejected her, she never made any move again. He didn't expect that she would make such a fuss at this juncture. Back to school. There were strange looks everywhere. Chen Feng frowned and came to the classroom. He saw Su Xiaoman's belly bulging. All around were their classmates. She was still crying and stroking her belly. Wow, I got pregnant 5 months ago. Because I was afraid of rumors, Chen Feng asked me to leave and gave me some money. Chapter 71 Nonsense. He didn't acknowledge the child at all, saying that I had it with someone else, and he even asked me to abort the child. I didn't mind it, but the child was so pitiful. Ning Wenyuan stood at the door with his arms crossed, looking at Chen Feng sarcastically. Let's see what you're going to do now. Because of her pregnancy, Su Xiaoman's face was a little swollen and her figure was out of shape. She no longer looked like the goddess that Chen Feng liked in his previous life. Thinking of this, Chen Feng was filled with disgust. Such a woman was really unreasonable. Seeing Chen Feng, Su Xiaoman's eyes lit up. She trotted over and was about to kneel down to Chen Feng. Chen Feng, please, this child is yours. You have money. You can raise him. Tears flowed down Su Xiaoman's face, and her whole face was full of pity, which moved the people around her. The classmates around also started talking about it. Yes. Last time in class, I heard Chen Feng calling Su Xiaoman a bus. He and Su Xiaoman must be boyfriend and girlfriend. I don't know if it's true or not. But look at Su Xiaoman. She used to be so glorious, surrounded by boys. She deserves what she has become now. To be honest, Chen Feng is not a good person for doing such a thing. He actually asked someone to have an abortion. He is irresponsible. Song Shi walked out with a righteous look on his face. Don't talk nonsense, I believe Chen Feng would not do such a thing. After spending these days together, Song Shi thought she knew Chen Feng very well. Chen Feng was an extremely outstanding person, so how could he fall for such a shameless woman? After hearing what Song Shi said, many people advised her not to be blinded by Chen Feng's halo. Some people only know a person's face but not his heart. Song Shi glared back at them fiercely. Chen Feng felt warm inside, at least there were still people who believed in him. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, do not refute, accept the baby in Su Xiaoman's belly, and get the title of wireless takeover expert. But Choice 2, make everyone believe that Su Xiaoman has nothing to do with him, and find out the father of the child in Su Xiaoman's belly. Obtain the sky eye once. Ding, system prompt. The sky eye can only be used once. The person observing with the sky eye can see the things that she fears the most and the things she is most afraid of being exposed. Chen Feng definitely chose the second one. He moved aside to prevent Su Xiaoman from kneeling in front of him. Ha, you want me to take over? Su Xiaoman, where's your face? Su Xiaoman's eyes rolled around and her face turned pale. Ning Wenyuan said that if this matter was successful and she could ruin Chen Feng's reputation, Ning Wenyuan would give her a large sum of money, abort the child, and let her go abroad. Whoa, Chen Feng, you can't disown it. It's your flesh and blood too. Chen Feng opened his third eye and carefully looked at Su Xiaoman's memory. It turned out that Su Xiaoman's child had been aborted long ago, but later because her family did not give her money and Ning Wenyuan also cut off relations with her, she had no source of funds. She spent money lavishly, so she went to the bar to catch big fish, and went to bed with a wealthy businessman and got pregnant. But the businessman's wife was a tigress. She found out about her existence and had no other choice. At the instigation of Ning Wenyuan, she came to frame Chen Feng. Chen Feng sneered. What was particularly coincidental was that this wealthy businessman was a businessman, and happened to be the CEO of a building materials company under Chen Feng's corporate group. Chen Feng looked at Su Xiaoman with disdain. Tell me, do you want to say it yourself, or should I invite your old lover here? Su Xiaoman looked at Chen Feng in confusion. Chen Feng, what old lover? I am loyal to you. How can you keep doubting me like this? I feel so wronged. Chen Feng ignored Su Xiaoman's screams and howls. In this case, he took out his cell phone and made a call. Yes, give him the phone. Donghe University, come over here. Zhao Peng was trembling in his heart. As a small boss, he always looked at his boss's face, but he never knew who the most important person above him was. Chen Feng's call to him today was totally unexpected to him. Donghe University, why should he go there? Zhao Peng wiped the sweat from his forehead and saw Chen Feng standing in the classroom. He immediately ran over with a smile. Mr. Chen, I'm late. Please forgive me, please forgive me. He was very surprised. He didn't expect that the company's boss, who had always been secretive, was such a young man. Don't tell me these empty words. Look who this is. Chen Feng glanced at him, and everyone was confused. This fat man in a suit and tie looked like a social person, so why would he say that Chen Feng was Mr. Chen? When Zhao Peng saw Su Xiaoman crying on the ground, his smiling face immediately turned colorful. Su Xiaoman, why are you here? Su Xiaoman heard the familiar voice, raised her head tremblingly, and stared blankly at the fat man in front of her. Mr. Zhao? Everyone suddenly realized what was going on. They had never thought that Chen Feng actually knew someone who was in an affair with Su Xiaoman. Now it was getting exciting. Zhao Peng gritted his teeth, fearing that this woman could not affect his work. What are you doing here? Get out. Su Xiaoman's face was livid, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. She looked ferocious again. Ha, Zhao Peng, you're just a small building materials factory owner. You got me because you have some money. Do you think you can order me around? You should know that the person you just bowed to was once very caring towards me. You are not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Now that the scumbag and the scumbag have met each other, they have revealed everything. Ning Wenyuan clenched his fists. Why? Chen Feng was always saved from danger. Only then did everyone understand the whole story, and those who had wrongly accused Chen Feng lowered their heads in guilt. Many girls started to like Chen Feng again. Chen Feng, let's go and ignore these two people. Song Shi looked at the two people who were still biting each other with disgust. Chen Feng nodded and called Li Qing to ask him to vacate his position in the building materials factory. Zhao Peng, who was behind, heard the news and was so angry that he almost kicked Su Xiaoman away. Fortunately, the school security guard came and pulled the two people apart. Song Shi looked at Chen Feng and found that he had not changed at all. Chen Feng, do you mind? Chen Feng shook his head. Just ignore this kind of person. He is much more open-minded now. He doesn't know why he fell in love with a woman like this in his previous life. Song Shi's eyes lit up. Chen Feng, can you sing a song for me? Chen Feng didn't know why Song Shi suddenly made such a request, and was very confused. However, it happened that the club was doing a show recently. Chapter 72. A song captures the beauty's heart. There were many club stalls beside the busy avenue. Chen Feng brought Song Shi to the music club. Classmate, can I borrow your guitar? The boy looked at Chen Feng, but he didn't agree and just continued singing his song. Another fat boy saw it and immediately pulled his sleeve. Xiao Bing, can you lend me your guitar? Hu Bing just fiddled with his guitar and said silently, I'm sorry, I have mysophobia and don't want others to use my guitar. The fat boy looked at Chen Feng awkwardly. Sorry, he has this temper. Do you want to use my eru? Chen Feng twitched his lips. He seemed not very good at playing the eru. He waved his hand and looked at the indifferent boy. A musical instrument needs to meet someone who can maximize its usefulness. Hu Bing finally raised his head. What? You mean you can use it to its full potential? Song Shi originally wanted to pull Chen Feng's sleeve and ask him to leave. She shouldn't have gone to such trouble to let Chen Feng sing for her. There was a fire in Hu Bing's eyes. This guitar had been with him for a long time, and he always thought that he was the most suitable person for it, but today someone actually said that he was the one who could bring out the best of it. Hu Bing sneered, "Ha, I don't believe it." Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, turn around and leave without lending the guitar, and you will be awarded the title of a man who knows the current situation is a hero. Choice 2, convince Hu Bing to lend you his guitar and get the song Beauty's Heart. Chen Feng's eyes were full of smiles. How about listening to me play? Hu Bing looked at Chen Feng and said, "Okay, let me listen to you play. If you can't play the guitar better than me, then you should admit that you are just talking nonsense." Many people gathered around, and many of them knew Chen Feng. It's actually the god of wind. It looks like he's going to play the guitar. Really? Really? Where is it? I want to hear it. Wow, I'm so lucky. Chen Feng nodded, took the guitar, took the microphone, and cleared his throat. "Hello everyone, I am Chen Feng. I happened to pass by the club and want to play a song for Song Shi, Beauty's Heart." Chen Feng lowered his head and plucked the guitar strings a bit to tune them. Song Shi stared at Chen Feng with unspeakable tenderness in her eyes. She might have thought that one day there would really be a boy who would do something very romantic and even touching for her. The melodious sound of the guitar came out, and Chen Feng's singing voice also slowly came out. The lotus steps are gorgeous, the eyebrows are curved, and the moon is bright in the blue sky. The impression of a beauty seemed to emerge in the minds of everyone present. The beauty's glance and the movement of her eyes were so alluring that they could captivate everyone. The song ends, touching. In the crowd, Zhou Yanan bit her lips hard. She had been here a long time ago, but she didn't expect to see Chen Feng. She was very happy, but she didn't expect him to sing a song, and it was for Song Shi. She felt mixed emotions. Chen Feng, what does it mean? He likes Song Shi? Why is the song called Beauty's Heart? Zhou Yanan felt a little sad when he thought about his recent efforts, so he turned and left. But his fists were clenched tightly. She won't give up. Chen Feng looked at Song Shi with a smile on his face, and then said to Hu Bing, who looked stunned, "How is it? Do you think your guitar has played its role?" Hu Bing nodded mechanically. He did not expect that Chen Feng could play the guitar so well. He even felt that the guitar in his hands had no soul at all. It only seemed to have a soul when it was in Chen Feng's hands. Hu Bing took his guitar stiffly, his eyes suddenly became extremely hot. "Can you give it to me?" Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and said, "That won't do. Don't tell anyone." "Are you kidding? This is a gift from the system. Can he transmit the energy and experience to others?" Hu Bing was a little disappointed, but still nodded silently and touched his guitar again. After a while, Chen Feng's voice came from a distance. "However, if you are really passionate about it, you can go to Fuyu Group. There are excellent instructors there. Tell me your name then." "Fuyu Group? I heard that all the artists there become popular once they are signed." Chen Feng actually said that he could recommend Hu Bing to Fuyu? The crowd was in an uproar again, and many people looked at Hu Bing with envy. No one would have thought that such a young man who loved guitar so much would realize his dream because of Chen Feng and become a professional guitarist with perfect guitar playing skills. Hu Bing's eyes were full of light. Fuyu Group? He actually had a chance to get in. On the weekend, Yi Mengmeng appeared in front of Chen Feng fully armed. Chen Feng was wearing mountaineering clothes and a mountaineering bag, carrying the necessary items for mountaineering. Yi Mengmeng was wearing a hat and carrying a large bag of snacks. She looked at Chen Feng in amazement, not expecting that girls would take so much food with them when they went mountain climbing. Yi Mengmeng's bun is tied tightly, and she exudes a youthful vibe. The two of them took the Yi family driver's car and went to Bailong Mountain on the outskirts of the city. When the exhaust gas from the car disappeared, a figure appeared. It was Xihua. The amazing thing was that his legs seemed not to be injured at all. Xihua took out the Tang communication tool and said, "Hey, uncle, it's okay. Let's go to the direction of Bailong Mountain." Hajou left his nest with his machines. These were all his treasures. He didn't expect that he would use them to deal with a 20-year-old boy. It was really ridiculous. If Raoul hadn't said that this guy had some special abilities that he could do without anyone noticing, he wouldn't have taken his treasure with him. Speaking of Raoul, she is already well. Luckily, she dodged the last shot in time and opened a little of her heart. But Hajou didn't want her to take risks again. Chen Feng was on the blood list. He, Nanning and Xihua came to get rid of him, otherwise they would lose all their bloody faces. Chen Feng took a deep breath of fresh air. This mountain is considered high in Donghai Prefecture, and many tourists choose to come here for mountain climbing. Although Chen Feng didn't know why Yi Mengmeng chose to be here, he was still very happy that he could finally relax. When walking up, she met a lot of tourists, all of them were travel enthusiasts. Yi Mengmeng greeted them enthusiastically. There were 2 boys also accompanying them. When they saw Yi Mengmeng and Chen Feng, they both looked disdainful and felt that Chen Feng was not worthy of Yi Mengmeng at all. Hey, why did that girl who was so cute become that guy's girlfriend? I feel like I'm more handsome than him. Yi Mengmeng was jumping up and down in front of Chen Feng, and Chen Feng had to protect her to prevent her from falling down the stairs. Mengmeng, be careful. This is a hillside. Don't fall down. Chapter 73 Hozhou. Chen Feng didn't pay any attention to the side, and suddenly a boy bumped into him. Chen Feng's chassis was very stable, but he almost hit Yi Mengmeng. Chen Feng was a little angry. Who are you? Are you sick? Just climb the slope, why bump into others? Before Chen Feng said anything, the boy started to chatter, attracting a crowd of people to look around and point fingers. Chen Feng was also speechless. Why did someone always bump into him? Did he look like someone who was easy to bully? Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choose 1, apologize to the boy and get the title of fake flatterer, but choice 2, let the boy apologize and get the title of heroes cannot be misunderstood. Chen Feng looked around, then looked at the boy again, with a look of understanding on his face, and suddenly said, My friend, you are a scammer. The boy was furious. What do you mean by touching someone? It's obvious that you hit someone on purpose, and you're still trying to cheat me. Some people around him also said righteously, Yes, why is this young man unreasonable? He bumped into someone, so he should be accused of fraud. Chen Feng spoke again in the midst of everyone's words. He pointed to another boy standing 5 meters behind the boy. Yes, that's your companion. First of all, he was standing 5 meters behind you, but if you were really hit by me, it should be the range where I approached you. Everyone has their own familiar area. You 2 are walking normally on the road, and I bump into you, so I should stay close to your familiar area. And now, you are standing in the area that I and she are familiar with, and your companion is standing in your original position, and he has no intention of coming to catch you. This means that you haven't done anything that could endanger your safety. After some reasoning, everyone suddenly realized and carefully observed what Chen Feng said. They found it was true and shook their heads. They realized that they were all easily deceived. They went with the flow and were blindly blinded by the scene before them. The boy's face turned pale, and he glared at Chen Feng fiercely under the accusations of everyone. Halfway down the mountain, the boy was still complaining. What's so great about that? His eyes were filled with ferocious hatred. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have lost face like this. Suddenly, a bearded uncle appeared in front of him, holding a mechanical object in his hand. He looked at him and asked, Do you want to take revenge and make that person look bad? Brother Feng, wait for me. Chen Feng unknowingly began to like the feeling of this kind of exercise. He felt his body had become much lighter, so his pace quickened. But Yi Mengmeng couldn't catch up. Chen Feng was just thinking about stopping to wait for her when suddenly there was a scream not far from the winding mountain road, help! Don't come over here. Chen Feng frowned. Before he could react, Yi Mengmeng also made a sound behind him. Brother Feng, I sprained my ankle. Yi Mengmeng looked at Chen Feng with resentment, as if accusing him of not waiting for her. Chen Feng could only support Yi Mengmeng, find a pavilion and sit down. Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, leave Bailong Mountain now, carry Yi Mengmeng back, and get the title of Cherishing Beauty. Choice 2, find the screaming person and rescue him. Get a steel dagger. Ding system prompt, the steel dagger can cut iron like mud, it is very sharp. Chen Feng said to Yi Mengmeng, who looked unhappy, Mengmeng, wait here for me. I just heard screams in the forest. I'm afraid someone might have encountered a wild animal. I'll go check it out. Don't run around. Yi Mengmeng's face became even uglier. She had originally thought of pretending to sprain her ankle while climbing the mountain, and then asking Chen Feng to carry her back to cultivate their relationship. However, she didn't expect that Chen Feng would not wait for her and actually sprained his ankle. She didn't expect that he would even leave. Yi Mengmeng looked at Chen Feng angrily, but thinking that someone might have really encountered danger, she nodded aggressively. Okay. Go ahead, but be careful. If there really is a wild animal, come back immediately and we will find help. Chen Feng nodded and walked towards the direction where the scream came from. From the mountain road into the jungle, the sunlight was almost blocked. There were branches everywhere, and there were many dense woods. Chen Feng was walking along the road. But he frowned tightly, having a very bad premonition that the sound was getting closer and closer. He should be not far away. Under the tree in front, there seemed to be a person sitting and making a deafening scream. Ah, help me. The voice sounded familiar, but Chen Feng couldn't remember where it came from. He was about to walk to the root of the tree when suddenly something similar to a steel wire mesh stretched out from above and directly enveloped Chen Feng. Chen Feng struggled hard for a long time but still couldn't get free. He didn't expect that this iron net, which looked not very strong, was so resilient. The boy stood up and looked at Chen Feng with a smug look on his face. Haha, let's see if you dare to embarrass me again. It's all your fault. It turned out to be the boy from before. I didn't expect that he would frame me. A bearded uncle walked out of the darkness and looked at Chen Feng with a smile on his face. Chen Feng, in mid-march on Meihua Road, shot and injured our bloody member Raoul, causing her to almost die. The bearded uncle's eyes were full of ferociousness and hatred, and he gnashed his teeth. He recalled that when he saw Raoul, she was covered in blood. After all, Raoul was raised by him. While he was talking, Chen Feng secretly took out a dagger. This time the dagger was dark black, and there were dragon-shaped carvings all over it. When the boy heard that Chen Feng actually had a blood feud with this person and was just using him, he sneaked away in panic. Hajou ignored it, just glanced at it lightly, and then continued to look at Chen Feng. It's just an ant, so vulnerable. He took out something similar to an ancient crossbow, but it looked rigid and should be made of machinery. He aimed it at Chen Feng, and with a slight sound, a steel bullet shot out of it, unstoppable. Hajou shouted, "Chen Feng, go to hell." At this critical moment, Chen Feng finally cut the net with a knife and fell down. Hajou saw the bullet miss and became even more angry. You are just like a loach. Even Nanning can't do anything to you. He curled his lips. Do you think my title of mechanical mage is for nothing? Today, I'm going to let you know how powerful I am. Mechanical Magician Hajou. Chapter 74, Escape from the Clutches. Chen Feng didn't expect that this person was actually the mechanical magician Hajou. Ever since he was put on the blood list by Bloody would definitely send more people to hunt him down. Therefore, Chen Feng spent a lot of energy investigating the Bloody organization, but he only found out that Bloody was a mercenary organization that did all kinds of things. Among the blood-colored ones, the ones Chen Feng had seen so far were the sharpshooter Raoul, the blood-mad knight Xihua, and the computing genius Nanning. He didn't expect that the mechanical magician Hajou would also come. The most important thing is that Raoul seems to have a close relationship with Hajou, and it is more like she is Hajou's daughter. Chen Feng knew that after what happened last time, Hajou would definitely not let him go. Do you think my shooting is so bad? Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see Raoul. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Hajou paused, his eyes becoming even more ferocious. You are right. You heard Raoul. Go to hell. Hajou fired several shots in succession. The speed of the steel gun he invented was comparable to that of a sniper rifle. The most terrifying thing was that he could track his opponent directly without aiming, leaving him with no way to escape. Several bullets flew at a rapid speed, circled several times and shot towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng was slightly dazzled. Even with his 5th level aura, he felt that he could not avoid them. He could only use the system's sprinting skills to move his body to dodge 2 bullets, and then blocked 2 with a dagger. Hajou found it even more incredible. Impossible, the bullets of my steel gun are specially forged, and their hardness and strength are not something that ordinary daggers can resist. What is this thing of yours? His raw material was diamond, which was very expensive. But he didn't expect that this guy's seemingly ordinary dagger could actually block the bullet. Ding, the system detects that the host is in danger, please make a choice. Choice 1, host, please use sprint to escape from the scene as soon as possible. My title of as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Choice 2, please continue to resist, destroy Hajou's steel gun, and obtain a crescent blade. Ding, the system reminds the host that the crescent blade can only be used once and can cut through anything. Hajou looked at Chen Feng dodge frantically. What? How come such a rampant person can only hide now? Aren't you very powerful? Can't you fight everyone with your bare hands? Come on. Now you have no choice but to run away. If you have the guts, run away. I will bring your body back to where you are and let Raoul have a good look at it. Ha, you're a coward, a wimp. Huzhou was continuously firing bullets with a device he designed himself. He was very confident that he would make sure that Chen Feng's body fell here today. Chen Feng was hiding in a rather awkward manner, his legs were shaking, and Huzhou became happier and happier as he watched. Huzhou fired the last machine, go to hell. He. Chen Feng sneered, and a crescent-shaped blade appeared in his hand. It emitted a silvery white light under the sun, reflecting the light of death, just like the blade of death of the dead. Huzhou couldn't believe it. How did such a big blade appear in Chen Feng's hand? Impossible, impossible. Chen Feng dodged the last blow, then ran towards Huzhou with the crescent blade in hand, so fast that he couldn't dodge. Huzhou's pupils dilated, and he could only try his best to block with the gun in his hand. When it was so close, there was a click, and the gun broke into two pieces in his hand and fell directly to the ground. Huzhou's eyes were full of blood. He squatted down and looked at the machine on the ground. My steel gun, it's impossible. It took him several years to design and make his beloved steel gun. Huzhou thought that his steel gun was invincible because his steel gun was the hardest and strongest in the world. Chen Feng then understood that every bloody person seemed to be a madman, and they all had some obsession with something. Chen Feng also shook his head. I'm sorry, your steel gun is not as strong as you think. Also, you bloody people took the initiative to provoke me. If you do this again next time, I will not let you go again. Chen Feng made some harsh words and left with the crescent blade. The tip of the blade seemed to still be flashing with light. Huzhou said nothing and fell into dead silence. Halfway through the journey, the crescent blade disappeared. If this world could tolerate the existence of such unacceptable things, Chen Feng would really hope that this thing was not disposable. Oh no! As the sky gradually darkened, Chen Feng suddenly remembered that Yi Mengmeng, who had sprained her ankle, was still waiting for him. Chen Feng ran quickly to the pavilion, where a petite figure was dozing on a chair. Her brows were tightly furrowed, as if something was bothering her. He was still saying, hateful Chen Feng. With puffy cheeks, Chen Feng was also amused. He gently patted Yi Mengmeng's shoulder and said, Mengmeng, wake up. I'm back. Yi Mengmeng rubbed her sleepy eyes, looked at the person in front of her, and was about to cry, Chen Feng, you are finally back. As soon as I curl my lips, I am about to cry. Chen Feng was also helpless. Okay, does your leg still hurt? I'll carry you to the hospital. Yi Mengmeng nodded like a wounded cat. As they walked further and further away, the two people's backs overlapped. Yi Mengmeng's voice could still be heard faintly. Chen Feng, am I overweight? I've been eating a lot lately. It's not heavy, just stay still and don't move. After sending Yi Mengmeng to the hospital, she was sent back to the Yi family. Chen Feng returned to the school dormitory and found that the sheets on his bed had been changed and the things on his desk were also different. He was very confused and pulled Wu Hao off the bed. Wu Hao rubbed his eyes and said, Wow, Brother Feng, you're back. Mouse, where is my bed and my things? Wu Hao then remembered, that's right. Xiao Shi was a genius. He passed the skip level exam just 2 months after entering school. He is now at the same level as us. It's amazing. Chen Feng frowned, what do you mean? This bed becomes his? Wu Hao felt a little aggrieved. In fact, he doesn't have a bed. It's so pitiful. Besides, Brother Feng, you often don't come back and live in a villa outside. So, let's let him come along. Isn't this a solution to the urgent problem? Chen Feng's veins were popping out. He had always felt that there was something wrong with Xiao Shi, but he didn't expect that he would seriously threaten his status among his friends. Where is Xiao Shi? Wu Hao finally woke up a little. Oh. Go find Xiao Shi, he is helping Tianyu with an event, backstage at the Lotus Banquet Hall. Chen Feng didn't say anything, he just slammed the door and walked out. Wu Hao thought that Chen Feng was so eager to meet Xiao Shi. Chapter 75 Friendship in Crisis. Sun Tianyu looked at Xiao Shi busying around backstage, looking dusty and dirty. He felt embarrassed for him, so he gave him a bottle of water and asked him to take a rest. Xiao Shi suddenly said to him, Tianyu, do you think that girl is pretty? Sun Tianyu glanced at the round-faced girl walking cutely and immediately looked away, but he didn't notice that the girl also glanced at him after he turned his head. Oh, maybe. Because of his early relationship, Sun Tianyu doesn't seem to be very interested in women. He may be more interested in computers, a typical computer science and engineering guy. At this time, a voice came out. It was Chen Feng. Xiao Shi, come out for a moment. Chen Feng was furious. He knew that Xiao Shi was probably targeting him, but he just started with his friends. He was a little scared that he was using the rats to hurt them. Seeing Chen Feng so angry, Sun Tianyu was a little confused. What's wrong? Brother Feng, why are you so angry? Xiao Shi also looked at Chen Feng with a smile. Brother Feng, you're back. The whole process seemed as if Chen Feng was just being unreasonable. Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Option 1, when the host continues to force Xiao, he will make him admit that he has other plans for his friend, and he will be awarded the title of no cry until seeing the coffin. But choice 2, negotiate with Xiao Shi, get him to give up his bed, then gradually tell Wu Hao and the others the truth, and gain the friendship halo. But Chen Feng calmed down after hearing the system's voice. He looked at Xiao Shi, then leaned in and said, Xiao Shi, don't think I don't know what your purpose is. I advise you to stop as soon as possible. After all, your companions didn't get any benefits either. Chen Feng guessed that Xiao Shi was either a member of Bloody or the ancestor emperor of Country R. So far, people from these two organizations have hardly gained any benefits from him, unless he was sent by Ning Wenyuan. However, based on Ning Wenyuan's IQ, he would not send such a person, so he hoped to get Xiao Shi to say something. When Xiao Shi heard this, a cold look surged in his eyes, even with a hint of blood. Chen Feng discovered that it seemed that Xiao Shi was a member of those two organizations. Chen Feng said loudly to Xiao Shi again, Xiao Shi, my roommate and I have a deep relationship. I don't want you to occupy my bed when I'm not in school. Xiao Shi smiled and said, actually, I wanted to give it to you when you came back, but I didn't expect you to be so angry. Chen Feng glanced at him and said, since you applied for the bed, you should return it yourself. I heard that you have very good grades and you jumped 2 grades in 2 months. In this case, let's compete. If you lose, you should accept the loss and give me my bed on your own initiative. The people around were talking about it, and they all felt that Chen Feng was a little too much. Sun Tianyu also said, Brother Feng, why are you doing this? When you were not around, he was the one who helped us. If it weren't for him, we really wouldn't be able to handle a lot of things. Sun Tianyu looked very worried. You know, he always regarded Xiao Shi as one of their brothers, and he really didn't want to see a conflict between Chen Feng and Xiao Shi. Yes, Chen Feng, Xiao Shi has only been here for 2 months. You can't do this. It's unfair to him. Yes, Senior Chen Feng, please give way to Xiao Shi. He said he would give his bed to you. All the men and women around were talking to Xiao Shi. As expected, the scary thing about Xiao Shi was not how powerful he was, but his ability to win people's hearts. Chen Feng was also a little overwhelmed. But Xiao Shi smiled and nodded, since Brother Feng said so, then let's have a competition. A red light flashed in his eyes. He didn't take Chen Feng seriously. He had participated in these competitions since he was young, and his computer skills were well known internationally. After he entered there, he was trained here, and he was extremely good at this aspect, so they would send him to complete the task, and he was very good at sowing discord. Chen Feng glanced at Xiao Shi, his eyes full of warning. This Xiao Shi was too complicated. Xiao Shi was walking at the corner of the stairs when suddenly someone pulled him. His eyes turned cold and he took a step forward, knocking the people down one by one, and immediately let out a wailing sound. Hey, what are you doing? I just want to talk to you about something. Ning Wenyuan looked at Xiao Shi ferociously. Xiao Shi thought for a long time and finally figured out who he was. After all, before he started the mission, he spent a lot of effort investigating Chen Feng's network of relationships. Chen Feng's friend, his relationship with 4 school beauties, and his eternal rival, Ning Wenyuan. Xiao Shi smiled and said, I'm sorry, I thought it was someone who was plotting against me. How is it? Is there anything else, classmate? Ning Wenyuan glared at him fiercely, you want to compete with Chen Feng? What exam are you competing in? Xiao Shi nodded, and Ning Wenyuan stretched out his hand, let's work together, I can help you win. Xiao Shi looked at him and asked, why should I believe you? The two of them are like grasshoppers on the same rope, because Chen Feng is their enemy. Ning Wenyuan narrowed his eyes, just because the leader above is my dad. Xiao Shi just remembered that this young Master Ning was loved by everyone, especially by his father Ning Wenshan. Ning Wenshan was not only the dean of the department at Donghai University, but also the helmsman of the powerful Ning Group. Ning Wenyuan was his treasure because he was the youngest. He was loved by Ning Wenshan. If he made any request, Ning Wenshan would not refuse. When Chen Feng left, Sun Tianyu looked at Chen Feng disappointedly. Brother Feng, does it have to be like this? We are all brothers. Chen Feng could only apologize to him and said, Tianyu, you don't know the entanglement between us. And you and Haozi, the three of you should stay away from him in the future. His motives are not pure. Sun Tianyu couldn't believe it. He didn't expect Chen Feng to say that to Xiao Shi. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. How could this be? They are brothers. Ning Qingshan looked at Ning Wenyuan in front of him. Yuaner, why didn't you go to class today? Why did you come to my place? Ning Wenyuan smiled at Ning Wenshan. Dad, I have something to tell you. Ning Wenshan slammed the table fiercely. How can this be absurd? How could someone do this to my son? This is simply unreasonable. The computer department's annual midterm exams have begun, and along with it the competition between third-year student Chen Feng and the genius Xiao Shi, who has been in school for less than 2 months, has become increasingly popular. Chapter 76 Competition. Chen Feng rose to prominence during his sophomore year. He seemed to possess a wide variety of skills and could even be called an all-rounder. He was top-notch in every aspect and was highly sought after by his classmates. Although Xiao Shi has only been in school for 2 months, he smiles every day and is affectionately called Little Prince of Sunshine by his classmates. In addition, he jumped 2 grades in just 2 months and became the same grade as Chen Feng. Many people also think that he is qualified to compete with Chen Feng. The competition between the two caused a stir on campus. Nanning has been very well behaved recently, but during class he has been observing Chen Feng and Xiao Shi with a puzzled look in his eyes. Chen Feng didn't care. Because of the mechanical magician Hezhou, Nanning should be much more honest. After all, he had warned them. Even many computer science teachers had heard about the duel between these two geniuses. So, they would come up with difficult problems if possible, and Nanning naturally contributed a lot to it. He just couldn't believe that all the programs he had painstakingly researched could really be solved by Chen Feng. During the exam, many students were observing Chen Feng and Xiao Shi who were sitting not far from them. The two were very relaxed and even distracted from their own exams. They were all observing their facial expressions. If you saw a frown on their facial expressions, it meant that they had encountered difficulties. However, I didn't see either of them frowning during the whole process. But they couldn't finish their own papers. What a big deal. After the entire midterm exam, Zhou Yanan came to find Chen Feng. She looked at Chen Feng happily. Chen Feng, how did you do in the exam? Zhou Yanan's hair has grown longer and is tied up high at the back of her head. She is wearing a sports suit, and she looks youthful and energetic. Chen Feng also nodded. It's okay, how about you? Zhou Yanan looked at Chen Feng very happily and said, Chen Feng, I did okay on the test. Can I invite you to my home? There is some expectation, but also some secret fear. Chen Feng thought about it and said, sure, we are very close, right? It's just a matter of a few steps. Zhou Yanan nodded. This time it was her father Zhou Hui who asked her to do this. Because of what happened last time, he felt that he really shouldn't have treated Chen Feng like that. And seeing how disappointed she was, Zhou Hui felt that as a father he should do something. In a villa in Beijing, a young man frowned tightly and listened to the coughing sound coming from the villa. Ahem, Minger, go to bed and stop working. Your health is more important. Qin Anming smoked one cigarette after another while still on the phone. Hello, Master Xian, please do it as soon as possible. I'm afraid my father can't hold on for too long. If the eldest disciple can't do it, please come in person. After hanging up the phone, Xinan said to the outside, okay, father, you should go to bed early too. There is medicine by the bed, remember to drink it. The moonlight was surging, and in the dormitory buildings of Tunghai University, an enchanting figure suddenly walked out, and a young figure came from the opposite side. The two people said a few words and then turned and left. How's the mission? Yuan Qi is dead, and the emperor sent me to assist you. The enemy may not be so easy to deal with. Oh? I didn't expect you to be capable. Don't worry, I can handle it. You can't be too reckless. Your strength is not even as good as Yuan Qi's. The woman was a little annoyed. The man's voice revealed a hint of disgust and indifference. What's your strength? You just used your skin and body to get to your current position. The woman didn't say anything, her back dimmed. Then be careful, I'll be lurking in the dark. After the woman left, the man stood there quietly for a long time before he sighed softly. A word floated in the empty corner, Shanshan, I'm sorry. Chen Feng walked over to the scoreboard confidently. He was very confident that no matter how good Xiao Shi was, he could not score higher than him. As someone who had a system, his talents were all cheats, unless Xiao Shi also had cheats. However, everyone was chattering in front of the scoreboard, as if they found it incredible. Chen Feng frowned. Was it so incredible that he won? Impossible. This matter was probably not that simple. Seeing Chen Feng coming, everyone made way for him and then looked at him with very strange eyes. It was unclear whether it was sarcasm, gloating, or pity. No, these eyes are not right. Chen Feng walked up and looked at Zhou Yanan, whose face looked a little ugly. Chen Feng, there must be something wrong with this result. Zhou Yanan clenched his fists tightly and was about to argue with the teacher who graded the papers. Chen Feng held her and saw Xiao Shi, who was ranked first on the scoreboard. Then he looked down and saw his own name. He was actually in the upper middle place. The second place was a man named Wei Chang. He knew this Wei Chang. His grades were not very good, and were similar to his grades in his previous life. They could even be said to be brothers in distress. Either one of them was at the top or the other was at the bottom. Unexpectedly, he got second place in the exam this time. When he saw his score, Chen Feng frowned tightly. There were a total of 10 subjects this time, and Chen Feng should have been able to get full marks in each subject, but this time his scores were only around 70%, and some of them were extremely biased. Zhou Yanan was indignant and people around him were talking about it, but only Chen Feng remained calm. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, accept this stupid score, admit defeat, give the bed to Xiao Shi, and get the title of I am a gentleman and I will not associate with villains like you. Option 2, find evidence to prove that the results were falsified, give yourself justice, and obtain a secret piece of evidence. Of course Chen Feng chose option 2, he just said it lightly. This result is not mine. Xiao Shi also walked into the crowd with a smile, looked at the results, and shrugged at Chen Feng innocently. I told you, brother Feng, why are you two fighting? The bet was made out of nothing. The bet is still yours, and I won't make things difficult for you. After glancing at him, the students around him started discussing again. Alas, my little Prince Sunshine is too tolerant. Chen Feng is too much. Yeah, it's obvious that the big bad wolf is bullying my little sheep. TSK, I thought Chen Feng was so amazing. I didn't expect he only got such a low score. He boasted before, I even suspected that he plagiarized the previous few times, don't you think so? The discussions were getting louder and louder. A woman stood quietly in the corner, looking at the scene in front of her. She frowned, and her eyes just glanced briefly at Xiao Shi and Chen Feng before she turned and left. Chapter 77 Confirmed Error. Two boys walked by and one of them said in amazement, wow, this girl is so pretty and has such a hot body. Speaking of which, I've seen the 4 most beautiful girls on campus, so I know what they look like. But why haven't I seen this one? The scene became more and more lively. Wu Hao and Sun Tianyu also squeezed over. Wang Wei's new girlfriend also pulled him over to watch the fun. When they saw that the focus of the fun was actually their 2 buddies, they immediately became unhappy. Hey, brother Feng, what are all of us doing here? Wang Wei wanted to persuade the 2 to break up the tense atmosphere, but he didn't know that this matter was not that simple. Chen Feng glanced at the 3 of them and said, I'm telling you to stay away from this guy. Don't you want to listen? Today I'm going to let you know how scheming he is. Sun Tianyu frowned, brother Feng, don't be like this, Xiao Shi is a very simple person, you shouldn't doubt him so much. Xiao Shi's eyes flickered slightly, but he looked at the 3 people with gratitude. I'm sorry, maybe I really didn't get along well with brother Feng, which led him to think that I was that kind of person. Chen Feng always thought that only girls would be such white lotuses, but he never expected that there would be boys too. Okay, pretend, eh? Then I can only say that you're going to be disappointed. Chen Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and Xiao Shi suddenly felt uneasy, thinking that this guy might have another trick up his sleeve. Chen Feng glanced at the people around him, and then said, those who think I cheated, think I can't possibly get a good grade, and think this is my real grade, come with me, I'll let you take a good look. So, a crowd of people who came to watch the fun immediately followed, and the 3 people in the dormitory gritted their teeth and followed. Xiao Shi narrowed his eyes and handed the matter over to Ning Wenyuan, hoping that he would not be exposed by then. Chen Feng led everyone to Nan Ning's office. Nan Ning looked at so many people in confusion. Teacher Nan, please do me justice today. Come with me. Nan Ning certainly knew about the bet between Chen Feng and Xiao Shi, but he didn't expect it to become such a big deal. There was a gleam in the lenses of his glasses. He didn't expect that Chen Feng actually trusted him and asked him to testify for him. There was one more Nanning. When everyone was about to turn around and go to the monitoring room, they heard a maintenance worker nearby saying, "What's going on?" The monitoring was fine yesterday. Chen Feng sneered, as expected. But with the system as an assistant, it doesn't matter. Even if the surveillance is broken, we can still see it. When the surveillance footage was shown, Ning Wenyuan, who was hiding in the crowd, was surprised to find that his video was still there, even though he had clearly seen it deleted with his own eyes. It was night time when a man sneaked into the archive room, took out a few papers, and then ran away. A student exclaimed, "Isn't this our professional course teacher, Mr. Lu Hai?" He was a fat teacher with a kind smile. Chen Feng knew him, but he didn't know why the teacher took his test paper. Everyone went to find Lu Hai again. The fat teacher was drinking Longjing tea and enjoying it very much. When he saw so many people, especially Chen Feng who was in the lead, his face changed immediately. "Classmates, what are you doing here?" Chen Feng frowned, and without further ado, he pulled up the surveillance video in his hand. "You should have stolen my test paper last night, and whose score is mine?" Lu Hai broke out in sweat on his forehead. He was exposed so quickly. His superiors had clearly said that they would take care of the rest of the matter for him, so why was the evidence still here and placed in front of him by Chen Feng? "I can't tell you this, but I can return your paper to you." Lu Hai thought that as a student, there was no way he could defeat the people above him, and besides, there were people to back him up. He won't be afraid. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Think you can't win?" Taking the paper that was wrinkled by his bangs, Chen Feng glanced at him with a very cold look. "Teacher Nan, thank you for your hard work. Please help me revise it." Nanning raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that this was his role. However, he was also very happy because the first place winner Xiao Shi did not get full marks. He made a mistake in the structure of a big question. This question was specially made by him for Chen Feng. How could he have known that the final result would be like this? However, this is also good. He can see Chen Feng's problem-solving thinking, or whether he has not solved the ultimate question at all. Nanning looked at Chen Feng, nodded, and started to make changes on the spot. Chen Feng had great confidence in Nanning's ability. The terrifying thing about him was that his computer ability was indeed among the best in the world, but it was not demonstrated in school. He only showed a part of his talent. As time went by, Ning Wenyuan left the crowd and went to find Ning Wenshan. Ning Wenshan's face was filled with disbelief. "Impossible. I have already asked someone I trust very much to destroy the video, and even the surveillance. How is it possible that it can be used today, and that the video can be found?" Ning Wenyuan's expression was even more ferocious. "It's always like this, father. Is it possible that Chen Feng knows some weird stuff?" Ning Wenshan couldn't stand hearing these things because he had been in a high position for a long time. "Yuaner, don't talk nonsense. After all, he is just an ordinary person. There is no such thing as supernatural power in this world." Seeing Ning Wenshan so serious, Ning Wenyuan stopped talking. "Chen Feng, you are amazing." After correcting Chen Feng's paper, Nanning had a complicated look. All the questions were correct, even the questions he asked. Many of them could not be plagiarized or had answers at first glance, because Chen Feng wrote all his own ideas, and some of them even wrote 2 or 3 methods. Some students couldn't wait to ask, "Teacher Nan, how is it? How many points are there?" Nanning said calmly, 10 subjects, all full marks, no water. Suddenly, there was an uproar. "Damn it, I told you, how could Chen Feng lose? That's amazing. Xiao Shi only scored over 90 points in one subject. Although both of them are awesome, Chen Feng is still the best." Xiao Shi also forced a smile, looking at Wu Hao and the other two with some hurt. "Brother Hao, Brother Wang, Brother Tianyu, I really can't live with you anymore, and I can't form a group with you at night. You also have to be happy with Brother Feng in the future." Then, he turned and left, his back looking very desolate. Even Wu Hao, who was the most considerate, had a hard time getting over this. "Chen Feng, how could you do this? Your grades must be fake, but that doesn't mean you did it when you were a kid. How can you embarrass him by doing this?" Chapter 78 Protecting Her. Wu Hao and his friends didn't understand Chen Feng at all. Zhou Yanan couldn't stand it. "Don't you think there's something wrong with Xiao Shi?" Even Zhou Yanan clearly realized that something was wrong, but Wu Hao and the other two seemed to be drugged and didn't think about it at all. The three of them simply ignored Zhou Yanan's words. After all, they believed that Zhou Yanan would definitely side with Chen Feng. Brother Feng, we are so disappointed in you. Wu Hao glanced at Chen Feng and left. Wang Wei hugged his new girlfriend and shook his head. Sun Tianyu had already run off to chase after the heartbroken Xiao Shi. Only Chen Feng and Zhou Yanan were left there. Chen Feng, don't be sad. Sooner or later, they will see Xiao Shi's true face. Chen Feng nodded. It would be great if they were not part of the conspiracy. They would be able to quickly distinguish between good and bad. I'm just worried that Xiao Shi would do something bad to them and cause a disaster in the end. In order to make him happy, Zhou Yanan said, Chen Feng, come to my house tomorrow. We have already agreed that I will show you the flowers and plants in my house. My father loves to do these things the most. Chen Feng nodded. It seemed that he should relax. When everyone saw that there was nothing exciting to watch, they all left, leaving only the fat teacher, Lu Hai. Lu Hai was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Chen Feng could get full marks. Even if he gave this test to other teachers, they wouldn't get full marks. But he didn't care. Chen Feng couldn't do anything to him. Student Chen Feng, you've had enough of this, haven't you? Your behavior has seriously affected my rest. I can report this to the school leaders at any time. Lu Hai's expression was serious, but Chen Feng was a little amused. Feedback, right? Teacher Lu, you secretly hid my test paper and tampered with my grades at will. This has affected my psychology and spirit. I have the right to sue you and ask you to compensate me. When Lu Hai heard this, he laughed again. Humph, he wanted to sue him just because of what he did. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Ha, classmate Chen Feng, if you want to sue, then go ahead and sue. My tea is already cold. Seeing Lu Hai's fearless look that day, Chen Feng knew that there was someone behind him. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, accept Lu Hai's stealing behavior and ignore it, and get the title of I am a saint. Choice 2, punish Lu Hai, let him know that there are many people who can touch him, and get the title of I am the one you can't afford to offend. Chen Feng glanced at Lu Hai and said, do you think the higher-ups will back you up? That's assuming the other party isn't too strong. Before Lu Hai understood what was said, he heard someone knocking on the door. He opened the door and a well-dressed man walked in. Hello, Mr. Lu Hai. I am the lawyer hired by Mr. Chen Feng. Mr. Chen Feng has the right to sue you for what you did last night. Lu Hai was stunned on the spot. He thought Chen Feng would never make a big fuss to deal with a teacher. After all, he would consider relationships even if it was not about power. Lu Hai looked at Chen Feng with a ferocious expression. Chen Feng, you were so cruel. Chen Feng handed the scene over to the lawyer, who was a super partner of a top law firm. Although he didn't know why he took such a small order, it was enough to show that the client was an extremely important person. Chen Feng did not go to the dormitory, but returned to the villa. He knew that he could not blindly explain to Wu Hao and the other two now. The more he explained, the more confusing things would become. He could only take it one step at a time. Xin Anming looked at his father's pale face, and anxiously asked the young man opposite, Xiaoyi, how is it? What's wrong with my father's health? Xiaoyi frowned tightly and observed Qin Zhao's expression. The identity of the man in front of him was not ordinary. He was one of the current few, that is, one of the founding leaders in Beijing. Every word he said could shake the earth. Qin Zhao's face was a little cold. Although his hair was a little gray, his eyes were still shining, but he looked a little weak and coughed from time to time. Qin Zhao's face was very serious. In Ming, I told you it's just a common cold. Why did you invite the kid from the Xiao family? Qin Zhao naturally understood that Xiaoyi of the Xiao family had studied medicine since he was a child, and that old man Bai was also an old acquaintance of his. When they took action, they usually treated difficult to cure medical diseases, but he could not get sick. Once he got sick, it meant that the fortune of country H was declining. He could not get sick and was not allowed to get sick. Xiaoyi frowned tightly. Old Qin's illness is real and fake, and my skills are really limited. Please go back and ask the master for advice. Xiaoyi also felt very strange. He had seen and treated many difficult and complicated diseases before, but Qin Zhao's disease was the only one he had never seen before. Qin Anming was somewhat dissatisfied. He had originally planned to ask Senior Bai Yinxian to come, but he was unable to spare the time. He had no choice but to send his most proud disciple, Xiaoyi Lai. If he did not believe in their medical school, he would not have been so confident. In the end, there was nothing he could do. Then I wonder if we can ask Elder Xian to come here in person. I'm afraid my father can't wait. Qin Xiao yelled angrily, "Shut up, and Ming, I said I'm not sick." The two men comforted Qin Xiao for a while, then went out to talk. "I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, my master has something important to deal with." Qin Anming's face frowned even more. "So, the matter your master is dealing with is more important than my father's life?" Xiaoyi was almost sweating. He couldn't say anything nonsense. "It's true that my master ran into trouble abroad and couldn't come back. That's why." The next morning, Chen Feng and Zhou Yanan went to the Zhou family's villa. In fact, the two villas were not far apart, but Chen Feng's was closer to the center, while Zhou Yanan's had better landscaping. After opening the door, Zhou Yanan made a gesture to Chen Feng to keep quiet, then pointed in the direction of the study and then in the direction of the backyard. Chen Feng nodded and went to the backyard with Zhou Yanan. Her backyard was very large, and as soon as she entered, she could smell all kinds of fragrance, not only the fragrance of flowers but also the fragrance of various herbs. Chen Feng looked at the large herbal medicine shop in surprise. "Angelica dahurica, cinnamon twig, ephedra, ginger, wow, your family is growing herbs." Zhou Yanan was very satisfied to see the shock on Chen Feng's face. "How is it?" "These are all the good stuffs that my father carefully cultivated, otherwise how could my dad become a disciple of the medical school?" Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. "The school of medicine is the one your senior brother Xiaoyi joined? In other words, your senior brother is your father's senior brother, and you are your father's junior sister?" Zhou Yanan clapped his hands proudly. "Yes, you are very smart, Chen Feng." Chapter 79 Medical Master. As expected of Chen Feng, Zhou Yanan said to herself in her heart, "You are indeed the person I like." Chen Feng scratched his head embarrassedly and asked her, "What is the medical school all about? I don't really understand it either." When Zhou Yanan saw that Chen Feng finally found something he didn't know, he immediately explained it to him happily. The medical school is famous for being a traditional Chinese medicine family, mainly because the mainstay, Mr. Bai Xian, who is now 88 years old, has superb medical skills. He has inherited the heritage of ancient medicine and promoted traditional Chinese medicine. The most important thing is that the medical school specializes in treating diseases that Western medicine cannot treat, as well as various difficult and complicated diseases in the world. Zhou Yanan's eyes were full of admiration and adoration. It was for this reason that she wanted to enter the medical field. Just became a half-baked one. Chen Feng wanted to ask something, but a cough attracted the attention of both of them. Unexpectedly, it was Zhou Hui. There was a young man standing next to him. It was Xiaoyi from last time, who was also the senior brother brought by Zhou Yanan last time. The scene of fat Zhou Hui standing next to Xiaoyi and calling him senior brother was really hilarious. "Chen Feng, do you know these herbs?" Chen Feng nodded. "I know them all." There was a flash of surprise in their eyes. They were also a little surprised to hear that Chen Feng could tell which herbs were there at a glance. If the last time Chen Feng and Zhou Yanan made a bet, he won only because of his excellent memory, then what about this time? It is impossible for him to know the shape of each herb and its efficacy. That doesn't mean he is born qualified to study Chinese medicine. Zhou Yanan saw Xiaoyi and said, "Big brother, why are you here?" "I thought my dad was talking to some patients again." Zhou Yanan looked puzzled. You know, Xiaoyi would not come to find his father unless it was absolutely necessary. Zhou Hui had been in charge of growing medicinal herbs in the medical department, and that was why he was admitted to the medical department because of his talent. Xiaoyi said to Zhou Yanan, "It's nothing, just a patient with a rare and complicated disease. I need to come here to pick some herbs and do some research. The main reason is that my master is not in Beijing, and the other party's status is too high, so I can't help but take it seriously." Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, treat the treatment as a trivial matter and don't pay attention to it. You will get the title of "Don't care about worldly affairs and don't meddle in other things." Option 2, actively ask about the symptoms and treat the patient to obtain the medical master skill. After listening to this, Zhou Yanan nodded. If she encountered a patient that even the senior brother couldn't treat, there was nothing she could do. After all, she was just a half-baked one. Suddenly Chen Feng's voice was heard. "Can you describe the symptoms to me?" Zhou Hui frowned. "Today is the day when the senior brother comes to collect herbs, you should not waste his time. It would be useless to tell you, since you can't cure it." Xiaoyi also said, "I'm sorry Chen Feng, I'm still busy researching medicine today. Because they're urging me to do it, I may not be able to chat with you for long." Seeing that the two people didn't seem to trust him, Chen Feng touched his nose. Zhou Yanan approached him secretly and asked doubtfully, "Have you studied Chinese medicine? Do you think you can cure it?" Chen Feng nodded. "As long as it does not exceed the human range, I think I can cure it." Seeing the determination in his eyes, Zhou Yanan was also shocked. She believed in Chen Feng very much, because Chen Feng was indeed beyond her knowledge sometimes, and because Chen Feng always gave people unexpected and elusive things. "Chen Feng, I believe you." Zhou Yanan turned to Xiaoyi and said, "Big brother, let Chen Feng try. He can surpass me in medical knowledge and herbs, so he must have other potentials." Looking at Zhou Yanan's determined eyes, Zhou Hui also shook his head. This kid was really trapped. "Okay, I'm also researching it now, but I haven't found a solution. Come in, I'll tell you about his symptoms first, and sort it out for myself at the same time." Zhou Yanan looked excited and poured a cup of tea for everyone. Xiaoyi then cleared his throat and spoke to a few people. "It's like this. The other party has a very high status. I won't tell you about it for now. He is an old man in his 70s. He exercises every day, but the strange thing is that he coughs at a fixed time every day, around 7 o'clock in the evening and very punctually. When he coughs, he feels very uncomfortable and sometimes vomits blood. It's very serious. But after that time, he will return to normal, and all indicators are normal, there is nothing unusual at all." Chen Feng frowned. "What about the pulse? And the weather?" Xiaoyi frowned. "You still understand these?" Chen Feng didn't say much, just looked at him, his eyes fixed on him, watching Xiaoyi say the rest of the words. "That's right. His pulse is normal at other times, but it's not normal at 7 o'clock. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. It seemed that his situation was somewhat similar to Smith's. Chen Feng looked at Xiaoyi and asked, "Do you know the calligrapher Cheval?" Xiaoyi frowned. "You mean that Cheval? His son had contacted our medical department before, but I don't know what happened and nothing happened. But later I heard that his illness was completely cured and he is healthier than before." Xiaoyi frowned again. "I heard about this strange disease. It's very painful at night, like having a nightmare, but nothing happened when you wake up. To be honest, this is a bit like this person's symptoms. I just don't know who cured him. Apart from my master, I don't know anyone with such superb medical skills." Chen Feng smiled and said, "I am the one who helped Silver save his life." Xiaoyi found it a little funny. "Chen Feng, stop joking." Chen Feng was very serious. "I am indeed. Take me to see the patient, I can treat him." Xiaoyi looked at Chen Feng's determined eyes and suddenly felt that this was possible. "Are you sure you can cure him? The other party is someone you can't afford to offend?" Zhou Hui also nodded. "Indeed, generally people who can find a master are people of very high status. If you are not sure, don't get involved in this matter." Zhou Hui was also worried about Chen Feng, and Zhou Yanan was also a little worried. "Yes, Chen Feng, if you are not sure, you'd better not go." Chen Feng looked at Xiaoyi with great confidence. "I have to go, otherwise you won't be able to treat him now, and it will ruin the reputation of your medical school." Chapter 80 Treatment Process. After hearing what Chen Feng said, Xiaoyi felt a little guilty. After all, it was because of his incompetence that he could not cure the disease. Otherwise, he would have to ask Chen Feng, who he thought was half-baked, for help. "Now that you've made up your mind, come with me. Do you need anything to prepare?" Chen Feng nodded. "Let me go back first." Chen Feng placed the silver needles that the system gave him last time in the villa, because it was indeed troublesome as many things could not be carried with him. Xiaoyi was very confused. Could it be that Chen Feng really had some ability? Otherwise, what else would he need to prepare? If he went there directly, there might be no problem after a long examination, which would waste time and be extremely disrespectful to the patient. Since he couldn't cure the disease, why give people hope? Asking Xiaoyi to wait for him for a while, Chen Feng put on a bag and took his equipment. It is around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The two drove to the villa in the eastern suburbs of Beijing. The villa is very elegant, with a whole Chinese style, and various decorations give it an old Shanghai style. Chen Feng observed the feng shui here and found it to be very smooth, which showed that the people living here must be either rich or noble. Xiaoyi made a phone call before he went in. A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. "How is it? Xiaoyi, is it ready?" Xiaoyi didn't know what to say. "It's hard to be sure now. I need to check the pulse again before I can prescribe the right medicine." The man on the other end was obviously a little angry. "If you still can't cure it this time, I'm afraid your medical school won't want your reputation. Do you know that your medical school's foundation will be ruined? The tone was full of threats, and Xiaoyi was almost sweating. I will do my best, Mr. Qin, please be patient. If it doesn't work, the master will definitely be able to do it. The two people finally went through many levels before being let in. The strictness of this level made Chen Feng a little stunned. How powerful is this person? As soon as the two men arrived at the door, they saw a man standing at the door. It was Qin Anming. He was talking to an old man and a young man. The old man was about 60 years old and looked energetic, but from his appearance, he seemed to be someone who was not easy to mess with. The young man was about the same age as Chen Feng. Although he was also polite to Qin Anming, he could not hide the arrogance in his eyes. The most important thing was that what the two men said seemed a little unauthentic. Judging from their accents, they were not from country H, but more like people from country R. Qin Anming said to the old man, Mr. Nakamura, I'm counting on you this time. Nakamura Mingri looked at the young man next to him and said with satisfaction and complacency, Mr. Qin, don't say that for now. Yu Yi is the top talent of our Chinese medicine school. He will definitely cure Mr. Qin. Don't look at his young age. Before he finished speaking, Xiaoyi said angrily, Mr. Qin, you should understand the rules. You cannot invite other people to come while you are asking our medical school to treat you. What do you mean by this? Qin Anming then saw the two people. Oh? There is also this rule. If you can't cure it, I have to find someone else. And you are not the only people in the world who can cure strange diseases. Xiaoyi was very angry and wanted to go up to argue, but the young man named Yu Yi looked at the two of them with disdain and said, I've heard that there is a very powerful medical school in country H, but I didn't expect it to be just a useless school. Nakamura Mingri also glanced at the two of them. I didn't expect that young Master Qin also invited experts to come. I just wonder what advice the two experts have for Mr. Qin's illness. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choose one, turn around and go back angrily, and get the title of You want me to treat you, but I won't treat you. Choose two, compete with two people to see who can cure Mr. Qin and get a jade bone pillow. System prompts, the jade bone pillow is made of high-quality corn, which can dissipate blood stasis, neutralize yin and yang, and reduce blood qi. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. This jade bone pillow really has miraculous effects. It is said that jade can nourish people, but I didn't expect that it could have such miraculous effects on people's bodies. Xiaoyi frowned and was about to quarrel with the two people, but Chen Feng pulled him and signaled that he should do it. Xiaoyi stepped aside and said, are you two from country R? You can't find any business so you come to country H to eat and drink for free? Unexpectedly, Chen Feng's words were even more sharp. Nakamura Mingri's face turned pale and blue. Where did this young man come from? He has never even heard of our Chinese medicine sect? Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and said, Sorry, I have never heard of it, but today I will let you know that the Chinese medicine of country H is much better than your Chinese medicine. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Yu Yi was even more angry. What an idiot, how dare you yell in front of me? Seeing that the two parties were about to quarrel, Qin Anming also frowned. In this case, then please both of you go to treat, but first of all, you can't quarrel, my father doesn't like it, and you'd better be careful, if anything goes wrong, then I won't let it go. Qin Anming's face was serious. He knew his father's temper very well. It took him a long time to convince him to accept treatment. However, if there was any problem between the two parties, he could not guarantee that his father would not be furious. After entering, there was no one there except for a housekeeper who was sorting out the sundries. He nodded to Qin Anming and started doing his own things. It was so quiet as if there was no sound at all. Qin Xiao was sitting on the sofa and was about to fall asleep as he felt a little sleepy. When he heard the voices, he opened his eyes, looked at the people, and then asked them to sit down. Now that we are all here, let's get started. With gray hair and the aura of a superior, he is indeed a person of high status. In fact, Chen Feng could vaguely guess his identity. Living in such a secluded and heavily guarded place, considering his age, he could only be one of the founding fathers. You know, these people were the ones he could only see on TV in his previous life, but he didn't expect to see them in this life. Qin Anming briefly introduced the situation, then suddenly remembered something and asked Xiaoyi, who is this young man? Xiaoyi didn't say anything extra. Oh, it's okay, his name is Chen Feng, and he just came here to study with me. Qin Anming frowned, but he had just heard Chen Feng say that he could save his father. I didn't expect that he was just a learner who hadn't yet gotten started. Chen Feng didn't say anything. He will let you know how powerful he is later. Xin Zhao's eyes swept across everyone present. Chen Feng could feel his scrutinizing eyes passing over him, and there was a strange sense of tension. Chapter 81 Treatment Success. After a brief pause, Xin Xiao closed his eyes as if he was a little tired, and then said to everyone, "Let's start." "I feel a little tired." Xin Anming also spoke up. "What do you need? Just tell me, and please hurry up." Kimura Yuichi stood up with a smile. "In this case, let me treat Mr. Qin. Please rest assured, Mr. Qin, our Chinese medicine skills are world famous." Chen Feng laughed out loud. "It hasn't been cured yet? You're already advertising it? Don't embarrass yourself later." Kimura Yuichi glared at Chen Feng fiercely. "My little brother, if you have any doubts, wait until I cure Mr. Qin before you tell me, don't chatter now." Chen Feng shrugged his shoulders and made a please come before gesture. Kimura Yuichi stepped forward and said, "Mr. Qin, please allow me to take your pulse." Xin Xiao stretched out his hand, and Kimura Yu felt his pulse, nodded, shook his head, and then nodded very confidently. "Mr. Qin, your illness is actually very simple. It's just a simple incompatibility of water and fire. I'll give you a few injections and it will be fine." Chen Feng secretly shook his head, but Qin Anming was very excited. "Only a few injections?" Kimura Yuichi raised his head and said, "Of course, Mr. Qin, please rest assured, I will be fine after a few injections and a good night's sleep." Qin Anming nodded happily. "You are indeed a talented person from the Chinese medical school. I hope Mr. Yuyi can cure my father's illness as soon as possible." Qin Anming no longer had the dignity he had just now. He was just an ordinary son who asked the doctor to save his father. After a while, Kimura Yuichi took out a silver needle and skillfully inserted it into the corresponding part of Qin Zhao's body. After a while, Qin Zhao's face, which was a little pale, slowly regained its rosy color. Qin Anming was so happy that he almost shook hands with Kimura Yuichi. "Oh, father looks much better." "Father, how do you feel?" Xin Xiao felt a little sleepy. "I don't know why, but I feel like sleeping." Kimura Yuichi nodded with satisfaction. "This is normal. As long as you have a good sleep, you will be fine." Then, he stood up and said to Chen Feng and the others, "What do you think? You useless boy, you still want to compete with our Han Medical School? Don't you know who you are?" Kimura Mingri also looked at Chen Feng and said disdainfully, "Anyone can talk big. It just depends on whether you have the real ability." Chen Feng stopped the two of them. "Oh? Do you think Mr. Qin has been cured?" Seeing Chen Feng's questioning expression, Kimura Yuichi was very unconvinced. Of course. There is no disease that cannot be cured by me." Suddenly a cough interrupted the conversation of several people. "Ahem." Chen Feng coughed more violently each time. He looked at his watch and said, "It's exactly 7 o'clock, not a minute more or less." Qin Anming asked in a panic, Father, how are you? What happened? Hasn't he been cured?" Xin Zhao's face quickly turned pale again, even paler than before. He kept coughing, each cough louder than the last, and it felt like he was going to cough his lungs out. Qin Anming's eyes turned red. "Hurry up, you are damaging the fortune of Country H, do you know that?" "Ah!" Qin Anming was almost fired. It turned out that he was still unreliable. Chen Feng stood up and said, "Hurry up, let Mr. Qin lie down. I can treat him." Qin Anming was innocent at first, but he didn't expect Chen Feng to stand up again at this time. "You are all quacks, you don't know anything, but you always say you can do it." It was obvious that Qin Anming no longer trusted Chen Feng, but Chen Feng took out a set of cloth from his backpack and walked over. "Hurry up, believe it or not, if you don't treat him, his lungs will not be able to bear it. You will not be able to bear the sequelae at that time." Chen Feng's face was serious. He already knew what disease old Qin was suffering from. He didn't expect that Kimura Yuichi was such an idiot and actually made his condition worse. Hearing this, Qin Anming's eyes turned red. "If you can't cure me, I have the right to make you disappear." Xiaowei stared in amazement as Chen Feng opened the cloth, revealing a whole set of gold needles. I know that many Chinese medicine and acupuncture doctors nowadays do not have to compete, because the quality of the gold needles they compete with is not as gorgeous as Ying Zhang's, and it is not easy to find gold needles of good quality. However, Chen Feng's set of gold needles is not ordinary. There are 15 in total, some long and some short, with uniform texture, very slender, and reflecting golden light. Xiaowei looked at it several times and was very envious. God knows how much a good doctor would like to have a set of exquisitely made needle guards that are especially suitable for him. Chen Feng's set of gold needles is absolutely unique. Chen Feng's acupuncture was steady, accurate, and ruthless, without any hesitation. From the perspective of the acupuncture points, it was obvious that he had studied acupuncture for a long time. Xiaoyi only now realized that he had underestimated Chen Feng. The two men were still thinking about when to escape, and they really didn't want Qin Anming to have the chance to catch them. When he saw Chen Feng's needle, Kimura Yuichi's eyes flashed with greed. Uncle Mingri, look at his needle, it's top-notch needle. After a while, it was obvious from Qin Zhao's face that a yellow substance was guided out from the needle. The yellow substance was absorbed by the needle. Chen Feng took out the needle, put it in hot water, and the yellow substance floated on the surface of the water. The people watching were stunned. Qin Zhao's complexion gradually improved and he looked drowsy. Chen Feng whispered again, Mr. Qin, go to sleep without worry. As he spoke, he took out a jade pillow. The jade pillow was very smooth and seemed to be very cool. The whole jade pillow was also very textured, and the jade color inside was very rich. Xiaoyi opened his eyes wide. This is a jade pillow. It is said that Dr. Li always has a jade pillow when he saves people. It is said that many people get better after sleeping on it. Is there really such a pillow? Chen Feng glared at him and signaled him to speak in a low voice. Xiaoyi then shut up, but his eyes were still looking at the jade pillow that Qin Zhao was resting his head on. This jade pillow is probably the only one in the world. After waiting for about an hour, Qin Zhao's breathing became stable and he should have fallen into a deep sleep. Chen Feng waited, and about half an hour later, Qin Zhao woke up slowly and stretched comfortably. His face became much rosier, and Qin Anming asked happily, Father, how are you? How do you feel? Qin Zhao sighed comfortably, I feel much better. I feel like all the anger in my heart has been released. Chapter 82 Brothers turn against each other. Qin Zhao felt very comfortable. Before, he always felt like there was a blockage in his heart, but now he felt comfortable all over, inexplicably comfortable. Qin Anming was very happy and asked Chen Feng immediately, My dear little brother, is my father okay now? Chen Feng shook his head, I'll need more acupuncture later. Qin Zhao asked Chen Feng in confusion, What disease do I have? Chen Feng sat down and slowly explained, I believe you have noticed that you like to drink hot tea every day, and often get up in the middle of the night to drink it when you can't sleep? Qin Zhao's pupils dilated. Only those closest to him knew about this habit. He really couldn't sleep in the middle of the night every day and could only fall asleep after drinking a cup of hot tea. He didn't expect that Chen Feng knew it so clearly. Qin Anming immediately looked at Chen Feng in amazement. My God, you are amazing, my father is indeed like this, and we have always put up with him because the old man can't sleep at night. Chen Feng frowned, stop the loss in time. The cold air in the early morning is the strongest. The body temperature should be balanced. When encountering cold air, the body temperature will rise. However, getting up in the middle of the night to drink hot tea is something with thermal properties. This causes the two phases to collide and the heat to collide. Qin Zhao nodded and looked at Chen Feng with some admiration. Young man, what's your name? Chen Feng introduced himself generously, Chen Feng, an ordinary college student and an ordinary singer. Qin Zhao raised his eyebrows, singers are also working as doctors part-time these days? Qin Anming was very happy to see Qin Zhao was in the mood to joke. He glanced at Kimura Yuichi and Kimura Asuka who were standing there dumbfounded, and said, You too? Do you still want me to ask you to leave? I'm already doing you a favor by not settling the score. The two had always been highly respected in Country R, and they had always been the ones who gave others what they wanted, never seeing other people's faces. But today they were indeed in the wrong. Uncle Mingri, let's go. It's just that their bodies can't withstand our high-end treatments. After saying that, Kimura Yuichi snorted coldly and turned and left. Before leaving, he glanced in Chen Feng's direction, then looked at Chen Feng's bag, his eyes full of greed and hatred. Uncle Mingri, let's not go back to Country R for now. Walking out of the villa, Kimura Yuichi said this. Qin Anming happily invited the two people out, and they were completely different from when they went in. Brother Chen Feng, when will you come for acupuncture next time? Chen Feng thought for a moment, I'll come back for a consultation in half a month, and ask Mr. Qin to get more rest and not drink hot tea in the middle of the night. Qin Anming nodded hurriedly, indicating that he understood, and then said to Xiaoyi, thank you for your medical school. If it weren't for you, my father would not know what to do. He would definitely drag it on and refuse treatment. Xiaoyi was also a little embarrassed. He did not introduce Chen Feng's identity at the beginning, so Qin Anming always thought that he was from their medical school. It seems that he has to bring Chen Feng into their medical school. After all, only people from their medical school are qualified. Moreover, his master must like him very much. Everyone likes talents. Mr. Qin, it's okay. This is our duty. After the two men left, Qin Anming walked in, his face immediately turned serious, and he said to Qin Xiao, whose face had improved a lot, "Father, did you see that? The pillow you just slept on." When Qin Xiao woke up, he saw Chen Feng put the jade bone pillow into his bag. With his experience, he could tell at a glance that this thing was extraordinary. This should be the legendary jade bone pillow handle of Pharmacist Li? Qin Xiao narrowed his eyes. "I'm afraid this Chen Feng is not simple. You should get in touch with him more. If possible, it would be good to make more friends with him." Qin Anming nodded. An abandoned factory in the east was bustling with people. Today, a new gang was about to be born here, the Flame Gang. The first man stood with a scar on his face. Next to him stood a boy with a sunny smile. There were even 3 people who were at a loss. Chen Feng would be very surprised here. The scarred man turned out to be Ning Taohai, who escaped not long ago. His legs were limping, but his face was still hideous. The boys next to him were Xiao Shi, Wu Hao, Sun Tianyu, and Wang Wei. To be honest, every boy has a dream of joining a gang. The Axe Gang, which is now the Flame Gang, was destroyed and they became members because of Xiao Shi's relationship. Today our Flame Gang has gained 3 new members. Welcome everyone. Wu Hao's face flushed, Sun Tianyu nodded calmly, and only Wang Weidong looked around to see if there were any pretty girls. Xiao Shi introduced them here for a self-evident purpose, but the 3 of them did not know that they would be used by Xiao Shi. Chen Feng is in trouble. Recently, a new gang has emerged in our territory, called the Flame Gang. This gang is evil and even has some old members of the Axe Gang. Li Qing's anxious voice came from the microphone. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. "It's just a small new gang, how dare they act wildly over my head? Send the brothers to quickly find the lair and capture them all in one fell swoop." Xinyu sent a text message to Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, today is my birthday, do you want to come?" There was a hint of expectation in his tone. Chen Feng looked at the time on his phone. It was still early, so he could go. After replying, he went to buy a cake first. He actually didn't know what gift he should give Xinyu. After choosing a cake with a girl in a red dress, he rushed to Shin's house. There were many luxury cars parked in front of the Shin family villa. There were young men in suits and people with the air of a CEO everywhere. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect so many people to come to celebrate Xinyu's birthday. It should be a birthday party arranged by Shin Qingtian for her. Before he even reached the door, a boy just happened to pass by him, then looked Chen Feng up and down, and said sarcastically, "Oh, you must be the delivery man. Who would choose such a shabby birthday cake as a gift for our beautiful Miss Shun? At the party now, any man will become the target of everyone, because this birthday party is actually Xinyu's coming-of-age ceremony, and a coming-of-age ceremony means that a girl can get married. As for the purpose, it doesn't matter." Chen Feng was also helpless. Yaya didn't explain it to him clearly. At least he had to clean up the situation. However, this person did go a bit too far. Chapter 83: Restoring Friendship. Everyone in the hall looked over when they heard the sound. Ding! The system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1: admit that you are a delivery man, put down the cake, leave, and get the title of Xiao Xiao Gentleman. Choice 2: reveal your identity, belittle the other party, and obtain 2 top quality jades. Chen Feng ignored the boy, just looked around and sent a message to Xinyu, "I'm here." Xinyu, who was still in the dressing room, was very happy. "Wait a minute, I'll be down soon." Seeing that Chen Feng ignored him, the boy was a little embarrassed and said, "Hey, I'm talking to you, the delivery man in the plaid shirt. Don't you know what kind of place this is? What's wrong with the security? Why did they let someone like that in?" Chen Feng looked at him with disgust. People around him were also pointing and talking. Some were laughing, while others were sympathetic. What's wrong with this guy? He ran into Lu Jia, a playboy. Yes, if it weren't for his relationship with the Ning family, he would have done whatever he wanted. So he came here for Miss Shin? TSK, Miss Shin, please don't fall for him. Chen Feng saw a familiar figure behind the crowd and immediately laughed. Now everything was good. He smiled at Qin Anming in the corner, then walked straight towards him. "Mr. Qin is here too?" Qin Anming had not paid attention to the situation here, but when he heard the familiar voice, he immediately turned around and saw Chen Feng. His somewhat cold face instantly became very happy. He was not going to come today, as the Shin family was just a small place, but his business partner invited him, so he had to come anyway. Everyone was planning to watch the fun, but they didn't expect that this person actually knew Qin Anming. Although Qin Anming himself is a businessman and is a member of a business factory, his father's status is extraordinary. He is one of the founding marshals and a figure who can make the entire Beijing tremble with just a stomp of his foot. Because of this relationship, Qin Anming's business is flourishing, and he can go into politics or business. But he is a cold-faced devil outside. Many people who want to get close to him are ignored and treated coldly by him. Who is this young man? Hey, brother Chen Feng is here too? Are you here to celebrate Miss Shen's birthday? Qin Anming saw the cake in Chen Feng's hand. Chen Feng nodded, somewhat helplessly. As soon as the boy saw that Chen Feng was actually the same person as Qin Anming, his arrogant look immediately disappeared. His face turned blue and red, as if he had eaten a fly. He wished he could find a hole to crawl into, and it wasn't over yet. A clear and even cheerful voice came, Chen Feng. At the corner of the stairs, a red dress, revealing delicate collarbones and jade-like skin, slightly curly long hair, and tall eyes, added a touch of charm. Xinyu held Xin Qingtian's arm and appeared at the stairs. Regardless of everyone's amazement and surprise, she ran towards Chen Feng like a butterfly. Seeing the red girl's birthday cake in his hand, she said happily, Chen Feng, is this for me? Chen Feng nodded embarrassedly, I'm sorry, I didn't know today was your birthday. If I had known, I would have prepared it for you. Xinyu shook her head and took the cake with great surprise, I like it very much. Her face was full of the shyness of a little girl, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that this Miss Shen obviously liked this boy. It was nothing like what the boy just said about a delivery man. It was a very shabby birthday cake. Didn't you see that Miss Shen didn't even look at all those expensive gifts? She actually couldn't let go of this cake. Everyone realized that this boy must have hit a wall. Everyone observed Xin Qingtian's face and found that he was not unhappy at all. He even laughed a few times and greeted them, thank you all for attending the coming-of-age ceremony of my daughter Xinyu today. Thank you all for your support. Yeah is still young and naive. I am sorry that I didn't take good care of her and didn't greet her well enough. Everyone started to exchange pleasantries. Xinyu wanted to say something to Chen Feng, but Xin Qingtian gave her a look and asked her to go up and say a few words. Xinyu didn't know why, but she suddenly remembered the last time Chen Feng played guitar for Songxi. She was standing outside the crowd. For no reason, she wanted to give Chen Feng a chance, and also give herself a chance. She smiled brightly and walked onto the stage generously, thank you all for celebrating my birthday. I believe many of you here are young talents. How about this, let's have some fun. If anyone has a song that can move me, play a song for me. No matter how you do it, I will dance with you. The people below immediately started to stir. Oh my God, the disappointment on many young people's faces immediately turned into anticipation and determination. I thought I had no chance, but I didn't expect that I would still have this trick. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, let nature take its course, wait for other men to compete, and get the title of I Go to Heaven Alone. Option 2, participate in the competition, win the championship. Dance with the beauty. Get the title of I Am the Champion. Chen Feng shook his head. Why did Xinyu suddenly act like this? After Xinyu finished speaking, her eyes were always on Chen Feng. She was very expectant, but also a little afraid of disappointment. First a boy jumped out, then let me go first. Miss Shen, have you heard of the recently popular singer Fengshen's Peach Blossom Wind? Xinyu's face was a little stiff, and she nodded. This guy stepped on a landmine and hit Chen Feng on the head. You want to sing this song? Sure. The boy confidently took the microphone and began to sing. The singing voice came slowly. If Chen Feng hadn't been standing here, he would have thought that this guy sang quite well, and almost mastered his style. However, from what he heard naturally, he didn't appreciate the charm of the peach blossom style. At the end of the song, Xinyu nodded and said, thank you, young masterly. You sang Peach Blossom Wind very well. Is there anyone else? Then many people raised their hands, and Xinyu was waiting for Chen Feng. Many men began to use all the skills they had learned, but Xinyu just smiled slightly every time and did not show much emotion. Many people were disappointed and knew they had no hope. Only the first boy had been praised by Xinyu. He was full of confidence and it seemed that Xinyu's dance would definitely be with him. In that case, I will sing a new song for you, A Red Rose Under the Moonlight. Chapter 84, Beautiful Red Rose. This is a new song, not yet released. Xinyu heard Chen Feng talking. She immediately looked in his direction with surprise. Sure enough, Chen Feng would not let her down. She could finally get him to sing a song for her. Chen Feng looked at Xinyu and said, I wonder if there is a piano. This piece of music must be accompanied by a piano to bring out its charm. The first boy looked at Chen Feng with a sneer. Can you play the piano? Or do you need others to play harmony for you? Just when he was about to succeed, another person popped up, and this man had a close relationship with Xinyu just now. What if this man actually doesn't know anything, and Xinyu wants to use a backdoor to help him? The boys naturally thought that Chen Feng should be left with no way out and made to look bad in front of everyone. Xinyu looked at the boy with some annoyance. She didn't expect that he sang Chen Feng's song and she didn't even recognize him. She wanted to speak, but was stopped by Chen Feng. Since you are playing it yourself, then you must be playing it yourself. Chen Feng was determined to win. No one should compete with him in music. He debuted as a musician, and his singing and instruments were enhanced by the system. It was really a fantasy for these ordinary people to want to compete with him. Xinyu sent someone to move out the piano in her bedroom. This was the one she had always used. She had never heard Chen Feng play the piano before. She didn't expect that Chen Feng would be willing to play the piano for her alone today. A milky white piano was brought up, and Chen Feng sat down slowly. He thought for a moment, but before he started, the boy interrupted again. You are just starting to think about it, it's so irresponsible, you don't take Miss Xinyu to heart at all. The boy sneered and even instigated the people around him. I did just write this song. It's a song for Xinyu. It's a one-of-a-kind song. Xinyu stared at Chen Feng intently. Chen Feng slowly raised his hand, narrowed his eyes slightly, and then put his hand down. My fingers tapped lightly on the keyboard, and the notes turned in my mind. Light and gauze, the elves under the moonlight, dancing slowly, the roses with spiritual luster. You sway your body like a flower bud blooming in the wind, each one of them looking like a fairy. The long skirt is at my feet, red rose. Xinyu danced slightly in a red dress, like an elf in the moonlight. For a moment, everyone felt she was extremely beautiful. The clear and spiritual sounds from the piano keys struck people's hearts one by one. The hem of her skirt was slightly lifted, and the corners of her mouth were also raised. Every movement showed the charm of a young girl. Now everyone finally understood why Chen Feng gave Xinyu a cake with a dancing girl in a red dress. Isn't this her? It was tailor-made for her. Indeed, the red dress suits her very well. At the end of the song, Xinyu's face flushed slightly, her eyes sparkled, and she stared at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, I like this song very much. Everyone came back to their senses and clapped wildly. The boy's face turned green and red. Suddenly, he remembered something. Chen Feng, are you the god of wind? His eyes widened. He didn't expect that he was showing off his skills in front of a professional singer. Suddenly, he wanted to bury his head in the ground. He shrank his neck. You are actually the god of wind. I am actually your fan. He said this with some guilt, even a little embarrassed. In fact, he has always liked Chen Feng's songs and has been committed to imitating his songs for fun. He didn't expect that one day he would meet his idol and make a fool of himself. Chen Feng patted his shoulder and said, Not bad, kid, you sing very well, in my style. The boy was so shocked that he felt ashamed. It is true that comparison is the thief of fear. Xin Xingtian looked at Chen Feng with satisfaction, then at Xinyu. The more he looked at them, the more he felt that they were a good match. However, Chen Feng had so many enemies. It seemed that he could only leave Xinyu to him with peace of mind after he dealt with them himself. In the evening, Chen Feng received a call from Li Qing. Brother Feng, Baliwan, Flame Gang, I saw the brothers you brought with you earlier. It's just that. Li Qing seemed to be hesitant to speak, so Chen Feng asked, Just what? It seems like they have joined the Flame Gang. Moreover, our brothers have also found out that the Flame Gang has always been run by a young man named Xiaoshi, and the leader is Ning Taohai. Li Qing bombarded Chen Feng with information one after another, and he was unable to recover. I'll be there right away. Baliwan, what are you doing there? Li Qing hesitated. The Flame Gang challenged us to a fight. They originally wanted the boss to come, but we saw you were busy so we didn't bother you. Chen Feng frowned. You've fallen into a trap. He might be trying to lure me out. Be careful and stay put. I'll be here soon. Chen Feng knew that Xiaoshi might have revealed his true colors. Baliwan has no one in charge and is in chaos everywhere. Chen Feng originally planned to build a base here, but he didn't expect it to still be so chaotic. Baliwan is located in the corner of the eastern suburbs. It is a chaotic alley surrounded by a small river. The water in the river is usually very turbid. Many people even choose this place as a very suitable place for suicide. The whole place was very quiet, like a wild beast hiding in the dark. Chen Feng stepping in was like a bomb thrown into the calm water, gradually exploding. Chen Feng could clearly feel the atmosphere around him change. He looked around and said, "Come out, gang leader Ning." Ning Taohai came out, followed by 3 shocked people. Wu Hao was very shocked and said, "Brother Feng, why are you here? Aren't we here to wait for the leader of the Qinghai gang?" Sun Tianyu understood a little bit and looked at Chen Feng with complicated eyes. "Brother Feng, your relationship with the Qinghai gang." Chen Feng glanced at them and said, "You have fallen into the trap." Before he finished speaking, many people appeared around him. All of them were members of the Flame Gang. Ding, the system detected that the host's friend was about to face danger, and detected that the host was facing a choice. Choice 1, lead the Qinghai gang to retreat, ignore the suffering of the brothers, and get the title of one person's success brings prosperity to the whole family. Choice 2, rescue your friend and get a fox hunting long sword. Ding system prompt, the fox hunting sword is a high-level defensive weapon that can defend against all physical attacks. The people around had knives or guns. Ning Taohai looked at Chen Feng and said with a grim smile, Chen Feng, now it's your turn to beg me. If you hand over the Qinghai gang to me obediently, I might let you go." Chapter 85 Save his life. Ning Taohai looked at Chen Feng, "You have no power to fight back now. Your brothers and friends are all in my hands." Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that Li Qing and the others had fallen into the trap. He raised his head and said, "Boss Ning, since I have the ability to run away on my own, do you think I will stay here?" Ning Taohai's face was as gloomy as water. He just remembered how amazing Chen Feng was last time when he caught the bullet with his bare hands. He suddenly felt that if he wanted to escape, no one could stop him. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth widened, and when he saw Xiaoshi in the corner, he suddenly smiled and looked at the people beside him. Brother Wu Hao, since you were introduced by Xiaoshi, I won't be polite." As he said that, he winked at the person next to him. Wu Hao was still confused and wanted to ask him what he meant, but Ning Taohai just stopped him with one hand and put a gun to his back. Wu Hao suddenly felt that he was on the brink of death, and suddenly he understood why Chen Feng told them to stay away from Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi's scheming was too terrifying. Wu Hao fiercely looked at Xiaoshi, who was smiling in the crowd of Flame Gang members. "Xiaoshi, we treat you as a brother, but you treat us like this?" Sun Tianyu was also a little angry, but Xiaoshi smiled at them and said, "If it weren't for Chen Feng, you would be my good friends." He hugged his chest and looked at Chen Feng. "You killed Yuan Qi, right?" His eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. Ning Taohai was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. "Since Chen Feng is also Brother Xiaoshi's enemy, then I'll leave him to you." After saying that, he waved his hand, and everyone rushed forward, trying to surround Chen Feng. However, they heard gunshots and even sirens from behind. Ning Taohai's face changed. "Chen Feng, did you call the police?" Chen Feng shrugged his shoulders, wondering if it was okay. It seemed that Li Qing was already ready. "It wasn't me who called the police. Maybe God didn't want you to kill people so easily." Ning Taohai's face changed, and he pushed Wu Hao forward, about to shoot him in the head. At this time, the fox-hunting long knife flashed in Chen Feng's hand, and the sprinting skill was used. Only a residual image appeared in front of Wu Hao, and the fox-hunting long knife flashed, blocking the bullets. Wu Hao screamed and immediately hid behind Chen Feng, holding Chen Feng. "Brother Feng, I thought I was going to die just now." Woo. Sure enough, it's still that cowardly rat. Ning Taohai naturally couldn't hit Chen Feng with one shot, and he didn't dare to confront him head-on. Besides, there were policemen behind him, so he just said, "Brother Xiaoshi, Chen Feng is left to you to deal with." When Xiaoshi saw Ning Taohai retreating immediately, his face darkened. He thought that Chen Feng was indeed unreliable. He took out an assembled gun and fought against Chen Feng. Chen Feng asked a few people to find a place to leave quickly. The fox hunting sword was originally a legendary sword used to hunt foxes in the Tianshan Mountains. It was indestructible and could even easily peel off the skin of a person wearing Beijing armor. Xiaoshi's movements were also very quick. He must have been well trained. Seeing that the gun could not hurt Chen Feng, he immediately switched to attack. At this time, almost all the people from the Flame Gang around him fled in all directions. Only Wu Hao and 3 others hid in the corner. There were also police outside who were arresting people on the periphery. Time was running out. Xiaoshi looked outside. If he didn't hurry up, he would be caught by the police from Country H. He was afraid that he would not be able to escape. So, he used both hand and foot movements, with a nimble body and great strength, and with a flash, he wanted to hit Chen Feng in the chest. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows, raised his foot, did a back kick, and beautifully caught his hand, then put the gun to Xiao Shi's head. This was an invisible gun given by the system, and it was extremely powerful. Xiao Shi looked unhappy and didn't dare to move. Chen Feng kicked him on the back. What do you want now? Do you know that the most painful thing in the world is betrayal, but you took advantage of my brother? They truly treat you as a brother, but what about you? Why do you approach them? Wang Wei said to Wu Hao, we are all fucking idiots. How come we didn't see that this person had ulterior motives? Sun Tianyu said nothing, but just looked at Xiao Shi, with a complicated look in his eyes. At this time, the police's voice came from outside, listen, everyone inside, let those students go immediately. The police broke in and took Xiao Shi away. Before leaving, Xiao Shi looked at Chen Feng unwillingly, and suddenly a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again. After Chen Feng shook hands with the police, he took Wu Hao and the other two away. Li Qing saw Chen Feng, trotted over, and asked worriedly, Brother Feng, how are you? Are you hurt? Chen Feng shook his head. No, let's get the brothers in order. It's time to clean up Baliwan. Li Qing nodded with excitement in his eyes. He had fallen into a trap today and was trapped in a warehouse by Ning Taohai and others. Fortunately, with Chen Feng's hint, they were able to escape, and then everything happened. Wu Hao's eyes widened, and then he asked uncertainly, Brother Feng, what is your relationship with the Qinghai gang? Wang Wei patted Wu Hao's head fiercely, stupid, didn't you see that, idiot? Sun Tianyu rolled his eyes and shook his head helplessly, Brother Feng, we really didn't pay attention this time and misunderstood you. We are wrong. Actually, Xiao Shi was coming for me. It's my fault that I didn't inform you in advance and I didn't realize the danger. Chen Feng also felt a little apologetic, and then they smiled at each other. Li Qing looked at them and recalled his own passionate and frivolous youth. Stop talking. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, I'll treat you to a drink. Don't leave until you're drunk. Several people came to the barbecue stall. For men, nothing can save their hearts better than barbecue and beer. They were eating happily. Suddenly, a drunk woman at the table next to us was talking nonsense, as if she had broken up with someone. She was still cursing, her face was red, and tears were shining in her bright eyes. She was slender and beautiful, even perfect, with a curvy figure. If possible, she would make men bow down to her with just a finger. Her cherry lips began to speak non-stop, you scumbag, you are shameless. It's all your fault. A short, lecherous man at the table on the right kept looking the woman up and down. Then a hint of lust flashed in his eyes. He swallowed hard, rubbed his hands, and walked up to the beauty lying on the table and said, Beauty, are you alone? Your boyfriend treats you badly? The tone was full of seduction and coaxing. Chapter 86 Beautiful Girl. The wretched man looked at the woman and said, Beauty, how about it? Go home with your brother? The beauty glanced at him and said, Go away. The man was a little angry, and as he spoke, he put his dirty hands towards the woman's waist. The noise here naturally alarmed Chen Feng and the others. Li Cheng wanted to stop, but Chen Feng shook his head and told him not to act rashly. Wu Hao and the other two did not move either, because after what happened today, they felt that whatever Chen Feng said was right, and whatever they did was courting death. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, ignore it, let the beauty be abused, and get the title of I am a gentleman. Choice 2, beat the wretched man away, save the beauty, get the title of hero saving the beauty, and get 5 extra gold coins. Chen Feng was interested in what this gold coin was. He had also seen the top quality jade last time, but he couldn't figure out its origin. He would ask about it next time he went to Ziwei Hall. As if hearing Chen Feng's inner voice, the system reminded him again, ding, the system reminds the host that the gold coin is a 1,000-year-old antique, as a material reward. Chen Feng's eyes lit up and he was very excited. Now he had something to auction. Stop it. Chen Feng stood up, took a few steps forward, and opened the wretched man's hand. Seeing someone coming to pick a fight, he looked at Chen Feng with disdain. Ha, kid, I'm telling you to stay out of my business, or I'll make you pay. He pointed at Chen Feng with a threatening look on his face. Chen Feng sneered, come on. The man took a few steps and raised his fist to hit Chen Feng in the face, but he didn't know that Chen Feng's skills were no match for him, and he was directly knocked to the ground. At this time, Li Qing also came and looked at the man on the ground. This is the territory of the Qinghai gang. If you continue to do evil, we in the Qinghai gang will tear you into pieces. When the man heard this, sweat broke out on his forehead. He didn't expect that he would meet such a big shot this time, someone he couldn't afford to offend. He nodded hurriedly. I definitely won't do that again, definitely not again. After saying that, he ran away, tumbling under the gazes of Chen Feng and the others. At this moment, Chen Feng felt a soft, boneless hand suddenly crawling up his back, and it was crawling around his neck like a snake. Handsome guy, you are so manly, be my boyfriend. Wang Wei looked at Chen Feng with some jealousy, but he also said gossipingly, why don't I have such a romantic encounter? Wu Hao also poked Sun Tianyu, hey, when will we two brothers have a romantic encounter? Sun Tianyu didn't say anything, but his eyes were very tender, as if he had thought of something. Chen Feng pushed the woman's hand away and said, Madam, you are drunk. The woman chased after him relentlessly, directly placing her hands on Chen Feng's waist, and then hugged him tightly. I don't care, since you are a hero saving a beautiful girl, you will be my son Qianqian's next boyfriend. Chen Feng was speechless. He was afraid that this might be another rich girl who came out of nowhere and was ignorant of the ways of the world. Li Qing looked at her and said, Brother Feng, why don't we send her to the hotel together? Otherwise, this weak woman will be in danger. Chen Feng nodded. There was nothing he could do since this was the task assigned to him by the system. So, 5 big men brought a beautiful woman with a charming figure into the hotel. In the middle of the night, under the strange gazes of many people, the woman was sent to a room, and several men turned around and were about to leave. The woman hugged Chen Feng again, her eyes blurred, her face slightly flushed, her moist lips slightly raised. She smiled slowly and said, Boyfriend, can you stay with me? Chen Feng's face was filled with black lines on his forehead, and the others could only smile bitterly. This woman was very outgoing. Li Qing even joked, Brother Feng, why don't you just give in to her? I think this beauty likes you very much. Chen Feng knocked the woman unconscious and threw her on the bed. Wang Wei was dumbfounded. Fuck, how could you do such a thing to a beautiful woman? You have no mercy on her at all. After saying that, he ran to cover Sun Qianqian's cup and observed carefully, TSK, this gorgeous beauty is so beautiful. Brother Feng, you don't want it, but I do. Chen Feng glanced at him, grabbed him, and left. When the footsteps of several people faded away, the woman who was originally sleeping on the bed suddenly opened her eyes were full of clarity, and she dialed a number. Hello, Huan, sure has been captured, and we need to rescue him. I will complete this task, okay. With a cold expression, he hung up the phone. Chen Feng, do you know that even a hero cannot resist the temptation of beauty? However, thinking about how she had thrown herself into his arms just now, she didn't expect him to remain silent. It seemed that she had to intensify her offensive. Sun Tianyu has been disappearing recently, but every time he comes back to the dormitory, there is always a faint smile on his face, as if spring flowers have bloomed on his face, making his originally dull face seem a little lively. But the others didn't notice anything wrong with Sun Tianyu. That day, Chen Feng went to class as usual. Unexpectedly, on the way to the teaching building, he was suddenly blocked by a large group of people. Wow, so beautiful, this god has an amazing figure. Oh my god, my nose is about to bleed. Those breasts, those buttocks. She's here to look for someone, right? I remember seeing her at school some time ago. Chen Feng originally wanted to go around, but unexpectedly, a charming voice suddenly came from the center of the crowd, Chen Feng. Then there was a figure with a protruding front and a curved back, trying to rush over and hug Chen Feng. Chen Feng slightly turned sideways to avoid the hug of the man. When he took a closer look, he felt that the man looked familiar. The man immediately glared at him. Chen Feng, do I look good? I'll be embarrassed if you stare at me like that. She had the figure of a queen but made a Lolita sound. Chen Feng was also a little drunk. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the corner. He had a bun on his head and looked at Sun Qianqian in front of him with big eyes full of anger. Where did you come from, you goblin? I, brother Chen Feng, don't know you. His eyes were full of hostility, like an angry kitten, ready to rush up and slap Sun Qianqian at any time. Following closely behind was a tall figure, Zhou Yanan, with a bit of jealousy on her fair face, because Chen Feng always provoked so many enemies for her. Sun Qianqian looked at the two people and generously extended her hand to them. Hello, I am Chen Feng's sister. I am Sun Qianqian, Chen Feng's girlfriend. There was a sudden booing around. This person is actually Chen Feng's girlfriend. That news is too explosive. No, although this woman has a great figure, the 4 school beauties are also very beautiful. Chapter 87, Fighting for Coolness. According to my observation, Chen Feng dodged sideways when this woman pounced on him just now, which means that Chen Feng is not very familiar with this girl. A fat boy wearing glasses, who looked very much like Sherlock Holmes, pulled his glasses and said seriously, "Are you sure your analysis is correct?" A cold voice was heard, and Xinya narrowed her eyes and glared at the man who had a better figure than her and tied up Chen Feng so shamelessly. Seeing another one coming, the fat boys all said to Chen Feng that he could only wish him good luck. Ding, the host detects that the system is facing a choice. Choice 1, accept Sun Shanshan's advances, become her boyfriend, and get the title of gentleman with talent, beauty loves him. Choice 2, clear up the relationship with Sun Shanshan so that the 4 school beauties will not misunderstand you, and get the title of loyal to one person, but both are titles, and it all depends on Chen Feng's choice. He looked at Sun Shanshan, who was still holding out her hand, and Yi Mengmeng and Zhou Yanan, who didn't want to pay attention to her. Yi Mengmeng snorted coldly, Nan, where did this sister come from? I don't think I've ever seen her in school. Could she be a new female teacher from some department? Yi Mengmeng's words were full of sarcasm about Sun Shanshan's age. After all, Sun Shanshan was no longer a student at the school, and she looked very mature, making people feel that she should be older than them. Sun Shanshan gracefully extended her hand back. Sisters, I am about the same as you. Oh, by the way, in a few days, I will be transferred here and will be in the same grade as you. Sun Shanshan smiled brightly, but what she said made Yi Mengmeng want to slap her twice. Chen Feng looked at the others and then said, "Are you guys done making noise? I should go to class." Sun Shanshan immediately looked at Chen Feng with curved eyebrows and eyes. "I've already finished talking. I forgot to tell you, Feng, I'm your classmate. You must take care of me in the future." Chen Feng glanced at her and said, "Miss Sun, we are not familiar with each other. I don't know what you want to do, but please stay away from me." After saying this, Chen Feng felt that Yi Mengmeng and Zhou Yanan both breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah, Feng, how could you do this? We went to the hotel yesterday, and you treated me like this? You turned against me?" Chen Feng ignored her and left with Yi Mengmeng and Zhou Yanan. Before leaving, Yi Mengmeng glared at Sun Shanshan. After the 3 of them left, Sun Shanshan narrowed her eyes, then a hint of viciousness flashed across her face. She smiled and explained to everyone, "This little boyfriend is still shy." After saying that, she left with her slender waist twisted. They had a long time to go together. Chen Feng walked behind, Yi Mengmeng and Zhou Yanan walked in front. They didn't seem to pay any attention to Chen Feng at all. Yi Mengmeng was even more angry. Zhou Yanan spoke calmly. "Chen Feng, what is your relationship with that woman?" The questioning tone of these 2 people made it feel like they were catching someone cheating in bed. Chen Feng quickly explained, "I have nothing to do with her. I was just drinking with Haozi and the others last night. I saw her being bullied by a filthy guy, so I saved her and sent her to the hotel." After hearing what Chen Feng said, Yi Mengmeng was like a little lion. "Then why is he pestering you?" Chen Feng shook his head and said narcissistically, "Maybe it's because I'm handsome." They both rolled their eyes at him. Chen Feng didn't care about these episodes and continued to live his normal life. Li Qing called him that day, "Brother Feng, the flame gang has been almost wiped out, Ning Taohai has been caught, what should we do with him?" Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, kill Ning Taohai, retake the flame gang and get the title of I am the strongest gang leader. Choice 2, save Ning Taohai's life, it will be useful later. Obtain a life-saving pill. Ding system prompt, the life-saving pill is the legendary Supreme Immortal Pill. It has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. I hope the host will use it with caution. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. Why did the system let him save Ning Taohai's life? Such a disaster would eventually bring him disaster. It was a heart disease after all. However, if the system had never harmed him, he would have distrusted the system. "Brotherly, don't touch him yet, I'll be there soon." Chen Feng quickly took a car to Baliwan, where Li Qing had established a new base for the Qinghai gang. In that dilapidated warehouse, Li Qing sent his brothers to renovate it, and it instantly became a more upscale place. Chen Feng walked in under the respectful gaze of the younger brother at the door. He came to the 2nd underground floor, which was originally a warehouse storage area, but was converted into the Qinghai gang's inquiry room. Li Qing saw Chen Feng coming and nodded to him. Chen Feng turned to Ning Taohai, who was tied to the ground, twisting constantly, with bloodshot eyes and shouting constantly, and said, "Boss Ning, what's the matter? Aren't you going to wipe out our Qinghai gang?" Ning Taohai looked at Chen Feng with a ferocious expression. "Chen Feng, if you have the guts, just kill me. When I, Ning Taohai, was in the underworld, there was no young man like you. If you let me go, I will make you pay back today's humiliation tenfold or 100-fold in the future. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. You are still a man, but don't worry, this day will never come. He waved his hand and asked Li Qing to go out with him. Brother Feng, what's wrong? You're not going to kill Ning Taohai? Chen Feng shook his head. This person is still useful. Don't worry. Ding, the system prompts Ning Taohai to gain a life, and the host gains a life-saving pill. Chen Feng felt that there was an extra cloth bag in the pocket of his pants, but he did not take it out. After explaining to Li Qing, he got on the bus back to school. As soon as I got on the bus, I heard the driver roaring angrily, "Don't you have any change? What are these?" I saw that the bus was covered with mud and there was a pile of herbs in front of the driver's seat. A short old man said with a smile, It's been a while since I went down the mountain. I forgot that I need change. But it doesn't matter, old man, my herbs are very valuable, you won't lose out. The driver was very upset. If you don't have money, don't get on. Don't try to cheat me here. As he said that, he was about to drive the old man away. Chen Feng saw that the old man was also very pitiful. Master, it's just a few dollars. I'll give it to the old man. The old man looked back at Chen Feng and immediately smiled. Sure enough, there are still many good people. Chen Feng sat in a seat in the back row, but he didn't know that the old man also ran over. Chapter 88 by Yin Xian. The short old man was smiling and running in a rather wretched manner, holding a cloth bag covered in dirt in his hand. He sat on the stool next to Chen Feng. Chen Feng didn't say anything, but took out the life-saving pill and looked at it carefully. The pill looked like a chocolate pill, the only difference was the pattern on it, which looked like a dragon but was not a dragon. Chen Feng was also amazed that such a delicate pattern could be engraved on a small pill. Before he could finish admiring the result, the old man next to him suddenly snatched the pill from Chen Feng's hand. Chen Feng was caught off guard and the pill was snatched away by him. The old man's eyes were full of disbelief. His smiling face suddenly became strange. He thought of something and shook his head. How is it possible? It's a legendary thing. Impossible, impossible. Hey, old man, give me back my stuff. Chen Feng felt that this old man was really something. He helped him, but he actually robbed him of his things. He really shouldn't meddle in other people's business. The old man thought for a moment and asked Chen Feng tentatively, Little brother, can you tell me where you got this thing from? Chen Feng rolled his eyes. He couldn't possibly tell him about the system. I want to say that these things of this old man are mine. Why do you care where they came from? Can you give them back to me now? The old man looked at Chen Feng's outstretched hand and suddenly became unhappy. Boy, do you know who I am? He pointed at his nose and said, Who are you to care about me? I just know that I helped you, but you turned your kindness into enmity and stole my things? When the people around heard this, they immediately started pointing at the old man. Oh, this young man is so kind, how could he meet such a person, said an old lady. It's true that good intentions don't go unrewarded. If you knew this, you shouldn't have helped this old man, said a young man. The old man was a little embarrassed, and could only reluctantly return the pill to Chen Feng. Boy, if you have anything to do, you can come to find my disciple. He lives at number 215, Jinshua Wanbo Road. After saying that, he looked at Chen Feng with a strange look, and got off the bus with his bag. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng followed him. He said excitedly, Boy, you regret it and want to give me the pills. Chen Feng rolled his eyes and said, Who wants to give it to you? I'm getting off here too. But he was in a state of panic, because wasn't number 215 where Zhou Yinan lived? This old man actually said that this was the residence of his disciple, so he should be by Yin Xian. Chen Feng's expression remained unchanged as he continued, You need to go to your disciple. I live next door to him. Anyway, we will know it sooner or later. Bai Lao said with a smile, See, this is fate, it means it is destined by God, so, can't you let me take another look at the pill? Chen Feng rolled his eyes and returned to the villa, ignoring the old man. Old Bai just shook his head and said, Alas, it's true that young people are not easy to fool. Chen Feng just went back to the villa to get something and left, but he didn't expect to meet Bai Yin Xian. When old Bai arrived at Zhou Hui's house, he couldn't get in, so he shouted outside, Hui Hui, little Hui Hui, come and pick me up, your master. Oh, I have to wait for you here with my old arms and legs. People around him pointed at him, including Zhou Hui who was in the villa. Zhou Hui ran out panting with sweat dripping from his forehead. Oh, master, you came without even telling me. Zhou Hui smiled and invited Mr. Bai in. Where's my little Nan Nan? How's she doing lately? Zhou Hui looked a little aggrieved. Master, Nan Nan no longer belongs to us. She has someone else in her heart. Chen Feng didn't know the rest. He had already arrived at the school. Before he entered the school gate, he saw a big motorcycle at the gate. A beautiful woman with a curvy figure wearing a motorcycle suit and holding a helmet in her hand was standing at the school gate very handsomely. Most of the people around her were boys, all of them looking at the beautiful woman with drooling faces. It turned out to be Sun Shanshan. Chen Feng, here, come on, I'll take you for a ride. She looked at Chen Feng with a smile as beautiful as a flower, and Chen Feng's blush grew even bigger. This is simply like an old lady. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, reject Sun Shanshan's invitation and get the title of I Am Beautiful alone. Choice 2, accept Sun Shanshan's invitation and get a diamond necklace. Ding, system prompt, the diamond necklace is the long-lost heart of the ocean. It is the necklace that Prince Willy gave to his beloved woman. It is priceless. Chen Feng was a little dumbfounded. Are all systems so generous now? Instead of using money to hit him, they used priceless things to hit him. Miss Sun, you're giving me a headache. Sun Shanshan narrowed her eyes, her charming fox eyes moved. Call me Shanshan, but I'm your girlfriend, you can't do this to me. After saying that, he gave the helmet to Chen Feng, asked Chen Feng to sit on the back seat, and then he straddled the handsome motorcycle with his long legs. Let's go, let me take you for a ride and experience the beauty of the world. Chen Feng always felt it was very strange. It was impossible for this woman to want to marry him just because he saved her. Therefore, he still did not let down his guard. After all, he was now the target of public criticism. Along the way, Sun Shanshan took him for a ride everywhere. What impressed Chen Feng was that as a grown man, he almost vomited in someone else's car. This girl drives too fast. Seeing Chen Feng's uncomfortable expression, Sun Shanshan quickly slowed down. Chen Feng, you are not doing well. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Miss Sun, do you know that you can't say no to a man? Sun Shanshan suddenly stopped the car, her eyes sparkling. In that case, do you want to give it a try? Chen Feng was so upset, wondering how could this woman be so shameless. Originally, Sun Shanshan actively asked to go to the bar for another round of swimming. Chen Feng couldn't help but think of the scene when he saw her last time. He didn't want to send her to the hotel again and be in the spotlight. Let's go back to school. I have things to do. Seeing Chen Feng being so cold, Sun Shanshan curled her lips a little aggrieved. You are really not a gentleman at all. Her eyes were full of disappointment. For some reason, Chen Feng didn't feel any guilt at all. He didn't feel sorry for Yi Mengmeng as he did when facing her aggrieved look. Chen Feng became alert in an instant. This woman was fake, very fake. Although she didn't show it, Chen Feng's intuition was very accurate. He could feel that this woman was acting the whole time. Miss Sun, please go back. I'm very anxious. Sun Shanshan glanced at him calmly and said, okay. Turning around silently, he looked even more pitiful. Chapter 89 Xiaomi. Chen Feng didn't even look at Sun Shanshan. When Sun Shanshan turned around, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes, and then disappeared in an instant. The journey was calm and peaceful until there was a big turn about 1 kilometer away from the school. Chen Feng didn't know that he was about to face danger. Before turning the bend, Sun Shanshan did not slow down, but instead kept speeding up, as if complaining about Chen Feng's dissatisfaction. Chen Feng frowned, with a vague bad feeling in his heart. Sun Shanshan, you should drive slower. But before he could finish his words, a large truck, came out from the opposite direction. Chen Feng's pupils widened slightly. If he rushed forward at this speed, he would be turned into meat paste in no time. Unexpectedly, Sun Shanshan in front saw the large truck and accidentally jumped off the car. She rolled on the ground for several circles, and the front of the car lost its direction, leaving only Chen Feng sitting in the car. Ding, the system detects that the host is in danger. Choice 1, sitting in a car and being hit by a truck, you will be awarded the title of the number 1 in waiting to die. Option 2, sit in the driving position, drive a motorcycle and a large truck to test, and obtain the Super Motorcycle Driving King's skill. At this critical moment, Chen Feng felt that he relied on his survival instinct to jump directly from the back seat of the motorcycle to the front seat, and then quickly used his skills to tilt the front of the motorcycle to the side, constantly slowing down, and finally did a fierce tailswing, and finally used friction to stop the car. Chen Feng touched his beating heart and almost died here. The big truck didn't even slow down or change direction. It just drove straight past us, creating a gust of wind. Sun Shanshan limped and stumbled over, looked Chen Feng up and down with concern, and then slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you are okay. Damn, that driver must be crazy, he actually hit me directly. Chen Feng's eyes flashed with a gleam. He did not doubt Sun Shanshan's behavior just now. He just looked at Sun Shanshan's feet and said, "Are you injured? I'll take you to the hospital." Chen Feng sat on the motorcycle, put on a helmet, and motioned Sun Shanshan to get on the motorcycle. She hesitated and refused to get on the motorcycle. She showed Chen Feng her red and swollen ankle. "Chen Feng, I can't climb up." Chen Feng didn't say anything. He got off the car and helped her onto the back seat of the motorcycle, then got on the motorcycle. Sun Shanshan originally wanted to do something touching him, but Chen Feng's movements were too big and it was like he threw her onto the motorcycle. Sun Shanshan asked tentatively, "Chen Feng, you can ride a motorcycle? Why did you feel so uncomfortable just now?" Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. "Oh? You suddenly learned how to ride. Maybe it was inspired by the danger you encountered. Didn't you also jump off the bike when you encountered danger?" The language seemed a bit sarcastic. Sun Shanshan heard it and quickly explained, Sorry, it was just an instinctive reaction. It's mainly because I often encounter this kind of thing. I've been trained to have a special mechanism for encountering danger, but I forgot that you were still sitting in the back." This explanation made sense, but Chen Feng didn't say anything. "Call the police." The two truck drivers did it on purpose. Of course, he didn't know whether it was directed at himself or Sun Shanshan, and Sun Shanshan was also very suspicious. Sun Shanshan's eyes flickered. "Forget it. Anyway, nothing happened between the two of us, and we don't have the energy or time to argue with him." Chen Feng frowned, but Sun Shanshan couldn't see it, so he nodded silently. Sun Shanshan was sent to the hospital for treatment of her foot, which was only a sprain and not too serious. Chen Feng sent her back to the dormitory of Donghai University. But Sun Shanshan didn't seem to be very popular, and no roommate came to pick her up. In the end, it was the dormitory aunt who helped her up. As soon as Chen Feng left the girls' dormitory, he saw Song Shi kicking pebbles under a magnolia tree in the distance. "Shuri?" When Song Shi saw Chen Feng, her eyes lit up, then immediately dimmed. Song Shi looked at Chen Feng, then looked unhappy and said sullenly, "Chen Feng, what are you doing here?" In fact, Song Shi saw him helping Sun Shanshan to the girls' dormitory, so she deliberately waited for him outside. Chen Feng noticed that her tone was not right, so he asked with concern, "Shi, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Song Shi shook her head and looked in the direction of the girls' dormitory. "Why did you come out from there?" Chen Feng finally understood. "Oh, it's like this, Sun Shanshan sprained her ankle, I sent her back." "Are you with her?" Song Shi's tone was full of jealousy. Oh, that's right. She invited me for a ride." "Oh." Song Shi replied sullenly, "I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Chen Feng was a little embarrassed. What was wrong with Shuri? She was really in a bad mood. "Hey, Chen Feng, my father asked you to come over." Zhou Yanan called again, her tone was very cold, as if she understood frost. Chen Feng suddenly felt like a heartless man. "Okay, I'll be right there." He should understand that Zhou Hui might have called him because of Mr. Bai, but he couldn't possibly give him the pill, as it was his life-saving thing. Chen Feng took the subway and when he arrived at Marlborough, he saw Zhou Hui waiting at the door, with Zhou Yanan standing next to him with an unwilling look on her face. Zhou Hui even pushed Zhou Yanan, and she rolled her eyes at him. "I have to go back, you pick him up. Old man Bai is still waiting for me to make him some tea." Zhou Hui could only shake his head helplessly. Seeing Chen Feng, he suddenly became very enthusiastic. Little brother Chen Feng, you are finally here. Come on, we have been waiting for you for a long time." Chen Feng nodded. "Mr. Bai has been waiting for me for a long time." Seeing Chen Feng's unfathomable expression, Zhou Huixiao's eyes narrowed. "It is indeed like this, brother Xiaofeng, because master heard that you saved Mr. Qin, he wanted to thank you very much, so he asked me to invite you to thank you." Chen Feng raised his eyebrows, he had forgotten about this matter. After entering the door, Bai Lao sat on the sofa, looking very arrogant, but there was still a hint of mischief in his eyes. Zhou Yanan made him a cup of tea and said, "Xiaonan is really obedient. Look at your fellow apprentices. They are all people who don't know how to care for their master." Bai Yinxian drank his tea comfortably like a little child inside. Master, Brother Chen Feng is here. When Zhou Yanan heard Zhou Hui's voice, she turned her head away, not wanting to see Chen Feng at all. Chapter 90 International Medical Rescue Competition. Seeing Chen Feng coming, Bai Yinxian immediately stood up with a smile. Oh, Xiaofeng is here. I've been missing you so much these past few days that I've lost my appetite and lost a lot of weight. If you don't believe me, ask Xiao Nannan. Zhou Yanan didn't want to see Chen Feng at all, and just said sullenly, I can still eat 3 bowls of the meal I cooked. Bai Yinxian smiled awkwardly, then looked at Zhou Yanan in confusion. Nan, don't you want to be around this guy every day? Why, you don't want to see him now? Did you two have a fight? After hearing this, a blush welled up on Zhou Yanan's pretty face, and then she glared at Zhou Hui fiercely. It must have been Zhou Hui who told Mr. Bai. Bai Yinxian looked at Chen Feng again. Oh, Brother Xiaofeng is still so handsome and dashing. No wonder he was able to cure old man Qin's serious illness. He is really amazing. Zhou Hui and Zhou Yanan were not surprised to hear Bai Yinxian flattering them, as he always liked to disrespect the elderly. Chen Feng was very upset. I was the one who cured Mr. Qin. If you have any questions, just tell me. Bai Yinxian clapped his hands. It's really different to talk to a straightforward person. It's like this, I heard from Xiaoyi that your golden needles and the pillow came in very handy in this treatment. He asked tentatively, but his eyes were full of shock and disbelief, because after listening to Xiaoyi's description, that thing was clearly the jade bone pillow, the long-lost jade bone pillow. He knew that this was not just a legend, but a real thing. He had heard about the use of the jade bone pillow from his ancestors, but it had been lost in the world for a long time. I didn't expect it to see the light of day again on this young boy. Chen Feng smiled knowingly. The jade bone pillow and golden needles are inherited from my family, and I also learned the medical skills by myself. Why is Mr. Bai so interested? Old Bai nodded. In fact, when Zhou Yanan called, Chen Feng knew that Bai Yinxian might ask him to take out the jade bone pillow, because this thing must be a hot item for a doctor. So he packed his bag and took the jade bone pillow with him. Under Bai Lao's eager gaze, Chen Feng took out the jade bone pillow. The crystal clear jade emitted a green light. Bai Lao's eyes suddenly widened. The texture, the feel, and the luster, this is indeed a jade bone pillow. I never thought that I would be able to see such a great medical miracle in my lifetime. Chen Feng also took out the golden needle. Be careful, this golden needle is extremely sharp, you will get pricked if you are not careful. Old Bai nodded, and actually carefully observed the number, length, and shape of the gold needles, and then carefully picked up a gold needle. While observing, he kept marveling at it. This set of gold needles is suitable for various parts of the body, and the needle tips are delicate and powerful enough to target the acupuncture points. It is definitely a set of very high-quality gold needles, but only people with very skilled techniques and superb skills can use them. Old Bai's eyes turned. If this kid was accepted as his apprentice, wouldn't he be able to make selfless contributions to the medical field? It would be equivalent to his things being the things of the medical field. He coughed and said, Ahem, Brother Xiaofeng, I think I need to introduce you to our medical school. First of all, you may not know much about it. Our medical school is very powerful. Secondly, our medical school's disciples are all over the world and occupy a place in it. After a long string of words, he finally got to the point. Brother Chen Feng, you are so outstanding, would you consider joining our medical school? Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, take Bai Lao as your teacher and get the title of people always need to keep learning. Choose 2, become the second master of the medical school, and get a chance to play the mysterious turntable. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the system didn't want him to be at peace this time. He turned to look at Bai Yinxian. Mr. Bai, I understand what you mean. I can agree to let you enter your medical school, but my status cannot be low. After all, you may not be able to match my skills. This sentence was so arrogant that Bai Lao's eyebrows jumped in anger. What the hell, a young boy, actually said that he is stronger than me. Zhou Yanan was also very surprised. She didn't expect Chen Feng to say such a thing. Chen Feng was very confident. It just so happens that today, I am going to Mr. Qin's house to give him another acupuncture treatment. Mr. Bai can take a look and you can make a diagnosis yourself. The implication is that they can compare themselves again. Bai Lao was so angry that his beard was about to flutter, but thinking that this kid really had some skills, he nodded and said, let's go and see if old man Qin is dead or not. Chen Feng understood very well that old Bai might know Qin Xiao, which meant that his status should not be low. Before leaving, Bai Yinxian yelled, Xiao Huihui, let Nan take us there, and you stay home and plant the herbs I just brought. There can't be any mistakes. Zhou Hui had a cold sweat on his forehead and nodded repeatedly. Okay, master, I will definitely take good care of the herbs. Zhou Yanan reluctantly got into the car with Chen Feng. Before getting in the car, Zhou Yanan wanted to sit in the front, but Bai Yinxian immediately stood up and jumped to the front seat. Oh, Xiao Nannan, I'm carsick, so let me take the front seat. Zhou Yanan could only sit in the back with Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked at Zhou Yanan, who had a blank expression on her face, and said with a smile, Nan, what are you angry about? Zhou Yanan glared at him fiercely, and then cursed, you scumbag, you only care about a woman's figure. Bai Yinxian said in front, Brother Chen Feng, this is not right. Our little Nan is a little sister who is loved by everyone in the medical school. You can't be a heartless man. Chen Feng scratched his head and understood what Zhou Yanan was talking about. Nan, I didn't provoke Sun Chanshan. I just helped her when I saw injustice. Who knew she would pester me again? Zhou Yanan still didn't listen. It turned out that all men are pigs. Arriving at the Qin's house, the security guard at the door greeted Chen Feng and his friends with a smile. Shi Nanming was waiting at the door again. When he saw them, he nodded to Old Bai and greeted them. Old Bai, you have time now. Then he smiled and said to Chen Feng, Brother Chen Feng, my father has been recovering very well recently, thanks to you. Bai Yinxian blew his beard and glared again. Xiao Ming, you are very wrong. I am your elder. Shi Nanming also knew his personality well and brought several people in directly. Chapter 91 Gambling on Stones. Xin Xiao was watching something in front of the TV with a serious face, with boiled water in front of him. It seemed that he also knew that drinking too much tea was not good for him. When Mr. Bai saw him, he sat down next to him enthusiastically. Oh, old buddy, you are not good enough. You got sick so soon. What are you watching? It's so serious. Damn, it's a skit. TSK, it's still the same. Chen Feng was speechless, and Xin Xiao also blared at Bai Yinxian. Bai Yinxian, where were you when my life was hanging by a thread? You even sent me a useless apprentice. If it weren't for Chen Feng, you wouldn't have seen me at all. Bai Yinxian also felt embarrassed. Hey, let me, an old man, take a look at you. I guarantee that the medicine will cure your illness. He took Qin Zhao's hand and frowned for a long time. The disease has been alleviated. He did diagnose Qin Zhao's symptoms and had his own method, but his disease was a chronic one. If he were to treat it, it would take 2 or 3 years to cure it. However, Xiaohui said that Chen Feng only went there once and that he only needed 3 more injections. His diagnosis now is indeed like this. I would never have thought, that after studying for a lifetime he is still not as good as a young man. Bai Yinxian shook his head and sighed, I'm afraid the old man is getting old. Xin Xiao didn't quite understand, but Chen Feng said, Mr. Qin, let me give you a few injections. Xin Xiao nodded, and Chen Feng skillfully took out the golden needle, then gently stuck it on and slowly inserted it into various acupuncture points. His movements were quick and agile, yet accurate. The movements were so familiar as if they had been practiced thousands of times. Bai Yinxian nodded in admiration. This kid might be pregnant or a genius. Xin Xiao could see what Bai Yinxian was thinking. Xiaoyin, if you admit your age, the former wave will be beaten to death on the beach. I won't say any more. I'm going to sleep. After saying that, he consciously took the jade bone pillow and laid it out. Not long after, the sound of even breathing could be heard. Xin Anming motioned for everyone to go to the study to discuss. Bai Yinxian looked at Chen Feng and asked, Are you sure you learned everything by yourself? His eyes were shining, as if Chen Feng in front of him was more attractive than that jade bone pillow and golden needle. Chen Feng scratched his head and said, I guess so, but are you convinced now, Mr. Bai? Bai Yinxian nodded, and suddenly his eyes turned. Hey, I can agree to your request and let you be the master of the same level as the medical school, but your entry age is too low, so you can only be the second master. Chen Feng nodded, but you have to promise me one thing. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. What's the matter? Bai Yinxian smiled cunningly. There is an international medical rescue competition recently. It's actually a good name, that is, each country shows off their skills and competes with each other, but the people sent are all top-notch people. This time, our country plans to let our medical school send people out, and the age cannot exceed a certain limit. So, you want to send me? Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, reject Bai Yinxian's request, shamelessly become the leader of the sect, refuse to obey the crowd, and get the title of I am the boss. Choice 2, accept Bai Yinxian's request, participate in the competition, and obtain 2 jade stones. 2 jade stones, so including the previous ones, there are 4 jade stones in total. Looks like I have to go to Ziwei Hall. Bai Yinxian looked at him eagerly, and Chen Feng nodded. Okay, time and place. The day after tomorrow. International 5 Mountains Building. Country R. Chen Feng nodded. It was Country R again. It seemed that he had to go deeper into the enemy's lair. You can learn more about the Zhu Wang organization. After Chen Feng came out of Qin's house, he went to the store at the door to have a meal. Qin Anming wanted to cook by himself, but he thought that old Qin was still sleeping and it was really inconvenient for him to eat there, so he came out. The owner of the store smiled kindly, cooked a bowl of noodles for Chen Feng, and then started watching TV. Hey, little brother, isn't there an international medical competition recently? International medical rescue competition? Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. Hey, it's this competition. My kid is going to participate. I will definitely watch the whole thing when the time comes. The boss's face was full of pride, and he had the aura to spread it to the whole world. Chen Feng nodded. Boss, your noodles are really delicious. Your son must be very good. That's an international competition. I'm not satisfied with you. I want to be a volunteer. Maybe I can meet your son. Can I ask his name? The boss looked proud and said, his name is Xiaoyang. It's his mother's last name. There was a hint of relief, as well as a hint of nostalgia and sadness in his eyes. Chen Feng nodded, and guessed something. Boss, I'm full. If I have the chance, I would like to meet Xiaoyang. The boss gave it to Chen Feng for free, and Chen Feng took a taxi to Ziwei Hall. Humor still had the familiar purple hair, and looked at the big bag in Chen Feng's hand with excitement. Oh, Feng, are you sure this is the jade you went to find? Chen Feng handed the bag to him. Your eyesight is definitely better than mine. I can only guarantee that it will produce jade. Humor took it over excitedly, opened it impatiently, and observed it carefully with a magnifying glass. The texture is clear, the touch is delicate, and the light is transparent. The more he talked, the more Humor felt that Chen Feng was really amazing. This kind of jade is generally not found in mines with good geology, and it is extremely rare, and sometimes it also depends on luck. This kind of thing is definitely hard to come by, but Chen Feng actually took out 4 pieces at once, and each one was very big and full of water. Wind, where did you get it from? Chen Feng just perfunctorily replied, I got it by chance. I remember there was a huge gambling stone convention in Ziwei Hall today. These 4 stones were used as the finale. Humor nodded. Are you going to participate today? Chen Feng thought about himself and decided that he did have time now, so he nodded. Please help me find a location that's more hidden. Hu Moer made some arrangements and left quickly. Because this gambling stone conference was indeed large scale, many well-known figures would be invited, so Hu Moer would be very busy. Hu San, come here for a moment. A very energetic man in his 30s heard the voice and ran over quickly. What's the matter, Manager Humor? Hu Moer said to Hu San, Sanner, this is Chen Feng, you can just call him Feng. Please make some arrangements, he will attend this gambling stone banquet. Humor did not reveal Chen Feng's identity, and Chen Feng meant the same thing. Chapter 92, Gambling Stone Conference. Hu San didn't ask any more questions. Generally, if a leader doesn't say much, it means he shouldn't ask any more questions. Chen Feng entered a hall on the 3rd floor under the guidance of Hu San. Hu San was a very talkative person and should be someone that Hu Moer valued. Many people on the road greeted him. Hello, third brother. Along the way, Hu San also answered a lot of questions that Chen Feng wanted to know. Chen Feng also learned about today's specific project, which was an auction of ores traded between Ziwei Hall and other mines, as well as precious jades that were mined and brought out by some people on their own initiative. Buyers can also become sellers, but they have to pay Ziwei Hall an agency fee, which is also a protection fee. Chen Feng nodded and thought to himself, this thing is really profitable. It seems that his Ziwei Hall has made a lot of money, and he has to expand it again. They arrived at a grand hall, with a huge platform in front and a flashing light on it. There was a jade on it, and many experts were surrounding it, examining it, and occasionally using magnifying glasses to observe it carefully, and frowning from time to time. Chen Feng took a quick look, but he couldn't figure out what was going on. Hu San arranged Chen Feng in a corner. Some people who were observing in the dark or whose attention was not on the stage saw Chen Feng and Hu San and were somewhat surprised by Hu San's attitude towards Chen Feng. Because Hu San is the most important person in Ziwei Hall besides the head Hu Moer. In fact, the news that Ziwei Hall had changed its owner had been circulating for a long time, but many people just treated it as a joke because they all believed that the mastermind behind Ziwei Hall, that is, the power behind the entire Carol Casino, was someone that no one could mess with, and it was simply wishful thinking for Ziwei Hall to want to become independent. After Chen Feng sat down, he heard the female host on the stage say, "Okay, several of our experts have studied this jade. First of all, it is produced from a large mining area in the new city of Countryar, and the rough belt on it is evenly distributed and thoroughly cleaned. It is indeed a good jade. The starting price is 500,000. Chen Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. 500,000. Wow, my god. A piece of stone that he didn't even know if it could produce jade was priced at 500,000. However, when he saw the expressionless faces of the people around him, as if it was normal, Chen Feng felt relieved. He probably didn't even know how much money he had now. Soon someone called out a price, 510,000. 530,000. The span was very low at the beginning, then gradually increased, until it finally soared to 1 million. 1 million. A man in a suit raised his card tremblingly. Someone next to him pulled him, but he ignored it and shouted excitedly, 1 million, I want this stone. Many people are shaking their heads, thinking that they are addicted, and they are just hoping to get rich overnight. In fact, many of them are doing it for the benefit of their family. If your family is in charge of jade trading, then you can make various accessories after the green jade comes out, gain a name and reputation for the business, thus adding icing on the cake for the business. A person who looked like an assistant next to him shook his head, but the man didn't care. He was very excited to get the jade and stood up immediately, I want it open now. After saying that, he asked his assistant to go up and observe for a while. Only when the assistant nodded did he stop. If he chooses to cut the stone on the spot, then if there is jade, he can set the price on the spot, thus doubling the price of the jade. Immediately, a staff member brought up the stone cutter, and then a very honest-looking man came up. He should be the stone cutter in Ziwei Hall. He took the stone familiarly and placed it on the board, then the man said impatiently, cut along 1/3, cut it for me, be careful, if you don't cut it well, you're done. His face was full of threats. The stone cutter nodded repeatedly after hearing this. They were only cutting stones for Ziwei Hall and could not afford to offend such a person. Therefore, he was extremely cautious when he took action. The man watched carefully and kept muttering, green, green. It must be green. The stone cutter was quite nervous to begin with and almost cut the wrong place, but he calmed down and after the big knife passed through, he immediately began to polish it carefully, and finally a little green light flashed on the surface of the stone. After seeing this, many people were excited, the bet has gone up, it actually went up, how much money can we make? It has turned green, look at the luster, it can't be the imperial green handle. After the green came out, the female host came on stage again and asked the man, Mr. Zhua, do you want to sell it now? Zhuolin looked at the assistant next to him, and the assistant shook his head at him, so he shook his head with relief and said, no, keep cutting. Chen Feng was very confused. If someone from a big family dared to come and gamble on stones, most of them would just trust themselves. Why did this person keep looking at the person who looked like an assistant next to him, and only dared to make the next decision after his signal? Is there something strange about this person? Zhuolin's eyes were full of determination, and God knew how happy he was now. A stone would definitely make him a new force in the Zhua family, and make Shuoya kneel down and beg him. The host nodded and asked the stonecutter to continue. The stonecutter wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued to cut the stone. The following steps were more complicated and careful. He dared not be negligent. The whole audience also began to hold their breath and concentrate. All the success or failure depended on this. At this moment, the stone was ground open and the inside was gray and white. Everyone took a deep breath and said, it's over. We lost the bet. 1 million is just a waste. Zhuolin had originally planned to accept everyone's envious looks and bring the stone back to the Zhua family under such looks, but he never expected to hear someone say this. His eyes slowly widened, impossible, it must be jade. The stonecutter also tried to cut it open, but the inside was still gray and white. It seemed that he had indeed lost money in gambling. That's how gambling is, you win and you lose. Many people are used to it, but Zhuolin refuses to accept it. Is there something wrong with your Ziwei Hall? Are you trying to trick me? The stonecutter is also problematic, as is the appraisal expert. I suspect you have hidden my jade. His face was grim and his eyes were bloodshot. The host immediately saved the situation with a professional smile. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhua, everything in Ziwei Hall is based on credibility. Besides, we can't cheat in public. I hope you can accept the reality and keep a calm mind. Zhuolin was even more annoyed. Reality? The reality was that he spent $1 million and got nothing in return. Chapter 93: Gambling on Stones. That's the problem with your appraisers. They make the decision every now and then, so you set the price so high? It seems that Zhuolin will not feel relieved if he does not trick Ziwei Hall today. He must have heard that Ziwei Hall has been separated from the background of that family. So now, even if there is no force backing it up, he can act recklessly. Call out your manager. I must get an explanation from Zhuolin at Ziwei Hall today. Many people came and started to discuss, this Zhuo family became a monk by gambling on stones? I didn't expect this person to be Zhuolin. But I've never heard of Zhuolin. I heard that the next head of the Zhuo family was a woman named Zhuoya. Her bets would go up whenever she gambled, so many people called her the queen of gambling stones. I didn't expect that the gambling stone family would produce such a waste. This Ziwei Hall is really unlucky. Chen Feng felt relieved when he saw that Husan had already gone to call Humor. He frowned. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, let Zhuolin make trouble, let Ziwei Hall take the blame, and get the title of I am the helmsman, but I don't care. Choice 2, resolve the crisis in Ziwei Hall. Obtain the super gambling stone master skill. Chen Feng looked at the man. Humor also arrived at the scene. Sir, please abide by the rules of our Ziwei Hall. Since you are willing to gamble, you have signed an agreement. Winning or losing is your own business, and our Ziwei Hall is just an intermediate platform. Humor had been explaining this in an official way. It was obvious that he often faced such situations. Chen Feng thought he could handle it, but Zhuolin didn't buy it. He just looked at the people next to him and continued, you always say the same thing in Ziwei Hall. What kind of people are we in the Zhuo family? Would we frame you? Sure enough, a dog without the support of its master will bite people? Zhuolin is now like a dog and is very good at biting people. Who are you calling a dog? Humor was a little angry, but was interrupted by a voice. I didn't expect to hear a rabid person barking in such a beautiful place like Ziwei Hall. Zhuolin heard Chen Feng say this in the corner and sneered, who dares to shout in front of me? He concluded that Chen Feng's status would not be that high. After all, he was just a person sitting in the corner. The territory of Ziwei Hall was generally arranged according to the amount of money given, that is, the status. Generally, those sitting in the middle and front had extremely high status. Those sitting in the back and on the sides had no status, so Zhuolin, who was used to it, treated Chen Feng like this. I am nobody, but I only know as a spectator that Ziwei Hall is indeed fair, just, reasonable and legal. Zhuolin raised his eyebrows. Oh, what makes you say that? Because I am also a stone gambler. Chen Feng's eyes were firm and he was very confident. Stone gambler? What level are you? Chen Feng was speechless. How could he know that the gambling stone master would also look at the level? Isn't this just counterproductive? Seeing Chen Feng didn't say anything, Zhuolin was also amused. Boy, it's not right to come here to cheat. Do you know what level this person next to me is? Chen Feng was quite interested. He also wanted to see what level it was. After all, Zhuolin really trusted the plain-looking man next to him. Chen Feng shook his head. Huang Yi, Master Huang, an international gambling stone master, is currently an 8th level gambling stone master. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. Level 8 is really high. The people around him took a breath of cold air. Level 8, did you hear that? I heard that there is an 8th level stone gambler in the casino in Carroll. He is very powerful. I didn't expect that this plain-looking man is also an 8th level stone gambler. Yes, you should know that the only gambling stone master who can reach the 9th level is the one from Country R, and there are only a handful of people who can reach the 8th level. As for the 10th level, it is just a title level and does not exist at all. Chen Feng didn't expect that there was no level 10 stone gambler, and he didn't know what level of skills the system would give him, but everything the system gave was very advanced and definitely not very low. When Chen Feng saw Huang, he raised his chin unconsciously, and then he didn't even look at everyone, as if he was an otherworldly sage. Chen Feng smiled and said, since he is an 8th level master, he should be able to compete with me. Chen Feng's words made everyone present gasp in shock. The whole audience was in an uproar. This kid actually said that he wanted to challenge an 8th level stone gambler. How was that possible? He was so young and definitely didn't have much experience. Oh? You want to compete with me? Huang, who had been silent from beginning to end, heard Chen Feng's voice and looked at him with interest. Humor also looked at Chen Feng, frowning, his eyes full of worry. God knows he knew that Chen Feng had no skills in this area. Otherwise, you wouldn't be unable to distinguish even the finest jade. He wanted to stop Chen Feng, but Chen Feng shook his head at him. In that case, then fine. If you lose, it proves that Ziwei Hall is indeed a fraud, and they must compensate me for my losses, including 1 million and additional credit fees. Zhuo Lin made the decision for Huang Yi first. Huang Yi just frowned. He was hired by Zhuo Lin at a high price and was actually not under the control of this brainless child of aristocratic family. What if you lose? Zhuo Lin smiled and said, if Huang Yi loses, then I will bark like a dog and not ask for compensation, and loudly say that Ziwei Hall is the most reputable. Learning to bark like a dog, this person is too confident that Huang will win. The people around him also found it a little funny, but they probably didn't see Zhuo Lin barking like a dog. In a building to the west, a woman was working hard in a pile of documents. She suddenly raised her pretty face. Although she looked a little tired and experienced, she was still very beautiful. She saw the assistant who came in with coffee and asked, "What is Zhuo Lin doing?" Boss Zhuo, master, ran to Ziwei Hall. Zhuo frowned slightly. What did Zhuo Lin want to do? Continue investigating and don't let him do anything weird. After saying that, she rubbed her temples vigorously. Recently, the power of Ziwei Hall in Donghai City has been growing. She, who had never believed it before, now began to believe that someone had been replaced behind the scenes. Moreover, this person's scheming and conspiracy methods were even more advanced than the original one. After all, the original person's power was too huge. After everyone got a piece of the pie, there would be very little left. And this Zhuo Lin was always secretly making things difficult for her, causing her internal and external troubles. He looked at the sky outside and asked, "Who is that in Ziwei Hall?" Chapter 94 Sun Chanshan. Chen Feng nodded to Humor, and Humor had no choice but to do as he asked. Soon, Humor came back and said, "It's like this. We have a new batch of high-quality jade today. There are 4 pieces in total. With the previous one, we have a total of 5 pieces." Chen Feng nodded and turned to look at Huang Yi. "Master Huang, since there are 5 pieces, let's do this. Let's open a bigger one and bet on whether there is jade inside, and if so, what kind of jade it is. Then everyone present should not be idle. Let's bet on who will win between the 2 of us. The winner can naturally share the loser's profits, but our Ziwei Hall also needs its own income, so we will take 5% of it as a reward." Humor's slightly frowned brows finally relaxed. God knew how heartbroken he was. Even if Chen Feng won, there would be no profit from their raw stones. They could only require that the jade they cut could be worth jade. If not, then they would lose everything. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng was very good at calculating. In fact, 5% might not seem like much, but it was a very high profit. Because for Ziwei Hall, each gamble is equivalent to collecting 4% of the profit, which is in addition to the cost, of course, under the premise that there is no green. Huang also raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhuo Lin. After all, he was hired by Zhuo Lin at a high price. Zhuo Lin nodded excitedly. Who is Huang? He will definitely win. Then he will get his 1 million back, and if he asks for more compensation, he will also get the hiring fee for Huang. Zhuo Lin has already planned it, so this trip was not in vain. Huang Yi nodded to Chen Feng, "Since you want to compete, then come on." Humor clapped his hands and immediately brought up 5 pieces of raw stones, one by one, starting with the first one. Chen Feng did not move, and asked Huang Yexian to identify it. He sneered twice and walked over. After a careful observation, there are watermarks on it, so it must be a water stone that is often soaked in water. He looked at it for a long time with a magnifying glass. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. Sweat gradually flowed down his forehead. This stone was not simple. It was not big in terms of size, but judging from the clarity of the stripes, it was very likely to contain jade. This rough stone will produce jade. Humor and Zhuo Lin were the referees for both parties. Humor naturally had a keen eye. This stone was one of the 4 that Chen Feng had brought. Since you have determined that it will produce jade, do you still need to determine what kind of jade it will produce? Then Zhuo Lin was not convinced. What if Huang also said it, and this kid also said it? No, let this kid judge first. Chen Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, "In that case, I'll go first." He walked forward and touched the jade carefully. Zhuolin laughed out loud immediately. This guy is probably an amateur. Everyone knows that the first step to identify jade is observation, and then touch its texture. Zhuolin had a look of sarcasm on his face. This kid was really a fool. He knew nothing and yet dared to come here. Chen Feng felt his eyes suddenly burning, and then a light appeared on the surface of the stone. Chen Feng's eyes could actually see through the stone and see what was inside. Chen Feng's pupils slightly dilated. He saw a red heart-sized jadeite inside the gray-white stones. The red light in the gray-white stones looked very spiritual. This was red jadeite. It was very rare to see red jadeite of such high quality. Seeing Chen Feng not moving, Zhuolin started to laugh again. What? You don't know? I'm afraid you don't even know what kind of species there are. Chen Feng looked at the audience around him, then looked at Zhuolin, who had a mocking look on his face. My conclusion is that waterstone will produce jade, and the quality of the jade is very good. It is red jadeite. Red jadeite. Many people were shocked to hear that there was actually jade, and it was the rare red jadeite. However, they did not trust Chen Feng very much. After all, he was just a young boy with no reputation or experience. So, everyone just smiled and waited to see what Huang had to say. Huang Yi also raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that this kid could actually name a species and seemed very confident about it. He was probably just guessing. After all, anyone who could describe the species in such detail and be so sure about it was either talking nonsense or was really capable. And Huang also believed that Chen Feng must be the former. Huang also walked forward, knocking here and hitting there. After frowning and thinking for a long time, he looked at Chen Feng strangely, and then said to Zhuolin, "There is a 90% chance that it is red jadeite." It is exactly what he said. Chen Feng also raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Huang Yi was indeed very capable. He could actually know the jade inside with a high probability. Everyone gasped, "Oh my god. If this kid is talking nonsense, why did Master Huang also say the same thing?" Yeah, that can't be what Master Huang said to this kid. Red jade, is there really red jade in there? Many people bet all their money on Huang Yi before the game started, but Chen Feng didn't care. After all, 5% of the final money would still go back into the pocket of his Ziwei Hall. Chen Feng nodded and said to Humor, "Cut the stone." Humor nodded and waved his hand. The stone cutter came again. This time he was much calmer because he felt more confident with Humor's arrival. After grinding it out bit by bit, it actually revealed a little red fluorescence. The people present widened their eyes. Oh my god, is it really red jade? It's amazing. Do they have X-ray vision? How do they know? The red jadeite was revealed bit by bit, about the size of a heart, and the quality of the red jadeite was extremely good. Humor looked excited, glanced at Chen Feng, nodded, and then said to everyone, Everyone has seen that this red jade is the first jade to be opened today, so our Ziwei Hall has decided to auction it now. The estimated price will be calculated by the price calculator, so everyone can look forward to it." Everyone was looking at the piece of red jade with great excitement. If this color was polished and turned into jewelry or decoration, it would definitely have a good market and could make more money than selling the whole piece. They had to take a picture of it today. For the next piece, Huang Yi was allowed to go first because of the principle of fairness. Huang Yi observed it for a while and was a little unsure. Then he thought for a long time and then slowly shook his head. It's a piece of waste rock. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows, turned around in front of the stone, and pretended to be thinking seriously. After all, he couldn't pretend too obviously, which would lead to suspicion from others. Chapter 95 Invitation from the Appraisal Association. Chen Feng thought for a long time, and everyone was observing his expression and movements. Since Chen Feng had guessed correctly the first time just now, they wanted to see again. This time, he was really good at guessing. Chen Feng propped up his chin, glanced at Huang Yi, and then said nonchalantly, "No, it's just waste stone." If Chen Feng guessed correctly, 4 of the 5 here were brought by him, and the other one was originally intended for auction. It is difficult to tell whether it is real or fake, but today it will definitely make his Ziwei Hall famous, because the next 3 will make people more eager. After Zhuolin unraveled the stone and confirmed that it was indeed waste stone, his face turned grim. "You must have guessed it. You didn't know what this stone was, so you just followed what Master Huang said." Chen Feng ignored him. "Master Huang, we can move on to the next round now, after all, we are tied now." Huang also nodded. He also wanted to see whether Chen Feng relied on luck or strength. The next round was to directly conduct the appraisal of two pieces, which took longer. Chen Feng just stood there for a long time, was in a daze for a while, and then said, "Blood jade, ice jade." When they heard that a blood jade and an ice jade had appeared at once, everyone was upset again. They didn't know that in a normal gambling market like this, if one jade stone appeared in a month, it was definitely very lucky. But today, in Ziwei Hall, a blood jade and an ice jade had appeared in one day? Is this true? Huang's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly felt that the Ziwei Hall today seemed to have dug a trap for them, and this trap had been led into by the young man in front of him. He observed carefully, sweat dripping down his forehead and his legs trembling slightly, because the identification process was extremely demanding on his mind, brain and eyesight, and now he was overloaded. After a while, he looked pale and said, "Ding Yufei, there is another one that I can't see." There really is an ice jade? Everyone looked at Chen Feng with surprise and strange eyes. The stone cutter's hands were shaking slightly. Today, his men had cut out red jadeite, so would blood jadeite appear next? An ice crystal color gradually took shape in the hand, crystal clear like a snow lotus on a snowy mountain, ice jadeite. This kind of jadeite was like a transparent elf, dancing slowly under the light. Many people could no longer control their eyes were full of burning and greed. Humor coughed lightly and ordered his men to quickly carry the ice jade away. The next one also slightly revealed its head. It was a fist-sized blood jade. The color of blood jade was richer than red jade, and it was more precious than red jade. It was rare to see a color like dripping blood. Humor stared at Chen Feng. He had no idea that he would be so high profile today. However, his eyes were full of excitement. This would allow him to have a seat in the Ziwei Hall and at the next International Gambling Stone Conference. Huang Yi looked at the blood jadeite with a dull face. He hadn't seen it just now, but Chen Feng knew it. How could Chen Feng be so powerful? Zhuo Lin also opened his eyes wide, looking at the blood jade greedily. If he got this thing, would he still have to worry about the selection of the patriarch this time? Seeing that so many people at the scene had greedy looks on their faces, Chen Feng frowned. If the last one was untied, he was afraid that Ziwei Hall would be robbed immediately. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choose one, continue to cut the stones, and cut the last one to get the title of high profile. Choice 2, stop cutting the stone and take it back to cut it yourself to gain advanced carving skills. Chen Feng smiled and glanced at Humor, who understood what he meant. Everyone, today Ziwei Hall will only auction the previous piece of red jadeite, because these pieces of ore belong to Ziwei Hall's independent property. Please don't force it. As he spoke, he looked at Zhuo Lin again. "Mr. Zhua, now that the winner has been decided, you should have nothing to say. Since Mr. Chen Feng has testified for our Ziwei Hall, it is true that our Ziwei Hall has always been fair and just. Let's end the gambling on stones today. Please move to the auction floor." When they heard that the two pieces of jade were not going to be auctioned, disappointment flashed in everyone's eyes. Zhuo Lin didn't say anything, but his eyes were always on the blood jade. Chen Feng noticed it and said, "Mr. Zhua, should you learn to bark like a dog for me from time to time?" Zhuo Lin then remembered the bet he had just made, and his face suddenly turned ugly. The people around him also started to make a noise. The young master of the Zhua family wouldn't be so dishonest, right? Yes, just now I thought he was pretending, but I didn't expect that I really met a master. Zhuo Lin had a gloomy face. Under the gaze of everyone, he blushed and shouted a few times, then he and Huang left. When he left, he glared at Chen Feng fiercely and said silently, "You are dead." Chen Feng shrugged his shoulders. There were so many people who wanted to kill him, so a clown wouldn't hurt him. After Zhuo Lin left, the situation returned to normal. Humor wanted to say something to Chen Feng, but a man who looked like a butler came over and said, "Sir, my master wants to invite you to sit in the box and tell me what happened just now." "I don't know, who is your master?" "You'll find out if you follow me." Humor nodded at Chen Dong. There were only two people in the box today, and both of them were people that Ziwei Hall could not afford to offend, so it was better not to act rashly. Chen Feng followed him and walked into the box. The butler closed the door and then he stood in front of an old man. The old man's gray hair was still lush, and his eyes, which had been closed for rest, opened slightly. He looked energetic and very imposing. He saw Chen Feng and nodded, "Please take a seat. You are the current helmsman of Ziwei Hall." Chen Feng didn't expect that the old man had actually seen through his identity and pointed out his identity as soon as he arrived. It seems that the identity of this old man is not simple. Chen Feng smiled and sat down. "I wonder who the old man is?" Ni Jiaqiao slowly spoke. Ni Jiaqiao, the president of the H-Country Gambling Stone Association. Chen Feng seemed to have heard of his name. This president was truly extraordinary. He should be one of the 9th-level stone gamblers in existence. I wonder why Mr. Ni asked me to come here. Ni Jiaqiao looked Chen Feng up and down. He knew everything about his performance just now. This kid was definitely not simple. He could easily know the situation inside without cutting the stone. He couldn't do that. How do you do that? Ni Jiaqiao bluntly expressed his doubts. Sorry, no comment. Chen Feng knew that he was trying to get some information out of him, and suddenly Ni Jiaqiao started laughing. Chapter 96, Level 10 Gambling Stone Master. You are exactly what I like. Since you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you. You are really amazing. So, I'll give you a chance to get the title of a Level 10 Gambling Stone Master. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. Level 10 Gambling Stone Master, let's not talk about how I can get this opportunity. What use is this title to me? Ni Jiaqiao smiled and said, with a Level 10 Gambling Stone Master in charge, you will still worry that other minds that want to make a profit will not come to you. Wouldn't you be happy to see such a win-win situation? So what kind of win-win situation does Mr. Ni want? Ah, good boy, I'm telling the truth. Ni Jiaqiao laughed loudly, and then his face became serious. Another 9th-level Gambling Stone Master in country R wants to hold a conference on Gambling Stone Masters in country R. The first one to be invited is the Gambling Stone Master Associations of our various countries. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. So, you want me to help you gamble? Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, reject Ni Jiaqiao's request and get the title of I am a master and I am at ease. Choice 2, accept Ni Jiaqiao's request, obtain the title of Level 10 Gambling Stone Master, and gain the fame of Ziwei Hall. Chen Feng continued, okay, but I also have to represent Ziwei Hall. Even though they may not know me, from now on, they will definitely know the name of Ziwei Hall. Ni Jiaqiao narrowed his eyes. This kid has a big appetite. Okay, Jiafu will go with you then. He pointed at the man next to him who looked like a butler. The butler didn't say a word from beginning to end, but Chen Feng knew that he was definitely not simple. When he was looked at by him, Chen Feng had a feeling of being seen through. The two sides happily reached an agreement, and Ni Jiaqiao finally put down his airs. Boy, I think the last stone you have is also very extraordinary, why don't you open it? Chen Feng didn't expect that someone actually noticed the last piece of raw stone that had not been solved, because everyone's attention was on the 3 pieces of jade that had already been solved and were worth a lot of money. It seemed that Ni Jiaqiao was indeed worthy of his reputation and was worthy of being the president of the Jade Gamblers Association. Chen Feng said to Humor outside, more, find someone to bring in the rough stone to cut it. Humor moved quickly. Less than 5 minutes later, someone carried in the stone. The stone was about half a person's height and half a person's width. The stonecutter came in again. He smiled at the 2 people first, and then began to cut the stone. Ni Jiaqiao stopped him and looked at Chen Feng with a smile. Xiaofeng, I wonder if it's okay for me to call you that? Chen Feng nodded, of course. In that case, how about you guess what kind of jade this rough stone is? This is not an easy thing to say. Ni Jiaqiao knew without even looking closely that this raw stone would produce jadeite, which is not something an ordinary person can do. Chen Feng nodded. Perhaps he also wanted to test whether he was qualified to participate in the Gambling Stone Masters Conference. Chen Feng stood in front of the stone, gently placed his hand on it, and closed his eyes slightly. Through his eyes, he saw a bright green light shining inside the huge stone. The green light was much stronger than the 3 before, but it seemed as if there was a layer of thick fog covering the outside, giving the entire stone a layer of mysterious light. Chen Feng frowned. This was the first time he couldn't see clearly what was inside. It seemed that this stone was not simple. It was green, a rich green. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Mr. Ni, what do you think it will be? Ah, kid, you are so lucky, why don't you untie it and see? Untie the handle. The stonecutter couldn't understand what they were talking about, but there were only 2 people saying something that no one else could understand. Jiafu looked at the 2 people and a smile appeared on his lips. The stonecutter was very cautious. He just grinded it bit by bit and didn't dare to cut it with big steps. Time kept passing and Chen Feng could feel the air solidifying. They witnessed a huge miracle in their constant waiting. A jade stone nearly half the size of a man slowly emerged. The stonecutter held his breath. This was the glory of his entire life. His eyes widened. Emperor, Imperial Green. This is Imperial Green. I actually cut out Imperial Green. Chen Feng patted his shoulder and asked, "What's your name?" "Boss, my name is Zhou Weigua." "What a nice name. From now on, you are the stone cutter who has cut through the Imperial Green. I will apply to the H Country Association to raise your level, but there is one condition. Ziwei Hall will always support you." Chen Feng was not only rewarding, but also threatening secretly. Zhou Weigua looked excited. "Boss, I will definitely contribute more to Ziwei Hall." Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. Humor also came in and saw it, his hands trembling slightly. "Imperial Green, this thing hasn't appeared for a long time." Ni Jiaqiu also nodded with satisfaction, and said, "Yes, our country H has another Imperial Green. This is the third piece in history. I'm afraid your Ziwei Hall will become famous." Chen Feng arranged for humor to protect the Imperial Green well. "This thing cannot be auctioned, otherwise it will cause a sensation." Humor nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, most of the people in Ziwei Hall will be assigned to take shifts to look after it, and the red jadeite has been auctioned off today, and the profit is good." Chen Feng nodded and left with satisfaction. He is now a junior and will be taking his final exams soon. After the final exams, he can go to Country R to participate in the Stone Gambling Masters Conference. But before that, he also promised Bai Yinxian to participate in the International Medical Rescue Competition. Although it sounds very modern, it is actually just a comparison of the skill levels of doctors in different countries. The traditional Chinese medicine technology of Country H did not originally occupy a certain position in the international arena. It was only recently with the help of Bai Yinxian that it won the top 3 places. However, new rules have been introduced in recent years. Only those under the age of 30 can participate. Therefore, this time Bai Yinxian was actually looking for talents who could participate in the competition, to win a place for the medical science of Country H, and to save the Chinese medicine. It was both an opportunity and a challenge. Chen Feng returned to school. It was like a transition from the gambling stone field to school. Many couples were holding hands on campus, birds were singing in the trees, and the whole university campus was filled with the breath of youth. Chen Feng felt a little emotional. His freshman was indeed very different. In this life, he could be said to have experienced the freedom and training of school. Chapter 97 Sun Chanqian's Show of Goodwill. Chen Feng was still immersed in his own thoughts when he suddenly heard a female voice. "Chen Feng, you're back?" It was Song Shi. She looked at him with a smile on her face, then slightly lifted her hair from her face. Her beautiful face always had her own intellectual glow. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. "Shi? You are here? What are you going to do?" Song Shi said, "The final exam is coming soon. I was planning to go to the library, but when I ran into you, I decided not to go. How about you take me for a walk?" Chen Feng also smiled. It might be because he often stayed in the library and felt a little bored. "Sure, but I don't know where to go. How about you take me for a walk?" Song Shi nodded happily. "Let's go, there happens to be a place that you should like very much." Chen Feng nodded, and the two walked side by side. Then a petite woman came out from the bushes. Looking at their backs, her eyes flashed. "Looks like we have to hurry up." The two people came to a pet shop called Companion of the Heart, which should be a pet hall. When they walked in, the staff wearing cat aprons welcomed them and then went back to work. There were many cats coming and going inside. Some were fat and lazy lying on the shelves, too lazy to even lift their eyelids, and some were black and white cats that were very alert and looked around with very agile movements. Girls should all like this kind of furry pet, and Song Shi was no surprise. She immediately found a fat cat, hugged it in her arms, and then stroked it happily, exclaiming with joy, "Chen Feng, come quickly, touch it, isn't it very cute and comfortable?" Chen Feng touched the fat cat's fur, but the cat opened its eyes, rolled its eyes and looked at him. He didn't expect that a cat would favor women over men. After a while, the cat started purring comfortably again. Time seemed to pass very slowly. Suddenly, a cat screamed. A man was kneading the cat hard. The cat arched its body in pain. The man's eyes flashed with excitement. He used more force. Hearing the cry, Song Shi raised his head, put down the cat in his hand, and immediately ran over to stop the man's action. "Sir, please be gentle. The kitten can't stand such kneading." Her eyes were serious, and she wanted to take the injured cat back from the man. The man suddenly became very gentlemanly, looking Song Shi up and down, with a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Sorry, I heard it by accident, I will pay attention next time. This was just an episode, and Chen Feng didn't care about it. He took Song Shi away. The two went to a cafe. While drinking coffee, Chen Feng suddenly looked out the window and suddenly saw a familiar figure. She walked over with a man and then went to the bathroom. I didn't want to care, but the system suddenly spoke. Ding! The system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, sit down and continue drinking coffee with Song Shi, pretending that you saw nothing, and get the title of I Saw Nothing. Choice 2, follow and see, get the truth of the matter, and obtain the Stone of Truth. Ding! The system shows that the Stone of Truth can see the essence of things, for example, seeing what is happening inside through a wall. Chen Feng looked at Song Shi, then said apologetically, Shi, I'm going to the bathroom, you wait here. Song Shi nodded obediently, and Chen Feng followed Sun Shanshan and the man. He saw the two of them turn into a room and then close the door. The two of them were in somewhat ambiguous positions, but Chen Feng was not interested. He always felt that there was something wrong between the two of them. After closing the door, this room was somewhat soundproofed, so Chen Feng could not hear any sound. Suddenly, there was a stone in his hand. The stone was very ordinary. Chen Feng held it in his hand, and then through the stone, he suddenly heard a man inside saying, How is the matter going? Sun Shanshan's cold voice came out from inside, Don't worry about it, Chen Feng is already here, we have to lure him out, I need your cooperation. Has Xiao Shi been rescued? Sun Shanshan's voice was a little nervous. Oh, I didn't expect you to still remember your old lover? Don't forget that you no longer belong to him. Chen Feng was very shocked. He didn't expect that Sun Shanshan knew Xiao Shi. Then he understood that Xiao Shi was a member of our country's group emperor, and she should be one too. He didn't expect that he hid it so deeply. Chen Feng felt that the person inside had finished talking, so he hurried back to the restaurant. Unexpectedly, Song Shi was gone. There was no one next to the table, and Song Shi's cell phone was still on the table. Chen Feng's heart immediately sank to the bottom. What did that mean? Lure the tiger away from the mountain? Did Sun Shanshan have another plan? Sun Shanshan suddenly appeared in front of him. Chen Feng, come here, I have something to talk to you about. Chen Feng looked at Sun Shanshan with an unpleasant expression, and then shouted, Where is Song Shi? Where did you take her? What Song Shi? Sun Shanshan frowned, not quite understanding. Stop pretending. Don't you think you are from country R? Don't you just like doing this kind of thing? Sun Shanshan's expression suddenly changed, so you already knew it. Chen Feng was about to take action when suddenly a man appeared beside him. The two men immediately started fighting. Everyone in the coffee shop immediately fled in all directions. The two men were punching with great force and their movements were fast and agile. The man had a frown on his brow and a high nose bridge on his dark face. He was very strong and looked like a martial artist. The coffee shop staff all hid. My God, this might be a gang fight. Sun Shanshan suddenly said loudly, Chen Feng, Yuani, stop it, Chen Feng, Song Shi is not in our hands, she might be in danger, if you want her to be in danger, just keep hitting her. The man immediately stopped punching when he heard Sun Shanshan's voice. Chen Feng also felt something was wrong. You didn't use any tricks? Sun Shanshan said seriously, our plan is not aimed at Song Shi. That's bad? Where did Song Shi go? Sun Shanshan suddenly sneezed, and Yuan Yi immediately became nervous. Shanshan, what's wrong? Did you smell cat hair? Sun Shanshan shook her head. I don't know. It feels like it, but this is a cafe. How can there be cat hair? Chen Feng suddenly remembered, the cat. And that man. Chen Feng immediately ran out, shouting in his mind, System, can I use the mysterious turntable opportunity from last time? Chapter 98 I Caught You. Chen Feng is very anxious and can only ask for help from the system. You know, the system is indeed omnipotent. The system's electronic sound rang. Ding! The system detected that the host had an urgent desire to use the mysterious turntable. Ding! The mysterious turntable is turned on. Ding! A tracker is obtained. The system prompts that this tracker can determine the whereabouts of a person based on his/her belongings or hair. Chen Feng looked at the phone in his hand and used the tracker. Song Shi saw the man smiling at her through the window with a cruel smile on his lips. He instinctively shrank his body and tried to pretend that he didn't see it, but the man actually showed a cat's head in his hand. The cat was the one in the pet shop. There was a look of pain on its face. Although no sound could be heard, Song-shi knew that it was in pain. The man pointed at the cat, then at her, and left. Song-shi's face turned pale. After hesitating for a moment, she stumbled out. The cat had no ability to resist, but she did. The cell phone still lay quietly on the table, expressing its dissatisfaction. Song-shi followed the man to a small alley. There was a foul smell in the alley, like a corpse that had been left for a long time. She trembled with fear. "Who are you? Can you let it go?" The man turned around, holding the cat in his arms, his mouth slightly raised, revealing his pale teeth, and looked at Song-shi. "Do you know what you look like? You are like a little white rabbit. I want you to make nice screams in my hands." After saying this, still with an intoxicated look on his face, Song-shi's face turned even paler. His foot suddenly stepped on something as he stepped back, and the cardboard box next to him collapsed, revealing lumps of rotten meat inside. It looked like the corpse of a cat. Song-shi screamed and wanted to escape, but how could her speed match that of the man? The man approached her step by step. Tears welled up in her eyes. She could only pray slowly in her heart, "Chen-fong, please come soon. I won't run around anymore." She closed her eyes, a teardrop fell from the corner of her eyes. There was no movement in front of her for a long time. She opened her eyes and saw Chen-fong stepping on the man and taking the cat from his hand. He was still cursing, "Damn, another pervert, not enough to play with cats, and want to play with people?" Although she was saying some vulgar words, Song-shi's tears kept flowing, and she went straight into Chen-feng's arms. Okay, stop crying." Chen-feng patted her back helplessly. Fortunately, this time it was not Sun Shanshan and the others who planned it, otherwise he might not be able to rescue Song-shi so easily. After Song-shi had cried enough, the police arrived. Chen-feng had a brief exchange with the police and let them go, holding the cat in his arms. The cat had black and white fur, and its pitiful eyes were still staring at Chen-feng. Chen-feng was a little confused. Could it be that the cat wanted to follow him? But he simply didn't have time to keep a cat. Seeing that he was in a dilemma, Song-shi took the cat from his arms and said, "I'll take care of it. You give it a name." Chen-feng nodded. "How about ordering coffee?" Indeed, the black and white colors looked quite similar. Song-shi happily spun the cat around in his arms. "Okay, from now on, your name is Coffee." "Coffee, welcome." Back in the dormitory, Chen-feng intensified his internal energy practice. He could feel that his internal energy was almost at the 6th level from the 8th level. His body was already very light, and he wondered what it would be like to practice to the 8th level. It was 12 o'clock in the evening. Wu Hao was still playing games, cursing. Chen-feng was just thinking of asking Wu Hao why Sun Tianyu hadn't come back yet, when suddenly the door opened and Sun Tianyu stumbled in, reeking of alcohol. Hearing the noise, Haozi stuck his head out. "Oh my god, Tianyu, you're still drinking? Didn't you go out to play with your girlfriend?" "Girlfriend?" Chen-feng raised his eyebrows. How come he didn't know that Sun Tianyu actually had a girlfriend? "Yes, brother Feng, you don't know that Tianyu has a girl without telling anyone in our dormitory. Alas, I also want a soft girl." After saying that, Wu Hao sighed, but Chen-feng could see that Sun Tianyu's expression was not good. "What's wrong?" "Tianyu." Sun Tianyu shook his head, his eyes dull, and fell directly on the bed. Chen-feng immediately got off the bed to check on his condition. Unexpectedly, Sun Tianyu directly opened his hand and said, "Don't touch me, I'm fine." Sun Tianyu, who has always been well-mannered and never said anything bad, actually treated Chen-feng like this. Wu Hao was shocked. Feeling more and more that something was wrong, Chen-feng sat down and said, "Tianyu, what's wrong with you? You have to tell us so that we can help you solve it." "Ha, it's easy to solve for you rich people, but what about me? I have nothing, I can't do anything. Xiaomei can only follow others, why? What about my mother? No one can understand, especially you." Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, let Sun Tianyu solve it himself and get the title of brother who stands by and watches. Choice 2, find out the reason why Sun Tianyu drinks and solve it, and get a magical grass that clears heat and soothes the lungs. Chen-feng also shook his head. It seemed that Sun Tianyu had a lot of things happen to him recently. "Well, you just keep being depressed. Your mother is sick, you have no money, and your girlfriend is with someone else. You are helpless. Have you ever thought about giving to us brothers? And have you forgotten who I am? I am Chen-feng. I can create miracles. So I can do your thing, too. Upon hearing this, Sun Tianyu, who was still a little confused, suddenly thought of something. Indeed, Chen Feng was the same as them in the past, with poor grades, poor skills, and nothing at all, but now he is simply a miracle. Chen Feng, brother Feng, if you want to help me, you can definitely help me. Chen Feng nodded. Tell us the whole story from beginning to end, and then we can solve it for you. Sun Tianyu finally sobered up and slowly told the story. It turned out that Sun Tianyu's mother had a serious illness and had been sent to many hospitals but could not be cured. He worked like crazy but still owed a lot of money. But at Donghai University, he met Xiaomei, a lovely girl with the same family background as him. At the same time, she also understood his situation, and the two of them quickly got together. But today, when he went to find her, he saw a rich second-generation man from another school, Shimun School, holding her in his arms and telling her that he was in control. On the way, he received a call from home saying that his mother was seriously ill and might not live long. Sun Tianyu's heart, which had held on for a long time, finally collapsed. Chapter 99, Treating Diseases and Saving Lives. Chen Feng thought about it and decided that he should have time since he would participate in the International Medical Rescue Competition next week. Let's first take care of your girlfriend Xiaomei's problem. Where is your home? After that, we'll go to your hometown. Don't worry, I'll take care of your mother's problem. Chen Feng guaranteed a series of things to make Sun Tianyu feel at ease, and then let Sun Tianyu go to sleep. Sun Tianyu looked at Chen Feng with hope in his eyes. Chen Feng, thank you. Chen Feng shook his head. Why are you telling me this? Your problems haven't been solved yet. It's better to solve them first, then you can thank me. Sun Tianyu fell asleep peacefully, and Wu Hao leaned over and said, Brother Feng, can you really cure Tianyu's mother's illness? Chen Feng frowned. It depends on his mother's condition. After all, I don't know much about it. Only then did Wu Hao nod. The next day, Chen Feng followed Sun Tianyu to the place where Xiaomei often worked, but she was not there at all. The manager said, Xiaomei left some time ago, but I saw her and a rich second-generation man often go in and out of the hotel near us. You should be able to find her at the Rose Hotel. Sun Tianyu lowered his head, his eyes full of disappointment. Chen Feng patted his shoulder and said, If you think she is a good girl, then find out the truth of the matter. Sun Tianyu nodded and came to the Rose Hotel. Chen Feng asked Sun Tianyu to take out the photo. Hello, have you seen this girl? The receptionist took a look and nodded. I'm very familiar with this girl. She has been waiting for a man at 7 p.m. for the past 3 days. Please wait a while. She may come soon. After saying that, he looked at Chen Feng and the other person, his eyes still filled with speculation. The two of them sat in the lounge in the hall. Chen Feng gave Sun Tianyu a glass of water to calm him down. Sun Tianyu nodded, took a deep breath, and then slowly calmed down. Less than half an hour later, a luxury car stopped at the door, and a boy with a sloppy walk stopped a pure girl and walked in. The girl was still a little hesitant, so the boy walked to the front desk and said, Let's get a room. While the front desk was processing the matter, Chen Feng pulled the stunned Sun Tianyu over and said, Xiaomei? Tianyu wants to talk to you about something. Can you come over for a moment? When Xiaomei saw Sun Tianyu, her eyes were dulled, and then she had a complicated look. Before she could speak, the man came over and looked at Chen Feng and the other man provocatively. Where did you come from? Xiaomei is my woman, and you, I've seen you. Xiaomei doesn't like you anymore. You'd better get out of here. You don't have money and you want to pick up girls. Sun Tianyu's face looked very ugly, and he looked like a balloon that would burst if poked. The rich second generation must have looked at the two people and saw at first glance that they were poor college students with not much money, so his eyes were full of disdain. Xiaomei looked at Sun Tianyu and tilted her head in discomfort. Without looking at Sun Tianyu, Chen Feng wanted to say something, but unexpectedly Sun Tianyu suddenly raised his head and looked at Xiaomei. Xiaomei, you said you don't care about money. You said I have no money, but you are willing to be with me forever. Xiaomei raised her head suddenly. Tianyu, it's me. Her eyes were complicated and her lips moved, but no words came out. She met Sun Tianyu in the student union. He was rigorous, meticulous, and very afraid of contacting girls. He always stayed away from girls as if girls were viruses. But it was his uniqueness that made her keep observing him. She fell in love with him unknowingly and kept getting close to him for various reasons. In the past, Xiao Shi would help her. Later, when Xiao Shi disappeared, Xiaomei still found various reasons to get close to him until Sun Tianyu stopped showing dislike for her, but she was his mother. Xiaomei didn't think about it any further. Boy, I've already told you that Xiaomei is my woman now. I give her money, what can you give her? Someone, get them out of here. Suddenly, two burly men walked in. It can be seen that this rich second generation does have some cards up his sleeve, and he even has bodyguards when he goes out. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at the front desk. Miss, please testify for me. It was indeed that wealthy gentleman who made the first move, right? The lady's face was full of panic, but she nodded. Chen Feng was relieved now. He rolled up his sleeves and rushed forward. In no time, the two big men fell down. The rich second generation was stunned. This kid actually knew martial arts. Kid, no matter how much money you want, don't be so ungrateful. I, Lu Jiahao, am not afraid of you. Do you know who I am? You dare to provoke me. With your identity, I can make you disappear from your university. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. Oh? Who is your father? I want to see if I can afford to offend him. The second generation rich man looked up with his nose in the air. I'll scare you to death if I tell you this. My father is Lu Haitao, the chairman of the Fuhao Group. Just wait. The dean of teaching at Donghai University is my relative. Just wait to be expelled. Chen Feng was also speechless. Wasn't Ning Wenshan the dean of studies at Donghai University? The Ning family was really good. Did he have a grudge against the Ning family? Now Ning Taohai was still well fed and well served by him and the Qinghai gang. It was really. But this wealthy group sounds very familiar. Chen Feng made a phone call. Oh? Our partner, I'm sorry, it seems we have to terminate the contract directly. After a while, the rich second generation received a call. Dad, no, I'm out drinking with friends. What, this? Okay, I'll go back right away. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at him. How is it? Your father asked you to go back and take a look at your group? However, you should like this meeting gift very much. Xiaomei opened her mouth wide. Everyone heard Chen Feng's phone call just now. He wanted to send a message to a certain group. This also showed that the decision came from him, which showed that he had a very high status. After a while, the rich second generation received a call. It seemed that his phone call determined the life and death of a group. What did this mean? Xiaomei understood immediately. The rich second generation suddenly realized that everything was caused by Chen Feng, and he even wanted to insult Chen Feng? Xiaomei pulled him and said, "Go back quickly." The second generation rich man had a grim expression on his face. Did you kidnap another rich man? It turns out that women are all after money. They are so heartless and ruthless. Xiaomei looked unhappy. After hearing this, Sun Tianyu rushed over and punched the rich second generation in the face. The rich second generation's handsome face immediately became red and swollen. He gritted his teeth and glared at Sun Tianyu fiercely, then left in embarrassment. Chapter 100 Misunderstanding Resolved. After the rich second generation left, Xiaomei and Chen Feng were left alone in silence. Sun Tianyu glanced at Xiaomei and wanted to leave, but Xiaomei stopped him and said, "Tianyu, this is the money I saved recently. Take it and pay back the money you owe me and then pay for Auntie's medical treatment." Xiaomei handed Sun Tianyu a bank card with a sincere expression on her round face. Sun Tianyu looked at the bank card in his hand for a long while, his face was hidden in the darkness, and he finally uttered a sentence, "You were with him just to save money for me?" Xiaomei didn't say anything. Sun Tianyu suddenly laughed, his eyes red. "Xiaomei, I don't want your money. No matter how poor I am, it's my own responsibility. Why do you have to ruin yourself?" Tears immediately rolled down Xiaomei's eyes. "I'm sorry, Tianyu, I'm sorry. I just see that you're working too hard. You have to work every day, go to class, and study in your free time. I'm really worried that your body won't hold up." Xiaomei's face was full of tears. Sun Tianyu hugged her and said, "Xiaomei, I thought you were going to leave me. I was so scared. Please don't leave, okay?" Chen Feng looked at the two of them and felt a little sad. He didn't expect that Sun Tianyu had been so cold all along. It was because he had not met true love. After the misunderstanding between the two was resolved, Chen Feng invited them to dinner and said that he would go to check on Sun Tianyu's mother's condition as soon as possible. Sun Tianyu was so grateful that he was speechless, and Xiaomei also thanked him repeatedly. Chen Feng's phone rang, and it was an unfamiliar number that answered. "Xiao Feng, how are you? Don't forget that you still have to participate in the competition. I'm afraid you'll forget. Oh, by the way, this number is the number of my new cell phone. remember to save it. Xiao Nan said that it's much more convenient to go out and do those iron cars with a cell phone. I saw it and it was right. Otherwise, I would have to look for you all over the world. Now that I have a cell phone, I can contact you right away. The one who was talking was the old man by Yin. Chen Feng could only say, "Old Bai, don't worry, I haven't forgotten it yet, but I still need to trouble you to ask for a leave from school for me, starting from tomorrow until the end of the competition. I have other things to do, so it's difficult to ask for it." Bai Yin didn't ask Chen Feng anything else. "Oh, don't worry. I'll take care of it." Chen Feng smiled and shook his head. "Senior brother? I didn't expect Bai Yin to take advantage of me. He is at least over 60 years old, and he still knows to recognize him as a junior brother? However, if Chen Feng becomes the second in command of the medical school, he will indeed be a junior brother of Bai Yin. Oh, by the way. What have you been doing recently? You didn't even come to see Xiao Nan. She has been practicing boxing recently. She said that some of the things you did were dangerous and she wanted to protect you. Hey, can't you pay more attention to our Nan? Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and said, "Okay, I got it. I'll go there in 2 days." Bai Yin then hung up the phone with satisfaction. Chen Feng and Sun Tianyu asked about his mother's condition. She was coughing all the time and coughing up blood. It should be a lung problem. Chen Feng said he understood. He returned to the villa but did not take the jade bone pillow. He only took the necessities, the golden needles and the herb and left. I called Hu Moer directly and asked about the situation of Ziwei Hall. "Moer, I think our Ziwei Hall needs a gimmick. When I go to attend the Gambling Stone Master Conference in Country R, you can exhibit our 3 pieces of jade. If possible, I will go to Country R to see if there are any precious jades." Humor excitedly said that he understood. Chen Feng asked Li Qing to send a brother to be his driver. Unexpectedly, when an off-road vehicle stopped in front of him, a yellow-haired man appeared from it. Xiao Tao. It was Wang Tao, Chen Feng's elementary school classmate. He was smiling. "Brother Feng, how about our new car? It's very handsome." Chen Feng nodded. He didn't expect that Li Qing knew him so well and knew to send someone he trusted to help him. From the last gang war, it could be seen that Huang Mao was indeed loyal to the Qinghai gang, so Chen Feng was relieved. Sun Tianyu stared blankly at the luxury car in front of him. You know, he had never seen one before and never thought that he would ride in such a car one day. As for Wu Hao, he had final exams coming up, so Chen Feng didn't let him come. After all, they didn't have to worry about their grades at the end of the semester, but Wu Hao might not be the same. So, under Wu Hao's resentful eyes, Chen Feng and Sun Tianyu got on a luxury car and headed to Shaowen Suanjia village. This place is remote, but surrounded by mountains and rivers, it is a beautiful place. Sun Tianyu also introduced that although they are not very rich, they have many scenic spots here. The main problem is that the transportation is not very convenient, so the medical care is not very good. Chen Feng nodded. Along the way, Huang Mao was chattering, "Brother Feng, you said we both came from our place, why are there such big differences between us? However, Brother Feng, from now on I will rely on you. But I will always follow you. I am a member of the Qinghai gang in life and I will be a member of the Qinghai gang in death." Hearing Huang Mao's assurance, Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Tao, when you were a fat man who couldn't even move a few steps, you relied on me, your brother Feng." Huang Mao scratched his head in a simple and honest manner. Sun Tianyu had not spoken a word. His face was hidden in the darkness. Chen Feng thought he was worried about his mother. Just as he was thinking about comforting him, Sun Tianyu suddenly said, "Brother Feng, can I join the Qinghai gang?" Chen Feng was suddenly stunned. The request made by Sun Tianyu was too sudden. He thought that he should find a proper job to make money after graduation, but he didn't expect that he actually wanted to follow him into the underworld. Ding, the system has detected an important person's request and has detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, reject Sun Tianyu's request and get the title of I Am Beautiful alone. Choice 2, accept Sun Tianyu's request and make him a powerful weapon for the Qinghai gang. Obtain a computer helper. Computer? Chen Feng then remembered that he had indeed seen many computer geniuses and almost ignored the computer genius next to him. To be honest, Sun Tianyu had always been the number one in the computer department, but now he was always behind Chen Feng. If Chen Feng did not get the help of the system, he would definitely be ashamed of his computer skills. "Tianyu, why do you suddenly want to join the Qinghai gang?" You should know that gangs are actually the underground rats of a city. You can live a glorious life, but you are not tolerated by the world. Chapter 101 Lung Diseases. Sun Tianyu didn't expect Chen Feng to say this about his gang and the entire mafia, but he calmed down immediately. I can bring a lot to the Qinghai gang. Although my computer is not as good as yours, I think I can bring more to you. Chen Feng, I want to go in. I need your consent. I want to support my mother in advance and let my family live a good life. I don't want them to live at the bottom of society. Sun Tianyu's eyes were firm and would not tolerate rejection. Chen Feng nodded. He just needed to know Sun Tianyu's determination. Otherwise, he would not be able to decide whether to let him join the Qinghai gang. First of all, let me make it clear that as the leader of the Qinghai gang, I will not be partial to you just because of our friendship. Everyone in the Qinghai gang is my brother. Sun Tianyu nodded solemnly. I apply to join the Qinghai gang and am willing to give everything for the Qinghai gang, including my life. Chen Feng nodded. Okay then, I'll ask Li Qing to put you on file right away. All the brothers in our Qinghai gang have files, and everyone who joins the Qinghai gang is a flesh and blood person. For a moment, the carriage was filled with a very passionate atmosphere. Huang Mao was the happiest. As a senior, he boasted to Sun Tianyu to the point of blowing the sky apart. When they arrived at Suanjia village, the entrance was all muddy. It must have rained heavily yesterday. Sun Tianyu called home and heard an old man's voice. Tianyu, what's wrong? Hearing his father's old voice, Sun Tianyu's voice was a little choked, but he still pretended to be calm. Dad, I'm back, I want to see Mom. Ah, kid, don't you have final exams? Where are you? I'll pick you up right away. A few people parked the car at the entrance of the village and walked in. There was no cement road, only mud everywhere. Chen Feng and his friend's shoes were all covered in mud. Sun Tianyu smiled a little embarrassedly. I'm sorry, Brother Feng, the conditions here are very bad. I'm sorry for making you suffer. It's okay. We are all in the countryside there too. Before Chen Feng finished speaking, a group of doctors in white coats suddenly came in from outside, led by a villager with a fierce look on his face. The villager pointed in the direction ahead and said, Let's go to Sun Jianxian's house. Several doctors looked at each other and then strode over there. Sun Tianyu saw that it was the direction of his home, and he was very anxious, wondering if something had happened to his mother. But Chen Feng felt something was wrong. The villager just now was obviously gloating, and it seemed that there was indeed trouble. Several people ran over quickly and saw the doctor standing in a shabby little courtyard, shouting loudly, Is Sun Jianxiang here? Pay the money back quickly. Your wife owes our hospital a lot of money for her medical treatment. Hurry up. As he was about to go in, a middle-aged man with a dark face and an exhausted look ran out. Doctors, my wife is not in good health, please keep your voice down. I am also borrowing money for our treatment, and I will pay it back in a few days. Seeing his father groveling and bowing to apologize to several people, Sun Tianyu clenched his fists. You won't pay back the money? I heard that your family still has several plots of land. And you brought back some rough stones from the mine a while ago, can you hand them over? Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. Rough stone? Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, ignore it and wait for the doctor to exploit Sun Tianyu's parents, and get the title of standing idly by. Choose 2, help Sun Jianxiang overcome the difficulties and obtain 5 pieces of raw stones. Chen Feng didn't expect that there were 5 pieces of raw stones in the Sun family. The system emphasized that the stones should be able to be mined into jade. It seems that this is also an opportunity for him. Several doctors were about to go in and search. You doctors look so respectable, but you behave like bandits? When they heard Chen Feng's voice, several people turned around. Sun Jianxiang saw Sun Tianyu and ran over immediately. Tianyu, why did you come back? What about your studies? With anxious faces, several doctors took a look and understood the situation. It's just right, Sun Jianxiang's son, please exchange the money for your mother's medical treatment. How much did my mother's treatment cost? Not much, 500,000. Sun Tianyu looked pale, but Sun Jianxiang looked incredulous. What? 500,000? We didn't spend that much money at all. Are you blackmailing us? They didn't spend much in total. They never dared to stay in the high-end wards and would rather sleep in the hospital corridors. In the end, they saved a lot of money. However, the more Sun Tianyu's mother's illness became, the more serious it became, so they took her back home. What? You want to default on your debt? You don't plan to pay it back? Several doctors had grim expressions on their faces, and one of them was about to rush in and turn the place over. Chen Feng couldn't help but said, "You guys don't take me seriously." Seeing such a young man with such a big mouth, several doctors looked disdainful. "Oh, a poor boy? What do you want to do in front of us?" Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. "Which hospital? Why should we tell you just because you ask us?" Chen Feng's smile was as warm as a spring breeze, as if he was a very kind person. Several people thought there was no threat at all. "Oh?" Chen Feng said softly. "Hit him, Brother Feng?" At this time, the yellow-haired man was still excited, not caring about the trouble. Chen Feng moved, leaving behind a shadow, and several screams were heard immediately. Sun Tianyu saw doctors in white coats rolling and wailing all over the floor. Chen Feng stepped on a doctor's hand and said, "Tell me, who told you to pay attention to the Sun family's raw stone in that hospital?" Chen Feng still knew that this matter was not simple. Several pieces of raw stones were obviously not affordable for Sun's father, so he must have obtained them by chance. It was just that someone with ulterior motives knew about it, and then someone had the idea of using this. The doctor should also be a fake. "Let me tell you, we are a village health center, but recently someone came to us and asked us to get the raw stones that Sun Jianxiang brought back from the mine some time ago, so I came up with this idea." "Who is it?" "Oh, it's Hu Chang, the son of the village chief of your Suanjia village." Chen Feng shook his head and looked at Sun Tianyu. How to deal with it? Sun Tianyu closed his eyes and said, "Leave it to the police." Unexpectedly, it was Hu Chang again. He had always liked to go against him, even when he was a child. He had good grades and was often praised by teachers. Hu Chang was very dissatisfied and always gave him a beating. Even the village chief Hu Qigong never had a good face towards Sun Jianxiang. Chapter 102, Rough Stone. Soon, several doctors pretending to be from the hospital were taken away. Sun Jianxiang then ran over and looked Sun Tianyu up and down. "Fortunately, you are okay. Look at you, why did you come back here when you are fine? You always run into this kind of thing. And Tianyu, who are these two children?" Sun Jianxiang saw it all just now. Chen Feng's body movements are something that many policemen don't have. "Dad, this is my classmate and friend. His name is Chen Feng, and his name is Wang Tao." Sun Jianxiang nodded happily. Tianyu hasn't brought friends home for a long time. Come on, please come in. The house is a little messy and hasn't been cleaned up. Tianyu, please entertain your classmates." Sun Tianyu nodded and took Chen Feng and the other person inside. Before they reached the hall, they heard a violent cough coming from the bedroom. Sun Jianxiang's face immediately changed, and he ran into the bedroom. "How's the kid's mother? Have some water?" Sun Tianyu couldn't help but run in. There was a middle-aged woman about 40 years old lying on the bed. She had a head full of black hair mixed with many white hairs. She kept coughing and it felt like she was about to cough out her lungs. When she saw Sun Tianyu, she smiled kindly. "Tianyu, you're back. Look, Mom hasn't made anything delicious for you. In the past, when you came home from school, Mom would always make braised fish for you, but now it's not possible." There was a hint of passing on the last words between the two. Sun Tianyu's eyes were moist, and Sun Jianxiang was also quite reproachful. Why are you telling the child all this?" The child finally came back. "Don't say this. I'm going to go cook." Sun Jianxiang went to the kitchen, and Sun Tianyu said to Chen Feng pleadingly, "Brother Feng, can you help me look after my mother?" With his eyes wet and blurry, Chen Feng nodded and said to Sun Tianyu's mother, "Auntie, I'm a doctor and I know a lot about this. Can you let me take a look?" Wang Tao also chimed in, Yes, Auntie, our brother Feng is amazing. He can treat many difficult and complicated diseases, and has cured many amazing patients." She smiled kindly. "See, the child is really promising. I can rest in peace now that Tianyu has a friend like you." Although she felt relieved, she would not believe it. This disease had not been cured in any major hospital. How could it be cured by a few college students after spending so much money? Chen Feng also smiled and sat down. He felt her pulse and found it was steady. He listened to her chest and found it was normal. But when he pressed her lungs, Sun Tianyu's mother suddenly frowned. "Auntie, does it hurt here?" She nodded, a little embarrassed. "The doctors at the hospital said it was a stomach problem, but I was eating and drinking normally. I just kept coughing. It was uncomfortable and there was blood in it." Chen Feng frowned. They are all quacks. It's obviously a lung problem. Sun Tianyu heard Chen Feng say this. Brother Feng, can this disease be cured? Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, it can be cured, but it is a chronic disease and the treatment time is a bit long. I need your cooperation. Upon hearing that it can be cured, Sun Tianyu's expression immediately changed, and he became excited. He pulled his mother and said, Mom, did you hear that? It can be cured. My brother Feng can cure it. Your illness will be cured soon. Sun's mother, who was lying on the bed, was still a little distrustful. Oh, child, don't comfort me. I know that even the doctors in those big hospitals can't cure my illness. As he spoke, he shook his head and sighed. At this time, Sun Jianxiang walked in and said, What are you talking about? I heard something. Sun Tianyu grabbed Sun Jianxiang's hand with great joy. Dad, Brother Feng can save my mom. Brother Feng can save her. There is hope for my mom's illness. Sun Jianxiang had the same expression as his mother, and was very unconvinced. Chen Feng said very confidently, That's right, uncle and aunt, please believe me, I will make aunt get better. Sun Jianxiang nodded, Forget it, at least you have a good heart. We were planning to give up, but since you said there is hope, let's do as you say. Chen Feng nodded and said to Sun's mother, Auntie, I need a needle next. If you feel uncomfortable, just tell me. Sun's mother nodded, and Chen Feng took out gold needles from his backpack and skillfully inserted them into various acupuncture points. The stomach was densely packed with gold needles. Suddenly, when the needles were inserted 3 inches above the stomach, Sun's mother's face changed and she started coughing violently again. Sun Jianxiang and others immediately became nervous and wanted to take action, but Chen Feng shouted, Don't panic, this is normal, and they stopped again. Sun's mother coughed more and more heavily, and suddenly she spat out a mouthful of phlegm with a smell of blood. Chen Feng then nodded in satisfaction and took away the needle. Sun's mother's face suddenly turned red, and Chen Feng asked, How is it? How do you feel? Mother Sun smiled and said, I didn't expect you to be so capable, kid. After I spit out this phlegm, I feel like the air in my chest is much smoother. Chen Feng nodded and took out the magical herb that cleared away heat and soothed the lungs from his backpack. Tianyu, cut this up and boil it 3 times. Take it 3 times a month and it will be cured. Sun Tianyu's eyes widened. So simple? Chen Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. This was not simple. Did he use his internal force when he was placing the needles? If an ordinary person were to place the needles, he might kill the person. His qi was almost depleted, and he needed to rest for a while. Seeing that his face was a little pale, Sun Tianyu immediately helped him sit on the chair next to him. Sun Jianxiang burst into tears of joy. He never expected that after visiting so many big hospitals and seeing so many famous doctors, Sun Tianyu's mother still couldn't be cured. He never expected that she could be cured by a college student. Maybe it really is a miracle. Sun Jianxiang stood in front of Chen Feng timidly, with an unconfident attitude. Brother Chen Feng, I really don't know how to thank you. Just tell me how much you want for the consultation. I will raise the money right away. Thank you so much. Sun Jianxiang burst into tears. Chen Feng smiled and shook his head. Uncle, I came here for Tianyu. I am very happy that I was able to cure Auntie. If you feel that you owe me something, can you let me see the rough stones you picked up? Sun Jianxiang nodded happily, a little embarrassed. It's just a few broken stones. If you want them, take them. I didn't know that there were several groups of people who wanted my stones. I'm afraid they won't see the light of day in my hands and will be buried. Chapter 103 Extraordinary. It seems that Sun Jianxiang has already realized the extraordinary nature of these stones. Chen Feng sat down to rest, Sun Jianxiang ran to get stones, and Sun Tianyu went to boil medicine. Chen Feng closed his eyes and thought about it. The mine where Sun's father worked was located in the Eastern Fire Mine. It seemed that a batch of very good stones had been produced there recently. Ziwei Hall also imported a lot of raw stones from there. When the reserve price was calculated, it was very tempting. He didn't expect that he was so lucky. Suddenly, Sun Jianxiang walked in with a cloth bag. The bag was open and inside were 4 stones, about the size of 4 people's fists, covered with mottled and uneven stones. Through the eyes of the stone gambler, Chen Feng saw that there were different lights in the 4 stones, and the light was very strong. Such a strong light was not inferior to the imperial green at all. It seems that these are 4 pieces of precious jade. Chen Feng took the 4 stones and said to Sun Jianxiang, Thank you, you really helped me a lot. Now, Ziwei Hall is no longer worried about being suppressed by other casinos. As long as it becomes famous, Ziwei Hall will never have to worry about the source of customers. Brother Feng, the medicine clippers are ready. Give it to Auntie to drink. After that, after taking the medicine, Grandma fell asleep. Chen Feng then discussed with the two of them, Aunt's illness still needs further observation. I suggest that you move to Donghai City first. As for the follow-up matters, Tianyu can help you solve them. Don't worry about the money. Upon hearing this, Sun Jianxiang burst into tears. How could our Sun family be so worthy to meet a great benefactor like you, Chen Feng? Tianyu, kneel down to your brother Feng. Our Sun family will repay you in the future. Chen Feng wanted to stop him, but he didn't expect Sun Tianyu to kneel down. Brother Feng, as long as I, Sun Tianyu, am still alive, you will be the one I serve for the rest of my life. Ding, the system detects that the host has gained a loyal subordinate. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. This system is quite naughty. Several people stayed in Suanjia village. The next morning, Sun Tianyu took Chen Feng and Wang Tao to visit the village. Walking from Suanjia to the village, they saw many simple village names. Xiaoyu is back. Is your mother feeling better? Hello Granny Long, my mom is much better. The scenery along the way was quite nice. There were brick houses everywhere, except for a cement house made of white paint at the entrance of the village. It looked out of place in the whole village. Seeing Chen Feng looking at the house, Sun Tianyu explained, that is the village chief's house, which is the Huachang's house you heard about yesterday. After saying that, he stopped talking. At this time, a sarcastic voice came, Tianyu, what's wrong? You can't continue studying at university, so you come back to help your dad pick up rocks at the mine. When I turned around, I saw a man in a suit, followed by a fat middle-aged man who was nodding and bowing. Huachang! Why are you here? Since Huachang went to college, it seemed that he had set up some big company in Donghai City, which led to the village chief showing off in the village. Unexpectedly, he actually came back. Huachang, did you send someone to my house? Sun Tianyu's eyes were full of questions. Huachang raised his eyebrows. Oh? Those guys are such losers. However, those stones in your house are mine. If you give me the stones, I might even give you some benefits. Bah! Sun Tianyu was extremely angry. Huachang was just like that. He didn't care about other people's feelings at all. My fat middle-aged man pointed at Sun Tianyu's nose and cursed, "Who the hell are you? How dare you talk to our chairman like that? Do you know how many billions our Tianhai Group is worth? Tianhai Group, what a coincidence." Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, allow Huachang to ridicule you, stand aside and watch, and get the title of I am the best. Choice 2, annex Tianhai Group and take Ziwei Hall to the next level. Obtain 5 large raw stones from Tianhai Group. Ding, system prompt, the 5 large raw stones are from the fire mine. Chen Feng didn't expect that it was another fire mine. He frowned. It seemed that he had to go and see the fire mine when he had the chance. Tianyu, you have been smarter than me since childhood. I wonder how much money you can make now to support your parents. Huachang's face was full of ridicule, as if Sun Tianyu was just an ant on the ground and dust in the air. Sun Tianyu's face turned even uglier. Chen Feng stood in front of him and said, Tianhai Group, right? You made your fortune by buying and selling raw stones? Huachang's face changed. How do you know? Who are you? Have you investigated me? As expected, Tianyu, your friends like to do these sneaky things. Chen Feng usually doesn't pay too much attention to the affairs of his own company, but that doesn't mean he knows nothing. He knows very well how his own company cooperates with those companies, what its current market value is, and what he should do next. You are just a thief. Your Tianhai Group has been in deficit recently, otherwise you wouldn't ask us for help. You guys? What joke are you telling me? Oh. Sorry, the company you're asking for is mine, and only a part of it. Huachang's eyes widened, and suddenly he opened his mouth and laughed. What, Natal is yours, Sun Tianyu? I think your friend is just like you, a madman with wild ideas. Madman, I will turn you into a madman later. Tianyu, ignore him. He will come to your house in person to apologize later. Sun Tianyu was pulled away by Chen Feng. As he was leaving, he could still see his sneer on his face. What's wrong? Sun Tianyu, you have always been like this since you were a child, avoiding others and being a coward. After returning to the Sun family, Chen Feng had a simple meal. He was observing a few rough stones when Wang Tao ran in with an excited look on his face. Brother Feng, that thing really came to apologize. I knew it. My brother Feng has great magical powers. Who dares to mess with him? Chen Feng waved his hand and said, let's go, so as not to keep the guests waiting. When he came to the living room, Hua Chang's expression had completely changed, as if the man this morning was his twin brother. There was also a middle-aged man sitting next to him. He was fat and strong, and his eyebrows and eyes were somewhat similar to Hua Chang. He should be the village chief, Hua Qigong. Tianyu, don't be angry. I was just joking this morning. By the way, where is the distinguished guest? Hua Chang looked at Sun Tianyu with a smile on his face. Sun Tianyu didn't want to pay attention to him and said nothing. Hua Qigong also smiled and said, hey, Tianyu, I saw the car at the entrance of the village. You invited such a great person, why didn't you tell me about it? If you want to find a place here, I, the village chief, will have to entertain you personally. Chapter 104, Taking Advantage of Others. Sun Tianyu didn't want to pay any attention to these two people whose expressions changed faster than turning the pages of a book. After a while, Chen Feng's voice came over, there's no need for hospitality, the Tianyu family is already very good. Hearing Chen Feng's voice, the village chief's face smiled like a chrysanthemum. If other people who knew what he usually looked like suddenly saw him become like this, many people would complain. Ha, Mr. Chen, look, aren't we here to apologize? I didn't know before that my son has caused you a lot of trouble. Chen Feng naturally found it difficult to be polite with him. He looked at Hua Chang who was sitting next to him and said, how is it? The company is okay, but it was really us poor guys who ruined your company. Hua Chang's face was gloomy, but he still had to put on a smile. Ha, Mr. Chen, I am not sensible. Please forgive me and let my company go. We can still be partners. How about that? Chen Feng raised his eyebrows, this can be discussed. Hua Chang's eyes immediately flashed with a hint of viciousness and joy, but you have to agree to one condition of mine. Chen Feng kept it a secret, and Hua Qigong immediately said with a smile, conditions? Just tell me what the conditions are, Mr. Chen. As long as it is achievable, Hua Chang will definitely help you do it. What Hua Qigong fears most now is poverty. Hua Chang has been running a company outside for a long time, and they have been living off their savings in the city. Hua Chang's mother has even learned to spend money lavishly like those socialites. In fact, a lot of money within the Tianhai group has long been lost, but they have been used to a good life, so how could they possibly go back to their previous poor life? Give Tianhai group's internal raw stones to Natal Company. That's right, Natal is Chen Feng's gambling stone company. Recently, Natal has been gaining popularity and has gradually established a firm foothold in the gambling stone world. However, this is only a part of the company under Chen Feng's name. Hua Chang's face changed. He had hidden 5 large rough stones inside the Tianhai group, all of which were dug out from the fire mine. It cost him a huge price, and the company was already in deficit. He relied on these 5 rough stones to make a comeback. No! Hua Chang sternly refused. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. Oh? No, then congratulations, you will no longer be a member of the board of directors of Tianhai Group today, because Natal will acquire Tianhai Group and become the largest shareholder of the board of directors. Hua Qigong's mouth was also stiff, and he pulled Hua Chang, Xiao Chang, just give that stone to Mr. Chen. As long as you have the Green Mountains, you will not be afraid of running out of firewood. Hua Chang rolled his eyes at Hua Qigong. If it weren't for them, how could he have ended up like this? What do you know? Hua Qigong's face changed when he heard this. In front of outsiders, Hua Chang always listened to him, which made him gain enough face. He never thought that Hua Chang would speak to him like this. Hua Chang, is this how you talk to your father? What's wrong with me talking to you like this? Did you help me? If I hadn't been so humble outside and helped the company get back on its feet, would you be able to enjoy the benefits? The two were about to quarrel, so Chen Feng immediately made a phone call and deliberately said loudly, hey, collect the shares immediately, don't wait any longer. Hua Chang stopped immediately and said, I promise you, as long as you keep my shares. Chen Feng clapped his hands, this is what a smart person is like. After Hua Chang and Hua Qigong left, Chen Feng said to Sun Tianyu, Tianyu, Auntie's illness is almost half cured, but she still needs me to give her acupuncture. However, I have something to do later. Please arrange for them to go to the assigned location of our Qinghai gang. Someone will take them to where they live. In this way, I can give Auntie acupuncture again when I have time. Sun Tianyu nodded. This was a good idea. Let them go to the city first to broaden their horizons and enjoy the good life. The next day, several people, along with Sun's father and mother, who were already half recovered and looked a little restrained but still somewhat yearning, went to Donghai City. Sun Tianyu arranged everything for the two of them. As they did not want to attract too much attention, he arranged for them to live in a new residential building, which had good security and Sun Tianyu could come and visit from time to time. As soon as Chen Feng arrived in Donghai, he received a call from Sun Shanshan. In fact, it was an unfamiliar number. He had never given his phone number to Sun Shanshan. "Hello, Chen Feng? Can you come and see me? I'm in room 331 of the Rose Love Hotel." Judging from the sound, she seemed drunk, but it was none of his business if she was drunk, and who knew if there was an explosion. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, reject Sun Shanshan's invitation and get the title of the man who doesn't understand romance, but. Choice 2, accept Sun Shanshan's invitation, go to the hotel, and get the reward of one less enemy. What does it mean? One less enemy? This system doesn't know what it means, but Chen Feng still thinks it's good for him anyway, so he should go. The Rose Love Hotel is a top-notch hotel. The whole hotel is decorated with the noble color of roses, and is full of French romantic atmosphere. The various decorations are also very matching. At the same time, the service quality is also high-end. Chen Feng looked at it, touched his chin, and said secretly, "It's not bad to open a hotel." Now Chen Feng has mobilized the brothers of the Qinghai gang and arranged them into different industries, absorbing more new members. Now his industries mainly include real estate, stone gambling, and entertainment. Suddenly, he discovered another business opportunity. It seemed that Li Qing would be busy again. Chen Fei thought about it again and felt that he had to find another reliable person to help him. After all, there were too many companies and it would be difficult to integrate them. When I got to the front desk, the beautiful lady working there was French, but she could speak fluent Mandarin. The beauty brought Chen Feng to the door of room 331. Chen Feng knocked on the door and it opened naturally. It turned out to be an automatic door, which means that the door will open when someone inside controls the button. It was really high-end. Chen Feng walked in very reluctantly, while still holding his dagger in his hand. God knows if Sun Shanshan was planning to stab him in the back from time to time. "Sun Shanshan, I'm here, what on earth do you want to do?" The room was very luxurious and there was no one there. Chen Feng became more alert. He clenched the dagger in his hand and looked around. Suddenly, a soft body came up to him. Chen Feng was stiff and dared not move. He could not detect whether the person behind him was holding a weapon. "Who is it?" The soft curve behind him obviously belonged to a woman. The woman gently stroked Chen Feng's body and blew hot air into his ears. Chapter 105, Lost Soul. "Chen Feng, brother Feng, I miss you so much." Following behind was Sun Shanshan's hazy voice, slightly scented with alcohol. Chen Feng pulled her away, but she came out in a bathrobe that was so loose and exaggerated that it was simply unbearable to look at. Sun Shanshan lay on the bed, deliberately showing off her seductive curves, with a slight blush on her cheeks. To a normal man, she looked like a vixen. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, sleep with Sun Shanshan, and get the title of Die Under the Peony Flowers, be a romantic ghost. Choice 2, reject Sun Shanshan's invitation and get a mysterious helper. Chen Feng could only raise his eyebrows. Although he couldn't bear it, after all, he was a hot-blooded man, but he was not so hungry that he would do anything. He knew that Sun Shanshan was Zhu Wang's person. If possible, she was a rose, and if you were not careful, she would prick your hands with thorns. Seeing that Chen Feng was indifferent, Sun Shanshan twisted her body and climbed up from the bed seductively, gradually walking towards Chen Feng. She now seemed like a fairy under the moonlight, with hazy eyes and a clear mind. Chen Feng. A fragrant hot air came over again. Chen Feng saw that she was a little dazed. He suddenly slapped his face and shouted, "Sun Shanshan, wake up. If you think it's good for you to humiliate yourself like this, don't drag me into it." Chen Feng's words exploded in Sun Shanshan's mind like thunder. Humiliating herself? She wanted to, but that was the only person he truly loved. But he actually despised her. It was really ironic. All men were the same. Sun Shanshan's expression suddenly turned stern. She took out the gun hidden under her bathrobe, pointed it directly at Chen Feng, and fired a shot. This woman changed her expression so quickly. She was a gentle rose in the last second, and turned into a hedgehog covered with thorns in the next second. Chen Feng mobilized his internal strength and used his swift legs to quickly avoid the attack. He also jumped quickly and put a gun against Sun Qianqian's back. Sun Qianqian could feel the coldness and hardness of the gun. She closed her eyes slightly and said resignedly, "Chen Feng, please kill me. I will be honored to die in your hands. You are the first man I have ever seen who was not tempted by my body. They are all the same. As long as you flirt with them, they will never be able to control their lower body. Do you know what my code name is? Poisonous Woman. Ha, so you know. Yes, the poisonous woman in the rumor is extremely beautiful and can seduce men. After having sex with a man, the man will die. Even worse, the genitals of the lower body will be cut off. This is me. It's hard to imagine, right? I like to be the same age as you college students." Sun Qianqian smiled bitterly and said, "I know why I have to tell you so much, but I still want to tell you that I, Sun Qianqian, also had someone I loved before. I killed you because of Xiao Shi, and I really did let him down." After saying a lot, Chen Feng didn't take any action. Frowning, Chen Feng slowly took away the gun in his hand. "Do you want a normal life? I can help you." Sun Qianqian looked at Chen Feng in astonishment. She had never thought that the person she was trying to kill would actually say that he could help her. "If you want to live an ordinary life like a college student at a blooming age, I, Chen Feng, can help you do it." Sun Qianqian didn't expect that on the night when she should have died, she would be reborn as another beautiful girl. Chen Feng came out of the villa and was about to close the door when Zhou Hui's voice came from behind him. "Chen Feng, hurry up, we have to leave quickly." The organizing committee of the competition announced that the opening ceremony will be held tonight. This time it is an international competition, and this medical competition happens to be hosted by Country H, so the venue is also in Country H, not far from Donghai City. Chen Feng packed his things and got into Zhou Hui's car. Zhou Yanan was also sitting in the car. Because of the final exam, Zhou Hui didn't want Zhou Yanan to come, but he said he wanted to participate too. Why could Chen Feng participate but she couldn't? So Bai Yinxian also got a spot for Zhou Yanan. Seeing Chen Feng getting on the bus, Zhou Yanan sat next to him and gave him an empty seat. "Thank you, Nan Nan." Zhou Yanan looked at Chen Feng several times. "I heard that Sun Qianqian transferred to another school? Aren't you sad?" Chen Feng spread his hands and said, "Why should I be sad? We are not familiar with each other." Zhou Yanan then snorted coldly, but his expression obviously looked much better. Zhou Hui in front was laughing secretly. He now understood clearly that if Chen Feng became his son-in-law, then Chen Feng would be the second master of the medical school, and he would be the father-in-law of the second master. His status, well, was self-evident. He would no longer have to call Xiaoyi senior brother. After driving for about 5 or 6 hours, we finally arrived at a hall where all the contestants from various countries and teams were present. Zhou Yanan had obviously been here as well, and she introduced herself to Chen Feng without any grudges. A male voice interrupted the conversation between her and Chen Feng. "Nan Nan, you're here." A young man with handsome features walked over. Zhou Yanan looked unhappy. Why was this guy here? "Li Changfeng, why are you here too?" "Nan Nan, I'm here to participate. The competition system has changed today, and Zixuman has given me a spot." The young man named Li Changfeng greeted Zhou Hui first, then looked at Chen Feng with a hint of contempt in his eyes. "Nan Nan, who is this person? The young disciple that your medical school has introduced?" Zhou Yanan didn't know how to explain Chen Feng's identity, and at the same time, she didn't want to explain to this persistent person, so she pulled Chen Feng and walked forward. But Li Changfeng kept chasing him. "Hey, Nan Nan, since you're showing the little disciple around, I'll go along too. Some places in the venue have changed the route, and I'm afraid you'll get lost." Along the way, whenever Zhou Yanan was about to speak to Chen Feng, Li Changfeng would push Chen Feng away, then run to Zhou Yanan's side, and even glare at Chen Feng fiercely, his expression full of dissatisfaction and threats. When Zhou Yanan went to the toilet, Li Changfeng suddenly sneered at Chen Feng. "You are the disciple who came to compete today. You know that Nan Nan is the disciple of Master Bai, the master of the medical school. You can't afford her. You look like an outer disciple. I advise you to stay away from her. Don't lose your sense of propriety." Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. "Oh? I don't know the limits." To be honest, it was Zhou Yanan who didn't know her limits. Chapter 106 Amazing Chinese Medicine. Chen Feng believed that he would definitely be able to obtain the position of the second leader of the medical school. If he did not mind the foundation of a school and the faith of the leader, Chen Feng also knew that climbing too high would only lead to a harder fall. Therefore, he chose to be the second leader, and a formal one at that. If there was nothing to do, it would be best not to look for him, as he was too busy with other things. So he is of the same generation as Mr. Bai, but Zhou Yanan has always treated him as a peer. So, to say that he is pushing the envelope is not really Chen Feng. Chen Feng said, "Oh? If you want to say this to me, you are not worthy at all." Before he could finish his words, Li Changfeng was so angry that his nose was about to be crooked when he heard Chen Feng say this. Just as he was thinking about what to say, Zhou Yanan came out. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two people was a little strange, she found it difficult to control it, especially because of Li Changfeng, whom she didn't want to pay any attention to at all. They met at number 3 middle school during the last international medical rescue. In fact, it was Li Changfeng who fell in love with her and kept pestering her, but he was not a good person. He relied on the fact that he was the favorite disciple of the master of the Western school and thought that he was the best in the world. This kind of person has never known that there are always people better than you and is too short-sighted. Zhou Yanan glared at Li Changfeng and shouted, "Li Changfeng, what are you doing with us? Ha, little girl Nan Nan is still so lively. Don't abandon our Changfeng. Let him accompany you well." An old man with a kind face touched his beard and walked towards the three people. Seeing the old man, even Zhou Yanan's originally aggressive face stopped and called out obediently, "Grandpa Gu." When Li Changfeng saw his master coming, he straightened his back, ran over, and proudly shouted, "Master." Gu he nodded. He was the leader of the Western school. There were two major medical schools in Country H. They had disciples in hospitals and medical associations all over the world and were very powerful. One was the medical school and the other was the Western school. On the surface, both schools were peaceful and integrated with the East and the West, but in fact, they were competing with each other secretly. The main reason is that each sect believes that the medical skills they represent are more advanced, but they also have to side that the other side's medicine also has advantages that their own does not have. Therefore, in this kind of competition, the two sides have been fighting openly and secretly just to see who is better. Nan Nan, I heard from Changfeng that you are also going to participate in this competition. Gui asked inquiringly, his eyes full of interest. Zhou Yanan could only nod helplessly. Old Bai said that if you meet someone from a Western school, you must not show any dissatisfaction. This is an internal discord. If the medical families of other countries see it, they will have an opportunity to take advantage of it, thus causing the medical families of Country H to become even weaker. Seeing Zhou Yanan nod, Gu breathed a sigh of relief. Although this little girl Zhou Yanan had some skills, she was still not as good as Li Changfeng. He didn't know what the old man by Yin Xian was thinking. No matter how bad he was, he wouldn't just send a half-baked little girl. However, that was good. Changfeng would definitely win the top 3 for Country H. After saying that, he looked at Li Changfeng with satisfaction, and Chen Feng had been ignored by him. He was just a companion to the game, so he didn't need to give him too much face. Ding, the system detects that the host needs to brush up his presence, and specially gives the host a point of friendship with the owner. Ding, the system prompts that the owner's venue was built by the host's company. At this time, the venue manager suddenly came running over, sweating profusely. "Excuse me, who is Mr. Chen Feng?" Li Changfeng, who had been prepared that the owner was coming to greet him, was suddenly stunned. Chen Feng? Who was Chen Feng? Looking left and right, Chen Feng smiled and asked the owner, "What's wrong?" "Owner." The owner wiped the sweat off his face, looked at Chen Feng with a smile, and nodded in a servile manner. "Mr. Chen Feng, oh, it's all their fault for not notifying me in advance. I didn't know you were coming to participate. Please follow me. I have prepared a VIP hotel for you, and I will also help you with the food problem. I hope you will have a happy time in this competition." When Gu He and the others heard this, they immediately became confused. Who is this guy? Isn't he just a little disciple of the medical school? Why does the owner of the hall respect him so much? You know, this international medical rescue competition is held here, which shows that the owner's status and ability are not small. But why is he so kind to Chen Feng? Is he from an unusual family? Chen Feng smiled and said, "Sure, but I have a few friends, can we come with me?" The owner was stunned for a moment, and glanced at the people next to him. Then he smiled and nodded. "Of course, as long as you are Mr. Chen Feng's friend, you are also the distinguished guest of our medical venue. Please follow me." Li Changfeng was stunned. He didn't expect that the boy he looked down upon just now was actually quite capable. he just relied on his parents' money to bully others. What was there to be proud of? It was obvious that he thought Chen Feng was a rich second generation. Gui also took the opportunity to ask Zhou Yanan, Nan, who is this junior fellow apprentice of yours? Is he going to participate in the competition as well? Seeing this, Zhou Yanan could only say, Grandpa Gu, Chen Feng is not a junior brother. Strictly speaking, he is not a member of the medical school yet. As for this competition, he is the host. Someone who is not from the medical field wants to participate in this competition. This kid must be daydreaming. Everyone here is a gifted person with talent in medicine. How could this kid, who is so young, convince the old man to give him a place in the main force? Gui's eyes widened, but he kept muttering in his heart, could it be that the power behind this kid was too huge, and threatened Old Man Bai to give him this quota? Old Man Bai dared not disobey? Gui also thought that Chen Feng was a rich second generation. Well, this was indeed a misunderstanding. Several people came to the magnificent guest room hotel, and even Chen Feng, who was used to luxury, couldn't help but sigh. This owner is really generous, but he forgot that he also invested a lot. After they were assigned rooms, they were tidying up in the rooms. Then someone knocked on Chen Feng's door. It was the owner of the museum. Mr. Chen Feng, I really want to thank you. If it weren't for Huadai Group giving me a new life, I don't know where I would be now. Gao Yang told Chen Feng that he had wanted to build a magnificent venue, more of a competitive type, that could be used for any large-scale competition. He didn't know that all his company's money would be invested in it. Chapter 107 The game begins. However, the venue had not been completed yet and could only be built, and he still owed a large sum of money. As a result, the Huadai Group, which was well known in real estate, gave him help. Only then did he know Chen Feng's decision and funded him to build this huge venue, which also fulfilled his dream. Chen Feng then remembered that he had planned to buy this piece of land, but he didn't expect that Gao Yang had just built such a big building on it. It would be difficult for him to demolish it, so he could only invest in his group, which happened to encounter risks. Unexpectedly, I was indirectly helping her and also fulfilling myself. To be precise, I got back a lot of the investment in the construction of this venue. Chen Feng suddenly looked at the decoration of the hotel, then looked at Gao Yang, his eyes unclear. Gao Yang felt a chill on his back. Mr. Zhang, what's wrong? If there is any problem with our hotel, just let me know. Chen Feng asked tentatively, did you design and build this stadium and hotel? Yes, I designed the entire building and supervised its construction. It is a perfect work by me. I am also in full control of the management. Gao Yang raised his head proudly. Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. Let's talk about a deal, are you interested? Gao Yang asked with great interest, what deal? You don't have a company to rely on now, and you want to build large buildings and have senior management experience. I would like to recruit you as a director of the new company on behalf of Huatai Group. Director? Gao Yang opened his eyes wide. He stayed in Chen Feng's room for the next half hour. When he came out, he saw Zhou Yanan waiting at the door, and Li Changfeng was eavesdropping at the door. However, he certainly didn't hear anything, because the walls of their hotel were soundproof walls that cost a lot of money. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. Nan, what's wrong? Zhou Yanan looked at Chen Feng with some grievance. Chen Feng, you don't know this ignorant guy. He insisted that he would get the top 3 for Country H in this competition. I said you can get the first place, but he refused to believe it. Li Changfeng snorted coldly. He is only here because his family is rich and powerful. How could he know medicine? Medicine is a very profound science. I bet he definitely can't do it, and he will embarrass himself in the competition. Just wait and see. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, ignore Li Changfeng's provocation and get the title of I am the boss, I won't pay attention to you. Choice 2, accept Li Changfeng's gambling, ask the other party to exchange for the surgical silver knife of the Western school, and get a pair of surgical silver knife. Gao Yang was about to go up and beat up the fool who slandered Chen Feng, but Chen Feng stopped him. He said to Li Changfeng with interest, do you think I will lose face and have no medical skills at all? Li Changfeng nodded affirmatively, his eyes full of contempt. He always looked down on these rich second generations who took advantage of their power to bully others. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. Okay, if you think so, I have nothing to say. Let's make a bet. If I win first place, you will give me your Zixumen surgical silver knife. What? A surgical silver knife? That was the heirloom of Gu He, the leader of the Western school. Their Western school has always been based on Western medicine, and Gu He is the representative of this field. The surgical silver knife is his treasure. Yes, I promise. Suddenly, an old man walked out from the corner. It was Gu He. His face was calm, but his heart was in turmoil. He knew it when he learned that Chen Feng was representing the medical school to participate in the competition. He had always heard that old guy by smiling all day long and saying that he had met a genius. Could this kid be the one? If he could win first place, it would be a glory for the country. If I can't get first place, then Chang Feng will take it, it's all the same anyway. Chen Feng smiled and asked, Mr. Gu is still straightforward. Today is the opening ceremony, and all contestants from various competitions are required to come and visit. Chen Feng and his team arrived at the venue early, and it was bustling everywhere. Many teams were almost all young people plus experienced elders, and there was also a translator standing next to them. As expected, when coming to the territory of Country H, you must know the language. The venue arranged a few people in the front row. In fact, the opening ceremony was just a polite introduction to the contestants and the performances. Chen Feng knew that he was quite bored and almost dozed off. Suddenly, a male voice came over in a somewhat awkward tone. Is this beautiful lady also here to participate in the competition? A blonde-haired, blue-eyed young man came over and looked at Zhou Yanan with a smile. Zhou Yanan felt a little embarrassed because she had never seen such a handsome foreign boy. Yeah, that's right. The foreigner happily introduced himself. I am from the Shoot family of Country E, my name is Shooter, and we are good at psychotherapy. I wonder which family in Country H you are from. Oh, I'm a medical student, and I'm good at Chinese medicine. Hearing the two talking happily, Li Changfeng, who was sitting next to them, changed his expression and snorted, Humph, foreigner, don't stand in front of us if you have nothing to do. We still have to watch the show. Hearing what Li Changfeng said, Xiao Tel just smiled and said, then I wonder if I can ask this oriental girl to dance with me later? Zhou Yanan was originally aloof and cold, so she didn't know how to dance. She could even play basketball. I can't dance. Ding, the system detects the appearance of a love rival, please take action. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. It is true that many girls like this kind of gentle Western prince. Xiao said gently, it's okay, lovely girl, I can teach you. Chen Feng stopped him with one hand, sorry, she wants to dance with me later. I'm afraid I can't accompany you. Zhou Yanan's eyes fell on Chen Feng again, her eyes were full of happiness. See, Chen Feng still cared about her, so he was jealous? Oh. Handsome oriental man, you can't be so stingy. I'm just inviting you sincerely. Please don't reject my kindness. Isn't it popular in the East that friends from afar are welcome, isn't it? Kyudal was still talking, his tone full of condemnation, accusing Chen Feng of not having the right hospitality. Zhou Yanan then whispered, I'm sorry, Mr. Chutel, I may not be able to dance with you. I'm very sorry. After saying that, he glanced at Chen Feng, his eyes full of dependence and happiness. Xiao Tir seemed to understand something and glared at Chen Feng fiercely. If you were a contestant, I would make you lose miserably in the competition. Chapter 108, Unpleasant Disease. Chen Feng smiled and said to Xiao Tir's back, I am the contestant, you are welcome to challenge me. Hearing Chen Feng's rude voice, Xiao Tir could no longer maintain his gentlemanly image and clenched his fists. After a round of performances, Chen Feng felt a little sleepy. Unexpectedly, someone suddenly made trouble. What kind of performance is this? The performance level of your Country H is just so-so. It's just a waste of my time. A very elegant man wearing half glasses stood up and said very dissatisfiedly. At this time Gao Yang also ran over. After all, he was the person in charge and he had to be responsible for many things. There couldn't be any mistakes. Mr. Casio, I'm very sorry that we didn't invite a master for our performance because of funding issues. But if you want to listen, I will immediately invite Master Leisher, a famous piano master from our Country H, okay? Casio sniffed, no need, they are all guys who tarnish art, they are not worthy of me participating in the competition. After saying that, he wanted to pull a young man next to him away. The young man was stunned for a while. Master, we are here to participate in the medical competition, not to watch the show. The young man was a bit naive, he blinked his eyes, his fair skin gleaming in the sun. Casio was so angry that his nose was crooked. But he still couldn't say anything. After all, although this was his apprentice, he was also his little ancestor. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, stand aside and let Casio and Kane leave, and get the title of I don't want to bother with you. Choice 2, let Casio sincerely admire the artist from Country H, and take the opportunity to make friends with Prince Cagney, and get a gold medal for free level. What does customs exemption gold medal mean? Chen Feng waved at Gao Yang, go prepare a piano, I will play it, and do everything I can to keep them. Gao Yang was a little confused. Mr. Chen Feng, how can I let you play it? Chen Feng straightened his expression and said, you didn't entertain the people from country E well today. It's hard for your venue to be valued next time. Don't worry, leave everything to me. Gao Yang then gritted his teeth and ran to prepare. He believed in Chen Feng. Mr. Casio, can you wait a moment? We have one last performance ready for you. It will definitely give you a refreshing experience. Gao Yang assured, to express our apology, we can arrange a free 1-month tour of famous attractions in Country H for you and Prince Kane, and we will also provide a dedicated translator. Hearing this, Casio was fine, but Kane's eyes lit up. Master, let's go in January. I heard that many places in Country H are very beautiful, and there are many famous artists that you like. In order to prevent Kane from talking anymore, Casio nodded and pulled the cheerful Kane to sit down. But the people around began to talk about it. Oh my god, that's Casio. I heard that he is not only very accomplished in art, but also very good at conditioning and medicine. I heard that he also cured the health of Her Majesty Queen Cici Masha, so Her Majesty asked him to accept her favorite Prince Kane as his apprentice. I didn't expect that it was Prince Kane. I heard that he has a high talent for medicine and has been trained by Queen Cici Masha as the next king. They are also coming to participate in the competition, so do we still have hope? Many people began to lose heart. It seemed that they had no hope of getting a good ranking in this international medical competition. Everyone waited for a while, and the scenery suddenly went out. A light suddenly lit up on the stage. A piano and a sitting figure suddenly appeared on the stage. The figure gently placed his hands on the piano, and waves of pleasant and melodious piano sounds came out. On the battlefield of fire, we need to be strong. A lifetime of glory is all dancing in an instant. In our lifetime, we must never give up easily. Who dares to give up so easily? It's because we are all in the backlight. The singing and the piano gradually merged into one, rising slowly and then becoming faster and faster, like soldiers meeting on the battlefield and horses neighing. Everyone was intoxicated by the singing and piano, a kind of passion boiling in their hearts. Zhou Yanan stared at Chen Feng blankly. Chen Feng, he has found a new style. Indeed, most of Chen Feng's previous songs were love songs, but this time the song is more about personal will. It makes people's blood boil, and makes people not indulge in love, but heroic spirit. Chen Feng's hands danced on the piano keys, and Casio became more and more fascinated as he listened, his pupils widened with excitement. This was a song he would never forget in his life. Casio has heard too many songs and music, and he knows the beauty of art, but today he truly felt that what he had appreciated before was just so-so. When the song ended, Casio applauded first, and then everyone else applauded. He excitedly ran up to the stage and looked at Chen Feng carefully. He had always thought that someone with such musical attainments should be an art master with white hair and beard, but he didn't expect it to be such a young man. Ah, Country H is really full of talented people. I'm afraid I can't even match your musical attainments. Young man, can you tell me what this song is called? Did you write it yourself? What's the source of your inspiration? Casio asked a series of questions. Chen Feng knew that Casio had figured them all out. Before he could answer, Kane came up and said, this brother's piano skills are so profound that I am ashamed of myself. However, your voice is also beautiful. I think I should listen to it a few more times. As expected, this Prince of Kane was indeed like a flower in a greenhouse, pure and innocent. Chen Feng smiled and nodded. Thank you, Prince Kane, for your kindness. If you want to listen again, just come and listen. Prince and Master Casio, I am here to participate in this competition on behalf of the medical department of Country H, and I am also a singer in Country H. If Prince Kane likes to listen, you can listen to my other songs. As for the name of this song, Chen Feng hasn't decided yet. I wonder if Master Casio can give it a name. When Casio heard this, he was immediately very excited. He did not expect that he would have the honor to give a name to such a heavenly song. Since the tune is full of war and fighting spirit, then it should be called The Mountains and Rivers Are Safe. The mountains and rivers are picturesque, and heroes are heroes. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's eyes lit up. What a good name, thank you, Master, for naming it. Your name is Chen Feng? You're a good candidate. It seems that this trip to Country H was not in vain. I look forward to your next performance. Casio took Kane back to the hotel with satisfaction. Chapter 109 The game begins. This competition system is divided into regular competition, qualifying competition, and finals. The regular round is from 10 to 8, the qualifying round is from 8 to 2, and the final is from 2 to 1. The first ordinary competition is to test some basic knowledge, such as herbal identification, disease identification, etc. The selection competition depends on your own ability. Patients with not too serious illnesses are invited to diagnose the disease, and then each person uses his own method to treat the disease. If the disease is cured, you win. The finals are to choose one of the two, a terminally ill patient. Many large hospitals cannot handle this. This patient is about to step into the gates of hell. If you can save him, you will definitely be a miracle doctor. In this way, you will be awarded the title of miracle doctor, and the sect you represent will also be famous internationally, so that your power will allocate more medical resources, patients, and even conditions. Therefore, many medical families came back to participate in this competition, mainly because the benefits are more important than anything else. Chen Feng passed the first ordinary match very easily. In addition to his memory, he also had other skills given by the system, which were of great use. However, in the first match, only many unqualified people were eliminated. Everyone understood this and naturally did not cause much trouble. After the first round, the host came to the venue, holding a microphone. Okay, next, let's introduce the 8 outstanding contestants who have entered the second round. The big screen showed the pictures of each contestant. Li Changfeng, a disciple of the head of the Western Medicine School of Country H, is particularly good at Western medicine theory. He has solved countless problems in the Western medicine community and cured many difficult and complicated diseases. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect this thing to be so powerful. Don't judge a book by its cover. Master Shooter of the Shooter family of Country E is particularly good at psychological therapy. He has solved many problems that cannot be solved by other treatments. He once proposed a theory that psychology can overcome disease, which has been widely circulated internationally. Chen Feng was somewhat amused. Isn't this just nonsense? Although it is true that psychology can cure certain diseases, and some diseases are caused by psychological reasons, you cannot deny that if the viruses in the body are not eliminated, what is the use of having a good mental state? After that, I introduced them one by one. Zhou Yanan, a disciple of the medical school of Country H, is good at smelling and identifying herbs, and has a unique talent in identifying diseases. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. Zhou Yanan is actually good at this, but it's like I know there is a cake through the box, but I can't eat it. It seems that Zhou girl will have a difficult time next. It was Chen Feng's turn. Chen Feng from Country H, representing the medical department. Then, nothing happened. Everyone was looking forward to it, but in the end, they only knew that this person had a very good memory for playing the piano. Could he be just an artist? Why would he want to get involved in the medical field? But he was able to pass the first round of selection, which showed that he had some medical background. It was puzzling. Chen Feng was also speechless and shook his head. After all, he did not debut as a formal disciple. The few people he had treated were either of noble status or insignificant, so many things were not known to others, resulting in only one sentence for the introduction. In fact, Gao Yang had also informed Chen Feng in advance and asked him if he had any medical achievements, but Chen Feng felt that there was no need to tell him, as no one would believe him if he told him. I thought he was so amazing, but he's just a rookie who earned a spot. The corners of Shudel's mouth rose slightly, as if he saw the dawn of victory. I want to let you know what will happen if you mess with me, Shooter. People around were also talking about it. I didn't expect this piano master actually has no medical skills. So what is the purpose of his participation? Yes, the participants in this competition are all young people who have achieved very important results in medicine. The host interrupted everyone's discussion and said, next, we will adopt the system of 8 to 2. We have 2 patients, divided into 2 groups, and the one who can cure the patient in the end will enter the finals. Upon hearing this, people were all shocked. Cured? For some difficult and complicated diseases, it is most taboo to cure them on the spot. That must be a long-term treatment process. Chen Feng didn't expect this either. It seems that the venue's confidentiality work was done very well. The host continued, the next group is Li Changfeng, Zhou Teller, Su Qingri, and Yu Qing. The second group, Zhou Yanan, Hua Xier, Chen Feng, and Wu Simiki. What strange names. Chen Feng took the lead and took Zhou Yanan to the stage. Then came a young man with yellowish hair and green eyes carrying a backpack. He was dressed in ordinary folk clothes. He didn't look like he was here to compete, but to pick herbs. When he saw Chen Feng and the others, he, a foreigner, even bowed and said, "Hello, I'm Huasier." Chen Feng nodded, "Chen Feng, Zhou Yanan." After a while, another man came on stage wearing exotic costumes. Bells rang all over his body when he walked. They were all colorful, mostly yellow, like a peacock. His head was covered with jewelry. Isn't this guy heavy? Hello everyone, I am today's winner, Uzmichi. The arrogant and conceited words came out, but few people took them seriously. After a while, a stretcher was pushed up and the host stood up. Our patient has been to many international hospitals but has not been cured. His condition is extremely strange and needs your judgment. First of all, I want to make it clear that if one of them kills him or the condition becomes more serious, and the other person can cure him, then he is the winner. There is no order of priority for treatment, you decide for yourself. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. Gao Yan was quite brave. What if no one could cure him? Isn't it a life? Who would allow someone to gamble with his own life? An old man was standing next to Gao Yang in the audience. The old man was ready. If there was any problem, he would take emergency measures immediately. Gao Yang looked at Chen Feng on the stage, pointed at the old man next to him and said, "Sir, that's Mr. Chen Feng who wants me to go to their company." The old man nodded and said, "If you want to go, go ahead. I'll guard here. If there's a future for you following him, let me see who this guy is." Gao Yan nodded. Uzmikai was the first to lose patience and stepped forward to observe the patient's condition. Suddenly he touched his beard and said with a smile, "I know." Suddenly, everyone became nervous. Is it so easy? Chapter 110 Gu Insect. Uzmichi opened a box in his hand and took out something that looked like a small insect, and everyone was shocked. Gu Insect? Can this thing harm people? What's wrong with this person? Yusimiki explained, "Hey, my friend, not all poisonous insects are harmful. This one can absorb foreign substances in the patient's body that cannot be detected by many scientific instruments. It is called a bacteriophage." Ha! Chen Feng's mouth curled up slightly. This kid is quite good at naming. The bacteriophage crawled over the patient with a black face and finally drilled into his nostrils. The fat worm squirmed and crawled out of the patient's body after a while. The black color on the patient's face seemed to have disappeared a lot. Then, the fat worm seemed to be full and a satisfied expression similar to that of a human appeared on its face. It squatted on the spot and was taken back by Uzimic. The patient's face seemed to have regained its rosy color. Huasier could not help but went up to check his pulse, then frowned again. The pulse was very steady. Seeing that a foreigner actually had the posture of a Chinese medicine practitioner, Chen Feng also raised his eyebrows in amusement. Zhou Yanan looked at Chen Feng worriedly. He cured this patient so easily, doesn't that mean he has one? What should we do then? Chen Feng calmly shook his head and said, "Don't worry, just wait and see." Just as Huasier was about to let go, the patient's face suddenly changed from rosy to dark, and finally as black as coal. The patient seemed to be in great pain and wailed. The old man under the stage suddenly became nervous, and Gao Yang also asked, "How is it, Mr. Bai? Do you want to help?" Mr. Bai tightened his grip and shook his head. "Wait a moment." Upon seeing this, Huasier immediately held his pulse again, frowned tightly, then slowly put it down, took out a herb covered with mud from the backpack, crushed it in a stone bowl, and fed it to the man's mouth. After a while, the man's face looked much better. Huasier checked his pulse again, then shook his head and said to the referee, "I can only delay his symptoms, but I can't cure him." After saying that, he stood aside. Yusimiki, who was standing next to him with his head down in deep thought, was still confused. How is that possible? I've never failed before. After waiting for a long time, the referee saw that no one made any movement and looked at Zhou Yanan and Chen Feng. "Do you want to give up?" Zhou Yanan looked at the patient and said, "The dark complexion indicates liver and lung problems, which should be a symptom of poisoning." Hearing her say this, Mr. Bai's eyes suddenly lit up. This little girl actually figured out that he was poisoned? Zhou Yanan then shook his head again. "However, I don't know how to treat it, so I give up." Only Chen Feng was left. Kyudel, who had already finished the competition and was gloating over the misfortune, stood aside and curled his lips. "Oh, they are all trash." He quickly learned that Mr. Liu had cured the patient with psychotherapy and won the game, so he came to see Chen Feng and the others. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, lose the game, admit that you are a loser, and get the title of Actually I Am Awesome. Choice 2, use the golden needle to cure the patient and get the title of I Am the King. But just when the old man was about to take action, Chen Feng moved. He walked up to the patient, carefully observed the patient's complexion, and then thought for a moment. Poisoning, glufosinate snake venom. Everyone was shocked. It was snake venom. It was actually snake venom. But Uzmik had already let the phage eat something. Why couldn't it be cured? Chen Feng seemed to see everyone's confusion and explained simply, as for why Yosimiki's bacteriophage did not clear the poison gas, but instead caused him to backfire, it was because he was poisoned by two kinds of poisons. The fat bug ate the simple poison on the top, but instead revealed the suppressed glufosinate snake venom on the bottom. Yosimic nodded, his eyes sparkling. I see. I was wondering what was going on. His bacteriophages had done so many good things, why didn't they work this time? Huassier also nodded. He really couldn't cure the poison and could only delay the condition at most. But at the same time, he was very curious whether Chen Feng could really cure the patient. Xiao sneered, ha, you are probably just guessing. You don't know how to cure it at all. He saw that Chen Feng had been standing there for a long time and had not taken any action. It was obvious that he had no ability to cure the patient's illness. Moreover, he believed that Chen Feng would definitely not win. How could a person who was good at art also be a genius in medicine? Chen Feng ignored Kyudel's sarcasm and took out the golden needles from his backpack. The golden needles emitted golden light and almost blinded people's eyes. Chen Feng inserted the golden needles slowly and familiarly into the patient's acupuncture points, inserting a total of 99 needles. The whole person was like a hedgehog. This was the first time Chen Feng had inserted so many needles. Everyone only saw his hands moving quickly, and soon the whole person's body was full of golden needles, and it didn't move at all. The old man in the audience actually frowned, then relaxed his brows. His eyes slowly brightened, and he stared at Chen Feng's hand in the patient's face. After about half an hour, the patient's face actually turned rosy, and he looked like a healthy person. After watching the whole process, Kyudel snorted with disdain, it's just the same fake trick as before. Of course Chen Feng ignored what he was saying and slowly spun the needles out. The needle tips were spun out little by little, and soon all 99 needles were out. Bai Lao's hands trembled with excitement. It turned out to be the spiral needle method, the long-lost spiral needle method. Gao Yang was a little confused. Mr. Bai, what is the needle spinning method? I don't quite understand. Is it very powerful? Elder Bai nodded with interest. It is said that this method of hanging needle was developed by pharmacist Li. During treatment, the needle is twisted in little by little, and then twisted out little by little, and at the same time, one's internal force is transferred into it, so that the needle becomes a medium to transfer the things in the body out. As he spoke, Bai Lao's eyes were filled with longing. God knows how much he wishes he could also learn the needle twisting method. But unfortunately, no one knows what inner force is now. Everyone thinks it is just a fictional thing that exists in novels. However, for a Chinese medicine practitioner, inner force does exist. Chapter 111 First Place. In addition, internal force can play a more powerful role in treating many difficult and complicated diseases. But nowadays, no one knows what internal force is. The reason why Mr. Bai was so happy was that this spiral needle method actually existed and he saw it with his own eyes. After Chen Feng spun the needle out, he nodded to the referee, "It's okay, the poison is almost gone." Everyone was very surprised. What does that mean? Does it mean it's been cured? And there's no residue left? Zhou Yanin and Huassier went up to check, and then both of them relaxed their brows. The poison has been completely cleared. Seeing the two people's answers were so affirmative, the audience was even more shocked. The poisoning lasted for a very long time. Generally, those with good luck can be treated, but it usually takes a long time. Therefore, the more serious the disease is and the longer it lasts, it is difficult to cure it. At this time, an old man in a white robe walked onto the stage. He took the patient's pulse and nodded slightly. Well, the poison has been cleared, but the body is a little weak. More conditioning is needed in the later stage. Then, he turned to look at the referee, who nodded and said, "The winner of this 8-2 match is Shooter from the Shoot family, Chen Feng from the medical school." After saying that, Zhou Yanin was very happy and glared at Li Changfeng, who did not win the second game. Li Changfeng looked at this scene in disbelief. How could it be possible? He did not even pass the second game, but Chen Feng won this game. Gu Lao, who was standing next to him, looked at the dejectedly Chang Feng, patted him comfortingly, and then nodded at Chen Feng in appreciation. Haha, this kid is really great. This rotating needle method hasn't appeared for a long time. I didn't expect that the hanging needle method actually has a successor. Maybe we in the Western medicine department should really learn from it. Cuter looked at Chen Feng with disdain and walked past him. Boy, you are lucky. When we play the final, I will make you lose miserably. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, admit defeat and not compete with Chutel in the finals, and get the title of I won't compete with you. Choice 2, play the third match with Chutel and get 100 poison elimination pill. Chen Feng naturally chose the second option. There was nothing to say at all. He said to Chutel, Mr. Chutel, I bet that I will win. Chen Feng looked at Xiao Tier provocatively. Xiao Tier was so angry that his face turned blue and he felt very uncomfortable. Then he looked at Chen Feng hatefully. Boy, you just talk big. After Chen Feng stepped down, Bai Lao kept looking at him. Are you Chen Feng from the medical school? Chen Feng shook his head. Not yet, but sooner or later. Elder Bai looked at him, very excited. Chen Feng, can I see your golden needles? And what's your hanging needle technique? Who did you learn it from? Chen Feng looked at the extremely excited Mr. Bai and asked, Old man, who are you? Gao Yang ran over again and introduced to Chen Feng, Brother Feng, this is Mr. Bai Chang. Then he whispered to Chen Feng, this old man Bai is a pioneer of your traditional Chinese medicine. He should be a person of the same level as the head of the medical school. Chen Feng nodded, took out a bag of golden needles from his backpack, and said to Bai Chang, Mr. Bai, these are the golden needles I got by chance. I kept them because they are very easy to use. As for the hanging needle method, it is a family skill, so I won't say more about it. Chen Feng did not dare to reveal more, but Bai Chang rubbed his hands and said, if that's the case, little brother Chen Feng, I wonder if I am qualified to learn the hanging needle technique? Chen Feng also raised his eyebrows. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, refuse to teach Bai Chang the hanging needle method, and get the title of I am the boss. Choice 2, accept Bai Chang's request and receive a threat of provocation. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows again. Mr. Bai, although this skill is inherited from the family, it can be passed on to outsiders because you are a pioneer in traditional Chinese medicine. You can learn it, and in fact, the internal force used in the hanging needle method is very small, so you don't have to worry about this aspect. Really? Don't you have any intentions? Upon hearing that it was possible, Bai Chang's eyes brightened a lot, but he was still full of doubts. Chen Feng just smiled heartily. A favor from teacher Bai is a great reward. Hearing Chen Feng say this, Bai Chang nodded in surprise. He didn't expect that there was a young man so insightful. That's a deal. I'll come find you later and learn inner strength from you first. Bai Chang is a man who keeps learning until he grows old. Chen Feng nodded and said, okay, I'll come to visit you in person after the expiration date. I hope you won't despise me. Bai Chang patted Chen Feng's shoulder appreciatively. After a while, the host began to announce, please Chen Feng and Xiao Tel, get ready for the competition. We must change the venue this time. Please put on your equipment and move outside the sterile room. Many people were really shocked and dumbfounded. In the sterile room, the patients this time couldn't even come into contact with the air. Yes, that would be a very serious disease. Chen Feng and Xiao Tel put on protective clothing to isolate bacteria from their bodies. Only 2 of them went in alone, and the others could only watch their game from outside through transparent glass. The referee, the host, and Mr. Bai entered the sterile room together. In fact, Mr. Bai spent a long time but couldn't cure the patient. If the patient was not in critical condition, who would put their hope on a competition? Several people entered the sterile room. Xiao Tel first stood in front of Chen Feng and said that he wanted to go first. The referee nodded. Chu Tel stood in front of a bed and pondered for a long time. This disease needs to be handed over to me. The patient's skin color is normal, there is nothing abnormal, but he has been sleeping all the time, so he must need psychological treatment. Chen Feng also shook his head. It was wishful thinking to say that such a strange disease could be cured by psychological treatment alone. The referee signaled that the treatment could begin. Chu Tel took out something that looked like a clock and slowly began to shake it in front of the patient. You are very sleepy. You are very sleepy now. You dreamed that you were on a grassland with a large sea of flowers. A melodious sound was heard. You saw a piano in the distance. The piano sounded melodious. The figure in front of the piano was blurry, as if there was a thick layer of mist in front of him. You wanted to see clearly who that person was. Shutel seemed very tired, and his voice suddenly rose. What did you see? Chapter 112 Can't Wake Up. The patient, who had been very quiet, suddenly seemed to have dreamed of something and began to tremble as if he had the hiccups. Outside the treatment room, many viewers had seen the patient's medical record. He had not woken up for 2 years. He had been in a coma for a long time, but what was strange was that his body temperature, body surface, and body functions were no different from those of a normal person, just like a normal person asleep. However, no matter what, he could not wake up. Experts from various medical fields held special seminars and studied this issue for a long time, but there was no result after much discussion, which has caused the patient's condition to be delayed until now. Therefore, many people felt that there was no hope. Only the family members of the patient still thought that if there was really hope, they would bring their patients here. Everyone started to get excited, especially the wife of the middle-aged man lying on the bed. He moved? He finally moved. For so many days and nights, no one could understand her pain. She had to take care of him and raise money. She was almost on the verge of collapse, so she was so happy to see him move. Kyutal glanced at Chun Feng with disdain. Now you should admit defeat. Before she could react, the woman had no time to be surprised, and the patient, who seemed to be shaking, began to tremble even more. Bai Lao immediately became nervous. Send someone to check his heartbeat and other vital signs. Something doesn't seem right. Before he finished speaking, the patient's mouth and nose started bleeding. The referee saw it and said, "No, call the medical team in quickly." Bai Cheng also went forward to check, but frowned, sighed, and shook his head. His expression clearly showed that he could not be saved at all, and there was no way he could be saved. The woman outside had already started crying and wailing, and she felt as if a huge weight had collapsed. God knew how much she had paid, but this was the result she got. The referee and the host looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Just when the medical equipment was about to return to a straight line, Chen Feng suddenly walked forward and stuffed a pill into the patient's mouth to prolong his life. After that, the patient's lifeline suddenly bent, and his complexion slowly improved, as if he was lying on the bed before. Bai Cheng first quickly ran to the bed, then observed carefully, felt the pulse seriously, and looked at Chen Feng in surprise. How is it possible? What did you feed him just now? You actually pulled him back from the crossroads of death. Bai Cheng almost pulled Chen Feng's clothes off. Mr. Bai, please don't get excited. Wait until I finish the treatment? Bai Cheng was surprised again, his eyes widened. What do you mean? Can you cure his disease? Being able to come back to life is already amazing, but he can actually cure this kind of troublesome disease. He has been like a living dead for so long, and from the sound of his voice, it seems that he can still be cured. Chen Feng nodded, took out the gold needles, and began to insert the needles into several acupuncture points of the patient. His steady technique and skillful movements showed that he was a very experienced person, but it was not easy for him to have such experience at his age. Bai Cheng's eyes were shining with gold. In his eyes, Chen Feng was a god, and he even wanted to worship him as his master. After Chen Feng had finished the acupuncture, the patient's breathing became stable and he even showed signs of waking up. Look, I thought I saw his eyes move. Yes, I saw that, too. Ah, Dad, please wake up. After a while, the patient lying on the bed trembled his eyelashes slightly, and actually opened his eyes in confusion in front of everyone. Dad, you finally woke up. The woman watching outside was very surprised. Finally, this day had finally come. Bai Cheng was even more shocked. He quickly felt the man's pulse and found that it was no different from that of a normal person. When Chen Feng saw that the man had woken up, he took out all the needles from his body and put them in his bag. Then he looked at the referee, who was stunned for a moment before reacting. I declare that in the final, Chen Feng from the medical department wins. Bai Cheng was a medical lunatic. When he saw the patient woke up and looked in good spirits, just like a person who had a good sleep, he was very puzzled as to how such a disease came about. The patient was shocked to find out that he had slept for 2 whole years. He sighed and said, "It's like this. Because of my career setbacks and too much pressure, I always thought it would be great to just sleep forever. Then I had a dream. I dreamed that I lived in a paradise. I didn't want to leave. There was no work, no conspiracy, and everything was harmonious. But just now I suddenly appeared on a grassland, and someone was playing the piano. The sound of the piano was melodious. I wanted to see clearly who that person was." The patient was suddenly terrified again. "Oh my God," I walked closer and his face was so scary that it scared me to death. It turned out that it was because Schudel's technique was not up to par that the patient escaped from his deep sleep and entered another world, but he was frightened and did not dare to wake up. Cuter walked out of the ward with a sullen face. Seeing the surprised, disdainful, or sympathetic looks of the people outside, he angrily glared at Chen Feng and said, "Chen Feng, just wait. If you go to Country E, you will die without a burial place." After saying that, he left. Chen Feng could only shake his head helplessly. Why did he always meet such people? Kane walked over and said in awkward Chinese, "Chen Feng, congratulations, you are welcome to visit E Country in the future." Chen Feng nodded. "I also hope that you and Master Cassio can have a good time in Country H." Kane nodded, looking at him reluctantly. "Chen Feng, I want to listen to your music next time. It's very nice, like the sound of heaven." Chen Feng laughed happily. "Prince Kane, that's because you have heaven in your heart, so you can hear the voice of heaven." "You too." Kane blinked his innocent eyes. After receiving the award, Zhou Yanan and Chen Feng returned to the hotel. Gao Yang ran over and patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. "Brother Feng, you really impressed me. I didn't expect you to play the piano so well and even bring people back to life. I don't know how you are so amazing." Chen Feng also knew that Gao Yang was just being polite. "Okay, stop talking nonsense and remember to report to my company." Gao Yang looked excited, but he still said, "It looks like I'll be busy in the future." Chapter 113 Teasing Me. After everyone left, Zhou Yanan immediately saluted Chen Feng. Medical school disciples greet the new leader Chen Feng. His eyes were full of teasing. Chen Feng scratched his head embarrassedly. "Yanan, you are still teasing me." Zhou Yanan smiled mischievously, and the sunlight looked particularly bright on her pretty face. The two returned to the east suburb villa. Before they arrived, they heard Bai Inxian's hearty laughter. "Oh, I knew that our sect leader would definitely win first place." As soon as Chen Feng won the first place this time, his deeds spread all over the world. He was able to bring people back to life and go global with a few golden needles. The Chinese medicine of Country H has made a name for itself internationally. Many medical disciples who were originally not doing well suddenly received a letter from the head of the medical school, announcing the second head, Chen Feng, and the medical school's business was booming. Bai Inxian's face was wrinkled with laughter. Xiaofeng, after you become the sect leader, no matter where you go, there will be people from our territory to pick you up." Chen Feng nodded. "Mr. Bai, our medical school has disciples everywhere." Bai Inxian thought for a moment and said, "Medical science is mainly distributed in Country H, because many countries previously believed that Chinese medicine was very useful. However, it is different now, Before he finished speaking, another voice interrupted. "Old White, I didn't expect that. Where did you find this helper?" Bai Cheng appeared behind them. "Old Bai, what are you doing here?" Bai Inxian looked alert. "Old man, what are you doing here?" Bai Cheng looked at Chen Feng and said, "This guy agreed. He wants to teach me the hanging needle technique." "You can't do it. Once I learn the hanging needle technique, you won't be able to compare to me at all." Bai Inxian looked at Chen Feng with a smile. "Xiaofeng, you have already paid homage to old man Bai, so I can join you." Chen Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Okay, you two can learn together, but you have to wait until I have time. I'm still a student now." Zhou Yanan then remembered, "Chen Feng, the final exams are coming up, you won't be too busy again." Every time when the end of the semester is approaching, Chen Feng is the busiest. He is nowhere to be found. He is not reviewing at all, but running around. No one knows what he does all day. Chen Feng shook his head. "This time we are going to do an internship. After all, we are going to be seniors too." Zhou Yanan still nodded, feeling a little disappointed, and Chen Feng could see it. "How about this, after I'm done with my work, I'll treat you to a meal." Zhou Yanan turned her head away, still as aloof as when she first met Chen Feng. Back at school, Yi Mengmeng was holding a mobile phone and live streaming again. "Who would have thought that she looked resentful? Recently, Fenggu is no longer here, and my live streaming room has lost a lot of fans, alas." Meng. Hearing the voice, Yi Mengmeng's round eyes immediately lit up. "Brother Feng, I beg you for one thing. Take me with you next time you cause trouble." "Okay, my fans in the live broadcast room haven't seen you for a long time. They don't come to my live broadcast anymore." Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, reject Yi Mengmeng's request to increase fans, and get the title of "I'm very cool, don't be my fan." Option 2, help Yi Mengmeng gain fans, let her go with you for internship, and get a new helper. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. Why did Yi Mengmeng become his new helper? Thinking of Sun Tianyu, he nodded. Maybe Yi Mengmeng could really be useful to him in some way. Sure, our computer department is going to do an internship. Do you want to follow me? If you have time. When Yi Mengmeng heard that there was something to do, she was so happy that she nodded like a chick pecking at rice, her eyes sparkling. Of course, I have nothing to do. We in the Academy of Fine Arts are very idle. I will just tell our professor that I want to go collect folk songs, ha ha ha. Back in the dormitory, Sun Tianyu was fiddling with the computer with very fast hands. Li Qing's voice came from his hand. Tianyu, not bad. You did a great job in completing the task you were asked to do. It turns out that Brother Feng was right about you. Sun Tianyu was a little embarrassed. Brother Li, thank you for the compliment. I am not very familiar with it either, but I will do better. Tianyu, you did a great job. How is your aunt? Hearing Chen Feng's voice, Sun Tianyu was excited. Brother Feng, my mother is very good. She just keeps talking about inviting you to dinner at home. Okay, let's go to internship together tomorrow, and then go to your house together. It's a good opportunity for me to give Auntie another injection. Chen Feng thought about it. There have been so many things going on recently. This time, the computer department internship is to find a corresponding company for internship. To be honest, most interns do the most basic things in the company. They still have to go, otherwise many schools won't allow their grades, and even though Chen Feng is very awesome, he still has to follow orders. Chen Feng and Yi Mengmeng came to the front of a building. After looking at the name, Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. What a coincidence! This time, the Qinghai gang established a computer company called IT Media Entertainment, which specializes in game operations and animation production. After all, the internet is now popular and very popular. However, because it is a new company, it is very difficult to snatch resources from the old company. Therefore, Sun Tianyu has been helping Li Qing do these things, and this rival company has been secretly making things difficult for media entertainment, making it difficult to move forward. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, be an intern quietly and get the title of talent not showing off. Choice 2, destroy Zhuyu company and gain a foothold in the computer industry. Oh, this company looks big. Yi Mengmeng was very happy. Fans, please be quiet today and watch how our Fengshen does his internship and how he does things. Chen Feng glanced at the screen, which was full of comments like, the wind god is causing trouble, with black lines on his forehead. It was not that he wanted to cause trouble, but that people had always wanted to cause trouble for him. Walking into the building, the two felt a little dizzy. Yi Mengmeng took advantage of her cuteness and said, Hey little brother, can I ask where we can find an internship as we are interns? The male employee enthusiastically showed the way to the two people. They came to a large office. A man dressed in elite clothes and with a slicked back hair was sitting in the office. He looked up at the two people without any expression and pointed at Chen Feng. You, go to the operations department and find Zhang Chu. He pointed at Yi Mengmeng and asked, what does she do? Yi Mengmeng, who studied fine arts, would naturally not come for an internship. I am studying fine arts. I can help you draw. I am also an intern. Chapter 114, The boss is an intern. Yi Mengmeng's major was painting, and she was also a favorite student of Professor Bai of the Academy of Fine Arts. So, after hearing about Yi Mengmeng's learning experience and awards, the middle-aged man nodded and said, Okay, you two can go together. Yi Mengmeng nodded happily, turned around, and winked at Chen Feng playfully. Chen Feng had no choice but to take Yi Mengmeng to the operation department to find Manager Zhang. A man came towards them, full of arrogance and high spirits, surrounded by many staff members, holding a pile of documents. Mr. Zhang, our company's INT network was suddenly hacked today. We suspect it was done by someone from IT Media and Entertainment. A little boy's face turned pale and he was very angry. Zhang Chu heard it and sneered, How dare a small and inexperienced company go against Zhuyu? Go, call Lu Lin, we will make sure they never come back today. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that the two of them were just opposite Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu walked over quickly and Chen Feng greeted him politely. Hello, Manager Zhang, I'm Chen Feng, and this is Yi Mengmeng. We are new interns. Who would have thought that Zhang Chu simply ignored the two of them, walked right past them, and said to the person next to him, notify the entire operations department to hold a meeting today. The people around nodded hurriedly, looking at the two people sarcastically. Two little interns wanted to block Manager Zhang's way? It was a joke. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, just pass by Zhang Chu, suffer from being ignored and humiliated, and get the title of, you are an idiot who can't tell pearls from pearls. Option 2, stop Zhang Chu, introduce yourself again, and let him remember you, and get a chance to show your skills. Yi Mengmeng was very angry, but she still didn't run up. Her cheeks were puffy with anger, and she said to the phone, "Everyone, don't pay attention to this idiot. He just has a problem with his eyes. He doesn't even know basic respect. He didn't even see your lovely Meng Meng and handsome Fengshen, humph." Chen Feng ignored her and ran up to block Zhang Chu and his group, who were walking forward quickly. Zhang Chu frowned unhappily. "Who are you?" "I'm very busy. Do you know how much money our company will lose if you delay me for 1 second? "Ha, what an arrogant person," Chen Feng complained in his heart. "I was just introducing myself, Manager Zhang. I am the new intern Chen Feng." Chen Feng spoke each word clearly. It had been a long time since he had been ignored like this. Now, everyone in school and outside regarded him as an idol. Suddenly, a little girl standing next to Zhang Chu whispered, "Why does this person look so much like the god of wind?" "But, is it impossible?" Zhang Chu frowned even more tightly. "As an intern, don't you know that the worst thing you can do is to be tactless and block my way?" "Very good, you did a great job. Xiaofeng, cross out his internship quota. Our company won't accept such an inconsiderate person." Chen Feng raised his eyebrows, and the little follower nodded hurriedly, then raised his head and said to Chen Feng with disdain, "You call me Chen Feng, right? You don't have to come tomorrow." At this moment, a well-dressed woman ran over in a hurry, and everyone shouted, "Manager Ma." Manager Ma said to Zhang Chu quickly, "Brother Zhang, hurry up, where is Lu Lin? There seems to be a problem with our system, and we can't solve it." Zhang Chu immediately said to the people around him, "Hurry up and find Lu Lin. We'll go over first." Then they ignored Chen Feng and left in a hurry. The little follower saw him leave and wanted to catch up with him in a hurry, but when he saw Chen Feng blocking the way, he snorted coldly, "Get out of the way, you dog who's blocking the way, you have no sense. Why do you have to offend Manager Zhang when you can offend anyone else?" After saying that, he followed them up. Yi Mengmeng cursed behind their backs, "Bah, so shameless, unreasonable, impolite, and so thick-skinned." Anyway, all the bad things were said. Chen Feng pulled her speechlessly, otherwise she would have to rush up and fight with them. "Mengmeng, let's go, let's follow them and see, after a while, they will beg us to stay here." Yi Mengmeng's eyes suddenly lit up. "Brother Feng, you are finally going to do something, huh? Did you hear that, my fans? Look at the faces of those people now, and make them convinced and kneel down to call us Daddy Fengshen." Chen Feng didn't know that such a cute and adorable girl would talk about her dad all the time, but she was still very cute. The two people followed closely, as if they were strolling in the garden, forming a sharp contrast with the group of people in front who were rushing around. They turned into a room full of different computers. There was a machine in the front, where a disheveled young man sat, typing away on the keyboard. He frowned, then scratched his head, looking a little anxious. Zhang Chu and Ma Jing were very happy to see him. "Lu Lin, you've been here for a long time." Lu Lin raised his face with dark circles under his eyes, glanced at a few people, and then continued to work, speaking indifferently, "I don't know where the hackers came from to attack our game website. Now the game website has suffered a lot of bugs and damage. I am repairing it, but I can't find the source code. The other party's computer technology is very powerful." Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Sun Tianyu had learned the hacking skills he had been teaching recently very quickly. He was indeed a genius. If he could have survived in his previous life, he would have definitely seen that Sun Tianyu must have been the most promising one among them. However, in this life, he would make them more successful. They would be brothers for life. Lu Lin's head was covered in sweat, and his hands kept typing on the keyboard. Everyone was watching him quietly. His brows were getting more and more furrowed. Suddenly, his hands stopped, and he frowned and pondered something. Chen Feng walked silently behind Lu Lin, glanced at the computer screen full of codes, and said lightly, "Insert a source code in the header to prevent the other party's program from entering, and then add a firewall to eliminate the remaining programs in the future." Seeing Chen Feng suddenly appear, Zhang Chu shouted coldly, "How did you get in? How did you stop him? Take him out. How can we let this kind of person in here? If something happens to the keyboard, he won't be able to take the responsibility." The little attendant hurriedly apologized, "Manager Zhang, I'll take him out right away." As he said that, he was about to come over to pull Chen Feng. Chapter 115 Being Employed. Before Chen Feng could move, Lu Lin, who was sitting in his seat, suddenly shouted and clapped his hands, "Yeah, why didn't I think of that? After saying that, he immediately started typing on the keyboard. Less than 3 minutes later, the entire interface returned to normal. He raised his face with dark circles under his eyes and looked at Chen Feng. Wow, little brother, you are really good. Why don't you follow me from now on? I will make sure you have everything you want. Zhang Chu looked unhappy when he heard Lu Lin's words, but he just reminded her slightly, Lu Lin, you have to think clearly that he is just an intern who just came here. Lu Lin raised his eyebrows. Intern? Sure, follow me from now on. Zhang Chu glanced at Chen Feng coldly and said nothing more. Lu Lin's identity was not ordinary, and many of the operations and maintenance of their Zhuyu group were almost entirely done by Lu Lin alone. It could be said that if the boss was asked to choose between him and Lu Lin, the boss would definitely choose Lu Lin. Zhang Chu left with a snort. Ma Jing came over and asked, Lu Lin, is the system maintenance done? Lu Lin nodded. Thanks to this little brother, I have been stuck in one place. If he hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have known how to continue. Otherwise, we would have suffered a huge loss this time. Ma Jing then nodded to Chen Feng, you are very good. I remember your name is Chen Feng, right? You should follow Lu Lin from now on. He is the trump card of our group. Yi Mengmeng also raised her hand happily, I'm with Brother Feng too. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. Just now, he only reminded him, but Lu Lin was able to react quickly and solve all the problems within 3 minutes. It seems that he is not simple at all. Chen Feng pondered and thought that it would be a good idea to bring Lu Lin into IT media entertainment and work with Sun Tianyu. This would be a good helper. Chen Feng was calculating in his mind. Lu Lin sneezed and murmured, did I catch a cold? Or did someone ask me to pay back the money? Ma Jing smiled and left. Yi Mengmeng waved at the screen. Everyone saw Zhang Chu's face just now, right? This is the result of messing with our function. Everyone believes that our function is a man with the aura of a male protagonist. Lu Lin looked at the two people and said, okay, there's nothing else to do now. Let's go off work today. Hearing him say this, Yi Mengmeng jumped up happily. Wow, Lu Lin, you are 10,000 times better than that Zhang Chu. Let's go, Brother Feng, let's go. Chen Feng was also helpless and looked at Lu Lin. You could have been faster just now. Inserting a computer virus into the entire program might have been faster. Hearing Chen Feng say this, Lu Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. Fuck, brother, you are too awesome. Are you sure you are an intern? No, let's discuss this together tomorrow. I think you are more awesome. He immediately started typing on the keyboard again, mumbling something like a madman. Chen Feng shook his head and walked out with the jumping Yi Mengmeng. The two were waiting for Sun Tianyu at a bus stop. After a while, Sun Tianyu came over in a hurry, with an unhappy look on his face. Brother Feng, I'm going to do an IT internship. Chen Feng smiled and said, it's fine, isn't it? Then why are you frowning? Sun Tianyu smiled bitterly and shook his head. I was planning to hack into Zhuyu Group's gaming website and hack it today, but they solved the problem. When Yi Mengmeng heard this, she said excitedly, wow, it's you. I didn't realize it. You're so amazing. Then he said mysteriously, but, you met Brother Feng, how could you possibly win? Sun Tianyu then raised his head and said, Brother Feng, are you interning at Zhuyu Group? Chen Feng nodded. Tianyu, don't worry, this is just a chance to gain trust. After I finish my internship, the stumbling block of Zhuyu Group will disappear. Yi Mengmeng seemed to have heard some great secret and immediately took out her phone. My dear fans, you heard it. Our function's internship goal this time is to bring down Zhuyu Group. Let's all watch and see how our function does things. All the comments floated across the screen. Function, you are awesome. It turns out that Function is not only good at music, but also a computer expert. Fuck, comparing yourself to others is really annoying. No wonder there aren't any soft girls like Meng Meiji around me. Yi Mengmeng went back first. Chen Feng was afraid that her live broadcast would expose a lot of information about herself, so he let her go back first. He and Sun Tianyu went to a residential building in the eastern suburbs. The environment here was very fresh and pleasant. It was Chen Feng who gave Sun Tianyu his salary in advance so that he could buy the house. After hearing that Sun Tianyu bought the house himself, the two of them burst into tears and kept saying, Tianyu, you have grown up. The security here is pretty good, and it's close to the city center. Chen Feng patted Sun Tianyu on the shoulder and said, when you have more money in the future, you can buy more houses for the two old people to enjoy. Sun Tianyu also nodded, and Chen Feng also thought of his parents in his hometown. It seems that it is time to bring them to live in the city. By then, they will definitely feel relieved. When I opened the door, I saw Sun's mother standing at the door with a happy face. Xiaofeng is here, come in, I just prepared dinner. After being warmly entertained, Chen Feng gave Sun's mother another acupuncture treatment. The whole process went smoothly. After the needle was removed, Chen Feng said to Sun's mother, Auntie, are you feeling unwell now? Mother Sun shook her head and said with a smile, No, I feel several years younger now. My body is stronger than before and I feel like I can eat more. The father next to him also had tears in his eyes. Yes, she really hasn't been sick during this period, all thanks to Xiaofeng, you are simply the lifesaver of my family. Chen Feng waved his hand. Oh, don't say that, uncle. I was paid as well. You don't owe me anything. Besides, I was willing to help Tianyu because he is so capable. After that, he winked at Sun Tianyu and asked them to tell him about the agreement between him and him, but he didn't talk about the gangs, he only talked about IT media and entertainment. After listening to the whole process, the two old people smiled and nodded, looking at Sun Tianyu with satisfaction. After leaving Sun Tianyu's house, Chen Feng remembered the several stones he had taken from the Sun family. It seemed that he had to go to Ziwei Hall and hand over the stones to Humoer. After returning to the villa, Chen Feng thought of the imperial green from last time and took it out from his special warehouse. Chapter 116 Gemstone Carving. In the messy warehouse, the several stones that Chen Feng got from Sun's father were all placed in the corner, with a piece of cloth covering the center. He lifted the cloth, and a green light appeared inside. The deep green light seemed extremely deep in the warehouse with poor lighting. Against the backdrop of the green light was a large stone. There was also a touch of red light and a touch of white light beside them, which were the red jadeite and ice moon jadeite that were open that day. Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. It seems that a new industry can be developed again. He just looked at the shape and size. Probably the imperial green could be made into 5 pieces of jewelry, while the ice moon jadeite and red jadeite should be able to make 3 pieces of jewelry. Once these pieces come out, they will definitely be masterpieces that will shock the world. Chen Feng could already imagine that when his Ziwei Hall took out these pieces of jewelry, the entire Ziwei Hall would gain a seat in the international arena. The next morning, Chen Feng and Yi Mengmeng went to Zhuyu Group to report, but they did not meet Zhang Chu, so they went to find Lu Lin. Unexpectedly, Lu Lin was not there. It seemed that he had gone somewhere else. At this time, Zhang Chu's little follower actually ran over and looked at the two of them. Intern, right? Follow me. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. Where are you going? Today, Lu Lin is not here, so you can't play all day. Manager Zhang asked me to assign you some tasks. The little follower smiled triumphantly and brought the two people to where everyone was working. When they saw the two people coming, the men and women who had been quiet immediately became restless. Intern, right? Hurry up and print these documents. Little girl, buy me a cup of milk tea, less sugar and no ice. Hey, here's my takeaway, thank you. Oh, I'm a little thirsty. Please make me a cup of coffee. Remember to add latte art. I won't drink it without latte art. After a while, Chen Feng and Yi Mengmeng were assigned many tasks. Yi Mengmeng was completely confused. What the hell? These people really treated her like a servant. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, help everyone do things obediently and get the title of I am the punching bag. Choice 2, refuse this kind of submission and get the title of I am the boss, you also want to order me around. Yi Mengmeng pouted and put her hands on her hips, don't bully me like this. You can't order me around. Are you kidding? A young lady from the Yi family would be flattered by others when she goes out. How could she possibly serve tea or water to others? A heavily made-up woman held her chin and looked at Yi Mengmeng with sarcasm. You are not someone we can order around? No matter who you are, after you get here, you are all interns, and you all have to listen to Manager Zhang. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng felt that Manager Zhang must have some status, otherwise why were these people so afraid of him and started targeting him and Yi Mengmeng with just one sentence. Yi Mengmeng's face turned red with anger. Chen Feng patted her head and asked her to calm down. Mengmeng, wait and see. I'm sure they will look at you with new eyes in the future. After listening to this, Yi Mengmeng looked at Chen Feng and said, Brother Feng, what should we do now? Chen Feng crossed his arms and said, wait for Lu Lin. We are not under their control, so of course we won't help them. Seeing that Chen Feng and the others did not move, everyone looked embarrassed. You two interns should study more. These are what you should do. The woman spoke again, otherwise, don't even think about staying in our Zhuyu. Chen Feng snorted coldly, there are always people who are better than you. Do you think your Zhuyu is that powerful? When the woman heard this, she gnashed her teeth and was about to start a barrage of abuse. What? You dare to touch my people? Lu Lin changed his clothes. Although he still had dark circles under his eyes, he was very energetic today. He looked at everyone and said coldly, they are much better than you. Don't humiliate yourself there. Chen Feng, Meng Meng, come with me. There's something wrong with the computer system and I need your help. The three of them left in the eyes of the crowd. After they left, everyone began to discuss, although we have to listen to Manager Zhang's words, we can't afford to offend Lu Lin either. Yes, if it weren't for his status, even Manager Zhang wouldn't dare to offend him, so how could we dare to do that? I didn't expect that these two interns would be chosen by Lu Lin. It seems that their days in Zhuyu Group will be better in the future. Arriving at the office full of computers from yesterday, Lu Lin pulled Chen Feng, eyes shining. Chen Feng, tell me quickly. Your thoughts yesterday, and how did you come up with such a quick idea? Seeing Lu Lin so excited, Chen Feng also slowly explained. Yi Mengmeng turned the phone screen to Chen Feng and Lu Lin. Then she said to the screen, fans, today is another happy day for us to watch Fengshen. Look how amazing he is. These computers are nothing to him. After a while, Lu Lin smacked his lips with satisfaction. You are really amazing. I am afraid that I can't compare with your understanding of computers. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and said seriously, Lu Lin, do you want to make more progress? Stay at the forefront of computer networks and gain more honors and skills. When Lu Lin heard this, he looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? Chen Feng looked mysterious. In a corner of Tunghai University, Sun Qianqian, carrying a suitcase, looked around at the university campus where she had been for less than 2 months. She was not like ordinary girls who studied hard or played with their girlfriends. Her life since childhood was to practice martial arts and the art of seduction, and then when she grew up, she was assigned various men as targets. She didn't know that there were so many innocent girls on the other side of the world. Chen Feng said that he could help her, so she chose to believe him. A man wearing a big hat came over and said, let's go, Miss Sunday Brother Feng, let me pick you up and then secretly send you to Country E. I hope you won't let him down. Sun Qianqian didn't want to owe Chen Feng anything, and she felt that perhaps by helping Chen Feng, she could find a new way out, a way to fight against the dirty past. Sun Qianqian nodded, turned to the man in the hat and said, Zhao Yu, from now on, you can call me Li Huiba. Please help me get a new ID. For a new identity, she can change her appearance and identity, because she cannot accept everything in the past except that boy. Chapter 117, Trip to Country R. After returning to Country R, Xiao Shi looked at his father who was still serious. He lowered his head and said, Grandpa, I. Xiao Huawan's old face was as stiff as a rock. Little boy, you didn't complete the task this time. After saying that, he looked up at the sky and sighed, that girl probably won't come back. You see, the two of us are at a disadvantage at once. Just how powerful is Chen Feng? His eyes were cold, and his words were even colder. When Xiao Huahuang said this, Xiao Shi's pupil shrank. Qianqian won't come? Emperor Xiao Hua waved his hand. You still can't forget her? Do you know that the most taboo thing for our ancestors' heir is to have a handle? You must remember that being ruthless and cold-hearted is your destiny. Xiao Shi's eyes were shrouded in a thick fog, and the turbulent waves returned to calmness. His eyes were full of indifference and calmness. Yes, Grandpa. I'll send Tian Yuanka to Chen Feng's place. You go and take the punishment first. He bowed slightly, yes. Chen Feng sneezed and looked at the sky. It's too cold recently. How come I caught a cold? Chen Feng looked at the sign indicating that the transfer was complete on the computer screen, clapped his hands, and spoke to Yi Mengmeng who was standing beside him. Okay, Mengmeng, now we don't have to endure this anymore, let's leave. Chen Feng and Mengmeng were about to go outside when they saw Zhang Chu walking towards them seriously. Lu Lin has resigned. Let's see who dares to protect you. Go, call their school and tell them about the good performance of these two interns in our company. The little follower nodded quickly, took out his cell phone, looked at Chen Feng with disdain, and waved the phone in his hand at him in a show of strength. Chen Feng looked at it and shrugged helplessly. Okay, call me. Every intern in the company has an evaluation quota, and Lu Lin had already given them this positive evaluation, so it would be useless for them to give it again. As for why Lu Lin resigned so quickly, it was because Chen Feng simply threw him a string of code and asked him to resign and jump directly to IT entertainment. Seeing such a string of sophisticated code, Lu Lin's eyes widened as if he had seen a beautiful woman. Not long after, he packed up and left. Despite the boss's repeated pleas, he refused to stay and left without looking back, still thinking about the string of code in his mind. Hello, is this the president of Donghai University? This is Zhu Group. It's about those two interns. After hanging up the phone, the little follower looked at Zhang Chu awkwardly and then said, Manager Zhang, the principal said that their internship results have come out a long time ago, and Chen Feng is an honorary figure in their school, so he will not be affected at all. Zhang Chu's face was livid, thinking that he could find fault with Chen Feng by catching him as an intern. Before he could say anything, Ma Jing ran over and said, Manager Zhang, the boss wants you to see that there is a problem with our game and the stock is falling. Chen Feng saw Ma Jing and nodded to her. Ma Jing was okay. She was one of the few people who didn't look on them coldly and laugh at them with disdain. The next day, the news that Zhu Group, a leading company in the media industry, game operation and computer industry, saw its stock price plummet overnight, and that Lajula would not come, and was finally swallowed up by an unknown new company, IT Media Entertainment, spread all over the news. Everyone in the industry was speculating whether there was someone behind IT Media Entertainment. Otherwise, how could an ant swallow an elephant? Li Qing's loud laughter came from the phone. Good boy, we have made a name for ourselves in the computer industry now, and I can rest assured now. Chen Feng smiled and said, Brother Li, thank you for your hard work. If you are tired, you can leave this to Lu Lin and Tian Yu. I am afraid they are more familiar with this aspect. Li Qing also nodded. After all, Chen Feng's hand was too wide, and there were very few people they could trust. What about Country E? Don't worry, I have already arranged it. I will arrange for you to contact her when the time comes. Her name is Li Hui. Li, or Li? Leave. A gleam of light flashed in Chen Feng's eyes, and he decided to let Sun Chanshan disappear. He turned around and took Yi Mengmeng back to school. His internship was completely over. Wu Hao lay on the bed, exhausted. Brother Feng, you don't know that those regular employees treat us interns like dogs. Not only do they serve us tea and water, but they also take it out on you when they are angry. Wu Hao complained bitterly, and when he saw Chen Feng packing up again, his eyes widened. Brother Feng, you're leaving again? Chen Feng nodded, remembering that he had to ask for leave because he had asked for leave too many times before and he didn't know whether the department head would allow it. Wu Hao wailed, damn it, you are all like this. Tianyu is the same, he appears and disappears all day long. Wei Gu only spends time with his soft girls, so I can only play games. When Chen Feng heard about playing games, his eyes lit up. Haozi, how good are you at playing games? Wu Hao patted his chest and raised his head proudly. I'm not that good at other things, but when it comes to playing games, I'm number one in the server. Chen Feng nodded, finally finding a use for Wu Hao. When I arrived at the department director's office, I saw a bald old man sitting there with a few sparse hairs falling from his shiny head. Director, I need a leave. Logically speaking, Chen Feng is already a junior, so it is normal for him to ask for leave. However, the dean said sternly, Chen Feng, you should know that you are a computer major, not a music major. You are wasting your talent by asking for leave every few days. Seeing his serious face, Chen Feng was helpless. There's nothing I can do, teacher. Don't worry, I'll do other things and won't interfere with the computer work. Upon hearing this, the department head's face became much better. With a gleam of light in his eyes, Chen Feng, after the school, all the universities in the country will hold a computer exam. When the time comes, many talented people will gather, and young people like you will be indispensable to shine. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, reject the department head's request. Obtain the title of I am the king. Choice 2, accept the department head's competition request, and get the false flag reward if you succeed. Great, so they were waiting for him here. Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. Don't worry, teacher, I will come back to participate in a month. The dean's wrinkles were wrinkled with joy, and then he signed. But when Chen Feng walked to the door, he asked, what do you mean 1 month? Brat? Eating trouble. Chen Feng, have you finished your internship? Can you treat me to a meal? When Zhou Yanan knew that he had finished his internship, she couldn't wait to call him. She had to remind him immediately, otherwise he would forget about it because he was too busy. Chen Feng was also helpless. As expected, once you say something, you must fulfill it. Okay, Miss Nan Nan, what do you want to eat? Then I won't be polite. I heard that a new 5-star restaurant has opened in the north. Do you want to try it? Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. Are you talking about the sky full of stars? Yes, that's the name. Zhou Yanin on the other end of the phone seemed particularly excited. She had heard of the name of this restaurant a long time ago. She heard that the decoration inside was grand, the service attitude was good, and most importantly, it gave you unlimited enjoyment while giving you the best taste experience. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and twitched his mouth. What a coincidence, he knew that the expenses of this hotel were very high, otherwise it would not be a 5-star hotel, from accommodation and food to sightseeing, even entertainment and exercise, leisure, one-stop service. Okay, but, Nan, I'm going to go to Country R. I'll definitely treat you when I come back. Okay, I know you're a busy man. Chen Feng went to the place where he gambled on stones. He did not see Master Ni Jiaqiao. Only the man who looked like a butler looked at him. Brother Chen Feng, are you ready? It's time for us to set off. Chen Feng nodded and asked politely, I don't know how to address you. The middle-aged man's face flashed with brilliance, and he smiled, I'm older than you, so you can call me Uncle Fu. By the way, last time Mr. Ni asked Ni Jiafu to follow him. Although he didn't know why this person could gain Mr. Ni's trust, Chen Feng knew that he was definitely not simple. He nodded, Uncle Jiafu, let's go. Seeing Ni Jiafu driving, Chen Feng felt that this uncle was really dedicated and responsible, and he clearly didn't look like someone who would drive for him. Because it was Country R, the two drove to the airport first. The large airport was full of people coming and going. Chen Feng sat in the waiting area with Ni Jiafu holding his suitcase. Chen Feng felt like going to the bathroom, so he said something to Ni Jiafu, and then went to the bathroom according to the prompt. When he passed a noisy place, someone suddenly bumped into him. The man looked up and saw a thin man with unshaven beard and a hat. The man smiled politely at Chen Feng, sorry, I was in a hurry, so I didn't bump into you. Chen Feng waved his hand, I'm fine. However, he had a strange feeling in his heart. When this man bumped into him just now, he clearly hit him with great force, but he held back when he got close to him. It was obvious that he was a kung fu expert. However, Chen Feng did not think much about it. After all, there were so many capable people in this world, and who knows where a peerless master might be hiding. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the flight to the capital airport of Country R is being inspected. Please go to the boarding gate and wait. Chen Feng and Ni Jiafu boarded the plane to Country R. The sky was clear. In his previous life, he had never thought that he would go to another country to participate in a competition because it was too ordinary and he dared not think about it. The plane drew an arc in the sky. At the airport just now, the man with a hat and unshaven beard looked at the big screen and ran to the ticket office. Hello sir, is there anything I can help you with? The ticket lady said with a smile. He pulled his hat down and said in a deep voice, excuse me, is there a flight next to Country R? Please book one for me. Okay, sir, just a moment. Ni Jiafu took the newspaper and pointed at the content on it. The famous international entrepreneur, Xiao Huahuang, appeared in the May International Building in Country R, suspected to be attending the Gambling Stone Conference in July. The eye-catching title gave Chen Feng a refreshing feeling. Who is Xiao Huahuang? A famous entrepreneur. Most businessmen these days are very low-key, fearing that they will get into trouble if they don't have enough power. However, this Xiao Huahuang is extremely bold. Ni Jiafu closed his eyes and said, you can't afford to offend a powerful person. When you become as powerful as him, you will know. Chen Feng nodded. It seemed that Ni Jiafu was not going to tell him, but if he didn't tell him, would he not check it out? There was no conversation along the way. On the plane, a stewardess smiled professionally, and when she saw Chen Feng, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she almost forgot that she was working. You are the god of wind, right? You are so young and handsome. Can you sign an autograph for me? I love your songs so much. The stewardess' eyes were about to bubble. Ni Jiafu raised his eyebrows and looked at Chen Feng strangely, you're still singing? I didn't expect that Chen Feng is not only good at gambling on stones, but also seems to be good in other aspects. I hope Jiaqiao didn't make a mistake in choosing him. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choose one, sign for the stewardess and get the title of I am very low-key, please don't make it public. Choice 2, make a big splash, save the critically ill patient, and obtain a life-saving herb. Before Chen Feng could react, he asked the stewardess, Miss, where are we now? Are we about to land? The flight attendant was a little confused, but she still patiently replied with a smile, Mr. Fengshan, we are still over the country across the border, and we are still a while away from Country R. Country E, Chen Feng frowned. The stewardess was trying hard to ask Chen Feng to sign for her, but just as Chen Feng took it and was about to sign, something strange happened. A man suddenly came back from the bathroom and fell beside the chair. The people around were shocked. The stewardess didn't even want to sign, and ran directly to the man who fell to the ground, asking him how he was. There was no answer, and she immediately ran to the front of the cabin and said into the microphone, "Report to the airport, a gentleman fainted in the cabin, the current condition is unknown, requesting to land." The flight attendant was a little anxious. She was very young, probably a new flight attendant with not much experience. She also knew that if anything happened to this passenger, she would be absolutely doomed. The passengers around were also a little anxious. God knows if someone died next to you, it would be something you really don't want to say anything about. Some were talking about pinching the Rinzhong point, some were talking about CPR, there was a panic everywhere, but no one dared to move, as they did not dare to take responsibility. Chen Feng yelled, "Get out of the way, let the air circulate, don't block the patient." The passengers ignored Chen Feng's words and continued to surround the man, thinking about what to do next. Chen Feng frowned, "I said I'm a doctor, please move aside." Chapter 119 Qianqi Group. Chen Feng's words finally reached everyone's ears, and they dispersed in a hurry. Everyone made way for Chen Feng, still talking. "Ah, finally a doctor has come out. It seems that God will not let this old man die." Chen Feng saw the old man with gray hair, about 50 or 60 years old, with a very painful expression and even convulsions. The stewardess ran over and said, "Master Fengshen, I know you are very powerful, but don't be so stubborn. If you can't treat the patient well, you may be held responsible." Facing the stewardess fan's deliberate reminder, Chen Feng also nodded, "Can you do me a favor?" The flight attendant knew that it seemed that she couldn't stop him, so she asked, "Okay, Master Fengshen, what do you want me to do for you?" "Please help me wash this herb, squeeze out the juice with clean gauze, and put it in a cup." After hearing what Chen Feng said and seeing the plant and fresh soil in his hand, the flight attendant was full of confusion, but the situation was urgent, so she took it and immediately did what Chen Feng said. Ni Jiafu stood aside, looking at the old man, and suddenly squatted down. "Xian Ming, how are you?" "Xian Ming." Chen Feng looked anxious and raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Ni Jiafu to know him. "Uncle Jiafu, don't talk now. Help me hold his head. Someone else can pull his hands apart. I need a needle." Upon hearing this, some people looked disdainful and said, "Are you a Chinese medicine practitioner? Can you cure him like this? You are still so young." "That's right, young man. Don't kill him with this medicine. Look at what this man is wearing. He is obviously from the upper class. Are you sure that your Chinese medicine skills can cure him? People are like this. They clearly like to stay out of things, but they also stand on the moral high ground like gods and criticize others." Chen Feng frowned. What kind of brains did these people have? Finally, the stewardess prepared the potion and came over to help Chen Feng hold down Zhang Xianming's hand. Chen Feng took out the golden needle and started to work skillfully. The people around took a breath of cold air. The length of the golden needle was really scary. Moreover, he had inserted many needles, and many of them were still trembling slightly. Chen Feng secretly injected some of his internal energy into it, so that the entire golden needle could maintain a little bit of temperature. Because the old man was suffering from a cold attack in his body, the golden needles might cause him discomfort. After inserting needles into 5 locations, Chen Feng stopped. Ni Jiafu's originally calm face also showed anxiety. "Xiaofeng, how is it? Can it be saved?" He didn't expect that Chen Feng also had medical skills, but he believed that he had not misjudged him. Chen Feng was not a person who would make big promises. Since he stood up, it proved that he could really cure Xianming. After a while, the stewardess said in surprise, "Look, the old man is not shaking anymore," and she let go of the old man's hand. Zhang Xianming was no longer trembling, and his tightly furrowed brows relaxed. His condition gradually improved, and he was about to wake up. Chen Feng then pulled out the needle that was no longer trembling, turned to the stewardess and said, "Give him the potion you just gave him to drink." The stewardess nodded, very obediently. Just kidding, this is the god of wind. How could she question him just now? The flight attendant carefully fed the glass of water to Zhang Xianming. He rolled his eyes and woke up. "I didn't expect it to be cured. This young man is really amazing. Yes, if it weren't for him, the old man would have died." After hearing what the people around him said, Zhang Xianming finally realized what had just happened. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the anxious Ni Jiafu in front of him. Suddenly, his lips moved, his eyes full of disbelief and memories. Jiafu? Ni Jiafu was also a little excited and gave Zhang Xianming a hug. Xianming, I'm glad you're okay, I'm glad you're okay. After many twists and turns, the plane finally turned to country air. Chen Feng guaranteed that Zhang Xianming's coldness would not recur and he just needed to recuperate more. Uncle Jiafu, do you and Uncle Xianming know each other? Chen Feng was very confused. Judging from Ni Jiafu's behavior just now, the two of them should have a close relationship. Zhang Xianming looked at Ni Jiafu, his eyes full of emotion. I call you Xiaofeng. This guy and I have been friends for a long time, but it should be New Year's Eve. Although I am much older than Jiafu, to be honest, it has always been Jiafu who has taken care of me. Zhang Xianming was unwilling to say anything else. Ni Jiafu said calmly, Chen Feng, the place where we are competing this time, Wuyue Building, is the territory of Qianqi Group, and Xianming is the old chairman. Chen Feng knew immediately after hearing this. He didn't expect that they were destined to meet. However, Zhang Xianming's pupils shrank. Jiafu, are you going to attend the Gambling Stone Conference? Ni Jiafu nodded. It was Mr. Jiaqiao's request. Zhang Xianming's face was not looking good. Jiafu, you know what? This gambling meeting will not be that simple. It will be more dangerous if you take this little brother with you. Do you know what they will do? Ni Jiafu shook his head, signaling him not to continue. He knew all this, and he also wanted to see what miracles Ni Jiaqia would create by sending Chen Feng. When they arrived in Dongguan, the capital of country R, Zhang Xianming was picked up by someone. Ni Jiafu and Chen Feng found a nearby hotel to sleep in. Chen Feng lay on the balcony looking out the window. The night scene in country R seems to be similar to that in country H, except for the different language and culture. There are also strange sounds and air from another country. Suddenly, a noisy voice came from outside. Help, help, someone is being arrested. A loud scream was heard in the alleys around Chen Feng's hotel. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, ignore the cry for help and go to sleep. Get the title of I am safe. Choice 2, go and save people, and get the intersection with the Black Dragon Society of Country R and a one-time guarantee of life. Chen Feng didn't expect the reward this time to be so rich. He put on his coat and walked downstairs slowly. The reason why he was not nervous was because the woman's voice just now was not nervous at all. However, Chen Feng still wanted to go. When they came to the dark alley, a woman's back was facing Chen Feng, but he could see that the opposite side was full of tall and strong men with weapons. The key point was that they looked at the delicate and powerless woman opposite as if they were facing a great enemy. The woman was still screaming, help, help. There was no trace of anxiety in their tone. Chen Feng could understand what they were saying. They all spoke the local language of country R. Chapter 120, Black Dragon Gang. Chen Feng started learning the language of our country before coming to our country. With the help of the system and his powerful memory skills, he almost learned the language of our country in a short period of time, and he had no problem communicating freely. The woman said with disdain, you traitors, your father was so tolerant of you, yet you betrayed him. The men looked alert and they didn't dare to be negligent. This woman was very cruel. Miss Heezy, please come with us. Suddenly, the woman named Heezy smiled and turned around. Chen Feng didn't see what she looked like, but he could feel that she was smiling at him. Sir, can you help me? Chen Feng could feel that apart from the toughness of a woman from country H, this woman had a gentle magic, which was the softness and beauty of a traditional woman from country R. He was very surprised that this woman actually knew that there was someone behind her, and she could also accurately sense his gender and skills. This woman is definitely not simple. Miss, are you so sure that I'm here to save you and not with those brothers over there? Inada Kazuko smiled, her face full of brightness. If they were in the same group, I would know what was going on. Do you want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? I'll leave these guys to you. After she finished speaking, she walked past Chen Feng, leaving a lingering fragrance. Seeing that she was about to run, the men immediately chased after her. Chen Feng took action. With swift movements, he flipped over and kicked down two men first. He took the stick held by one man and dodged the attack of the man opposite by turning sideways. He quickly raised the stick with one hand, and there was a bang. The man groaned and fell down. Chen Feng clapped his hands. Inada Heezy, who had already walked a short distance, looked back curiously and whistled, Hey, this gentleman is quite skilled. Thank you. With a smile on his face, he glanced at Chen Feng and left. Chen Feng was also helpless. What was the identity of this person? Why did the system say that this woman could help him save his life once? Although he was full of doubts, Chen Feng still returned to the hotel and went to bed early, because he had to get up early the next morning to report to Wuyue building. The next day, Chen Feng and Ni Jiafu went out. Ni Jiafu looked at Chen Feng and asked, "Did you go out last night?" Chen Feng nodded. His room was not far from Ni Jiafu's, so he should be able to hear the sound of him opening and closing the door. Ni Jiafu's face was somewhat serious. "I have to warn you first. Country R is not like Country H. It may appear calm on the surface, but the forces in the interior are complicated. I hope you will be careful and don't provoke the major forces. Otherwise, you will not be able to take a single step in Country R." Seeing Ni Jiafu's serious face, Chen Feng also knew the importance of this matter. "Then I wonder if Uncle Jiafu can tell me which forces in Country R should not be provoked." Chen Feng also knew that he should learn his lesson now. After all, a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Ni Jiafu also said slowly, "Country R seems to be harmonious on the surface, but there are three major forces fighting each other. The underworld Black Dragon Gang, the above-ground trading Zhang family, and the offshore casino Xiao family." "Zhang family, is this seal the seal of Mr. Zhang Xianming?" Ni Jiafu did not say, and Chen Fengye did not ask. He did not say it, of course, because he had his own considerations. But Chen Feng was confused. Why didn't Ni Jiafu tell him about the Zhu Wan who had been chasing him? Could it be that it was not a high-class power? Chen Feng tried and whispered in front of Ni Jiafu, "Uncle Jiafu, do you know Zhu Wan?" When Ni Jiafu heard this word, his face became extremely nervous, and his pupils stared straight at Chen Feng. "Where did you hear that?" Chen Feng didn't expect him to react so strongly. "I just heard it by chance." It seemed very impressive. He couldn't possibly tell Ni Jiafu that he was already the target of Zhu Wan, and that he had even skipped one of their members. Ni Jiafu's face was serious. "Don't mess with them unless it's absolutely necessary. Once you mess with the people of Zhu Wan, it will be a fight to the death." Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. He was already in this situation. It seemed that he had no choice but to fight with them, Zhu Wan. No conversation along the way. The two of them took a car to Wuyue building, and someone came to meet them at the door. It was a countryman named H. He was very enthusiastic when he saw the two of them. "Gentlemen, my old man asked me to come here to wait for you a long time ago. Please follow me." Chen Feng and Ni Jiafu went to report under the guidance of the visitor. There were many people at the reporting place, and the two of them skipped this step directly because of Zhang Xianming's relationship. Chen Feng also saw that it seemed that this old man Zhang Xianming should be from the Zhang family. The two were then taken to Zhang Xianming's office, which was very spacious and bright. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, one could see a street in the economic center of Country R. Zhang Xianming sat on the sofa. Opposite him was a man in his 30s, who looked a bit like Zhang Xianming. He looked a little angry and said, "Dad, I'm your only son. Why don't you let me run this gambling stone convention?" Zhang Ruogwa was very angry. He had specially united many upper-class people for this gambling stone conference so as to win over the Black Dragon Gang and the Xiao family. This gambling stone conference was of extraordinary significance to them. Therefore, Zhang Ruogwa spent a lot of energy to win them over. However, as long as he got the opportunity to host this gambling stone conference, he could just sit there and have the opportunity to be shown favor by the other two major forces. Zhang Xianming's face was already bad, and when he heard this, the veins on his forehead almost popped out. "Ruogwa, do you know what you are saying? This is not what you should say. Do you know how important this gambling on stones is to our Zhang family? If it can't be done well, it will definitely become an opportunity to break the balance of the three major forces." Seeing the situation getting more and more serious, ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, watch the quarrel between father and son with indifference, and get the title of "I just watch, I don't want to intervene at all." Choice 2, stop this quarrel and get the qualification to participate in the gambling stone conference. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. Would he be eligible to participate as long as he intervened, or did he have to fight for it on his own? But at this point, he still coughed. "Mr. Zhang, you shouldn't get angry now. Before you get better, this cold energy may still break out." Chen Feng's words immediately stopped the two people's heated argument. Zhang Xianming looked much better when he saw the two people coming. When Zhang Ruogwa heard Chen Feng say this, a gleam flashed in his eyes. He said, "Cold air? It seems that this person is the one who treated Zhang Xianming. Chapter 121 Opening Ceremony of the Gambling Stone Conference. As soon as Chen Feng's words came out, Zhang Xianming remembered this occasion and smiled immediately. Then he turned to Zhang Ruogwa and said, "Ruogwa, I have a distinguished guest now, you leave first, and we can talk later if there is anything else." Zhang Ruogwa nodded with a gloomy expression. "Okay, father, since you have a distinguished guest, I will go out and wait for you first." When he walked out, he glanced at Chen Feng sideways and smiled at him politely. After turning around, his eyes were full of sharp light. It was this man who ruined his plan. He didn't say he was leaving, it seemed he was determined to get the qualification this time. "I'm sorry to make you laugh at me, Jiafu, come and sit down." Zhang Xianming greeted him, and Ni Jiafu was not polite. After all, the two of them were friends. "Brother Xianming, there are huge benefits in vying for this qualification." Ni Jiafu knew the intricacies of the matter, so he brought it up first. Zhang Xianming sighed and shook his head. "Jiafu, don't you know that the right to host this Gambling Stone Conference is very important to the major international forces? Have you ever heard of the fire mine?" Chen Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this. The last time he went to the Sun family, he heard that Uncle Sun had brought back a few stones from the fire mine. A few random stones could be so precious, let alone the entire fire mine. Ni Jiafu had obviously heard about this and nodded. Many of the stones in the Gambling Stone Convention come from the fire mine, and the owner of the fire mine has announced that the winner of the Gambling Stone Convention can obtain 1/3 of the exclusive rights to the fire mine. There is one more thing he hasn't said. It is unimaginable how much profit the Zhang family, as a partner of the fire mine, will make. And it must not be that simple for the Zhang family to obtain the qualification of partner of the fire mine under the influence of the Black Dragon Gang and the Shao family. Chen Feng immediately saw all the twists and turns clearly. Ni Jiafu nodded. "What about your family affairs?" Zhang Xianming shook his head helplessly. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, let this matter go and get the title of "I don't need to gain benefits, but." Choice 2, tell Zhang Xianming that you can cooperate with them and let the Zhang family gain more benefits, and get 1/3 of the profits of the fire mine. When the two of them had almost finished talking, Chen Feng said to Ni Jiafu, "Uncle Jiafu, I want to talk to Mr. Zhang alone about my illness." Upon hearing this, Ni Jiafu was a little nervous, but Zhang Xianming could tell from just now that Chen Feng knew that he might have something else to say to him, so he asked Ni Jiafu to leave first. "Jiafu, you go out, Xiaofeng might have something important to say." Ni Jiafu also nodded, looked at Chen Feng with confusion, and then went out. Zhang Ruogwa was still standing at the door, and when he saw Ni Jiafu coming out, he didn't say anything. He had never seen a celebrity like Ni Jiafu in our country, so he should not be from our country, and there was no need for him to deal with him. Chen Feng drank a glass of water, then took a deep breath. "Mr. Zhang, I wonder if this kid is qualified to cooperate with you." Zhang Xianming's hands trembled, and his eyes widened slightly. "Xiaofeng, I know you are here to participate in the Gambling Stone Conference. Do you know that this opportunity for cooperation must be fought for by many forces? And you are alone. Although your medical skills are very good, it is undeniable, but why do you think you are qualified to get this benefit?" Chen Feng said slowly, "Just relying on the fact that your three major forces are incompatible, relying on the fact that I am 100% sure to win the championship of this Gambling Stone Conference, relying on the fact that I also have the Ziwei Hall of the Branch Casino of Caro. Are these enough?" Chen Feng dropped one bomb after another. Zhang Xianming asked excitedly, "Are you the person behind Ziwei Hall? Ziwei Hall has been really going strong recently. I heard that an Imperial Green Stone was even mined? And you said you were sure to win the championship of the Gambling Stone competition? Did you know that this time the Black Dragon Gang and the Shao family sent out 8th level Gambling Stone Masters to help you win? You are just a young and inexperienced person." Chen Feng didn't expect Zhang Xianming to distrust him so much. "What if I opened the Imperial Green? And why do you think President Ni asked me to come to this Gambling Stone Conference? To represent the Gambling Stone Association of the entire country H? What Chen Feng is betting on is trust and his own extraordinary abilities." Zhang Xianming's mouth was a little dry, so he drank some water. After thinking for a long time, it was true that their Zhang family was now under attack from all sides in country, not to mention that the man who came here for this partner some time ago, so now he had to make a choice. After the door opened, Zhang Ruogwa saw Chen Feng coming out. He glanced at Chen Feng, a little confused. Could it be that the old man's health was not well yet? Why did this doctor say so much to him? Then he hurried in. Ni Jiafu looked Chen Feng up and down, then said, "Let's go." He might have vaguely guessed something, but before he left, President Ni had told him that the Gambling Stone Association could not conflict with other forces. If Chen Feng made any move, he was only representing himself and he didn't need to worry about it. The opening ceremony of the Gambling Stone Conference was held in the lobby of Woyue Building, which was filled with bright lights, magnificent buildings, and clinking glasses. A young man walked in, with a sunny smile on his face, wearing a suit, which added a bit of maturity to himself. As soon as he entered the hall, many rich ladies from country began to scream, "Ah, it's Xiao Shi, the young master of the Xiao family, so handsome. I heard that the former head of the Xiao family has decided that he will be the next head. He is so young and promising, and he is so handsome. I want to marry him. Don't even think about it. How could they possibly look down upon you? Don't you even look at your own small family? The Xiao family's casino alone is enough to buy your family countless times over. The Xiao family's assets are so rich that they can rival a country. Chen Feng should be well aware of the pros and cons of this. The profits of the casino are simply not counted in tens of thousands." Xiao Shi still looked like a sunny boy. He seemed to be used to disguising himself like this. At this time, a graceful lady came from the opposite side. She was wearing a kimono, with a graceful figure, petite and delicate features. She walked in front of Xiao Shi with small steps. "Master Xiao, I haven't seen you for a long time. You are still so handsome." Her eyes were full of teasing and her lips were smiling. "Oh my god, Miss Heezy is here too. I didn't expect the Black Dragon Gang to send their own daughter to attend this gambling meeting. It seems like they take it very seriously." Chapter 122. 3 major forces gather together. Yes, I heard that Miss Heezy has been studying abroad. Now she is back in China, but she is the eldest daughter of the Black Dragon Gang. Why do I feel like these two people are so well matched? No, I have to knock it off. However, the two people in everyone's eyes were not the actual two people at all. Inada Kazuko's eyes were full of smiles, and there was even a hint of fox-like cunning. Xiao Shi's face was filled with a gentle smile like a gentleman, as if he was looking at Inada Kazuko lovingly, but in fact there was a mystery hidden in his eyes. "Everyone, today is the opening ceremony of the Gambling Stone Conference. We warmly welcome you all. The success of Woyue Building is also due to your contributions." Chen Feng and Ni Jiafu stood in the audience, watching Zhang Xianming talking freely on the stage. He didn't look like the sick man or the brother that Ni Jiafu hadn't seen for a long time. Chen Feng felt that the fact that the Zhang family could become one of the three major forces in country was indeed due to Zhang Xianming's clever tactics. Everyone applauded, and Inada Heezy and Xiao Shi, who were standing below, also applauded with smiles on their faces. Zhang Xianming glanced around with great satisfaction, then slowly said, "Now let's start introducing the contestants for this Gambling Stone Conference. First is Mr. Tamura from the Black Dragon Gang of Country R. Our country Xiao family Xiao Rongda. H Country Gambling Stone Conference, Jianrun Ziwei Hall, Chen Feng. Because the Zhang family is the organizer of this event, they cannot participate in the competition. This is the condition. Otherwise, if all the benefits are taken by the Zhang family, they will definitely become the target of public criticism." When everyone heard the list, they began to discuss, I didn't expect that the Black Dragon Gang would have a level 8 Tiansu in Changhua. It seems that they want to win the championship. Yes, why have I never heard of the name of the person sent by the Xiao family? He is not famous at all. How can he fight against the Black Dragon Gang? And who is Chen Feng from the H Country Gambling Stone Conference? Ziwei Hall seems familiar. Chen Feng noticed that when the host read out Xiao Rongda's name, Ni Jiafu next to him suddenly narrowed his eyes, full of disappointment and shock. Ni Jiafu knows this person? It seems that the Xiao family has sent someone extraordinary. Today, I have another announcement to make in public. When Chen Feng saw Zhang Xianming glance at him with a smile on his face, he immediately had a bad feeling. My Zhang family is lucky to be able to cooperate with the owner of the fire mine. Today I will add a partner, Chen Feng, the owner of Ziwei Hall from Country H. Thank you all for your recent attention to our Zhang family. Damn it, this old guy, I saved his life after all, but he turned around and sold me out. He is indeed an old fox. Because of the relationship between the partners, the Zhang family became the target of public criticism, but at least they had a strong foundation. Therefore, although many people were eyeing them, they did not take any action. At this time, they suddenly said that someone wanted to get a piece of the pie, which meant that they were drawing all the attention to themselves. This Zhang obviously had a good plan. It not only did not break their agreement, but also allowed the Zhang family to hide behind Chen Feng for the time being. Under Zhang Xianming's pointing, everyone's eyes fell on Chen Feng, with different expressions. Chen Feng felt like a lamb to be slaughtered and being scrutinized by everyone. Xiaoshi's face changed slightly, his eyes flickered, and his hands clenched tightly. It was Chen Feng, and him again. Why was it always him? Where did he take Qian Qian? Why didn't Qian Qian come? A series of questions burst out from Xiaoshi's mind the moment he saw Chen Feng. But he didn't move. A good heir must not show his emotions. Inada Kazuko touched her long sleeves, glanced at Chen Feng nonchalantly, and laughed. This handsome guy looks familiar to me. She had already recognized from her figure that Chen Feng was the person who saved her that night. Zhang Ruogua's face was pale, veins on his forehead were bulging, he was angry and hateful, his eyes were circling around Chen Feng. That day, after Chen Feng and Ni Jiaofu left, he had been asking Zhang Xianming to give him the opportunity to cooperate with the fire mine. However, he actually said that he already had a partner, and he was a trustworthy person. He didn't expect that it was this kid ruined his good things again and again. Zhang Ruogua gritted his teeth. Oh my god, he looks so young. I thought he was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. Ziwei Hall seems to be a casino, very famous, but I heard that it originally belonged to that person. Su, this kid is too powerful. He actually dares to eat with that gun food. But the more terrifying thing is that the partner of the fire mine, such a huge profit, was actually obtained by this kid. It's incredible. Everyone was talking about it and looking at Chen Feng with very strange eyes. Chen Feng wished he could change his face, because if he went out like this he would definitely be shot to death. Inada Kazuko walked over in small steps and brought a cup of tea to Chen Feng. Young sir, this is the Snow Mountain tea from your country H. You should be used to it. Her eyes were full of smiles. Thank you handsome boy for saving my life some time ago. I have no way to repay you, so I can only offer you a glass of tea instead of wine. When Xiaoshi saw this, his eyes narrowed slightly. Inada Kazuko actually knew Chen Feng, and he didn't know if he was an enemy or a friend. He couldn't act rashly now. After all, the goal this time was to win the gambling stone competition, otherwise his father wouldn't have asked Uncle Rongde to come. Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, accept the tea from Inada Kazuko, think of it as a unified front, cooperate, and get the title of I am actually a two-faced person. Choice 2, refuse Inada Kazuko's tea and gain 1 point of favorability. Chen Feng didn't expect that this woman actually had masochistic tendencies. She was quite happy when he rejected her. I'm sorry, Mississippi. I just helped you out that day. Chen Feng can't drink this cup of tea. Chen Feng waved his hand, and Ni Jiaofu beside him nodded slightly. If this continued, it would prove that Chen Feng was cooperating with the Zhang family while also entangled with the Black Dragon gang. Not only would it become a gap in the cooperation with the Zhang family, but it would also give other forces an opportunity to take advantage. Kazuko Inada could tell from that night that Chen Feng's skills were extraordinary, because the people who chased her that day were all the best masters of the Black Dragon gang, who only betrayed her. She didn't expect that this guy would accidentally come in and take care of several people in no time. However, these people's skills were not as good as hers. She didn't know who was better between her and him. Chapter 123 Famous Scenes of the Gambling Stone Conference. Thinking of this, Inada Kazuko's eyes were filled with excitement. She hadn't met an opponent for a long time, and apart from her father, she didn't know who she could fight with. Oh? In that case, then fine. Inada Kazuko smiled with her eyes curved into crescents. You are the first man who rejected me. I believe we will meet again soon. After saying that, she walked away gracefully. Her footsteps moved slightly, and there was no movement on her body at all. Chen Feng stared at her steps in a daze. It felt like this woman was floating like a ghost. This woman's kung fu was definitely not simple. It was dark that night and he couldn't see clearly. But at a glance today, this woman must be someone who was not easy to mess with. Back at the hotel, Chen Feng was about to take a shower. When he lay down, someone suddenly knocked on his door. Chen Feng asked, "Who is it?" Zhang Ruogua's voice came from outside. Brother Chen Feng, my father asked me to invite you to the study to discuss today's events in detail. Zhang Ruogua's tone was somewhat respectful, as if he treated Chen Feng as a guest of honor, but Chen Feng could tell from his tone that he had some grudge against him. Okay, I'll be there right away. Zhang Ruogua looked through the door as if he wanted to see through Chen Feng. Brother Chen Feng, when you have finished discussing this, could I treat you to a cup of afternoon tea? Here it comes, the main topic is finally here, and Chen Feng knew that this person would never give up so easily. Ding detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, reject Zhang Ruogua's invitation and get the title of I don't want to deal with people who have bad intentions towards me. Choice 2, accept Zhang Ruogua's invitation. Get a small recording pen. Chen Feng replied calmly. Okay, brother Zhang, go back first. I'll come find you after I finish looking for Mr. Zhang. Chen Feng put on his clothes and went to Zhang Xianming's residence. He had been waiting there for a long time. Xiao Feng is here. His face was full of smiles, as if he had never tricked Chen Feng today. Xiao Feng, don't mind me making this matter public today. After all, other forces will know about this sooner or later. I am creating power for you. After saying this, he shook his head earnestly. From his actions today, I know that this old man is not a good person. He also asked Ni Jiafu for instructions. Ni Jiafu said that this man only had some friendship with them 20 years ago. Who knows what people's hearts will become after 20 years? When saying this, Chen Fengsu Chengfeng felt that he could now hold him back and continue to cooperate with him, but they could not be open-hearted. Chen Feng smiled and said, that's really thanks to Mr. Zhang's kindness. Brother Zhang wants to talk to me about something. Mr. Zhang is not in good health, so please pay more attention to rest. After saying that, she looked at him meaningfully and left. After Chen Feng left, Zhang Xianming frowned. What did Chen Feng mean? His illness was not cured yet? It was obviously cured, so what did Zhang Ruogua want to do? His silly son always didn't know what to do and what not to do. Among the three major forces, the reason why the Zhang family has been declining recently is that the Zhang family does not have a suitable successor. Xiao Shi from the Xiao family showed an extremely strong talent for learning when he was a teenager. He could easily master anything he learned. As for the eldest daughter of the Daotian family of the Black Dragon Gang, she had a strong ability to learn martial arts since she was a child. Not only was she able to wipe out many gangs on her own, but she also did it silently. Anyone would be deceived by her harmless appearance. And he only has one son, Zhang Ruogua, who only knows how to use the power he gave him to constantly recruit ninjas. He is simple-minded and doesn't even think about who would care about him if he didn't have the Zhang family to support him from behind. Alas, he is useless. Chen Feng and Zhang Ruogua sat opposite each other. Zhang Ruogua looked very enthusiastic and tried to get Chen Feng to agree with him. But Chen Feng would never let him succeed, so he just beat around the bush and pretended not to understand Chen Feng. Zhang Ruogua was a little anxious. It's like this, little brother Chen Feng, I know you have cooperated with my father. I just want to say that it is better to cooperate with me than with my father. I will let you gain more. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows, but the Zhang family is in the hands of Mr. Zhang. What capital does brother Zhang have for me to cooperate with you? Zhang Ruogua was stunned for a moment, then smiled, as long as you don't intervene to save him, everything will be mine in the end, right? Then let me think about it again. Chen Feng didn't expect that the father and son had the same character. One was talking about cooperation in the previous second, and stabbed you in the back in the next second. The other was passionate about his father in the previous second, and wanted to kill him in the next second. When the gambling stone competition started, Chen Feng slept well. He didn't have to worry because he had a cheating tool and no one else had it. Who could beat him? In the small villa in the north of our country, Xiao Shi lowered his head and reported to the person in front of him, Father, Chen Feng came to our country and participated in the gambling stone conference. He has also successfully established a connection with the Zhang family. Xiao Huahuang in front of him narrowed his eyes and his beard trembled slightly. This Chen Feng was really lingering. What is the attitude of the Black Dragon Gang? Inada Kazuko seems to know him, but she's not familiar with him. Nodded, and said, don't meet him for now. Leave the rest to Tian Yuanka. You just need to let your uncle Rongda get the first place this time. Our Xiao family is determined to get the fire mine. After saying that, Emperor Xiaohua looked up at the moon that was obscured by clouds and mist. It's just a tiny star. Do you think you can compete with the sun and the moon? The gambling stone competition begins. The first game is to find a piece of material that you think is the best among a pile of ores. The top 3 with the best quality will enter the finals. The final round is about stone identification, which not only requires identifying the source of the stone, but also what kind of jade the stone will produce, or whether it is a waste stone, etc. Many contestants were put into a hall. Stones were piled everywhere in the hall. They were placed in order of size and in different villages. It almost dazzled Chen Feng's eyes. A middle-aged man in his 50s wearing white clothes and white pants strolled leisurely, with a confident aura all over his body, and a calm and restrained aura. He should be Xiao Rongda from the Xiao family. However, it seems that many people don't know where he came from, and no one knows what level of gambling stone master he is. But Chen Feng observed that this person is definitely not simple. Chapter 124 9th Level Gambling Stone Master. At the meeting, a very strong young man with tan skin and a high-nose bridge stood in the corner, clenching his fists tightly. He looked at Chen Feng carefully, looking him up and down. It was this man who made Miss Heezy look at him with new eyes. She also told herself that if possible, try not to argue with him. Village Chief Huako remembered clearly that the look in Miss Heezy's eyes when she looked at that brat named Chen Feng yesterday was very intriguing. He had never seen a person who could make Miss Heezy look at him like that, not to mention that this person was a man. He remembered that before he came to participate in the competition, Daotian Zhuang, the leader of the Black Dragon Gang and Daotian Heezy's father, said to him, "Mr. Changhua, I know what you think of our Heezy. If you win this gambling stone competition, then Heezy will become your bride. So, he can't lose." The host announced, "The rules of this round of competition are, there are 50 pieces of raw stones from different sources placed in the hall, and the contestants need to find the raw stone that you think can produce jadeite, and the one who finally produces the raw stone with the highest grade wins." The host explained the rules and everyone nodded, but some people were still confused. What if 2 or more people choose a stone at the same time? The host smiled with a slight smile on his face, and looked at the person who had just said this with appreciation. This gentleman is right. This situation has indeed happened. Of course, we also have rules. The host paused for a moment before slowly saying, if this happens, it will be very exciting. It means that the person who selected the rough stone has a very good vision. Then it is very simple, just like an overtime game. The person who selected the same rough stone can directly explain why he selected it in the second game, that is, what will be found in it. This is equivalent to people who have chosen the same rough stone having another competition in the form of a final before entering the final. In an instant, all the contestants became nervous and paid attention to each other's movements. Chen Feng did not move. The first person to move was Xiao Rongda, who was wearing a white shirt and white pants. He did not care what the host said at all. He just stood in front of each rough stone for a while. Chen Feng's eye swept across the pile of stones in front of him, and instantly he knew which stones here could produce jadeite. However, when Chen Feng saw the large pile of colorful lights in front of him, he really took a breath. Damn, there are a total of 50 raw stones of various sizes here. At this rate, at least half of the stones can be turned into jadeite, and some of them are extremely precious varieties. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Option 1, choose the best piece of rough stone, attract Xiao Rongda's attention, and get the title of I am the boss. I don't want you to be the boss. Option 2, settle for the next best thing, don't try too hard, just get into the top 3 in the preliminary round, and you will get a copy of the Firemine data. Chen Feng had always thought that this system was for him to show off, and that he would always strive to be the first. He did not expect to be given such a choice this time. Of course, he was also very happy. He was originally very interested in the Firemine that he had always heard of. If he could get some information in advance, he would be more confident. After all, this Firemine is too attractive to him. Seeing Xiao Rongda move, the others started to rush forward, fearing that others would take away the raw stones they wanted. Xiao Rongda waited for a long time and chose a rough stone about the size of 3 fists. No one else was interested in this stone, so he successfully handed the rough stone to the host. The host immediately labeled the raw stone as Xiao Rongda's. After Xiao Rongda made his selection, he found a seat to sit down, closed his eyes and rested. He had no intention of observing what other contestants chose. Chen Feng also took action at this time. He looked around and found that Xiao Rongda was indeed a good player. He took away the best rough stone in the entire field. However, Chen Feng naturally had his own considerations. They could see the real result in the final. Kazuko Inada was wearing a cherry blossom pink kimono and a beautiful bun. She looked like a pretty girl with a powdered face and was extremely beautiful. She glanced at Chen Feng and then looked away. She originally didn't want to come to watch the game, but her father strongly asked her to come because he planned to leave the future of the Black Dragon Gang to her. So this Gambling Stone Conference was a good opportunity for her to gain the trust of the older generation in the gang. Originally, she really didn't want to come. After all, she thought that with her strength, these old guys were no match for her. But thinking of Chen Feng, she still came. There was definitely something wrong with this man. She believed that Chen Feng was definitely not a simple person and might even become a dark horse. Chen Feng walked up to a piece of raw stone and pretended to take a look at it. This was the best raw stone except for the one owned by Xiao Rongda. Just as he was about to pick it up, a pair of hands also took the rough stone with him. The rough stone was about half the size of a person's upper body. Two people stood on each side, and they were evenly matched. Chen Feng frowned. He looked at the person standing in front of him. He remembered this person. He was the man who had been following Inada Kazuko during the opening ceremony that day. In fact, Chen Feng had no impression of this kind of person at all, but because this man's possessiveness of Inada Kazuko was something he, as a man, could also clearly feel. Moreover, when he saw Inada Kazuko talking to him, her eyes were full of hatred and jealousy, as if she wanted to pierce him with thousands of holes. Chen Feng also knew that he was the contestant from the Black Dragon Gang, and his name seemed to be Tian Cun Changhua. Hello, you are Chen Feng, right? I was the one who chose this stone first. In that case, could you please give it to me? In fact, Village Chief Hua has been observing Chen Feng and also looking at which raw stone is better. After all, he is also very capable. He is an 8th level stone gambler. He must win this game. Only in this way will Heezy look at him with admiration. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng also chose this stone. Humph, it was just luck. He himself was an 8th level stone gambler. He had been dealing with raw stones since he was a child and had gone through cruel training at various stages. He didn't believe that Chen Feng, at such a young age, could achieve the same success as him. Chapter 125 Crisis Before the Finals. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and said, "Sorry, I picked it first. In this case, let's just follow the rules of the game." He shook his shoulders and said to the host nonchalantly, "In that case, let's play overtime." Chen Feng also smiled secretly in his heart. Why did this person have to go against him when he could go against anyone else? Now the Black Dragon Gang might not even be able to enter the finals. The host was also stunned for a moment, and immediately asked someone to take a look at the stone, and then began to say, "Okay, both of you, this is the stone you both chose. First of all, both of you should explain why you chose this stone. What kind of jade do you think this stone can produce?" Village Chief Hua's eyes were full of self-confidence and disdain for Chen Feng. Since it was General Chen Feng who chose this stone first, let him go first. He just wanted to make Chen Feng look ridiculous, and then let Heezy know who was the most powerful man in the world and who was the man who deserves her best. Chen Feng shrugged helplessly. It didn't matter who said it first. The reason I chose it is that it can produce jadeite, and it is an extremely precious variety. As soon as these words were spoken, many people looked at them with great interest. Even Xiao Rongda, who had been resting with his eyes closed, turned his eyes over here. Inada Kazuko also frowned, secretly cursing in her heart that this village chief Hua was an idiot. It was obvious that Chen Feng was very confident, and he openly provoked the other party before knowing his background. Mr. Tamura was too naive and lost his patience. Village chief was sneered, "Huh, I didn't expect Chen Fengjun to be so confident. So what kind of jade do you think you can get?" Chen Feng looked at the host, and under his inquiring gaze, he slowly said 5 words, "Top-grade blue demon." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. What blue rose was this person talking about? That was a piece of jadeite that had not been mined for a long time, and the quality was top-notch. The key point was, how did he know? Through such a large black stone, he could actually tell what was inside. Has Chen Feng been guessing all along? The corners of Tiankunshang Huajiao's mouth rose. Since Chen Fengjun said this is blue fairy, I will not refute it, but according to my observation, the blind pockets of this stone are densely distributed and the patterns are uneven. I think this rough stone can produce red jadeite. Unexpectedly, village chief was said that red jadeite would be produced. Although the two people said different results, both of them judged that jadeite would be produced. So everyone could only watch quietly. If the top-quality jadeite could really be produced, it would definitely be a feast for the eyes. After hearing what the two people said, Xiao Rongda cast his gaze indifferently at Chen Feng's face, with a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. This man is too young, and it is very rare that he has such great vision and courage. He also took a look at this stone when he passed by just now. In terms of quality, it should be inferior to the raw stone he chose, but his guess was the same as Chen Feng's result. This man should be a strong rival. The host nodded after hearing what the two people said. Since the two people have different opinions, let's start the on-site stone analysis. The first stone to be cut was the rough stone selected by Master Xiao Rongda of the Xiao family. The stonecutter personally came on stage to cut the stone. This was fair and just, and there would be no substitution of the stone in the middle of the process. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the stone finally showed its true form. It turned out to be a fine blood jadeite. Although it was not as big as the one Chen Feng had opened in Ziwei Hall before, it was still a blood jadeite. However, what made Chen Feng relieved was that the quality of this blood jadeite was not as good as the one he had. If this gambling stone conference produced jadeite of very good quality, it would be a rival to Ziwei Hall. Oh my god, it's actually a piece of blood jade. It's so crystal clear. It's hard to imagine that such a beautiful blood jade can be found in a black stone. The host was very good at creating an atmosphere. At this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, I was wondering why he looked so familiar. He is Xiao Rongda, one of the only 3 9th-level gamblers of stone. He is known as the gambler with a golden eye. What? He is one of the 3 9th-level betting masters? This is too amazing. I am lucky enough to see the competition between the 9th-level betting masters? I didn't know this before, but the Xiao family is really powerful. They are the champions this time. No wonder they can open such a big casino. They must have the capital. If a person wants to become a 9th-level stone gambler, he must either be very experienced or be very capable and powerful. Then why did Xiao Rongda work for the Xiao family? Chen Feng felt that it was very unusual. The host was also very excited, but the people present, Xiao Rongda, remained expressionless, but snorted coldly. These people are like this, they look down on you when they first don't know your identity, but after knowing it, they flatter you and want to praise you to the sky. Xiao Shi was not standing beside him. He just stood quietly in the corner, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible. But his eyes were still fixed in the direction of Chen Feng. He must not let Chen Feng succeed this time. My father took it very seriously and even sent Uncle Rongdi to compete in this gambling stone conference. If he still couldn't win and was ruined by Chen Feng, then Chen Feng would definitely die. Xiao Shi's eyes were full of hatred. Ding, the system has detected an extremely dangerous person around the host, please be alert. Chen Feng tilted his head slightly and looked around. He just felt that someone was looking at him with vicious eyes and he was in danger all around. Okay, next is the rough stone that you two have chosen together. The stone cutter took the stones chosen by Chen Feng and Tian Kanzhanghua and began to cut them slowly. Tian Kanzhanghua didn't even look at the stones. Instead, he looked at Chen Feng with disdain, a young man who had just started out and dared to go against him. However, as time went on, the atmosphere at the scene became a little strange, because a little fluorescent light was emitted from under the stone, and the light was blue, not red. Tian Kanzhanghua's face changed, and his lips trembled. It was impossible, why was it blue? He suddenly began to doubt that everything he had learned and experienced was false. It's okay. I haven't lost yet. As long as it's not blue enchantress, we're even. Only then did Tian Kanzhanghua calm down and comfort himself. Kazuko Anata narrowed her eyes, but the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. Chapter 126, Dangers. This Chen Feng must not be underestimated. It seems that his father's wish cannot be realized. Kazuko Anata shook her head, fearing that this competition would disappoint her father. Village Chief Wu watched intently as the stonecutter in front of him cut the entire stone. The blue rose exuded an ultimate blue light among the fragments of the stone, and its color was crystal clear. It was truly the top-grade blue rose. Seeing this blue light, Tan Suanchanghua's face turned ashen. He couldn't believe that his judgment was wrong. But even if he was wrong, a young boy from Country H who was not even a first-level gambling stone master would not have guessed it right? Why? Everyone in the audience stared at the raw stone with greed, shock, admiration, and indescribable love. Oh my god, it really is Blue Demon, and judging by the quality, it is definitely top-notch. This guy's name is Chen Feng, right? He actually guessed it right, and he was even able to tell the grade of this jadeite, and his guess was very accurate. This is amazing. I originally thought that Tian Cun Changhua, an 8th-level betting stone master, would definitely win, but I didn't expect the result to be like this. Suddenly, someone whispered, "Hey, you said that all these rocks seem to come from the fire mine, so the fire mine must be very rich." This group of people are those who can see the essence of things through the phenomena. Generally, there will always be turbulent waves before the calm. Chen Feng also looked at this blue enchantress, it was quite beautiful. Sure enough, nature's ability to create beauty is indeed amazing. The host was also stunned for a moment, and then, under the guidance of professionalism, announced, based on the explanations of the two people on the scene, we judge that Chen Feng from the H Country Gambling Stone Association has won. Tan Suan Changhua's face turned even paler. He didn't even make it to the finals. Not to mention the marriage, his expectations in Inadasho's heart and his impression in front of Kazuko were all ruined because of this game. Tiankun's Hanghua was dragged away in a daze, and Chen Feng smiled at him. Tamura Koen, I told you not to pick a fight with me if you have nothing to do. Tian Suanchanghua's eyes suddenly became extremely terrifying, and he gnashed his teeth and roared, Chen Feng, I want you to die. As he said this, he was about to rush forward, but was pulled back by someone. Xiao Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. After suffering so much from Chen Feng, he knew that Chen Feng was definitely not simple. Since he could win over Tan Suanchangua, he indirectly killed an opponent for the Xiao family. Xiao Shi's lips curled slightly. Chen Feng, you are really amazing, but I don't know if you can survive to the finals. Inada Kazuko sent someone to pull the disgraceful Tan Suanchangua off the stage. When Tan Suanchangua saw her, he turned his head away in shame and said, Why are you doing this? This guy can't even see through me. Inada Kazuko spoke softly, but her eyes were fixed on Chen Feng. This person could be either a friend or an enemy, it all depended on the situation and Chen Feng himself. The preliminary round ended in a tense atmosphere. The first place was naturally Xiao Rongda from the Xiao family, the second place was Chen Feng, and the third place was an unknown small family that sent an old man named Zabimu, who was also an 8th-level gambler. This was good. Chen Feng, who was not even a first-level gambler, was competing with the other two, one at 8th level and the other at 9th level. This competition was really nerve-wracking for him. However, there will be a 3-day interval in between. When Chen Feng arrives in Country R, he can relax. Since Ni Jiafu has something to do, he lets Chen Feng wander around by himself. On the Xiao family's gambling boat, Xiao Rongda sat next to Xiao Huahuan without saying anything. Xiao Huahuan said calmly, Rongda, what do you think of Chen Feng? Xiao Rongda narrowed his eyes, this kid is unfathomable. Xiao Huahuan frowned, are you sure? No matter what, our Xiao family must get the fire mine. Don't worry, he's just a kid. No matter how talented he is, he can't compare to me. But I really can't figure out why Ni Jiaqiao didn't come here himself, but sent such a kid? Does he have some other conspiracy? Xiao Huahuang snorted coldly, Nijiakio? He also wants to compete with us for the fire mine. He is just a gambling stone association in Country H. But, Emperor Hua, don't forget that the previous serious injury to the ancestor emperor was also caused by him. Xiao Huahuan's eyes were full of threats, and his lips trembled slightly. He had worked hard to build up Zuowang's strength to this level, and he couldn't let Ni Jiaqiao destroy it. Tell Tian Yuenka to act quickly. I have a feeling that if this boy is not eliminated, there will be great disaster. When Chen Feng came out of the hotel, he saw a woman standing at the door. Her pretty face was shining in the sun, with delicate features and fair skin. Today, Kazuko Inada was not wearing a kimono, but casual clothes. She looked like an ordinary college student, full of youth and vitality. Hi, Chen Fengjun, you're new to Country R, I invite you to go somewhere fun. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. This woman is really very familiar with others. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choose 1, reject Inada Kazuko's invitation and get the title of I am a handsome guy, I am beautiful alone. Choice 2, accept Inada Kazuko's invitation, go out with her, and get a moonlight knife. Ding system prompt, the previous owner of the Moonlight Blade was a female war god, this is designed for women to maximize their potential. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. Why would he give him a knife used by a woman? However, it didn't matter. If he had a female subordinate who was good at martial arts, he could give it to her. Okay, I'm very honored to be able to visit Country R with the beautiful Miss Kazuko. No matter what Inada Kazuko's purpose in approaching him was, he still had to make a choice. Inada Kazuko covered her mouth and giggled, Chen Fengjun is so polite, let's go, I will make sure you have fun. Following Inada Kazuko, Chen Feng came to a kendo field, he raised his eyebrows, looking at many are country people wearing kimono and sandals, holding long swords, slashing at each other, this should be the bushido of our country, with swords on the waist, this bushido is said to emphasize morality such as righteousness, benevolence, courage, courtesy, honesty, honor, loyalty, etc., but in reality it is very cruel and ruthless, it is horrible to watch. Chen Feng knew that the warriors of Country R were equipped with swords and used martial arts to promote morality, but if a fight started, death would be the final result. Chen Feng was extremely surprised. It shouldn't be like this when a local was taking him on a tour. Chapter 127, Kendo Field Murder. Shouldn't I take myself to see Fusher Mountain and the beautiful cherry blossoms? Alas, it turns out that women who know martial arts are not easy to mess with. Inada Kazuko put on special clothes and threw a set of clothes to Chen Feng. Okay, let's have a fight. It's not a life and death fight. It's just a sparring match, as you say in Country H. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and said, I don't know how to use the sword. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, reject Inada Kazuko's kendo request and get I am not omnipotent. Choice 2, accept Inada Kazuko's request and gain super high swordsman skills. Inada Kazuko obviously didn't believe it. You saved my people from the hands of several big men, how could you not know how to use a sword? How about this, just come directly, regardless of your sword skills. Chen Feng also shook his head helplessly, if that's the case, then I'll just have to offend you. Chen Feng picked up the sword and was too lazy to wear their country clothes. Obviously, they were useless and were just for show. He picked up the sword, and Inada Kazuko took the lead in attacking. Here we go, Chen Feng-jun, you better be careful. Chen Feng moved his feet and easily dodged Inada Hizi's attack. She frowned and said, use your sword. Chen Feng adjusted the tip of his sword and attacked Inada Kazuko. Inada Kazuko's skill was naturally not low. After all, she had been trained since she was a child. A force burst out from her whole body, and she drew a knife from her back. It was actually a pair of knives? Chen Feng frowned. This girl wouldn't play like this. While the fight was going on in the front, a man wearing a veil suddenly appeared in the backstage, changed into clothes under the guidance of the waiter, and then said in a cold voice, is anyone here? I'm here. I'm in the sword field with the Black Dragon Gang's young lady. Okay, try your best to carry out our plan. The Ancestor Emperor said that if we can't deal with this person, we will all be doomed. Yes, Master Ku. The eyes under the veil were like poisonous snakes. If Chen Feng were here, he would definitely find him very familiar. His original scruffy beard had been shaved off, leaving only a small mustache. Chen Feng deflected Inada Kazuko's sword within 10 moves. Due to inertia, Inada Kazuko almost fell down. Chen Feng moved quickly and used his flying kick to stop Inada Kazuko from falling, stabilized her, and then slowly let her go. Inada Kazuko's face was slightly flushed and she was panting, but she didn't care about Chen Feng's actions just now. Her pupils just shrank slightly and her eyes were weird. I have been training in swordsmanship for more than 10 years, how can I not be able to beat you? Didn't you say you can't do it? In fact, Chen Feng was also very frightened. He naturally knew the power of the system. One of its skills was absolutely amazing. He felt that it would be extremely difficult to fight against Inada Kazuko. I'm afraid that Inada Kazuko's martial arts should not be underestimated. It turns out that when women get fierce, they are no match for men. Chen Feng shrugged his shoulders and said seriously, that's true. I didn't know how to do it before, but now I know how to do it. Seeing his asking for a beating look, Inada Kazuko was so angry that her teeth were itching. She was the eldest daughter of the Black Dragon Gang after all, but except for her father, everyone else had been respectful to her since she was a child. How could there be someone as shameless as Chen Feng? Inada Kazuko was about to say something when a waiter from the sword arena came over. He said to the two people very respectfully, gentlemen, we are holding a competition at the sword arena. Are you interested in participating? When Inada Kazuko heard this, her eyes lit up. She was very interested. She had just been frustrated by Chen Feng, and now she had to beat the other person to a pulp. Okay, where is it? Take us there quickly. Chen Feng frowned. Why did this guy drag them into the competition for no reason? Led by the waiter, the two went to a large venue. In the center of the venue, there was a man wearing a veil. His face could not be seen clearly, but he had a knife in his hand and was resting with his eyes closed, as if he was waiting for someone. He looked murderous. Inada Kazuko frowned, didn't you say it was a competition? What does this mean? The waiter smiled and said, don't worry, young lady. It is indeed a competition. This is the previous champion of our sword arena. If someone defeats him, our sword arena will give you a generous reward. As for what it was, he did not say. Inada Kazuko became more interested. She raised her eyebrows and was about to step forward to challenge him, but the man said coldly, I'm sorry, young lady, I don't fight with women. Chen Feng frowned even more deeply. All this seemed like a trap waiting for him to fall into. As for whether Inada Kazuko was involved, Chen Feng was not sure. Inada Kazuko looked at the man in front of her angrily. Huh, what, you look down on women? Don't worry, a woman can also beat you to a pulp. The man still didn't speak. Now he represented the ancestral emperor and would not conflict with the Black Dragon Gang at all. This was because the two organizations were completely different. If the balance was disrupted, it would cause chaos. Chen Feng stood in front of Inada Kazuko and said to the man, in that case, let me do it, but I won't fight with someone whose true face I don't know. Upon hearing this, the man slowly took off his veil. Upon seeing his appearance, Chen Feng frowned again. Isn't this the man who bumped into him at the airport? But although he had a scruffy beard back then, he looks much younger now. However, Kazuko Inada's pupils shrank slightly. No, this person looked too familiar. Apart from the representatives of other forces that she knew, she couldn't even remember which force this person was from. In this case, then it was very likely that he was from there. Chen Feng, don't fight him, there's something wrong with this guy. When she thought of this, Inada Kazuko's face changed slightly. It seemed that they wanted to kill Chen Feng? Why? Didn't they say that the family in that place couldn't have any intersection? Was it because Chen Feng threatened their interests in the fire mine? When Chen Feng heard this, he knew that Inada Kazuko was not pretending, which meant that she didn't know about all this and it must be a trap set by someone else. Chen Feng walked up to her, said something in her ear, and then handed the moonlight knife to Inada Kazuko while the waiter and the man were not paying attention. Inada Kazuko's brows relaxed slightly. Be careful. Her eyes were full of trust. She believed the man in front of her. She didn't know why, but although she felt that she would not be in danger at this moment, she actually had a feeling of fighting side by side with Chen Feng. Chapter 128 Life and Death. Kazuko Inada clenched the moonlight knife in her hand. The cool touch of the knife made her feel an unprecedented sense of security. She always felt that this knife was different from the ones she had used before. This knife seems to have a soul. Tian Yuenka had been sitting there polishing his sword. He had 3 swords. With 1 strike, the ghosts retreated. With 2 strikes, the wind and clouds surged. With 3 strikes, the world turned upside down. This was the title given to him by other people who had heard of Tian Yuenka's reputation, because he always kept the 3 knives in his hand with him and could not let them go. However, he only unsheathed the 3rd knife once, and that time was during a major battle. Since then, he never unsheathed his knives again. Before the 2 men could react, the man stood up automatically, then smiled at Chen Feng and bowed. Hello, Chen Feng, thank you for your guidance, my name is Tian Yuenka. Upon hearing the name, the expression on Inada Kazuko's face became even more solemn. Tian Yuenka was the Zhuowan's man, and Tian Yuenka's name was usually accompanied by killing. As long as Tian Yuenka took action, the enemies who had offended the Zhuowan would die in a very miserable way. Therefore, as long as someone offends the ancestral emperor, he will be in constant fear, and even tremble when he hears the name of Tian Yuenka. Usually, when the ancestral emperor sends Tian Yuenka, it must be with murderous intentions, and the purpose is to kill this person. So how did Chen Feng offend the ancestral emperor? Inada Kazuko frowned and looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng's lips curled slightly. Why? You know me? Let's be frank, who sent you? Bloody? Ning family? Or Zhuowan? Chen Feng had actually guessed that the only one who could have such ability in country or should be the ancestor emperor. Chen Feng, no more nonsense, prepare to die. Accept the order of my emperor. You must accept my life and death duel today and you cannot slander my Bushido. Damn it, Chen Feng was confused. This thing advocates Bushido, so it must be a fight to the death. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, reject Tian Yuenka's request and get the title of you are a samurai, I dare not mess with you. Choice 2, accept Tian Yuenka's request, defeat him, destroy his Bushido beliefs, and obtain the strongest samurai skills. Chen Feng knew that he had to fight with Tian Yuenka today, but the territory was in country R, and it would not be convenient to kill him directly. This choice was a good one. Thinking this way, Chen Feng naturally chose the second option. Suddenly, he found that there was a surge of strength in his body for no reason, and then his mind was filled with a lot of knowledge and habitual movements. At this time, Tian Yuenka suddenly rushed over, like a poisonous snake, and forced his long sword straight towards Chen Feng's face. Chen Feng, like a natural warrior, directly blocked it with the long sword in his hand. Tian Yuenka's face changed. He could feel that Chen Feng suddenly became extremely powerful, like a real warrior. His eyes gradually became extremely excited, as if he had seen a satisfying opponent. Tian Yuenka's movements were getting faster and faster, dazzling, and it felt like his sword was a meteor that left after images everywhere, leaving the enemy nowhere to hide. Amidst the murderous intent, Chen Feng still had a smile on his face, and he walked leisurely in the garden, as if he was in slow motion. However, his knife was able to block many of Tian Yuenka's attacks at such a speed. Inada Kazuko was stunned. It seemed that Chen Feng was just giving in to her just now. Her brows softened instantly, but at the same time she looked at the two people in the field with great concern. It was true that Tian Yuenka was very powerful, and once he met an opponent, he would fight to the death, so everyone gave him the title of Death Samurai. Chen Feng took a step forward, and the flying kick in his hand surged, as if his speed had increased a lot, leaving a trail of afterimage, and arrived behind Tian Yuenka, who had not noticed it yet. Tian Yuenka was stunned for a moment. Taking advantage of this moment of daze, Chen Feng immediately attacked, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at Tian Yuenka's back, but he was naturally able to control the strength of the sword to prevent himself from killing Tian Yuenka directly. However, at this critical moment, Tian Yuenka suddenly turned around and pulled out the second knife from his waist. The second knife seemed to be more murderous than the first one. Chen Feng frowned. Time passed quickly as the two of them fought back and forth. Both of them were a little exhausted. Inada Hizi, who was standing beside him, was anxious and was thinking about joining the battle. Unexpectedly, a low and harmonious voice suddenly came from behind. "Miss Hizi, I advise you not to intervene. Chen Feng is someone that Zhu Huang must kill. If you must intervene, your opponent will be me." The waiter's demeanor suddenly changed. He no longer had the respectful attitude he had before. Inada Kazuko's face froze, and her eyes were filled with murderous intent. "I don't care where you are from. If you dare to bully my customers, you have offended me." There was no tenderness in Kazuko Inada's eyes anymore, they immediately became murderous. Inada Kazuko and the waiter also started fighting. Chen Feng watched and reminded them, "Kazuko, be careful." Kazuko nodded, and Tian Yuenka frowned. "You are not concentrating. In the kendo field, you must give your opponent 100% respect with all your heart." Chen Feng shrugged helplessly. It was coming. He increased his speed to the extreme and used all the warrior's moves. Tian Yuenka's face was ferocious and his eyes were bloodshot. This would not work. He had to end the battle quickly. So, under Chen Feng's fierce attack, Tian Yuenka pulled out his third knife, which he affectionately called the Overlord knife. Chen Feng could clearly feel that the third knife actually produced a kind of resonance with its owner. This knife was definitely a good knife. Tian Yuenka's speed reached an extremely fast speed, and the two began to fight again. Over there, the moonlight sword in Inada Kazuko's hand seemed to have a soul and became one with her. He took advantage of the other person's unpreparedness, knocked him to the ground, and put the knife on his neck. "Tian Yuenka, put down your knife, or I will kill your companions." Inada Kazuko's face was full of seriousness. She stared at Tian Yuenka closely without reducing the strength in her hands. The waiter looked pale, but still did not say a word. Tian Yuenka acted indifferently as if nothing had happened. "If you kill him, the mission will fail, and there is no way you can survive." Sure enough, this ancestral emperor was too cruel. Chen Feng was also surprised at their indifference. "It seems that I have to end all this sooner." Chen Feng made up his mind. The system has given him a lot of good things? Chapter 129, Arriving at the Finals. As for the Xiao family, Xiao Shiyong still felt uneasy. After all, Chen Feng always suddenly emerged when he thought things were successful, thus shattering their goals and missions. He still couldn't hold back his inner panic, and walked into a room in the corridor, which was full of books. He opened a secret compartment, and a door turned around. The door slowly opened, and he walked in. It was a little dim inside, but he could naturally feel a solemn indifference. A chair appeared in front of him, and a person sat on the chair. "Father, I'm still worried. Chen Feng is too cunning. In order to prevent him from causing obstacles for us, I think we can have the finals in advance." Xiao Huahuang was looking at a book in front of him. After hearing this, he nodded and said, "Okay, let Rongda prepare. He can use the relationship between the Xiao family and the Emperor Zhu to put pressure on the Zhang family. This is a very simple thing. In fact, he could also directly use Zhu Wang to get the opportunity to cooperate with the fire mine, but his philosophy was to absolutely obtain the approval of all forces in Country R. Because their Zhu Wang's goal was to unite with Country R to revive Wang. He has to be the leader of this matter. Zhang Xianming received a call from Xiao Huahuang. After answering the call, his face darkened. This guy is too shameless. But he still sighed. Hurry up and notify Chen Feng to participate in the finals. The person next to him responded immediately, and after a while, he ran back anxiously. Chairman, Mr. Chen Feng is not in the room, and Mr. Nai is also gone. Zhang Xianming frowned tightly. Chen Feng was on the same side as him. Even though he had bitten Chen Feng before, he believed that Chen Feng was sensible and knew what was most important. Therefore, he would not damage the interests of both parties, including his own interests, at this critical juncture. So, there is only one reason: Chen Feng encountered danger, and the source of this danger was the Xiao family, or even the Emperor Zhu. Zhang Xianming still had a gloomy expression on his face, and he said word by word, to inform everyone, due to some important reasons, the final of the Gambling Stone Conference will be moved forward to 2 o'clock this afternoon. The Gambling Stone Conference was held ahead of schedule. Although everyone was a little surprised, they didn't care. They thought it was good to be held ahead of schedule. In this way, they could look forward to the finals. There was an 8th level Gambling Stone Master, a 9th level Gambling Stone Master, and an unpredictable dark horse. Everyone wanted to guess who would be the champion in the final, the competition among the contestants, and most importantly, what kind of amazing jadeite could be produced from these rough stones. Everyone dropped what they were doing and arrived at Woyue Building. Xiao Rongda also arrived early. Zabima was also very surprised, but he also came early and forgot to say that the rules this time were that if a contestant was late for 10 minutes, then the contestant would be deemed to have given up the qualification. Xiao Rongda drank a cup of tea and sat there indifferently, but he was very calm. He was afraid that Chen Feng would not be able to come today. When everyone arrived, they saw that only Chen Feng had not arrived. They began to discuss. The game is only 10 minutes away from starting. Is Chen Feng planning to catch up? I don't know. Maybe he thinks he's a big shot and wants to be the last to appear? However, this final will definitely be exciting. We don't know what will happen. If he doesn't come, he can just forfeit. Anyway, Master Xiao Rongda will definitely win. Everyone was waiting, and after 10 minutes, the game finally started and Chen Feng gave up completely. Zhang Xianming winked at the person next to him, but the person next to him still shook his head and said, Master, we have searched everywhere but can't find it. Master Zhang doesn't know either. Zhang Xianming frowned tightly. It seemed that he could only hope that Chen Feng could come back at the last moment. Xiao Shi stood behind Xiao Rongda, hugging his chest and sneering as if he was watching a play. Time passed by minute by minute. When there were still 2 minutes left before the game was delayed, Xiao Shi said, Master Zhang, I wonder if we can start? We are all waiting anxiously. This one contestant must have given up. Seeing Xiao Shi speaking, Zhang Xianming was obviously a little displeased. After all, although Xiao Shi was a member of the Xiao family, he was just a junior. Although he couldn't afford to offend his father, such a junior dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. Since we have waited for so many minutes, the Xiao family young master should be able to wait for 2 more minutes. We can afford these 2 minutes, right? Xiao Shi obviously knew that this old man would not give him face. Besides, Chen Feng had no hope. With Tian Yuanka's help, he still wanted to come back alive? It was simply wishful thinking. Xiao Shi snorted coldly and said nothing more. At the last minute, everyone felt that the game was about to start. The closed door was slowly pushed open, and Chen Feng's face appeared from outside the door. Hey, I shouldn't be late. He walked in leisurely, followed by Inata and Coco. Both of them looked a little dusty, but not injured. Xiao Shi looked at them in disbelief. Why did Inata Kazuko end up with Chen Feng? Tian Yuanka didn't kill Chen Feng. Chen Feng is back. What about Tian Yuanka? Xiao Shi thought of a possibility and had a bad feeling in his heart. When Zhang Xianming saw Chen Feng appear, his eyes were immediately filled with joy. Ha ha! Since contestant Chen Feng has arrived on time, let's get started. Inata Kazuko sat in the seat next to her, her heart still pounding. She and Chen Feng had just experienced a life and death battle. Fortunately, at the last moment, Chen Feng defeated Tian Yuanka and took away Tian Yuanka's third knife. Tian Yuanka was defeated mainly because his beloved knife fell into Chen Feng's hands. Then there was no point in fighting to the death. After all, the knife was more important than his life. Xiao Shi glanced at Inata Hizi and felt that there was something extra in her hand. It was a knife, a very familiar knife. The corners of his mouth twitched and his face became even gloomier. He didn't expect that Tian Yuanka was really defeated and even lost his beloved knife. He was such a waste. This Chen Feng should not be underestimated. If he connects with the Black Dragon gang, it would be very disadvantageous for the Xiao family. Chen Feng was also glad that he did not go back to the hotel to sleep. As soon as he came out of the kendo field, he heard someone say that the final of the Gambling Stone Conference was about to begin. He didn't expect that the backup plan was still here. Chen Feng and Inada Kazuko quickly took a taxi and rushed over. If the driver hadn't been so fast, Chen Feng might have been late, and the championship would have been a long way off. Chapter 130 Level 10 Gambling Stone Master. Chen Feng nodded slightly. Since I'm not late, let's get started. Zhang Xianming breathed a sigh of relief and nodded to the host. The host also picked up the microphone and said, "Today, the final of our Gambling Stone Conference begins." Today, 3 contestants entered the finals. Master Xiao Rongda from the Xiao family, a 9th-level Gambling Stone Master. Shibaimu, an 8th-level Gambling Stone Master from the Black Dragon Gang, and Chen Feng, a representative of the Gambling Stone Association from Country H. After a series of introductions, 3 stones appeared on the stage, of different sizes, shapes, and with different distributions of blind bands on the surface. 80% of these 3 rough stones will produce jadeite, and what the 3 contestants need to do is to say the type of jadeite inside. The one who is closest to the answer wins. If the answers are the same, then there will be a second round of competition, and then the identification of the first stone will begin. The first piece of raw stone was about 1 meter wide and 1 meter high, and its color was dark. Xiao Rongda and Zibamu walked up to it slowly and looked at it carefully. Xiao Rongda quickly came to a conclusion, while Zibamu was still observing carefully. He had to be careful and rely on his experience, but he was not very sure. This kind of blind guess could only give a rough estimate. Could it be that he could only rely on luck? Sweat dripped down Zibamu's forehead. In this tense situation, Chen Feng did not move. He just waited behind Zibamu. After Zibamu was roughly sure of his answer, he slowly walked forward. Zibamu raised his eyebrows. It was beyond his expectation that Chen Feng remained calm. Chen Feng stepped forward and took a closer look. Through the stone, he saw a gray-yellow light, about the size of a chest. The gray-yellow jade was shining brightly inside the raw stone. Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. This piece of raw stone was also very valuable. It would be great if it belonged to his Ziwei Hall. It seemed that he had to have the resources of this fire mine. After Chen Feng finished reading, he nodded to the host. The host saw that the 3 had finished reading, and then slowly said, "Okay, the first round of the competition will begin now. Then the 3 of you can decide who will start to express their conclusions first." "Let me go first." Zibamu spoke first. He also knew that the conclusion had already been reached and the order was no longer important. This piece of raw stone has a uniform texture and will definitely produce jadeite. But based on my observation, I guess it should be a type of red jadeite. As for which type it is, I cannot determine. There was some regret on his face. It seemed that he would not be able to win the championship this time. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Choose one, say your answer behind Xiao Rongda and get the title of "I am the king, I want to be the finale." Choice 2, speak your answer before Xiao Rongda does, and eliminate the public's doubts about you. Before Xiao Rongda was about to speak, Chen Feng spoke first. "Let me do the second one." The host nodded and said, "This stone is indeed as Shibei Lao said, but I don't think it is red jade." "Oh? Then what kind of jade do you think it is?" The host's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know what the answer was, as long as there was such a disagreement, the final would be interesting. Chen Feng smiled and replied, "A red medium will form on the surface of the raw stone of red jade, which will make the entire surface of the raw stone look like it has an extra layer of dark red color, but this raw stone does not have that. On the contrary, it is a light green color. So, I guess it is a piece of blue-gray jade." Everyone held their breath and didn't dare to say anything. Now was the time for the 3 of them to show their talents, and they couldn't speak out to interrupt others' conclusions. When Xiao Rongda heard Chen Feng's conclusion, his heart skipped a beat. What kind of ability does Chen Feng have? You have to know that he is not even a first-level stone gambler. Why does he have such great ability? The key is that his conclusion is the same as his. But his expression remained unchanged. After Chen Feng finished speaking, the host looked at Xiao Rongda. The second contestant has already given his conclusion. I wonder what Master Zhao's conclusion is. Xiao Rongda's expression remained unchanged. He glanced at Chen Feng and said slowly, "My conclusion is that it is blue-gray jade." This sentence instantly made the originally quiet place lively and bustling, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, exploding into flowers. What? Master Zhao's conclusion is actually the same as Chen Feng's. How is this possible? Could it be that the boy can read minds? But that's impossible. After all, he stated his conclusion first. Yes, and Master Zhao would never plagiarize Chen Feng's results. This is too surprising. Chen Feng's level is actually comparable to the conclusion of a 9th level gambling stone master. After listening, the host nodded, and the stone expert came on stage. Now, will our 8th level stone expert, Shi Mubei, win, or will our 9th level stone experts, Xiao Rongda and Chen Feng, win? Let's wait and see. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the stonecutter operated calmly and skillfully. The only sound could be heard, and his constantly changing cutting techniques. After everyone had waited for half an hour, the large piece of raw stone finally revealed its entire interior. Chen Feng looked at the blue-gray jadeite and found that it was indeed similar to what he had seen, and the color was proportional to the light he saw. He nodded with satisfaction. After Qing Huifei appeared, Zibama knew that he had lost. He shook his head regretfully. In fact, he was just a helper invited by a certain family. If he could win, he would win. If he couldn't win, no one would say anything. But before leaving the stage, he looked at Chen Feng with care. I wonder where your teacher is from, you are so amazing. I have to admit defeat. It is true that young people are amazing. Hearing this, Chen Feng's favorable impression of him doubled. Old senior Shibei, I don't actually have a master, but the strengths of the old senior are beyond my reach. Hearing this, Zabimu touched his chin with satisfaction. Chen Feng, you better perform well. This Xiao Rongda is not easy to deal with. He leaned close to Chen Feng's ear and spoke. Chen Feng nodded knowingly. Kazuko Anada was also very surprised. So far, Chen Feng has participated in 2 competitions, both of which were to guess what kind of jade would be produced from the original stone. However, Chen Feng's observation was not as strenuous as that of others, but he could easily tell what was inside. She knew that this man should not be underestimated. It can be seen from today's confrontation that Tian Yuenka almost killed himself today. Fortunately, Chen Feng saved him.